Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Chapter 1, Let the Show Begin. What's this show? Why is it live? Why the chatting section? Don't ask me, it's weirder that it's live on all platforms, even piracy sites. TF. How? A Disney marketing stunt. Reincarnation. That's a rare theme in Marvel, no. Think so, there was Moira with reincarnation mutant power, but this is different. What the fuck is this garbage show? Why are they spending the whole episode showing us scenes of torture and backstories? This Jigsaw. Yo, you above, have ADHD. Go watch some TikTok, dumbass. The air in the outermost laboratory hummed with sterile efficiency. Rows of technicians in white coats monitored banks of flickering screens, their faces illuminated by the cold glow of data streams. The air smelled of ozone and antiseptic, a scent that grew more potent with each successive security checkpoint. At the heart of this scientific nesting doll lay the innermost sanctum, Laboratory Zero. This was where the most valuable asset was kept. Not a weapon, not a crystal, but a man. He was pinned upright against a massive, cruciform research table, heavy polymer restraints biting into his wrists, ankles, and throat. His naked body was a canvas of pale, scarred flesh, crisscrossed with the evidence of countless procedures. Already nudity. Have a feeling I'm gonna like this show. You like cock? To be fair, that's one big cock. What's wrong with you guys? Around him, a team of researchers in environmental suits moved with practiced precision, their faces obscured behind tinted visors. All except one. Dr. Alastair Price, the chief researcher, stood closest to the phenomenon, his own face exposed, his eyes wide with a fanatical gleam that bordered on the unholy. His gaze was fixed not on the men, but on the machine that whirred and spun a mere 10 feet away. It was a nightmare of intricate engineering, 1,000 interlocking rings of polished brass and glowing wires, all rotating in conflicting directions at impossible speeds. At its core, where the geometries aligned for a nanosecond before spinning apart again, reality itself was failing. Hairline fractures, blacker than the void between stars, would spiderweb through the air. Cease, Price commanded, his voice tight with anticipation, his eyes never leaving the machine. The command was strange, directed at the bound men. For a long moment, nothing happened. The man, known only as Subject Gamma, gave no indication he had even heard. His head was lolled forward, his breathing shallow. The researchers held their collective breath. Then, slowly, the fractures began to heal. The unnatural black lines sealed themselves, the terrifying sound faded to a whisper, and then to nothing. The machine continued its mad spin, but it was now just a machine, a complex and beautiful toy. The silence broke into a wave of euphoric chatter. One researcher clapped his gloved hands together, another let out a choked sob of relief, a third began frantically scribbling notes on a datapad. But Price's reaction was the most profound. He threw his head back and laughed, a raw, jagged sound that echoed in the sterile chamber. Do you see? He crowed, spinning to face his team, his arms spread wide. Do you see? Stability. Controlled cessation. A stable spatial disruption device is no longer a theory. We are on the precipice of creating a bomb that can unmake a city, a country, a world. A weapon that can annihilate the very space it occupies. He turned back to the bound men, his expression shifting to a grotesque parody of camaraderie. He stepped close, his breath fogging in the suddenly cold air. Do you understand your role in this, my friend? When the world ends, and it will be thanks to you. Your name, though lost to history, will be the one whispered by the void as it consumes all. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You are the key to the lock on the universe's door. And we are so very grateful. The man remained as unresponsive as stone. His flesh was cold, his pulse, monitored on a dozen screens, remained steady and unfluctuating. He was a statue of suffering. Price's grin widened. Now, let's try something new. The tertiary auxiliary ring. Slow its spin. Just a fraction. You know how. Another bizarre instruction. The man's head lifted a fraction of an inch. His eyes, a startling and beautiful hazel, opened just enough to be seen. He stared at the whirring machine, at one specific ring spinning within the chaotic hole. A faint sheen of sweat broke out on his scarred scalp. The researchers watched their instruments, their screens displaying the machine's impossible physics. And then, it happened. The designated ring, for no discernible mechanical reason, stuttered. Its blurring edge became visible for a split second, its spin visibly, measurably, slowing. The effect was instantaneous. The fractures returned, not as hairline cracks, but as jagged, lightning-fast rents in reality. The shrieking of tortured space returned, louder this time, making the researchers flinch and cover their ears. Price, however, only laughed louder, his eyes reflecting the devouring blackness. The research continued for hours, a cycle of command and phenomenon, of ceasing and slowing, of Price's manic commentary and the researchers' terrified glee. Finally, a chronometer on the wall chimed softly. "Ah, the day is done," Price announced, his voice hoarse from excitement. He walked over to the research table and began loosening the restraints himself, his fingers brushing against the cold, scarred skin. The men didn't flinch. "You are Hydra's gift to us, I know it," Price murmured, almost to himself. So placid. So empty. "We broke you, didn't we? Shattered whatever was inside and left a hollow vessel. But a vessel is meant to be filled." He giggled, a high, creepy sound that was worse than his laughter. "Patience. Soon, I will have the final approval from the council. We will restart the conditioning program. We will fill you with purpose. Our purpose." With the restraints off, the men would have collapsed if two burly guards in Hydra black hadn't stepped forward to catch him. They half-dragged, half-carried his limp form out of Laboratory Zero, through the concentric layers of science and security, and into the stark, brutalist corridors of the holding facility. His room was not a cell in the traditional sense. It was a prison designed by psychiatrists and sadists. Every surface, walls, floor, and ceiling, was padded with a dense, white polymer. The light came from a recessed, shatterproof fixture behind a thick polycarbonate lens. In one corner was a stainless steel toilet and a small sink, both seamlessly integrated into the padding. There was no bed, only a slightly softer pad on the floor. There were no seams, no edges, nothing that could be torn, sharpened, or used as a tool. It was a womb of utter control, designed for one thing, to keep him alive, because his power was a resource too valuable to waste. It looks like the most boring place in the world, and honestly, the only thing that kept him entertained in here is his imaginary friends. Once the heavy, electrified door hissed shut, the guards gone, the men finally moved under his own power. He simply lied down more comfortably, thoroughly exhausted from their endless experiments. Using his power is too costly. It's only now that one could get a clear look at him. He was almost completely hairless, no eyebrows, a stark, bald scalp. Every part of his body has been experimented upon, which is why they regularly shake his body, as if he's a toy. His body, though lean and corded with muscle, was a roadmap of suffering. Scars of every kind littered his skin, the neat, precise lines of laser surgery, the ragged tears of exploratory procedures, the pucker of biopsy marks, the burn marks of electrical stimulation. They were most concentrated on his head, a testament to the countless craniotomies and neural grafts, attempts to physically locate the seat of his power. No, they also want to control him, to rewrite how his brain works, but that proved to be strangely unsuccessful despite their experience in that department. For years, the narrative Hydra had built was one of a broken, empty tool. But the truth, hidden beneath the scarred flesh and the emotionless mask, was a mind of crystalline clarity. He was still sane. He at least thinks so. Interesting, the men thought, his internal voice a stark contrast to his vacant exterior. Spatial fractures. They're actually a success. No wonder Hydra has thrived for so long. They have a singular talent for perverting the extraordinary into a weapon, all built on a foundation of misery like mine. He had heard the words, whispered, chanted, shouted. Hail Hydra. It hadn't been difficult to figure out who held his leash. Today, however, will be different. As he did every day, after some rest, he began to warm up. He moved through a series of stretches and calisthenics, his body flowing with a grace that belied his tortured appearance. In this padded hell, there was little else to do. Hydra, needing his body healthy and his power accessible, provided enough nutrients to keep him at peak physical condition. The weakness after surgeries was the only break in this grueling routine. He had trained his body, the one thing they had allowed him to cultivate. Maybe they believed that this routine was to fight off boredom, indeed, but also for his eventual escape. Today was the day. the last round of neural mapping had healed. The next was scheduled for 3 days hence. And Price's promise of renewed brainwashing only cemented his determination. He finished his warm-up and stood perfectly still in the center of the room. His eyes closed, and his mind, for a moment, drifted away from the white prison. If there are other reincarnators out there, he mused, I must be a contender for the most unfortunate. The thought was dry, devoid of self-pity, a simple statement of fact. His name was Adam. And he was not of this world. The memories of his past life, a short, bedridden existence filled with the envy of healthy people, dead before he'd ever truly lived, had only awakened in the midst of Hydra's initial, most brutal torture. It was as if the trauma had shattered the seal on his previous consciousness. Reincarnation had not been kind. He had been born a mutant. At 8 years old, his power manifested. He'd envied a faster boy in the schoolyard, and in a burst of uncontrolled emotion, he had deprived the boy of much of his speed. His parents had seen it. But they didn't need to. He told them. His innocent self, without his previous memories, told them the truth. He received fear in return, a terror so profound it eclipsed their love. The news channels, owned or influenced by those who hate or fear mutants, painted his kind as monsters, ticking time bombs, abominations. The propaganda was relentless and effective. Fear won. They turned him over to the authorities, who were, in this godforsaken world, merely another tentacle of the Hydra beast. They had labeled his ability as chronokinesis, time manipulation. It was a rare and coveted power. But they were wrong. That was the foundational error in all their research, the reason their attempts to make him speed up time or see the future had failed so spectacularly, resulting in some of his most vivid scars. His power was not time. It was envy. The deep-seated, gnawing envy that had defined his past life had become the core of his mutant ability. Before his memories awakened, as a child, he had envied speed, and his power had manifested as its deprivation, slow. Throughout his years in this hell, he had envied other things with a desperation that was a physical pain. He had envied the researchers their freedom, privacy, the very air, and its ability to move unconstrained. And in those moments of pure, concentrated longing, he had awakened new facets of his power. New curses, as he calls them. However, it's now his envy that will truly help him escape, nor is it what kept him sane. Hydra is very effective at dealing with mutants after all. What kept him alive were his imaginary friends, and what brought him to this world, the only solace in his miserable life. Information, little to nothing. Natural traits. Envy, be slow. Fade. Hollow. Recoil. Information traits. Cyberpathy, C. Adam opened his eyes. His beautiful, untouched hazel eyes, the only part of him that had not been marred, stared at the electrified door. Oh, he's finally gonna escape. Such a fucking miserable start. I don't understand this show. What comics is this based on? I think it's original. Not sure. This show's weird, like, it just appeared without any promotions. Indeed, his new life is somehow being broadcast as a TV show, and the audience watching him grants him information. Information has plenty of uses, including awakening powers. Such as cyberpathy, what shall help him escape today? Chapter 2, Let the Show Begin 2. Information has plenty of uses, including awakening powers. Such as cyberpathy, what shall help him escape today? He walked towards the door. As he approached, the door's control panel, a solid sheet of light with no visible mechanisms, flickered from red to green. With a soft, pneumatic hiss, the door slid open. The two guards outside spun around, their reactions comically sluggish. To Adam, the world seemed to be moving through syrup. This was his oldest curse, the slowness he could inflict upon others. It wasn't that time was slowing, it was that he was depriving them of their speed, their quickness of nerve and limb, even thinking speed. He envied it, and so he took it. He moved with an economy of motion born of 1,000 rehearsals in his mind. His hand closed over the guard's rifle, and before the latter could react, he turned in his grip. A blast of blue energy took the second guard in the chest, throwing him back against the wall in a crackle of dying neurons. The first guard, his face a mask of slow-motion shock, tried to bring his own weapon to bear. A sharp, precise kick to the back of the knee, and the man crumpled. Then a brutal chop to the neck. Adam pulled out the man's knife, and with a slice, the guard joined his partner in silent oblivion. He stood over them, the pulse rifle feeling alien in his hand. Hydra's misunderstanding had been his only shield. Time is only a facet of his envy, and even his slow has more to it than it seems. He took a few steps forward, leaving the white room far behind. The corridor stretched before him, a maw of concrete and steel. For the first time in over a decade, he was outside his cell on his own accord. The air tasted different. It tasted of blood, ozone, and something else, something almost forgotten. It tasted of chance. Today, he'd either die or escape. No in between. Even if death has to come by his own hands. All better than going back to hell. The unblinking eye of the camera mounted high in the corner of the sterile white hallway should have seen it all. It should have triggered a blaring, red-lit, panic-inducing alarm the moment his first move began. Yet, northwest such thing took place. Adam allowed himself a fraction of a second to glance up at the lens. They were always watching. Human eyes, bored, caffeine-fueled, monitoring 100 different feeds in a dimly lit security room. But they weren't seeing him. They were seeing a perfect, seamless loop he had crafted for them, a 10-second clip of an empty, peaceful hallway, playing on a repeat they would never question. They were watching a ghost, a memory, while the present unfolded violently just outside their perceived reality. The question was, how? How did a prisoner, a lab rat, have such intimate control over a Hydra facility's nervous system? Adam would have loved to attribute it to his mutant power, the one he had codenamed envy. It was a part of him, a twisted manifestation of his deepest, most painful yearning. But no. Envy, in its raw, initial form, had been a pathetic, guttering candle flame of an ability. It was the information that changed everything. Whatever it was, a cheat, a system, a godsend, a conspiracy, it's still the thing that gave him a second chance. Second chance. In hell. He believed it was the information that had pulled him from his previous life and thrown him into this meat grinder. He, who craved autonomy above all else, wielded a power that stripped it from others. But he didn't care. If anything, he considers it their fault. He considers himself to be in the territory of being sane, but a breeze might push him to the other side. After all, they had messed with his head too much. Oh, how they had messed with it. He remembered it all, every excruciating second. Being strapped to the cold steel chair, the leather restraints biting into his wrists and ankles. The halo-like frame screwed directly into his skull, holding his head perfectly, terrifyingly still. There were no anesthetics for these procedures. Dr. Price insisted on baseline neural responses. He was wide awake, fully conscious, as they peeled back a section of his scalp and drilled a tiny, precise hole in his cranium. He could hear the high-pitched whine of the drill, feel the vibration resonate through his entire skeleton. He could smell the faint, acrid scent of his own burning bone. Then came the probes, microfilaments of chilled metal, inserted into the gray matter that was him. They would stimulate a cluster of neurons and ask him to use his power. They would measure the bioelectrical surge, map the pathways, all while monitoring his vocal responses to the pain. Subject is displaying a 7.3% increase in theta wave activity concurrent with power manifestation. Price would note, his voice calm, clinical, as if commenting on the weather, not on the violation of a human mind. Administer a mild electroshock to the amygdala. Let's see how fear impacts the energy output. Adam would scream, a raw, ragged sound that tore at his throat. The brain may not have pain receptors, but Hydra have plenty of ways to make one experience pain. They were trying to find the source of his power, to hardwire a control mechanism, to turn him into a weapon that would heal at a command. It was from that unimaginable, soul-shattering pain that recoil had been born. A power that made freedom self-punishing. It was a curse of pure, defensive spite. Any aggressive or forceful action a cursed person took against Adam would rebound in a variety of ways, depending on the action. Throw a punch, and your own wrist might snap. Fire a gun, and the recoil could shatter your shoulder. It was his subconscious screaming, if you hurt me, you will feel it too. He knew it was useless in the grand scheme of his captivity. Using recoil on a surgeon just meant they'd strap him down tighter. It would only make the Hydra lunatics more fascinated, more determined to break him. The only reason they hadn't dissected his brain entirely was their fear of damaging his more esoteric, time-related potential. That and the fact that they needed him stable until their precious space fracture project was complete. But recoil, like his other base curses, wasn't enough for escape. Hydra wasn't an enemy you could simply punch your way through. Without the information, he would have been just another forgotten name on a specimen jar. It was the cyberpathy trait that had been his true key. Bored, desperate, and trapped in his featureless cell, he had done the only thing he could, he funneled all of his information into the information trait section. The result was a silent, internal explosion. Cyberpathy. It wasn't true technomancy, he couldn't just wave a hand and command machines. He had to hack them, but it felt like second nature. It was an innate, intuitive understanding of the digital soul of any mechanical system. He could see the code, the electrical pathways, the logic, and the flaws, as clearly as others saw words on a page. Furthermore, he could communicate with machines remotely. He can feel them and reach out to them. Through this newfound sense, he had begun his patient, meticulous infiltration. He couldn't assault the main servers directly, the digital fortifications were too strong, and he lacked the knowledge to infiltrate something of that scale. So, he started with the periphery. The surveillance system was first, then the personal laptops of the technicians, and the tablets of the guards. All he needed was proximity or sight, a momentary connection, and his consciousness could slip through, leaving no trace, building his control pixel by pixel. While Hydra kept him a prisoner in a room devoid of stimulus, he had used their own devices to build a university of escape. He read everything: advanced cryptography, network architecture, programming languages. He absorbed it all, and with each bite of knowledge, he felt the cyberpathy tag in his mind solidify. It was as if he needed the necessary knowledge to use cyberpathy to its highest potential. It was this confluence of circumstances that allowed him to now walk the hallways of the Hydra facility as if he were its master. But he was not arrogant. He was a ghost, yes, but a ghost in a house full of snakes. Still, he couldn't hope to stay silent for long due to guard patrols, or rather, they already know. After all, the gun blast was very loud. He still, however, had the initiative. The surveillance systems were his eyes, not theirs. And soon enough, he was found, 3 guards in full tactical gear, their rifles snapping up. They didn't shout a warning. Their orders were clear: incapacitate, not kill. No, it's more accurate to say that he found them first and took cover by the corner, waiting for them to get close before he showed himself. Adam's eyes, cold and focused, locked onto the lead guard. Slow, he whispered. It was as if an invisible, viscous syrup had flooded the space around the 3 men. Their movements, once sharp and professional, became dreamlike, dragging through thick mud. Simultaneously, Adam wrapped himself in another curse. Fade. His presence diminished, not into invisibility, but into insignificance. He became a blur in their peripheral vision, a shadow they instinctively dismissed, a target their slowed minds struggled to prioritize. But he wasn't done. This was where his true innovation came into play. The prime curse. Normally, when he cursed someone with slow, he simply deprived them of a portion of their speed. It was a zero-sum game for him, he didn't gain what they lost. But, information had unlocked a new variable. He could now apply what he calls a prime version. The speed he stole, he kept. It's limited to 1, but it's more than enough. He focused on the lead guard, the one who looked to be the most dangerous of the 3. Slow. Prime. The effect was instantaneous and profound. He gained speed, about 30% of the guard's speed. The world around him seemed to decelerate further, not just because of their curse, but because his own perception and reflexes had been catapulted to a higher plane. His brain, now operating at an accelerated rate, processed information in a torrent. He could see the individual muscles in the guards' faces twitch in delayed reaction, track the minute adjustments of their balance. He moved. To the cursed guards, he was a phantom of gore and motion. He didn't so much dodge their punches as he simply wasn't there by the time their fists arrived. He flowed between them. They may be armored, but his knife still found itself in his eyes, then in his brain. A knife hand to the throat, crushing the windpipe. A wrenching twist that snapped a neck with a sound like a dry branch breaking. The fight was less a battle and more a brutal, surgical dissection. Blood sprayed in languid, beautiful arcs across the white walls. Bodies crumpled in slow, graceful collapses. Oh, gore. Spiritual successor to the Punisher. Ah, I missed that shit. Yeah, we psychos, violence is the only way to our hearts. Chapter 3, Let the Show Begin 3. The fight was less a battle and more a brutal, surgical dissection. Blood sprayed in languid, beautiful arcs across the white walls. Bodies crumpled in slow, graceful collapses. Oh, gore. Spiritual successor to the Punisher. Ah, I missed that shit. Yeah, we psychos, violence is the only way to our hearts. And when it was over, the stolen speed did not vanish with the death of its original owner. It remained, a permanent addition to his reservoir till or if he decides to switch the prime curse. He was a thief of attributes, and death did not void the transaction. Adam tried to keep the confrontation close-ranged, simply because his expertise in guns is purely theoretical, having never used one before. He might miss, and that would be a fatal mistake, thus, even when he used guns, it was right in their faces. He moved on. He didn't avoid cameras, he destroyed them, even the ones he controlled. He was creating a narrative, a breadcrumb trail of chaos leading directly toward the main vehicle exit. He wanted them to believe he was making a desperate, linear dash for freedom. In the central command hub, Dr. Price watched the feeds go dark, one by one, a line leading straight to the exit. A thin, smug smile stretched his lips, fanatical almost. I knew there was more to you, my dear rat. He's heading for the garage. Send everyone. I want him contained, unharmed. He is the key to everything, to the end, to my promotion, to Hydra's new world order. Do not fail me. The order went out. Sirens finally blared. Squads of guards, the bulk of the facility's security, converged on the exit routes, setting up choke points and ambushes, waiting for a ghost who was no longer coming. Meanwhile, Adam, having looped back through a maintenance shaft, emerged right into the heart of the facility, the administrative and research wing. The corridors here were quieter, populated by a few confused scientists and a skeleton crew of guards. He moved through them like a scythe. Slow. Fade. A guard raising a pistol found his arm moving through molasses. Adam was already beside him, seizing the weapon, turning it. Bam. And firing twice into the chests of his companions before the first guard's brain had even registered the threat. It was a ballet of blood and broken physics. He was no artist, and he was not trained, thus, his art was now a mess. He left a trail of broken bodies in his wake, a gallery of the dead and dying. He was bleeding himself, a shallow gash on his cheek from a stray ricochet, a bullet graze on his thigh. But the stolen speed and heightened perception allowed him to turn what should have been crippling blows into minor scratches. He finally reached his destination, Dr. Price's personal office and monitoring station. The door was reinforced steel. It didn't matter. It's already under his control. Adam placed his hand on the keypad. With a touch, the locks disengaged with a series of heavy, satisfying clunks. Price was inside, frantically trying to wipe a hard drive. He spun around, his face a mask not of fear, but of utter astonishment. Before he could speak, Adam was on him. There was no fight. A swift, brutal strike to the jaw stunned him, and Adam efficiently zip-tied the doctor's hands behind his back with a plastic tie he'd taken from a guard's belt. Price, spitting out a tooth, began to laugh, a wet, gurgling sound. Magnificent. Truly magnificent, Adam. I always knew you were special, but this is beyond our projections. How did you do it? How have you controlled our systems? A latent technopathic aspect we never detected. Ha ha ha. You are truly wonderful. There was no fear in Price's eyes, only zealousy. Adam ignored him, turning to the room's central computer terminal. He placed his palm flat on the cool metal of its casing. Telepathic connection was one thing, but touch was a superconductor. Through his cyberpathy, he could feel the entire facility's digital heartbeat, the security protocols, the research data, the communications array. He began downloading everything. Every file, every experiment, every dirty secret Hydra had buried here. And fortunately, or rather, it was expected, there were plenty of storage devices in the facility for him to use. Price never stopped talking. He was fanatical, ecstatic. You see, Adam, you must understand. None of it was personal. The pain, the surgeries, it was for the greater good. For the benefit of all humanity. Hydra is not some cartoonish villain, we are the necessary surgeons for a sick world. We cut away the weakness, the chaos, to build a stronger, ordered tomorrow. Your suffering is a down payment on a paradise of peace. Join us. Truly join us. With your power and our vision, we could usher in that dawn. Think of it. Adam continued his work. The fanatic behind him was truly befitting of Hydra. He saw the files on the space fracture. He saw the names of other test subjects, now deceased. He saw Price's personal notes, his ambitions, his casual cruelty. Finally, the transfer was complete. Adam removed his hand from the terminal, then took out the storage devices. He turned slowly to face the bound doctor. Price was still smiling, his eyes gleaming with missionary zeal. He had seen Adam broken, screaming, catatonic. He believed the man before him was an emotional void, all but lobotomized by trauma. He could manipulate him. Then Adam smiled back. It was an unsettling, foreign expression on his usually impassive face. It was a weird smile, for he had forgotten how to smile. It was downright horrifying. The smile felt like a crack in old porcelain, a foreign and unsightly strain on facial muscles long atrophied from disuse. It wasn't a gesture of joy, but a rictus of grim triumph, and it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The act of smiling itself was somewhat uncomfortable for his stiff face. It's been a long, long time since he last smiled. It was only recently, after he'd covertly accessed a junior technician's personal laptop, that he'd comprehended the full, crushing weight of the calendar. 12 years. A dozen revolutions around the sun spent in a sterile hell of white walls and screaming silence. His previous life had been short, squandered in the clinical confinement of a hospital, fighting a losing battle against a body that had betrayed him. And now this. This was somehow a crueler punchline from a universe with a sick sense of humor. It made the very concept of life seem like a malevolent joke. He turned from the humming terminal, his boots making no sound on the polished floor as he approached the bound doctor. Price looked up, his initial terror subsiding back into a fanatic's curiosity, seeing Adam's pensive expression. Adam's first words were not threats, but a soft, genuine murmur of existential wonder. "I have doubts, Doctor. Serious ones. Is any of this worth the effort? The running, the hiding, the inevitable pain if, when, they catch me again. They'll make the last 12 years feel like a spa retreat." He tilted his head, his eyes distant. Perhaps the most logical choice is to simply end it. Deny them the satisfaction. Spare myself the future suffering. Should I even give life another chance? Dr. Price's eyes lit up, sensing an opening, a crack in the subject's resolve. The salesman in him, the true believer, took over. Neither, my boy. Neither flight nor that tragic, final fall. The third path. Join us. Work with us. Your power, your intellect, combined with Hydra's vision and resources. We wouldn't just rule the world, we would save it from itself. We would be saints. Honestly, Adam wouldn't be surprised if the men meant every word. Some evil people do not believe themselves to be evil. They believe they are doing the right thing, or at least have deluded themselves into believing that. Damn. That's twisted. What's Hydra's goal anyway? World domination, right? I think some authoritarian bullshit. Wasn't it something about Inhumans? What Marvel universe is this anyway? Adam raised a single eyebrow, a flicker of dark amusement in his gaze. He muttered, almost to himself, I recall a saying. There are no permanent enemies, and no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Price nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a buoy on a wave of excitement. Yes. Precisely. You see it. It's all a calculus of power and benefit. I do see it, Adam agreed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And it makes me wonder, why, then, are my most permanent, most deeply felt interests right now centered entirely on deriving pleasure from the suffering of you and every other member of Hydra? Adam blinked and continued, it seems my interests are fundamentally, irreconcilably opposed to yours. Price's eager expression shattered, replaced by a condescending sneer. He threw his head back and laughed, a harsh, barking sound that echoed in the sealed room. You foolish boy. You have no conception of the entity you're taunting. Hydra is a system, an idea, a Hydra in truth. Cut off one head, and two more take its place. To think you can even scratch us is the delusion of a broken mind. Your dream is hopeless. Adam didn't retort with anger. Instead, he let out a low, weird chuckle, the sound dry and brittle. He changed the subject so abruptly that it left Price mentally stumbling. Do you believe in souls, Doctor? An ethereal essence, a consciousness that persists after the body is rendered to ash. Price blinked, confused. What? That's superstitious nonsense. We are meat and electricity. Nothing more. A fascinating perspective, Adam mused, his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. I promise you, I will kill you today. But worry not. In the future, when my power has grown, I will make a point to look for yours. I will scour whatever realms exist for your particular spark of meat and electricity. And if I find it, I will make certain you never, ever see the light of day again. Consider it a long-term project. With that, he set to work, efficiently and without fanfare. He used multiple sets of plastic cuffs, threading them through a heavy conduit pipe on the wall, securing Price in a kneeling position, his arms wrenched painfully behind him. The doctor struggled for a moment, then stilled, watching Adam with a mix of fury and morbid fascination. Satisfied with his handiwork, Adam stepped back, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. The effect was instantaneous. A blaring, robotic female voice echoed through the entire facility, from the deepest sublevel to the highest observation deck. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Authorization, Alpha. T-5 minutes. All personnel evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. The message began to repeat, the cadence relentless and terrifying. Price's composure finally broke, but not in the way Adam might have expected. Fear for his own life seemed secondary. "You idiot!" he screamed over the klaxon. "This is a tantrum. A wasteful, petulant tantrum. Think of the research. The data. Your own potential. Don't throw it all away. Join us. For the greater good. You are too perfect a specimen to be wasted in this blaze of insanity." Adam looked at the raving man, tied to the wall like a sacrificial offering, and a genuine, amused laugh escaped his lips. It was a cold, clean sound. He shook his head in mock despair. "You know, Doctor, I truly hadn't made a decision. I was leaning towards the bullet. But your words, your unshakable, lunatic conviction, you've convinced me. I should give life another chance." His eyes grew hard, like chips of flint. "Life, that fickle bitch, has tried to bring me down too many times. Fortune, too, has been a cruel mistress. Though, to be fair." He trailed off, the words, information, remaining a silent, powerful secret in the vault of his mind. "I've had my lucky breaks. Chapter 4, Misfortune fell for me." He trailed off, the words, information, remaining a silent, powerful secret in the vault of his mind. "I've had my lucky breaks." He walked closer, leaning down so his face was inches from Price's. "Thank you for the clarity. And I promise, I will find you soon enough. It's a shame I don't have more time to play with you now. But the afterlife is long. We'll have an eternity for deeper discussions." He turned and walked calmly out of the office, leaving an utterly bewildered Dr. Price alive and screaming after him. "You're choosing death. This path leads only to a grave. A shallow, unmarked grave in this godforsaken jungle." Adam paused at the doorway, his back to the doctor. He didn't turn around. He simply let a single, dismissive phrase hang in the air. "Nah. I'd live." "Yup, he's aura farming. Dude, he's farming sympathy, pity, and all in between. This is a farming show." He kept the rest of the phrase in his mind. "Or die trying to reach a level so high he can never experience that same misery ever again." There is no in-between in his mind. He had seemingly engraved in his mind a vow that he could only succeed, and that he'd choose suicide every time instead of capture. The vow seemed to have twisted his mind in some strange ways. He felt as if he had lost all hesitation. The scene outside was one of controlled pandemonium. Researchers in white coats shoved past guards, desperate faces illuminated by the flashing red emergency lights. Adam moved away from them. He didn't join the exodus to the main exits. Instead, he slipped into an armory that had been hastily abandoned. The signs of chaos were evident, lockers hung open, a spilled box of ammunition glittered on the floor. He took only what he needed, a compact 9mm pistol, 2 extra magazines, and a wicked, serrated combat knife. Then a few other interesting weapons that won't slow him down. Price, left alone in the blaring silence of his office, felt a cold dread seep into his bones that had nothing to do with the self-destruct sequence. In fact, it had nothing to do with the self-destruct sequence, as it still had plenty of time left. It was a bad premonition, the kind that whispered of layers within layers. His scientific mind raced, trying to untangle Adam's final, cryptic words. His answer came with the arrival of the Hydra rapid response team. The door to his office was blown off its hinges with a controlled charge. 4 figures in advanced, black tactical armor swept in, weapons scanning the room. "Area clear. We have Dr. Price." One of them barked into his comms. Price felt no relief as realization dawned on him, sinking horror settling in. No, get out. It's a trap." He yelled, but his warning was cut off. the blaring evacuation warning suddenly ceased. For one heartbeat, there was absolute, deafening silence. Then, the robotic voice returned, calm and final. Self-destruct sequence, detonation. The lead soldier's eyes widened in utter horror behind his visor. There was supposed to be more than 10 minutes left. So why the fuck did it suddenly become 0? It was 0 to annihilation. Dr. Price's face, in the last microsecond of his life, did not contort in fear. It was a mask of pure, unadulterated fascination. How? How had Adam achieved this? He must have been miles away by now, yet he had seen this moment, had timed this cataclysm with the precision of a god, triggering at the instant the rescue team confirmed his location. It was a level of foresight and control that was beautiful. No, maybe he was watching me right now in my last moments. His final thought was one of profound, scientific awe before the world turned to white-hot fire. The facility, and about a square kilometer of ancient Australian rainforest around it, were not just destroyed, they were unmade. The independent nature of Hydra's branches meant there was no time for a coordinated countermeasure. They could only watch on satellites as the asset and an entire research outpost were wiped from the face of the earth. Miles away, standing on a rocky outcrop overlooking the dense, deadly jungle, Adam heard the deep-throated whump of the explosion. The sound seemed to have been absorbed by the vast, living tapestry of the rainforest. He didn't turn to look. His attention was entirely on the task at hand. His shirt was off, and he was contorted in an awkward position, his left arm reaching over his right shoulder. In his hand was the combat knife, its tip buried a half-inch into the flesh of his back, just below his scapula. His face was set in a deep frown of concentration, the only outward sign of the agony of performing self-surgery. He had no mirror. His vision was irrelevant. It didn't matter if he scraped a little more flesh while digging for his target. Luckily, he can faintly sense the tiny, foreign object embedded deep in his muscle tissue through cyberpathy, the third and final subcutaneous tracker. The other two had been planted as distractions, one thrown downstream, the other fixed to a large cassowary he'd encountered, sending Hydra on a wild goose chase. This was the one that mattered. With a final, not-so-precise twist, he hooked the tiny device and flicked it out. It landed on the rock, a minuscule bead of silicon and metal. He crushed it under his heel. 3 parts of his body were a mess. He was no surgeon, and he didn't have much time. Fortunately, Hydra numbed him to pain. Torture was regular, especially at the start, when they interrogated him about the workings of his powers. "Thanks, I guess," Adam muttered. He feels like such pain tolerance would serve him well in the future, if he survives today. He was just wiping the blood from his knife when a new sound cut through the jungle's chorus. It started as a low hum, growing rapidly into a powerful, deafening roar. He looked up, squinting against the sun, as a shape descended through the clouds. It must have been plain, impossibly fast, but as it slowed, its outline shimmered and it simply appeared. 1 second, there was empty sky, the next, a massive, black bird of death was hovering before him. The blackbird. A jolt of recognition, half from his past life memories, half from Hydra's files, shot through him. The X-Men. Hope was a dangerous, unfamiliar sensation. It was far more likely this was another Hydra unit, one with even more advanced technology. He had promised himself, escape or die. Never again. As the hatch of the blackbird began to open with a hydraulic hiss, Adam calmly raised the pistol in his hand. But he didn't aim it at the ship. With a steadiness that spoke of a resolve forged in 12 years of hell, he pressed the cold barrel firmly against his own temple. His finger rested on the trigger. Just in case. His eyes, calm, without a shred of hesitation, watched the opening hatch, waiting to see which enemy would emerge. He would either escape this planet or he would leave it. There were no other options. Damn, that's a tragic backstory. He's definitely not sane. Dunno, his thought process seems rather pragmatic. You above, you stupid. 12 years of hell and you think he'd stay sane? Yo. Shut the fuck up. There are comic characters that experienced worse things and kept sane through sheer will. You think he's fucking Batman? Dumbass. Well, actually, there are many theories about Batman being insane. Actual nerd festival in here. Why is this TV show always broadcast live anyway? With chat sections on top of that. Hey, it's a novel idea, and it seems successful so far. The scene that greeted the X-Men was one of profound and unsettling distress. They had expected a fleeing victim, a desperate mutant, perhaps even a cornered animal ready to fight. They had not expected the young man to be his own executioner. He stood poised on the rocky outcrop, silhouetted against the vast, green expanse of the rainforest, a pistol held with unnerving steadiness to his own temple. His eyes, dead and hollow, were fixed on them, weighing their souls in a single, silent moment. Don't. The word was soft, yet it carried a psychic weight that cut through the roar of the Blackbird's engines. It was Jean Grey, her voice a lifeline thrown across a chasm of hopelessness. Her empathy brushed against the edges of his consciousness, offering a palpable sense of calm and concern. Jean's telepathy also brushed past him, ready to forcefully stop him from ending his existence if he so much as pushed against that trigger. Adam blinked. The resolve in his eyes didn't waver, but the target of it shifted. He slowly, deliberately, lowered the gun, his finger sliding off the trigger. He let out a long, shuddering breath, a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 12 years of torment. He wouldn't have hesitated for even a microsecond had they been Hydra. Death was a cleaner, kinder fate than a return to the White Room. Never again. At any cost. It seemed, however, that the fickle bitch Lady Luck had decided to change faces. Chapter 5, Good Old Internet Comments. It seemed, however, that the fickle bitch Lady Luck had decided to change faces. The X-Men had found him on their own, intercepting his meticulously planned, yet inherently risky, trajectory. His long-term strategy had involved using stolen Hydra data as a bargaining chip to contact them himself, ensuring his value and securing a place. Now, that leverage felt secondary. The reality was stark and simple, he had no other choice. Hydra's reach was global, their tendrils buried deep in every power structure. His mutant power, envy, held vast potential, but in its current state, it was a scalpel against an army. He was better suited as support, a ghost in the machine. His cyberpathy had allowed him to take over the base, but it had been a patient, plodding process, too slow for a world that moved at the speed of supervillains. As the X-Men approached, their movements were deliberately non-threatening. Cyclops kept his visor neutral, his hands visible. Nightcrawler stood with a sympathetic tilt to his head, his yellow eyes wide with concern. "We mean you no harm," Cyclops began, his voice firm yet reassuring. "I'm Cyclops. This is Phoenix, Shadowcat, and Nightcrawler. You're safe now. How did you find me?" Adam's voice was rough from disuse, each word scraping out. "The Professor," Jean answered gently. "Professor Xavier. He sensed you. You're in safe hands now. You can relax. We're all of the same kind, like you." Nightcrawler, in a puff of brimstone-scented air, appeared beside him, a steadying hand on his arm. "Easy, friend. You are not well." Adam looked down at himself, truly seeing his body for the first time since the escape began. His torso was a roadmap of suffering. Pale, silvery scars crisscrossed his skin, a testament to years of surgical butchery. Fresher, angrier wounds wept a clear, infected fluid. A thin trickle of blood had dried from his nose, and more speckled his lips. He had been operating on a cocktail of pure spite, desire, and determination. He was so accustomed to the constant background hum of pain and exhaustion that he'd failed to notice his body was actively shutting down. The overuse of his powers, envy, the cyberpathic surge to trigger the base's destruction, it had all taken a catastrophic toll. "The wounds are infected," he stated flatly, the clinical observation a shield for his own surprise. "I removed subcutaneous trackers in an unsterile environment. Should be safe from AIDS, though," he'd chuckle, making fun of his own state. However, he had to trust them, for now. He was too weak to do otherwise. They were the good guys, after all. But a cold, logical part of his mind, the part forged in Hydra's fire, whispered a warning. This was the Marvel Universe, a mess of infinite realities. What if the X-Men here weren't the paragons he remembered? His vision began to tunnel, the vibrant greens of the jungle fading to gray. "I need to. Ag, my stupid bray." The sentence died as his knees buckled. He realized that he was losing consciousness even though he had felt like he could go on for hours more before. That was the sign that he relaxed too much, without the previous sense of urgency, which is why his brain dozed off. The last thing he felt was Nightcrawler's three-fingered grip catching him before the world went black. Consciousness returned not with a jolt, but as a slow, gentle tide. The first thing Adam registered was the absence of pain. Not the complete absence, a deep, pervasive ache remained, but the sharp, silent screaming agony was gone, replaced by a muffled dullness. The second thing was the texture. The sheets against his skin were soft, clean cotton, not the starched, abrasive linen of his cell. The air smelled of antiseptic, yes, but underneath it was a hint of lemon polish and sunlight. He opened his eyes. He was in a room. A real room, with walls painted a warm, calming blue. A desk stood against one wall, a simple wooden chair tucked under it. A bookshelf, empty, waited. And there was a window. A large, clear pane of glass through which golden, afternoon sunlight streamed, falling across his bed in a warm, comforting patch. He slowly lifted a hand, his movements stiff, and let the sunlight play across his pale skin. The sensation was so alien, so profoundly beautiful, that his breath hitched. Then there was the figure sitting by the side, basked in the glow of the sun, so alien and angelic that he had to wonder. Am I in heaven? He whispered aloud, his voice a rasp. A gentle, melodic laugh answered. I'm afraid not. Though I'll take the compliment. Sitting in an armchair, a book in her lap, was Jean Grey. The sunlight caught the fiery hues of her hair, creating a halo effect. Heaven has angels that are redheads, then. He mused, the words slipping out before he could filter them. He unfortunately doesn't have filters. The white cell that was his home for the past decade taught him no such thing. Jean smiled with a genuine, warm expression. I'm flattered, but no. You're still very much alive. You're at the Xavier Institute. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Her smile softened with concern. When you woke up just now. I sensed a flicker of regret. Most people are relieved to be alive and free. Adam's face, which had momentarily relaxed, settled back into its neutral mask. Life is hard, so I did feel some regret upon realizing I'm not in heaven. This is marvel, he thought, the knowledge a lead weight in his soul. Living here is like being a public ownahole with a line of cosmic entities, supervillains, and alternate reality versions of yourself waiting for a turn. And there are infinite lines for infinite use. The dark, crude analogy was the only way his traumatized mind could frame the existential dread. He shifted the subject, his eyes narrowing slightly. So. You can sense regret. He knew his emotional range had been sanded down to a few core fundamentals: rage, determination, and a deep, abiding spite. He had forgotten how to perform nuanced emotion. I'm a telepath, Jean explained carefully, not wanting to spook him. And an empath. I can sense surface thoughts and emotions. Though, I have to admit, reading you is difficult. It's like trying to grasp smoke. Adam didn't respond. Internally, he understood. Hollow is the answer. He had envied the mental privacy of others, the unviolated sanctity of their own minds, something stripped from him in his first year when he'd broken so completely. That envy had manifested as a curse that deprived the mind of any substantive emotional or psychic flesh to grasp. He could, and often did, curse himself with it, a defensive blanket against the world. His own curses were always far more potent on himself than on others. Their conversation was interrupted as the door opened with a soft click. A regal woman with white hair and striking blue eyes entered, pushing a wheelchair. In it sat a man whose presence filled the room without him uttering a word. He had a calm, authoritative demeanor, and his eyes held a depth of wisdom and kindness that was almost physically palpable. Hello, my friend, the man in the wheelchair said, his voice a deep, resonant baritone that promised safety. I am Charles Xavier. This is Aurora Monroe. Welcome to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Storm offered a small, welcoming smile. It is good to see you awake. Professor X guided his chair closer. This is a school, first and foremost. A place for young mutants to learn, to grow, and to find a community where they are accepted for who they are. The X-Men, whom you have met, are a team that operates from here. We protect a world that fears and hates us. We strive for peaceful coexistence. I want to stress that you are safe here, and I sincerely hope you will consider joining our family. Adam's response was immediate. He offered a small, unpracticed smile, even an ugly smile. I agree. I heard word of the X-Men in the labs. Given my circumstances, anywhere other than here would mean a swift and certain death. I have nowhere else to go. Professor Xavier nodded, his expression growing more serious. Then let me be direct, and please know you can refuse to answer any question that causes you discomfort. The organizations that typically prey on mutants, they have developed ways to shield themselves from my telepathic scans. I only sense the enormous surge of your mutant power after you escaped. Can you tell me what happened? Were there other mutants being held where you were? Adam shook his head. The facility was dedicated to the study of spacetime. My imprisonment was due to my ability's tangential relation to that field. There were no other mutants. I read their logs. I made sure of it before I destroyed everything. The statement was delivered with a chilling finality. I see, Xavier said, his brow furrowed. The people who did this to you. Do you know who they are? And, considering you had access to their data, did you learn anything that might help us prevent this from happening to others? I don't know nearly enough, Adam admitted, his voice low. But I have a name. Hydra. An organization seeking world domination, or so their propaganda claims. He gestured weakly towards a duffel bag sitting on the floor in the corner. Everything I managed to salvage is in that laptop. I didn't escape empty-handed. Professor Xavier's eyes brightened with a keen, strategic light. This was far more than he had hoped for. This information could save countless lives. Thank you. Storm stepped forward. Welcome to your new home. She, Jean, and the professor then introduced themselves again, using their real names, Charles, Aurora, and Jean, a gesture of openness designed to build a bridge. To get him to open up. And you? Charles asked gently. What shall we call you? Adam blinked and answered. Then, after another pause, he added a surname, plucking it from the air, a cipher for his new beginning. Adam's cipher. They expressed concern for his mental well-being, assuring him they were there for him, that healing took time. They were, by all appearances, a group of genuinely good individuals. As they left him to rest, bathed in the warm, setting sun, Adam mused that they were right to be concerned. But not for the reasons they thought. He had never felt better, not even in his past life. The gnawing, constant pain was a familiar companion, but the oppressive weight of absolute confinement was gone. Even the prison that's his mind was set free. He felt it was difficult to describe his state of mind. It was somewhat eerie to him. I think I understand how he feels. Like, his mind must be so focused on success, and nothing else, because he vowed that the alternative would be suicide. So something like the vow in HXH, the will to give up all else for a single purpose. What's HXH? Ach, Tui. Actual peasant. How have you not seen HXH? You, shush, not everyone is a loser weeb like you. Oh, look, the comic nerd is speaking. Actual nerd v weeb, why you two team killing bud? Ha 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 ha, they were interrupted by Adam's raspy laugh, at least my imaginary friends are entertaining. Please, keep me entertained just as I will keep you entertained. He seemingly spoke to himself, but his words sounded quite eerie to the audience. Is it a coincidence, or can he actually see our comments? LOL. Of course it's a coincidence, retard. Dude, I was joking, no need to be rude. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of people are watching the show live, so at least thousands should be chatting at any given moment. Adam, thus, had to wonder how information chooses which comments to show him, and how does the audience keep up. All still a mystery. Chapter 6, F for Hydra. Adam stood before the full-length mirror in his new room, the first one he'd ever had that was truly his. He was dressed in the casual clothes they provided, a simple gray t-shirt and dark pants. The fabric felt alien against his skin, a sensation so mundane it was weird, very different from the same mental patient outfit Hydra put him in. It's weird how wearing comfy clothes felt so alien. He eyed his own body with a touch of weirdness. It's been a good while since he had a good look at it, as weird as that sounds. His physique was, by any objective measure, perfect. A decade of captivity had not left him malnourished, his captors needed his body at peak operational capacity to fuel his power usage. Boredom and a desperate need for control had led to a relentless workout regimen in his cell. Push-ups, sit-ups, isometric holds, anything to feel the burn of muscle rather than the sear of a probe. The result was a body carved from marble, a testament to discipline forged in hell. It was a canvas, however, ruined by the artist's careless hand. Silvery, precise scars crisscrossed his torso and scalp, the permanent records of surgical curiosity. His head was still bald, the hair only recently allowed to grow. He leaned closer, his fingers tracing the faint, white stubble covering his scalp. Good news, he murmured to his reflection, his voice a low monotone. It's growing back. Bad news. It's white. His hair had been jet black, so why did it change so much? Chronic stress and trauma. A classic side effect. A dry, humorless chuckle escaped his lips. Well, look at that. I got the classic anime protagonist look. The silver-haired, traumatized pretty boy. And it only took a decade of unspeakable torture. What a steal. Damn, he's not wrong. The aesthetic is on point. 12 years for a dye job. Talk about a salon from hell. Bros leveled up his tragic backstory and his character design. Efficiency. A soft knock at the door snapped him from his thoughts. Adam. Are you ready? Jean's voice was gentle, a careful counterpoint to the harshness of his internal monologue. Yes. I'm done. He opened the door to find her waiting, offering a small, reassuring smile. Ready for the grand tour? She asked. He simply nodded, falling into step beside her as she led him through the sprawling mansion. The Xavier Institute was a place of vibrant, chaotic life. The corridors echoed with the laughter of students, the air thrummed with the latent energy of 100 different mutations. Jean pointed out classrooms, talked about the danger room, for controlled training. I promise it's safer than it sounds. She explained with a smile. And the common areas. She led him around, and he got to see some very interesting scenery, especially the students. There was a boy who could change the channel on a television just by looking at it, maybe a form of cyberpathy. Then a girl whose skin momentarily took on the texture of the wall she was leaning against, like a lizard's camouflage. This is a lovely place. His tone felt somewhat rehearsed. Like dialogue from a book on social etiquette. Jean, with her empathic senses, felt the disconnect. There was a natural charisma lurking beneath the surface, but it was buried under layers of learned behavior. That's what a decade of no social interactions does to a man. As they walked away from a group of chatting students, she broached the subject carefully. Adam, if you don't mind me asking, she began, her voice soft. How long were you there? He didn't flinch. He simply shrugged, as if discussing the weather. About 12 years. 12 years. And he's this functional. My guy has a stronger will than my entire bloodline combined. Wait, he mentioned imaginary friends before. What does that mean? Was he hallucinating? Maybe the voices are his real power and he's just playing 4D chess with us. Nah, loneliness can drive one to make friends with a fucking coconut. He doesn't have that there, so maybe he created these imaginary friends to face loneliness. Jean's smile vanished, first surprise taking place, then replaced by a pained sympathy. I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine. And she truly couldn't, not fully. But she could feel a semblance of his emotions. Behind his calm, placid exterior was a maelstrom of emotion, a swirling vortex of rage, hatred, paranoia, and a strange, sharp-edged joy that felt more dangerous than any despair. She made a conscious effort to project warmth and safety towards him, a gentle psychic nudge of reassurance. She led him next to a secure storage locker where his duffel bag and its contents were kept. The various devices and weapons were laid out on a table. We scanned everything. They're clean, no trackers, Jean explained. But I hope you understand, we can't allow you to carry these weapons within the mansion. It's safe here. We protect our own. I understand, Adam replied, his gaze sweeping over the tools of his escape. That makes sense. Jean felt a pang of sadness at his easy acquiescence. He was far too mature, far too understanding for someone his age. He had been forced to become an adult in the most brutal way imaginable. She handed him a sleek, new laptop. The one you brought with you is still being looked at. This one is top of the line. Should serve you better. She left him with the Wi-Fi password, giving him the space she knew he needed to process, to adapt, to reconnect with a world that had moved on without him for 12 years. But as she walked away, a part of her mind remained vigilant, a telepathic sentry keeping a gentle, non-invasive watch. His extraordinary normality was the most alarming signal of all. In her experience, those who had already made a final decision to take their own life often exhibited a preternatural calm, a joyful relief at the impending end. They couldn't take any chances. Jean entered Professor Xavier's office, the heavy oak door closing behind her with a soft click. The professor was at his desk, his fingers steepled. How did it go, Jean? Not good, Professor, she said, sinking into a chair. There's an extreme, foundational distrust. But no fear. None at all. And there's joy. But it's also chaotic, like a radio picking up a dozen stations at once. I can't get a clear read. I'm not sure if he's suicidal, but his emotional state is unsettling. Professor Xavier's expression was grave but unsurprised. He slid a thin file across the desk to her. His emotional state is a perfectly rational response to his lived experience. His real name is Adam Walson. Jean opened the file. Inside was a birth certificate and a missing persons report from over a decade ago. He manifested his powers at the age of 8, Xavier continued, his voice heavy with sorrow. A minor supernatural event, according to the report. His parents, terrified, turned him over to the authorities. He was funneled into the system and disappeared, becoming a subject of, well, Hydra. He was betrayed by the two people in the world who should have protected him above all else. That level of trauma, his distrust is not just warranted, it is a survival mechanism. His choice of the surname, Cypher, is telling. It derives from the Arabic sifr, meaning void, empty, or zero. He is trying to erase what came before. He wants to start from zero. So let's give him that. Ah, damn. My heart actually hurts for him. Wasn't there another mutant by the codename Cypher? Okay, but hear me out, Cypher doesn't just mean zero. It can mean a code. Or someone who reduces others to nothing. His envy power. I think it refers to his power to bring everyone down. Happy face carrot, this guy gets it. I think he's a villain origin story in the making. Well, there aren't many villain shows, but I don't know if this is actually one. It was this information, this confirmation of his horrific past, that finally sealed Adam's place within the mansion. The last vestiges of suspicion that he might be a plant, a Hydra mole, evaporated. He was a victim, and he was now under their protection. After all, it's not the first time an organization of that scale targeted mutants in a similar manner. Speak of the devil, a soft knock came at the door. Enter, Xavier called. Adam stepped inside. He took a seat, having spent the last few hours voraciously consuming current events and technological trends, closing the 12-year gap. I trust you are settling in. Adequately, Adam replied. He then got straight to the point. I have more information for you. I'm unsure of its utility, but I believe you should have it. Xavier leaned forward, his attention fully captured. Any information you can provide is valuable, Adam. The men who oversaw my conditioning, Adam began, his tone flat. Dr. Price. He was talkative. Full of ideological fervor. A few things he said stuck with me. He often ranted about an organization he called S.H.I.E.L.D. He spoke of destroying it from the inside out. He seemed obsessed with global-scale destruction. This is merely hearsay, and I don't know how correct this information is, but from his words, it seems like the organization is world domination after destruction, building anew after destroying the world. Something like that. Professor Xavier's face scrunched up. The calm, unflappable leader of the X-Men was visibly stunned. Are you certain of this, Adam? As certain as I can be, given the source, Adam said with a slight, apologetic tilt of his head. I thought you should know. This is profoundly alarming. Thank you, Adam. This could very well save countless lives. Was that really so surprising? Adam would show surprise. Is Hydra so secretive? Professor X would nod. All I managed to dig up were secrets from the last World War, but the word S.H.I.E.L.D. I think I know what to do. I will contact an old friend. Adam gave a short, respectful nod and excused himself, leaving a deeply troubled Charles Xavier behind. The truth, known only to Adam and the silent audience in his mind, was a masterpiece of half-truths. Dr. Price had never let such a specific, damning secret slip. Price was a fanatic, but he was not a fool. Adam, however, possessed meta-knowledge, a ghost of a memory from a world of comics and movies. Why not use it? A carefully placed lie, wrapped in a kernel of truth. Hydra was inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and they did want to destroy the world with Project Insight. By pointing the formidable resources of the X-Men and, by extension, Charles's friend Nick Fury, in Hydra's direction, he was creating a big target on Hydra's back. Let them fight each other. Let Hydra be famous. Let them be the focus of the show so they can't target him too much. He, moreover, has many more plans for Hydra. He feels as if he's about to make them the most hated organization in the world. With time. Oh my god, he's playing 4D chess. He just sicked the X-Men on Hydra. Hey, don't exaggerate so much. Anyone with average intelligence would do the same. Dude, it's about the potential. He's on his way to be a manipulative little genius. F in the chat for Hydra. They have no idea what's coming. F. Chapter 7, Wolverine. A single day of rest was all Adam could tolerate. The quiet comfort of his room, the lack of immediate threats, felt more unnerving than the constant hum of danger in the Hydra facility. Inactivity was the enemy. Progress was the only acceptable state. He sought out Professor X, finding him in his study amidst towering shelves of books. "Professor," Adam began, his tone respectful but direct. "I think I've rested well. I want to learn and improve, just in case. Preferably in mechanical subjects." Charles Xavier studied the young man. The chaotic maelstrom Jean had described was hidden beneath a surface of unnerving calm. "Your contributions have already been immense, Adam. I assure you that we can protect you. But I understand feeling unsafe. I will arrange for you to study under Forge when he returns from his current mission." "Thank you, Professor." "However," Xavier continued, "Jean mentioned you expressed an interest in potentially joining the X-Men, or at least training alongside them. You want revenge?" Adam met his gaze without flinching. "I do not wish for anyone else to experience what I endured. If stopping Hydra and others like them requires me to fight, then I will fight. Revenge is a personal bonus." Xavier nodded slowly. "A noble, if complicated, motivation. But the X-Men are not a volunteer militia. The dangers we face are extreme. To stand with us, you must possess the capability to survive. But you're hurrying things, Adam. I don't think you're in the right state of mind to make such a decision. Rest and live more." Professor X's words were somewhat true, and it would have been the right thing to do for any other mind, taking time to heal their mental scars. "I've had too much rest," Adam stressed. He wasn't just any normal man. He has meta-knowledge. Therefore, when Professor X said he could keep him safe, he knew it was bullshit. The mutant race is up there in the multiverse, in the number of extinction events and genocides they had to go through. This very school, too, will face many deadly challenges. It's, honestly, as he would like to describe it, an ownahole for misfortune just like him. Damn. So true. The man has a thing for onaholes. What does onahole mean? Happy face, where is your parents? You're not old enough to be watching this. Adam was, however, surprised at his envy being near Omega. At least, his powers don't feel nearly close to an Omega's destructive power, worlds apart. His power, envy, felt so limited, so nascent. A decade in a white box had stunted its growth, allowing only those aspects directly related to his immediate suffering, slow, hollow, recoil, fade, to manifest. He needed to live, to feel the sharp, biting sting of envy in 1,000 different ways, to truly awaken its depths. Near Omega. How? But his power is so specific. How is envy Omega level? Think about it. He can slow inanimate objects. What's stopping him from slowing the Earth's rotation? Happy face, carrot dude, chill. Mutant powers have a cost. Biological, mental energy. Adam's own stamina is the limiter. He'd burn to a crisp trying to slow a planet. He's his own power's weakness. Adam raised a brow. Yeah, that's a possibility. His envy is powerful in that regard, but he limits it. I don't think I can change your mind, can I? Professor X said, "Very well, you've helped us a lot, so I will arrange for you to study under the Forge." Adam smiled. The smile was ugly, but it was better than last night's smile. He was learning to smile again in front of the mirror. He was happy, and he became happier once he was called to be tested by Wolverine and learn from him. He does want to join the X-Men. He cannot sit still, and he has a feeling that only by following them can he coincidentally stumble upon some opportunities. But not now, he will start slow. He still has much to learn after all. Soon, he was walking beside Jean Grey through the mansion's lower levels. A quiet, comfortable silence had settled between them. Jean was driven by a deep well of empathy and a hidden, clinical desire to understand and fix him. She wanted to fix him, maybe out of kindness, or something else. "How do you do it, Adam?" she asked softly, breaking the silence. "How do you still seem so sane?" Logan, he went through something similar, and it left him a wild beast. But you're so calm. I hope you're not just suppressing your emotions. It will not serve you well, trust me. Oh, I see. Adam mused. She thinks I'm like her because she herself suppresses her emotions and desires. At least, as far as he remembers, Jean is suppressing her emotions and desires as she constantly restrains her powers and emotions out of fear of hurting others or losing control. Well, some bullshit like that. He doesn't quite remember the details. That's, however, not what he was doing. Adam let out a low chuckle. It's a matter of focus. I have a goal I'm so determined to achieve that failure was synonymous with death. No, failure means death, I think. He would continue to explain, when your options are succeed or cease to exist, emotional volatility becomes a luxury you can't afford. That's weird, Jean noted, her brow furrowed. Yup, he definitely has mental issues, she concluded, but I can fix him. Is it? What is your goal, Jean? Beyond being an X-Man. She hesitated. To protect people. To help mutants. To, I guess, have some control. She kept the last part vague. Adam nodded as if she'd confirmed a theory. My goal, the destiny I wrote for myself, is to become so absolute, so powerful in every sense, that I never have to suffer again. He'd let out a chuckle, a childish goal, no. Well, I'm kinda a child, didn't live much. What can I say? I just want to live out my fantasies like the immature child that I am, ha ha ha. Adam's words amused even himself, but seemingly only he knows how true they are. Well, she did as well, for Jean's empathic senses registered a fascinating shift as he spoke. The chaotic storm within him stilled, replaced by a bedrock of absolute, unshakable confidence. It wasn't arrogance, it was a cold, factual certainty. Something akin to absolute certainty. It was mesmerizing. I'd say that's a great goal. Impossible, no. Considering how many omnipotent entities exist in Marvel. Trust the confidence. Jean giggled, a light, surprised sound. I wasn't expecting that. She shook her head, a wistful smile on her face. I have to admit, I'm a little envious of that clarity. Adam's head tilted, a genuine flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Envy. That's my thing. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. You shouldn't envy me. You're not only beautiful, but you're also, from what I can gather, one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. You should have the confidence to back that up. If only it were that easy, she smiled, touched by the blunt, unflowery compliment, my power isn't so easy to use or control. Adam shrugged. Confidence, in this case, is half the solution. If you don't believe you can control your power, if you don't have the confidence to succeed, how can you even take the first step forward? You've already accepted a possibility of failure. To a certain extent, you've already failed. I haven't. His words hung in the air, simple and profound, leaving Jean in thoughtful silence. They arrived at a massive, circular door marked Danger Room. With a hiss of hydraulics, it slid open, revealing a vast, empty chamber lined with sophisticated projection equipment. Inside, a short, stocky man with a perpetual scowl and some pent-up rage leaned against a console. This the kid? Wolverine grunted, his eyes, old and weary, scanning Adam from head to toe. Jean nodded. Logan, this is Adam Cypher. Adam, this is Wolverine. Adam stepped forward, his posture relaxed but alert. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Wolverine gave a curt nod. Heard what they did to you. How you holdin' up? I can manage, Adam replied, his voice even. A grim look of approval crossed Logan's face. Good. Don't let those fuckers get in your head. Keep that rage. Bank it. When the time comes, we make 'em feel it. It was a creed, passed from one victim of experimentation to another. Adam's smile widened. That was always the plan. All right, enough chatter, Logan said, stepping into the center of the room. The door hissed shut behind Jean, who took a position at the observation window. Show me what you got. Everything. Don't hold back. I can take it. Adam's eyes narrowed. He didn't mind exposing his powers, cyberpathy, maybe not yet. He decided, however, to go all out in this first demonstration. He needed to see how far he could go against the Wolverine. He had trained his body relentlessly for a decade, a solitary pursuit of push-ups and isometric holds, interrupted only by the scalpels that sought to dissect his mind. He had never thrown a punch at another person before his escape, not even in his last, confined life. Yet, here he was, facing one of the most formidable close-quarters combatants in the multiverse. The absurdity of it was not lost on him. He began to walk towards Wolverine, his pace deliberate, almost casual. Wolverine watched him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. How did he escape from them? It must be his mutant power, he determined. The kid had a fighter's build, but his movement, while controlled, lacked the ingrained instinct of a brawler. Then, something changed. It was subtle at first. Adam's walking pace seemed to accelerate. His steps became a blur. Simultaneously, his form began to lose definition, as if he were fading out of phase with reality itself. To Wolverine, it was a confusing sensory input. His eyes told him the kid was both speeding up and disappearing. Chapter 8, Dick-Sitting Contest. Simultaneously, his form began to lose definition, as if he were fading out of phase with reality itself. To Wolverine, it was a confusing sensory input. His eyes told him the kid was both speeding up and disappearing. To Jean, watching through the reinforced glass, it was a dissonant psychic and visual signal. Her mind struggled to lock onto his presence. Wait, what's happening? Is he vibrating? No way he can win against Wolverine, right? It's obvious. Look at Logan. He's moving slower. Adam used slow on him and fade on himself. Adam hadn't vanished. He had simply become an afterimage. He had layered his curses seamlessly. Slow fell upon Wolverine, a heavy, invisible blanket seeking to drag his legendary reflexes down to a mortal level. At the same instant, Adam applied fade on himself, lowering his presence, making him a peripheral blur. Fade is extremely effective. In fact, every curse that he can apply to himself is very effective, since his curses are more effective on himself than on others. Thus, it was no surprise that Logan found it hard to focus on him, when Adam had deprived himself of a significant portion of his presence. Envy is conceptual in that sense. The effect was disorienting. To Wolverine, the world turned to molasses. His own thoughts felt thick and syrupy. The kid who had been 20 feet away was now a fading ghost, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Adam didn't throw a punch. He flowed inside Logan's guard, his movements swift. He targeted pressure points, the brachial plexus near the neck, the solar plexus, strikes that would have dropped any normal man instantly. He was trying to apply the knowledge he had learned. Thwack. Thwack. The blows landed with solid, meaty thuds. Wolverine grunted, more in surprise than pain, his body barely moving. His healing factor neutralized the damage before it could even register, if there was any in the first place. Adam didn't follow up but leaped back. He reappeared 10 feet away, his breathing slightly elevated. The entire exchange had taken less than 2 seconds. Adam, however, wasn't happy. He was frowning. The exchange felt odd, almost staged in a way. Adam wanted to test that odd feeling and walked toward the beast again. It felt to Wolverine like Adam's form flickered, not like Kitty Pryde's phased intangibility, but like a bad television signal, his edges blurring and fading from direct perception. 1 second, he was there, the next, a ghostly afterimage was materializing right beside him. A fist, moving with surprising force, was already arcing towards his ribs. Adam saw how Logan twisted, managing to turn the direct hit into a glancing blow. Before Adam could react, he felt an impact in his jaw, followed by a wave of dizziness, but he quickly caught himself and leaped back. Not only did hitting Logan feel like hitting concrete, but he also realized that Logan had somehow adapted to his low presence and speed from the very first confrontation. Did he allow me to hit him the first time? Adam had to wonder. Well, it wasn't surprising. The gap between them is wider than that bitch life's butt crack. He mused with his usual twisted humor. Not bad at all, Logan said, flexing his hand, the sensation of which was deeply unsettling. What the hell did you just do, kid? Everything feels off. Like my body's a half-second behind the world. Adam stood calmly a safe distance away, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. My mutant power. I call it envy. It allows me to deprive others, or even objects, of certain things. Think of it like a curse. In this case, I deprived you of some of your speed. There are many limits to my power, but it's still quite useful, I think. For someone with trust issues, he sure told them a lot, but he felt it necessary to tell them for many reasons. First, it's likely he will be their teammate soon, and they will have to know his capabilities to work together. Second, his biggest secret is still information, which brings out the last point. envy will serve as a mask or an explanation to basically every extraordinary thing he would achieve with information. Everything can be explained with envy. It's a white lie that shall hopefully serve him well. Wolverine's expression shifted from interest to a strange, focused intensity, and the other thing. Why is it so damn hard to keep my eyes on you? That's another aspect, Adam said simply, offering no further explanation. A different curse. Surprisingly, Wolverine didn't press. He, of all people, understood the need to keep cards close to your chest. He'd been a caged animal himself, you didn't show your full hand to anyone. A grunt of understanding was his only response. All right. Let's see what else you got. Don't hold back. I won't. The test evolved into a full-fledged, if one-sided, spar. It was immediately clear that Wolverine was operating at a fraction of his true capacity, even beyond the slow curse. He was a master of virtually every martial art on the planet, a living weapon honed by endless war. Adam, by contrast, was a novice. His strikes, while powerful and well-placed thanks to his analytical mind and stolen speed, were textbook and predictable. He had form, but no art. Yet, Wolverine quickly realized something profoundly irritating: Adam was one of the most annoying people he had ever fought. If the kid had anywhere near his own combat experience, fighting him would be a special kind of hell. The slow curse was the foundation. It forced Logan to fight through a constant, mental and physical drag. Every punch felt like it was thrown through water. Everything felt slower and harder to do. Then there was the Fade curse. Adam had applied it to himself, and as he'd explained to no one, his self-curses were far more potent. Wolverine's enhanced senses, his killer instinct that could track a target by the scent of their fear, were what allowed him to adapt and quickly lock onto Adam. Adam would be right in front of him, and then his mind would simply slide off him, dismissing him as a non-threat until a fist was already near. It was like trying to focus on a specific drop of water in a downpour. But the most exhausting aspect was recoil. Wolverine feinted a low kick and came in with a hard right cross aimed at Adam's shoulder. Adam, his movements a blur of stolen speed, managed a partial block, but the force of Logan's punch, backed by his dense muscle and metal skeleton, was immense. Crack. The sound of impact was followed by a sharp, jolting pain in Wolverine's own wrist and shoulder. It wasn't the full force of his punch, but a significant, jarring fraction of it, rebounding as if he'd just punched a perfectly reactive surface. He grunted, shaking his hand. With every hit came pain. That little pain was nothing to Logan, but it was annoying. It, of course, was even more painful for Adam. It was like a little kid fighting a grown-up. No matter what he did, Logan would easily see through him and counterattack, and that's with the latter going easy on him. The fight became a lesson in frustration for the master warrior. Adam was inexperienced, yes. He left openings a mile wide. But exploiting them was punishing. Hitting him hurts you. Even the act of focusing your intent to attack him felt mentally taxing. Adam changed his tactics for the rest of the fight and fought defensively, using his enhanced speed to evade, parry, and create distance. He wasn't trying to win because that's impossible, he was trying to survive and learn. He absorbed every blocked strike, every near miss, filing away Wolverine's footwork, his feints, the economy of his movement. But the toll was immense. Sweat poured down Adam's face, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Maintaining 3 active curses, slow on Wolverine, and fade and recoil on himself, while also fueling his body with the prime version of slow, was draining his stamina at a catastrophic rate. The constant, background hum of the hollow curse, protecting his mind from psychic intrusion, was another silent energy sink. Recoil feels especially taxing, the act of making any action against himself punishing is too strong, thus its consumption. It's also the most fascinating manifestation of envy, for instead of depriving something, it makes freedom self-punishing. After a particularly clumsy dodge that left Adam stumbling, Wolverine called a halt. "That's enough, kid. You're running on fumes." Adam didn't argue. He simply nodded, his legs giving way as he sank to the floor, chest heaving. The curses dropped, and the strange, oppressive feeling lifted from Wolverine instantly. The world snapped back into sharp, clear focus. Okay, fighting him looks like an absolute nightmare. Yeah, envy is such a cool ability. He's a walking, talking status effect. A debuff dispenser. Wolverine just got kite by a level 1 random. Actual dick-sitting contest above. Like, what do you mean kite? Wolverine bodied him. Oh, shut up, I'd sit on that dick all day, every day. His stamina is trash though. Glass cannon build. Chapter 9, The Value of Pounding. You've got potential, Wolverine stated, walking over and looking down at the panting young man. No technique to speak of. But your power. It's a hell of a force multiplier. You come here every other day. Train with the other newbies. We'll beat some skill into the thick skull of yours. Adam, still trying to catch his breath, looked up and managed a tired but genuine smile. I'd like that. Thank you. Jean approached as Wolverine stalked off, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. She knelt beside Adam, her expression warm. How did it feel? Adam let out a breathless laugh, lying back on the cool floor and staring at the cavernous ceiling. It was fun. A new experience. The adrenaline, the focus, the sheer physicality of it, it was a brutal, painful kind of fun, but it was a feeling he had never truly known. Maybe Hydra had turned me into a masochist. He would chuckle, his way of dark jokes leaving Jean speechless yet again. Okay, just joking. I think they created a villain. I may be a sadist because God did punching things feel so good, he laughed in amusement. Jean couldn't help but giggle. She could feel it. The chaotic storm within him had subsided, replaced by a clean, post-exertion exhaustion. The anxiety and stress that perpetually coiled in his gut had been, for a moment, burned away in the fire of the fight. He seemed lighter. I'm glad. He's actually happy. After all that, a spar with Wolverine is what makes him smile. This is his version of therapy. Getting the shit kicked out of him by a friendly Canadian. Jean's mom energy is off the charts right now. After a long shower that washed away the sweat and grime, and a few hours of rest to replenish his energy, Adam was directed to another part of the mansion. It was Forge's domain. The workshop was a chaotic symphony of invention. It was less a room and more a technological ecosystem. Workbenches were buried under tangles of wires, disassembled energy cores, and circuit boards that glowed with soft, inner light. Half-built exoskeletons hung from chains, and schematics were holographically projected in the air, rotating slowly. The smell of ozone, hot metal, and coffee hung thick in the air. Adam's eyes widened slightly. Some of the technology here was years, if not decades, ahead of what he knew from his past life. It was early 2008, but in the Marvel Universe, that was clearly just a number. Forge stood at a central console, his back to the door. He was a tall, well-built man with a stern, focused expression and a mechanical right hand and leg, artifacts of the Vietnam War. He didn't turn around as Adam entered. Professor X sent word, Forge said, his voice a low baritone. Said I had a student. I'm not a teacher. I don't have the patience for it, and I don't like wasting my time. He finally turned, his dark eyes appraising Adam with a cool, clinical detachment. But Charles doesn't make requests like this lightly. It means he owes you, or he thinks I do. So, what are your qualifications? Convince me not to send you back to the library. Adam met his gaze, the initial intensity in his own eyes softening into a bright, earnest expression. He wasn't offended by the bluntness, he was blunt himself. My qualifications are a decade of theoretical study stolen from my captor's databases and a deep, abiding passion. Adam said, his smile not faltering. I've always dreamt of being an engineer. I've read everything I could and learned a lot. But I am acutely aware that reading and doing are worlds apart. There is still an immense amount I need to learn. He took a step forward, his shameless ambition clear in his eyes. The professor said you're the best. So, please, take care of me from now on. He had no shame, and his explanation wasn't much of an explanation. His qualifications are theoretical, so he brought the professor's name. He did, after all, promise him, and Adam knows that the information he provided is worth a lot. Forge stared at him for a long, silent moment. He can tell this kid is gonna be hella annoying. Theoretical study, huh? Forge gestured to a messy workbench covered in the components of a malfunctioning wideband sensor array. That thing's been on the fritz for a week. The damping field is unstable, and it keeps overloading the tertiary couplers. The schematics are in the terminal. Tell me what's wrong with it. You have 1 hour before I lose interest. Adam's smile didn't fade as he approached the terminal, his fingers already itching to dive into those juicy pieces of metal and code. There is a reason he awakened cyberpathy, his deep love for engineering and machines. You can even say that he's cybersexual. Wait, what? TF is this narrator on about? Time waited for no one, but if it taught Adam one thing, it was that violence is fun. That was the singular, unsettling truth Adam had settled into after a month at the Xavier Institute. His overarching goal, to become absolute, an entity beyond suffering, was the engine that drove him forward, a cold star of purpose in the void of his existence. Without it, he would have long since concluded that the game wasn't worth the candle. But the world itself was a source of constant, low-grade terror. Superheroes. Villains. Vampires and werewolves hiding in the shadows. Mutants who could rewrite reality with a stray thought. And above it all, the whispered concepts of cosmic entities and organizations like the Time Variance Authority. They could, on a whim, snap a divergent timeline, and him with it, out of existence like a gardener pruning an errant branch. He was a speck, a fragile, biological glitch in a universe of gods and monsters. The feeling of powerlessness was a poison in his veins. So, he worked. He threw himself into the only things that offered a semblance of control, knowledge and violence. His days were a brutal cycle. Mornings began with grueling physical conditioning. Then, hours in Forge's workshop, his mind absorbing advanced engineering principles like a sponge, his hands learning the feel of technology that bordered on magic. Evenings were spent in the library, devouring texts on physics, metaphysics, and history. He slept in short, fitful bursts, his body pushed to its absolute limit. Anything less felt like a betrayal of his goal, a slide back into the passive suffering of his captivity. It was an obsession, and he knew it. But he couldn't stop. First, he genuinely loved the intricate puzzle of technology. Second, a deep-seated, clinical OCD refused to let him rest until a project reached a state of satisfactory completion. He needed to feel he was pushing himself harder than anyone else, because that was the only path to absolute. But the pressure was immense, a constant, screaming weight on his psyche. He had lived 2 lives, yet one could argue he had lived none, from a hospital bed to a lab rat's cage. What was the point of it all if not for some form of happiness? He had found his answer in the danger room. In the controlled, cathartic release of violence. The feeling of his fists connecting, the strain of his muscles, the hyperfocused state of a fight, it burned away his anxiety and stress. If there is something he still fears in this godforsaken world, it would be the inability to kill himself when necessary. There are, unfortunately, too many broken entities that can deprive him of the ability to end his own existence if he faces capture or imprisonment. That's the only flaw that preserved a little fear in his otherwise fearless heart. Professor X, sensing his need for a controlled outlet, had been accommodating. This is why Adam is in his room, first thing in the morning, wrecking a heavy-duty punching bag suspended from his ceiling. Thump. Thump thump. Crack. The rhythm was relentless. Each strike was a release, a physical manifestation of his will. The impact traveled up his arms, a satisfying jolt that grounded him in his body. Punch after punch, kick after kick, he poured all his stress into the synthetic leather. God, it felt good. The circumstances of this life and his previous left him, unfortunately, a virgin, but he was more certain that this was just as fun as the other type of pounding. Okay, but the sheer rage in those punches. What did that bag do to him? It existed. That's enough for our boy. Why is he so horny? His thoughts are literally an encyclopedia of sexual sayings. Yeah, noticed that too. But I think it's more so weird and dark humor, no. It's fitting, I'd say. Adam's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The fuck are they talking about? He might as well have erectile dysfunction because sex is the last thing on his mind in this fucked up world. He really believes that in. Well, the penetration process, he'd go soft just imagining his partner as the corpse she will be in the future, because everyone fucking dies here. It would remind him that he doesn't have time to pound something other than a punching bag. At least the latter makes him stronger. Chapter 10, Fourth Wall Penetration. It would remind him that he doesn't have time to pound something other than a punching bag. At least the latter makes him stronger. The audience's chatter, a constant background hum in his consciousness, shifted in tone. The topic of his reality was becoming a point of fascination. Wait, hold up. The viewership counter just hit 1 million. For a show with zero marketing. This is insane. It must be because of all the noise around it and all the lawsuits flying around. My feed says this is the 3rd episode. How are they filming this? It's live. Did you see the news? A couple of hours ago, Disney put out a statement. They have no part in this. They're calling it a major copyright violation. No way. Someone in the comments said they contacted the actors. The guy who plays Wolverine. He says he's never been on this set. They're all filing suits. They're claiming it's all AI generated. That's impossible. The acting, the cinematography, there's no way. This has to be a next-level marketing stunt by Disney. But if it's a violation, why is it still up on Disney+? It's streaming live on their platform right alongside YouTube and Twitch. And on like every pirate site simultaneously. How is that even technically possible? This is getting weird. It makes no sense. Adam landed a final, spinning kick that sent the bag swinging violently on its chain. He stood there, chest heaving, sweat dripping onto the mat. He could feel the audience's confusion, their theories swirling. It was time to plant a seed. Why are my imaginary friends talking about me as if I'm a movie character? He mused aloud, tilting his head as if listening to a distant voice. He then looked directly forward, his eyes seeming to pierce through the veil, making deliberate, unnerving eye contact with an unseen camera. My mental is acting up today, huh? That's enough violence for the day. He turned and walked towards his bathroom, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. Did he just? He looked right at me. He fucking looked right at me. Okay, what the actual hell? This is a fourth wall break. This has to be. Is this a Truman Show type thing? Is he in on it? I'm not sure, but the timing is too good, no. Under the stream of hot water, Adam allowed himself a small, calculated smile. Appearances were important, especially for someone whose progress was tied to being a compelling narrative. He stood before the mirror again, examining his now decent head of hair. The mix of white and gray strands was striking, and it effectively hid the worst of the scalp scars. Only the one on his neck, by his left eye, and a few on his hands remained visible. He looked presentable. He looked different, he'd say a good look for a main character. He was piecing the system together. The information panel was his interface. The imaginary friends were the audience, the observers. He had minor control over their perspective. He could sense when the collective focus was on him. And he gained the precious resource, information, from their observation. He'd also discovered a trickle came from being observed by people in this world, too, like Jean or Wolverine, but it was a pittance compared to the torrent from the audience. He could spend information to achieve things. Awakening cyberpathy had cost him his entire poor reserve, resetting it to zero. The mechanism was still opaque, but it seemed to grant him powers based on the nature of the expenditure and his own latent potential, and likely, what the audience's observation. The most fascinating puzzle, however, was the fourth wall. He had tried direct addresses before, but the message often felt filtered, diluted, as if some topics were restricted. Now, free from Hydra's dampeners, he was learning the rules. He wanted to expand his influence to get more observers. What better way to accelerate their discovery of the show's supernatural nature than with a little supernatural fourth wall breaking? His stomach growled, pulling him from his thoughts. He bypassed the bustling cafeteria. Sometimes, the act of creation, even something as simple as a meal, was its own therapy. The process soothed his OCD, giving him a satisfying, completed task. Today, his appetite demanded a chicken burrito. He savored the ritual, seasoning the chicken, chopping the fresh vegetables, warming the tortilla. It was a small, perfect thing. He assembled his masterpiece and carried it outside, seeking a quiet spot on the sprawling lawns to eat in the morning sun. Before he could choose one, a voice called out to him. Adam. Over here. It was Anna. Rogue. She was sitting alone on a bench under a large oak tree, a textbook open but ignored on her lap. She was one of the few other trainees in Wolverine's brutal sessions, a southern girl with a streak of white in her brown hair and a profound loneliness in her eyes. But she does try to fit in. Adam changed course without hesitation. He sat down beside her, close enough for casual conversation, ignoring the wide berth other students usually gave her. He had never once flinched away, never displayed a flicker of the fear that was most people's first and only reaction to her. Her powers, after all, are extremely dangerous. Hey, he said, unwrapping his burrito. Skipping the breakfast chaos. Something like that, she said, her accent soft. She nodded at his food. That looks a sight better than cafeteria scrambled eggs. You didn't make one for me. Didn't know I was on breakfast duty, he replied, a smile touching his lips. Next time. I'll even add extra guacamole. A Southern belle like you probably appreciates good avocados. She laughed, a real, unforced sound. Silly. But I'm looking forward to it. She couldn't sense fear from him, ever. Around her, most people were a cocktail of anxiety, pity, and caution. Adam was just Adam. A calm, attentive presence. It was why she'd sought him out, why they'd become fast friends amidst the controlled chaos of training. Their easy conversation flowed, a lovely, normal moment in a deeply abnormal life. She complained about a physics test, he joked about Forge's impossible standards, and for a few minutes, the weight of the world lifted. Good old human interactions. A decade of no grass touching made such moments interesting. It was shattered by a voice that was anything but friendly. Well, well. Look at this. They both looked up. A group of 3 older students was approaching, led by a boy with a sneer that seemed permanently etched onto his face. He was broad-shouldered, with perfectly styled hair and an air of entitlement that clung to him like cheap cologne. The boy's eyes, full of malicious curiosity, locked onto Adam, completely ignoring Rogue as if she were part of the scenery. "So, you're the new charity case," he drawled. "I've been meaning to ask. Why does the new guy keep company with a freak?" The boy's name was John, and the practiced cruelty in his sneer made it clear this was a familiar routine. The air went cold. Anna stiffened beside him, her shoulders hunching slightly, a familiar shield of defensive resignation falling over her features. It was a reflexive reaction born from a lifetime of being seen as a monster. Her greatest fear in that moment was not John's words, but the possibility of seeing Adam's warm, accepting gaze turn cold and wary. She put her head down, her body trembling with a quiet, desperate shame. John, emboldened by her reaction and Adam's silence, pressed his advantage. "Seriously, new guy, you should know who you're hanging with," he jeered, his cronies nodding along like sycophantic puppets. "She's a real freak. Put her last boyfriend in a coma. Just by touching him." Adam ignored the taunts, his mind briefly flickering through a catalogue of Marvel lore. This version of a fire-wielding bully didn't quite match the pyro he vaguely recalled, but the multiverse was a messy, inconsistent place. The details were irrelevant. He focused on John, his strange gaze sizing him up. "So," Adam said, his voice cutting through John's vitriol with a calm response. "You're the pyromancer?" John stopped, his sneer faltering for a second. Pyro-mancer. He rolled the word on his tongue, and a spark of pleasure lit his eyes. He liked it. He liked it a lot. "Yeah," he said, puffing out his chest. "That's me. You heard of me?" Adam nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Heard a thing or two. The guy with the cool fire ability." He gestured to the space on the bench beside him, a disarming, welcoming smile on his face. "Why don't you show me? I'm always interested in impressive powers." "Wait, what is he doing? Is he seriously befriending the bully?" "I'm disappointed. I thought he was going to stand up for Rogue. This is a weird turn." "Why?" "I believe. I don't think he would do that, considering his past." "I, too, believe." Chapter 11, I am a novice trickster. He gestured to the space on the bench beside him, a disarming, welcoming smile on his face. "Why don't you show me? I'm always interested in impressive powers." "Wait, what is he doing? Is he seriously befriending the bully?" "I'm disappointed. I thought he was going to stand up for Rogue. This is a weird turn." "Why?" "I believe. I don't think he would do that, considering his past." "I, too, believe." John, his ego thoroughly stroked, sat down without a second thought, completely disarmed. He was putty in the hands of a novice manipulator, as Adam considers himself to be. He pulled out a Zippo lighter with a flourish. "Watch this." With a flick of his wrist and a surge of his power, the small flame erupted, not as simple fire, but as a controlled, artistic display. He was a mutant pyrokinetic, he couldn't create fire, but he could control its shape, intensity, and movement. Adam watched, his expression one of genuine admiration. "Fascinating. But I wonder about the limits." He leaned in, his tone that of a curious mind. "Can you shape it into something more detailed? An eagle, perhaps? Or what about density? Can you condense the fire to a point where it achieves a semi-solid state? What would that even look like? Would the molecular excitement transform it into a magma-like substance?" John's eyes widened, the questions igniting his imagination in a way no one ever had. They saw his power as a blunt weapon or a cheap party trick. I never thought about that, he muttered, and immediately started trying, the flames above his hand writhing and twisting as he focused. Soon, a flaming eagle soared from his palm, then morphed into an intricate, spinning lotus flower. They chatted for a few minutes, Adam guiding the conversation with effortless charisma, while Rogue sat beside him, her heart sinking into a cold pit. This is it, she thought. He's like all the others. He sees a shiny power and forgets about the freak. Adam then took a deliberate bite of his burrito. You know, he said conversationally, a man of impeccable taste once said the key to a good burrito is the hands of a Latina. He didn't give them the time to respond to his usual humor as he continued. But can you believe it? Before last month, I hadn't had one in 12 years. He chewed slowly, savoring it. In fact, I hadn't had a decent meal in a very long time. Lived off stuff that made dog food look gourmet. John and his friends were pulled from their fiery fascination, staring at Adam with confusion. How? One of them blurted out. Adam looked genuinely surprised. You don't know. I thought it was school gossip. An evil organization called Hydra had me imprisoned. Like a guinea pig. For over a decade. He let that hang in the air for a moment, his gaze distant. You can imagine what that's like. I think about killing them all every single day. John's face twisted in anger, a mutant solidarity overriding his previous bullying. Those human bastards. How dare they experiment on one of us? Exactly, Adam agreed, his voice hardening. It's like they have no fear. Treating us like lab rats, despite the power we hold. He then, seemingly offhandedly, gestured to Rogue. It makes you wonder why they're so hellbent on making enemies out of mutants, when there are people like her among us. The shift was so subtle, so seamless, that John didn't see what was coming. Adam continued, his tone musing, almost visionary. It's just so stupid, strategically. I mean, think about it. You're making an enemy out of someone who can put you down with a touch. Just one touch, John. He locked eyes with the pyrokinetic, his own gaze filled with an unnerving, absolute confidence. One touch, and she can absorb your entire existence. Your life force, your memories. He paused for a beat, letting the horror sink in. Even your powers. The very thing that makes you special, John. She can just take it. He leaned back, as if contemplating a fascinating chess move. Now, imagine if she got frustrated. If she decided to stop holding back. If she absorbed the powers of everyone here. He swept a hand to encompass John and his friends. She would be, what? The strongest being in existence. Probably. He looked directly at John again, his charismatic eyes pinning him in place. So, I ask you, John. Why would anyone with a functioning brain cell try so hard to make an enemy of her? Do you not think that's the most idiotic, self-destructive policy imaginable? John's bravado evaporated. His face was stunned. His eyes began to dart around erratically, desperately avoiding looking anywhere near Rogue. He audibly gulped, the sound loud in the sudden silence. The image Adam had painted wasn't one of a pitiable freak, but of a sleeping goddess of annihilation whom he had been poking with a stick. I mean, come on, John. Are they not just fucking retarded? Adam said in exaggerated disbelief. Oh my God. He didn't befriend him. He broke him. Oh. Well played. This is the most brilliant takedown I've ever seen. No fists, just facts and fear. I take it all back. Adam Cypher, you mastermind. Adam, as if the conversation had been about nothing more than the weather, turned his attention back to his burrito. Years of torture couldn't make me shed a tear, but one bite of heaven, and I feel like crying. He turned to Rogue, who was staring at him in a daze, her mind struggling to catch up. Want a bite? I'm in a phenomenally good mood today. I can grant you the honor. While he was offering her the burrito, John seized the opportunity. He scrambled to his feet so fast he almost tripped. We gotta go. He stammered, not looking at anyone. His group, equally terrified, followed suit, practically fleeing across the lawn. The thought of Rogue's touch, which they had once mocked, was now a primal terror. They made a silent, unanimous decision, they would keep far, far from Anna from now on. Rogue took the proffered burrito with a trembling hand and took a small bite, the flavors not registering. She was looking down, hiding her face as the pieces clicked into place. He hadn't abandoned her. He hadn't thrown a punch or uttered a single threat. He had, with nothing but words and chilling charisma, dismantled her tormentor and instilled a fear so deep it would likely keep John away for good. Tears, hot and silent, began to stream down her face. It surprised Adam how something so simple could impact her so much. He simply couldn't understand. He hadn't done much. I don't think he's socially aware. Well, it's natural. He hadn't had many social interactions. Adam watched her for a moment, then spoke, his voice soft but firm. Our powers are like muscles. They can be trained. But the mind is the biggest obstacle. If you fear and hate what you are, you'll never move forward. You'll make the same mistakes. You have to try to accept it. Learn to control it. Not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. His words weren't empty comfort, they were a roadmap, tailored specifically for her kind heart. He was giving her a purpose beyond her own pain. He stood up, his meal finished. She stood with him, wiping her tears. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He gave her a warm smile. "Do you need a hug?" The question was so unexpected it made her blush. Her silence was his answer. He chuckled. "Well, I need a hug. It's been a while." He stepped forward, opening his arms carefully. "As long as the skin doesn't touch, we'll be fine." Tentatively, she moved into his embrace, her gloved hands resting on his back, her cheek carefully placed on his shoulder. He hugged her firmly, a solid, reassuring presence. It was the first time she had hugged someone in years. For him, the last time he's hugged someone, aside from his parents in this life, was his mom from his past life, in that hospital bed. "Have some confidence," he murmured. "Overconfidence can get you in trouble, but no confidence will leave you stagnant, so force yourself to be confident, even when you feel you don't deserve it." He gave her a final pat on the back and let go, his smile lingering. "A certain grumpy old man is waiting for me. Don't want to keep him." He walked away, leaving Rogue standing under the oak tree. She watched him go, a new light in her eyes. "Thank you," she muttered again, long after he was gone. She raised her head, her shoulders squaring, a semblance of hard-won confidence beginning to bloom on her face. Character development. My heart. He's a therapist, but I don't think he's realized his impact on her. Okay, I'm officially hooked. This show is genius. Guys, where do you think he's learned this stuff? It must be books, right? Adam walked back towards the mansion, a faint, genuine smile on his lips. He did love hugs. They were life's greatest gift to a struggling mind. For a moment, he wondered if he had mommy issues, then dismissed the thought with a mental shrug. The grumpy old man, Forge, was waiting, and he had a new surge of happiness and energy to burn through in the danger room. The audience had been given a good show, and he felt the information gauge in his mind twitch ever so slightly higher. It was a good fucking morning. Chapter 12, I'm Techsexual. It was a good fucking morning. The grumpy old man in question was, of course, Forge. The man was chronologically in his prime, but his demeanor, a perpetual state of focused impatience mixed with a world-weary sigh, made the title fit. Adam found his designated workstation in the chaotic symphony of the workshop. He slid into the chair before two computer monitors that displayed processing architectures that would have given a 2008 Silicon Valley engineer a heart attack. Get any sleep? Forge asked without looking up from the pulsating energy instrument he was calibrating. A few hours, Adam replied, his fingers already dancing across one of the keyboards, pulling up his work. You should get more. Pushing your body is one thing. Frying your brain is another. Forge felt as if he had to say it, seeing Adam push himself so much over the past month. Adam shrugged, his eyes fixed on the lines of code. I've mastered sleep. It's an on-off switch. I don't need much of it. This was true. In the White Room, sleep had been his only true escape, a skill honed to instant, deep perfection. He understood the biological necessity, but the feeling of needing more felt like a concession he wasn't willing to make. Forge grunted, a sound that could mean anything from agreement to dismissal. How's the project? Difficult, Adam admitted, a rare crease forming on his brow. It feels like I'm trying to push past my pay grade. I told you. Aiming for a true, general artificial intelligence as your first major project is like trying to build a starship before you've mastered the wheel. Forge finally glanced over, his expression unreadable. Especially with the parameters you've set. Adam's head was already beginning to throb with a familiar, low-grade pain. He was working on the AI through conventional means, or as conventional as one could get in Forge's workshop, but simultaneously, he was using his secret cyberpathy. It was like having a direct neural link to the sum total of human and mutant knowledge on mathematics, theoretical physics, computer science, and engineering. The influx of information was a fire hose, and holding it open for long periods strained parts of his mind he didn't know he had. It was exhilarating and agonizing in equal measure. He was also realizing the limits of his own intellect. His brain, operating roughly 30% faster thanks to the permanent slow prime curse, gave him a significant edge. He knew the trade-off: accelerated mental processing likely meant accelerated cellular decay, a shorter lifespan. The thought was a fleeting irrelevance. When a universe-ending snap was on the horizon, a few extra years felt like a miser hoarding pennies before a tsunami. Yet, even with this enhanced cognition, he felt painfully average when he measured himself against the true geniuses. His cyberpathy was a powerful tool for understanding and interfacing, but it paled in comparison to Forge's intuitive genius, an ability that bordered on precognition for invention. And Forge was just the beginning. The names he held as his benchmarks, Tony Stark, Dr. Doom, Reed Richards, felt less like people and more like forces of nature. Their minds operated on a plane of existence he could observe but not inhabit. He was a caveman staring at a spaceship, understanding it was magnificent but having no framework for its creation. But giving up was not a concept that existed in his operational dictionary. With the absolute confidence of someone who had already stared into the abyss and found it lacking, he would continue. He would live, he would envy, and his power would slowly tick forward, awakening new aspects born from his deepest desires. Like now. A subtle shift occurred in his perception, a new slot making itself known in the architecture of his mind. Stupefy. Truly, all he needed was to live, and envy would show its fangs. The name was simple, the function obvious. His expression didn't so much as flicker, but internally, his mind was a fireworks display of wonder. This could be his most powerful aspect yet, and exactly what he needed. Who to target? His prime curse is typically limited to siphoning about 30% of a specific attribute. He needed a source of intelligence so profound that even a 30% deprivation would represent a monumental gain for him. The candidates were few. Reed Richards or Victor Von Doom. His clandestine research, facilitated by cyberpathy and the X-Men's extensive databases, had yielded some information. The Fantastic Four, as a public entity, did not yet exist, but Reed Richards was a known, brilliant scientist. Doom, however, was currently a more accessible target, operating out of Latvian embassies in the United States with a predictable, if heavily guarded, routine. The danger was immense. Doom was not just a scientific genius, he was already, by all accounts, a practiced sorcerer. A direct confrontation was suicide. Reed was arguably more dangerous in his own way. His boundless scientific curiosity had, in the lore Adam half-remembered, led to multiversal catastrophes. In pure intellect, Reed was ranked first, but Doom was a hair's breadth behind. His losses were often attributed less to a lack of brains and more to an ego that demanded he prove his superiority over Reed in the most dramatic fashion possible, a closet romance of rivalry that bordered on the pathological. A decision crystallized in his mind. Doom. He took a deep, centering breath and returned to his work, his fingers flying across the keyboard at a speed that would blur to a normal human eye. He scanned news feeds, his mind compartmentalizing the search for any mention of Latvian diplomatic movements. But soon, he allowed himself to be pulled into the most enjoyable part of his day, pure, hands-on engineering. He loved the act of creation. The feel of cool metal, the smell of solder, the satisfying click of components fitting together. Professor Xavier's vast wealth meant the workshop was an Aladdin's cave of parts and advanced materials. His current project, inspired by both his needs and his studies under Forge, was a mechanical spider, roughly the size of a tarantula. He would have preferred something smaller, more discreet. But at a smaller scale, he couldn't house the necessary tech, a compact power cell and a multispectrum sensor suite. Then a communication relay, and its miniature payload, an electrosting capable of delivering a non-lethal shock and a neurotoxin injector with a fast-acting sedative. Over the past 2 weeks, he had designed and fabricated the components. Now came the final assembly. He worked with a jeweler's precision, using microtools to connect hair-thin wires to the central processor he'd built from scratch. The leg actuators, composed of a memory alloy that responded to electrical impulses, were slotted into the main chassis. He carefully installed the minuscule hydrogen fuel cell, a piece of tech that shouldn't exist for decades, but it was like a piece of trash in Forge's workshop. He then sealed the armored carapace, which was coated in a non-reflective, radar-absorbent material. Finally, he placed the spider on the workbench and initiated the boot-up sequence. A tiny, red light on its cephalothorax glowed to life. It twitched, then, with a series of precise, skittering movements, it righted itself. It took a few experimental steps, its movements growing more fluid and smooth. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed over Adam. The stress and all the calculations were replaced by the visage of a child who had just brought his most ambitious dream to life. He grinned, a wide, genuine expression, and used a handheld controller to guide the spider through a simple obstacle course of tools and components. It navigated with stunning agility. Forge watched from his station, a rare, faint smile touching his lips. The kid was an enigma, sometimes a traumatized soul, other times a brilliant, enthusiastic prodigy discovering the magic of creation. "It's smooth," Adam said, his voice bright with excitement. "But the gate is still slightly unstable on uneven surfaces. The inertial dampener needs tweaking. Any advice?" Forge gestured for him to bring the spider over, and the two fell into a deep technical discussion, Forge pointing out subtleties in the feedback algorithms that Adam had missed. Hours melted away until a chronometer on the wall chimed, signaling the start of combat training. Adam carefully powered down his mechanical creation and headed for the danger room. The roster for Wolverine's sessions was small. Today, it was Kitty Pryde, Rogue, and Bobby Drake, aka Iceman. To Adam's slight surprise, Nightcrawler was also there, stretching his tail. "Kurt?" "Slumming it with the trainees?" Adam asked as he entered. Nightcrawler grinned, his sharp teeth flashing. "One can never have too much training, mein Freund. Especially from a teacher as direct as Logan." Adam nodded a greeting to the group, his eyes lingering for a moment on Rogue. She was looking at him with a strange, unreadable intensity. He sat down next to Bobby and Kurt. "Hey, man," Bobby said. "Seriously, why don't you ever come to, actual classes? History? English?" Adam gave a dismissive wave. "A waste of time. I can absorb the curriculum in a week. Do you even learn anything of significance there?" "Oh, come on, some history's bound to be useful someday." It seemed like Bobby just needed the company in history class. Adam raised a brow. He faintly remembered that this guy is gay, but he wasn't sure, does he have his eyes on my handsome self? Predictable. "Unfortunately for him, I'm tech-sexual." He chuckled at his own internal jokes before responding, "Nah, not interested in talking about the political and economic state of the world." As the boys talked, Kitty nudged Rogue, following her gaze. A mischievous smirk spread across her face. She leaned in, whispering, "Okay, what's with the look? I thought you had a thing for the ice cube. Did you suddenly develop a taste for the brooding, mysterious type?" Rogue didn't answer. She was completely zoned out, lost in her own thoughts, the morning's events and Adam's words still replaying in her mind. Before Kitty could pry further, the door hissed open. Jean Grey and Cyclops walked in, both in training gear. "Change of plans, everyone," Cyclops announced, his voice authoritative. "Logan's been called away on an emergency. He'll be out for the week. Jean and I will be running your sessions from now on." There was a general murmur of acceptance. Adam, however, looked directly at Jean, a hopeful glint in his eye. "Jean," he said, his tone cutting through the chatter. "Are you free tomorrow?" Jean blinked, caught off guard by the directness. "I should be, yes." "Why?" Adam's expression brightened, and as if he were stating a simple, logical fact, he said, "Would you like to go out with me tomorrow?" Chapter 13, Juicy Big Brain. Jean blinked, caught off guard by the directness. "I should be, yes." "Why?" Adam's expression brightened, and as if he were stating a simple, logical fact, he said, "Would you like to go out with me tomorrow?" Holy shit, he went for it. "I know it. He's horny. TF. He just asked Jean out in front of Cyclops. The balls. I mean, we've seen they're big, but their personality is even bigger. Scott's visor is gonna shoot any second now. This is the best show ever." I knew he was horny. Adam's mouth twitched. What's with this guy always accusing him of being horny? He isn't at all. Oh, it all made sense after Adam focused on his comment and saw his name, #1 dog breed, horndog69, yeah, mental patient. What brought that up anyway? What he said has nothing to do with being horny. The silence in the danger room was absolute, thick enough to be cut by one of Wolverine's claws. Adam's question hung in the air, a simple string of words that had detonated a social bomb. Cyclops was the first to break, his jaw tightening visibly beneath his visor. No, he said, the word sharp and final, spoken not as a teammate but as a territorial claim. Jean's brow furrowed instantly, a flash of irritation in her emerald eyes. She disliked anyone speaking for her, especially Scott when he slipped into this overprotective mode. Before she could formulate her own response, Adam turned his head toward Cyclops, his expression one of genuine, uncomprehending confusion. Why not? He asked, his tone devoid of any challenge, merely seeking data. Do you want to come too? He then looked back at Jean, his analytical gaze sweeping over her as if assessing a piece of equipment. But you'd just be dead weight. Jean is enough. Cyclops' mouth twitched, a muscle in his jaw jumping. The sheer, oblivious audacity of the statement left him momentarily speechless. Adam, Jean interjected, her voice carefully controlled. What exactly do you mean by, go out? What do you need me for? I want to investigate something tomorrow, Adam explained, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I need you for protection. Just in case I'm targeted by Hydra. It shouldn't be dangerous at all, but it's a logical precaution. The tension in the room deflated, replaced by a wave of awkward realization. Cyclops' shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining out of him. He had misunderstood, projecting his own anxieties onto the situation, but to be fair, the situation was easy to misunderstand. I see, Jean said, a small, relieved smile touching her lips. I'll need to inform Professor X. If he approves, then I don't see why not. With the bizarre interlude over, the training session began. Adam observed the dynamic with interest. He may have been deprived of a normal life, love, and social experiences, but that did not make him dense. He was, in fact, a master observer. His entire existence had been a study in human behavior, first from a hospital bed, then from a cell, living vicariously through the stolen digital lives of others on the Hydra network. He had learned to read people not through interaction, but through endless analysis, envying their connections, their freedoms, their simple, uncomplicated emotions. It was ironic that he, the perpetual observer, was now the star of his own bizarre show. He could see the patterns clearly. Cyclops carried a torch for Jean that was bright enough to power a small city. Even the gruff Wolverine had a soft spot for her. Adam had been genuinely surprised to learn Jean was still single. Scott's pursuit seemed hampered by his own rigidity and whatever the fuck happened between them. The timeline was a mess, but the interpersonal drama was a constant. Cyclops, now nursing a bruised ego, focused the session's drills with laser-like intensity on Adam. He paired them up for sparring, his commands clipped and clear. Adam felt a flicker of amusement. This was a territorial display, pure and simple. And Adam loved it. Cyclops, for some reason, saw him as a love rival, but if it meant more violence, Adam wouldn't see why he wouldn't let the misunderstanding go on. The spar began, a whirlwind of controlled violence. Cyclops was no Wolverine, but he was a highly disciplined, acrobatic fighter. His movements were efficient, his strikes powerful and well-aimed. He came at Adam with a series of jabs and low kicks, testing his guard. Adam, fueled by the effects of his prime slow curse, was faster than he looked. He certainly seemed much more fluid and trained than the blank slate he was a month ago. He blocked across and attempted a grapple, but Scott effortlessly broke the hold, sweeping Adam's legs out from under him. Adam hit the mat with a grunt, but was back on his feet in an instant, a faint, eager smile on his face. He didn't mind the pain. Pain was an old friend, a familiar sensation from years of Hydra's motivational techniques. Cyclops pressed his advantage, his attacks becoming more forceful. A hard right hook connected with Adam's ribs, followed by a knee to the thigh that would have dropped a normal man. Adam absorbed the blows, his body rocking, but his stance holding. He saw an opening and lunged, driving a shoulder into Scott's chest. The impact was solid, but Scott used the momentum, twisting and throwing Adam over his hip in a perfect judo throw. Thud. Adam landed hard, the air rushing from his lungs. For a moment, he just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Then, he started to laugh. It was a low, breathless sound of pure catharsis. That was fun, he declared, pushing himself to his feet and brushing himself off. Cyclops stared at him, his chest heaving slightly. He had been trying to teach the new guy a lesson, to kinda assert dominance, and the kid was enjoying it. He saw Adam's smile not as genuine pleasure, but as a mocking challenge. He's toying with me, Scott thought, his chagrin deepening. He's trying to show off for Jean. The truth was far simpler. Adam was genuinely not interested in romance. The emotional turbulence, the drama, the time investment, it all seemed like an inefficient distraction. His mind was occupied with grander designs. How do the Chinese say it? Women will only affect the speed at which I penetrate. No, I think it was women will only affect my wallet. No, not that either. Women will only affect. Cultured Taoist, women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Goddamn. The internal monologues are strong in this show. That's a first. The session ended with Cyclops frustrated and Adam bruised but invigorated, the misunderstanding between them wider than ever. Adam really just liked the violence. Adam took a quick, efficient shower, the hot water stinging his new bruises, then immediately returned to the workshop. The day was not over. He had preparations to make for tomorrow. He worked deep into the night, long after the mansion had fallen silent. It was well past midnight when he finally trudged to his room. He allowed himself a few hours of his mastered, instant sleep, but before the sun had fully risen, he was awake again. He lay in bed, not yet moving, and blinked. The familiar, phantom screen materialized in his vision. Information, kinda homeless. Natural traits. Envy, be slow. Fade. Hollow. Recoil. Stupefy. Information traits. Cyberpathy, C. Adam's lips twitched. Who the fuck writes these stupid prompts? He mused in his mind. At least he wasn't fully homeless. He closed his eyes, focusing his will on the nebulous concept of information. He needed to understand what kinda homeless represented. His mind zoned out, flooded with a torrent of sensory data. It was a chaotic stream of observations, comments, theories, and the weight of millions of eyes upon him. He felt his influence, a faint but growing imprint on the world. And there was something else, a strange, thin sliver of worship. He had no idea where that was coming from. He had accumulated more information in this single month of freedom than in an entire decade at Hydra. Of course, the system had likely only broadcast a curated episode of his captivity, the climax of his escape. The bulk of that decade's information had come from his influence within Hydra itself, the famous researchers, the high-level agents whose paths he had crossed, all observing him, their attention fueling his growth. That reservoir had been spent to awaken cyberpathy and elevate envy from its nascent C rank to its current B rank. The upper limit for his curses had remained stubbornly at 30%, but he could now maintain more simultaneously, and the cost was lower. Most importantly, the B rank had unlocked the prime curse function. Now, looking at the kinda homeless reserve, he knew it was nowhere near enough for the next rank. So, without a moment's hesitation, he directed the entire, swirling mass of accumulated influence, information, observation, and that strange sliver of worship into a single point, stupefy. The system responded. He felt a shift, a subtle rewriting of a fundamental rule. The limit for the stupefy curse surged to about 50%. A slow smile spread across his face. A 50% deprivation. He could now siphon half of a target's intelligence. And since he intended to use the prime version, that meant he could steal 50% of Victor Von Doom's intellect. He held no regret for spending all his resources. He genuinely believed that raw, transcendent intelligence was the ultimate superpower in this madhouse universe. The intellect possessed by Reed Richards and Victor Von Doom was a unique force, a spark of something beyond the cosmic, capable of outthinking and outmaneuvering near-omnipotent entities. The mechanics of how a mortal mind could achieve such a feat were incomprehensible to him. But he didn't need to understand the spark to steal it. He just needed to get close enough to touch it. Oh, Doom, my friend. I'm coming to touch you, no need for consent. I'm gonna touch that juicy big brain, and it's gonna be wonderful. Chapter 14, Doom Roleplay. Oh, Doom, my friend. I'm coming to touch you, no need for consent. I'm gonna touch that juicy big brain, and it's gonna be wonderful. Here he goes again with his weird humor. Like, he definitely has sexual issues, right? He's doing this on purpose. If he steals half of Doom's intelligence, that would break the balance. You think he gives a fuck? Nah, I do not give a fuck, Adam chuckled with an eerie smile. Miscliction. You took a. What? Ick know something. Smolp, ick know something. What do you know? What's happening? Ick know something, I think. I know something. Shittingiglasolio, I'm scared. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, any explanation, anyone? The morning sun painted the world in hues of gold and hope, a stark contrast to the sterile white that had defined Adam's world for so long. Today marked a milestone, his first time leaving the sanctuary of the Xavier Institute in a month. He sat in the passenger seat of a sleek, classic car, the purr of its engine a soothing hum as Jean Grey navigated the winding roads of Westchester County. So, Jean began, her eyes on the road but her curiosity palpable. Are you going to tell me what we're investigating? The professor agreed, but he was cryptic. Adam smiled, a practiced, easy expression. Hydra. He must admit, he's practiced how to smile and make other expressions in front of the mirror recently. His smiles now aren't as strained and weird. Jean's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Adam, if this is a Hydra lead, it's too dangerous. That should be a full X-Men operation. He shrugged, the motion fluid and unconcerned. It shouldn't be dangerous at all. I'm just an observer. Besides, I am an X-Man. Jean's head snapped towards him for a split second before she corrected the car's trajectory. What? Since when? Since Professor X invited me, and I agreed, he said simply. But you've only been here a month. There's so much you still need to learn. You shouldn't feel pressure to join. Concern laced her voice, the therapist in her warring with the teammate. Adam shook his head, his gaze fixed on the passing trees. My power is unique. I'm the perfect support. I won't be on the front lines. Minimal risk. Jean opened her mouth to argue further, but the words died in her throat. He was right. His abilities were a strategic nightmare for any opponent. Before her regret could solidify, a crinkling sound filled the car. She glanced over to see Adam happily munching on a bag of potato chips, a look of serene contentment on his face as he watched the world fly by. The morning light caught the sharp lines of his jaw and the striking white of his hair, and for a fleeting moment, Jean was struck by how charming he looked. She shook her head, dispelling the thought. He's a kid, she reminded herself. A kid who had lived only 8 years of a normal life before a decade of hell. The maturity was a shield, the confidence a survival mechanism. She convinced herself. Following Adam's directions, they soon arrived at their destination. Jean parked and stared, baffled. It was a high-end tailor shop, its doors just opening for the day. So, she said, a wry smile playing on her lips. The investigation begins at a suit store. Adam laughed, a genuine, free sound. Style comes before everything, Jean. After all, I have an audience to entertain. The choice of words was odd. Audience? She asked, her brow furrowing. My imaginary friends, he replied with a dismissive wave, already heading inside. Jean followed, a pang of sadness hitting her. Of course, she thought. The scars aren't all on the outside. That seals it. He's definitely cracked. Like, I can't get over the climax of the last episode. Did someone come up with an explanation yet? Disney created a masterpiece. Like, the timing was perfect as if he could see our comments. But Disney is saying they didn't make the show. This stinks. Is this somehow a supernatural show? The coincidences are getting too much. Inside, the shop owner, an elderly man with kind eyes, greeted Adam by name. Mr. Cypher. Everything is ready. How is Charles? The professor is well, Adam said smoothly. It turned out Xavier had called in a favor, this was his personal tailor. Adam thus used the connections available to him, Xavier is very influential. For the next hour, Adam tried on 3 meticulously crafted 3-piece suits. The first was a deep charcoal gray that made his white hair seem almost luminous. The second was a navy blue that brought out the intensity in his eyes. The third, which he ultimately chose to wear, was a sleek black. All 3 suits were 3-piece suits. Jean watched, offering playful commentary. Squandering the professor's money just to look good. Adam adjusted his cufflinks in the mirror, a smirk on his face. The prof isn't my sugar daddy for nothing. He said it with such shameless candor that Jean blushed, while the tailor merely chuckled. In that moment, Gene felt a genuine spike of envy, not for the suits, but for his emotional freedom. He was unburdened by the social anxieties that plagued everyone else, especially her. And why should he feel shame? Xavier's wealth, bolstered by Warren Worthington's fortune, was vast. And the intelligence Adam had provided on Hydra was priceless. Thus, he wouldn't call it squandering money. With the new suit adorning his frame and the others boxed in the trunk, Adam directed them to their next stop, a chic cafe with large, panoramic windows. They ordered breakfast, and as they ate, Jean couldn't shake the feeling. "Is this a date?" she finally asked, half teasing, half serious. Was the whole investigation just an elaborate ruse? Adam took a sip of his coffee, his smile enigmatic. "Do you hate the company?" She shrugged, a small smile of her own forming. "No. It's nice." But Adam's attention was elsewhere. His eyelids drooped slightly, his gaze narrowing as he appeared to simply enjoy the view of the bustling street outside. The cafe's windows offered a perfect vantage point of a busy intersection. "He's here," he mused internally, his mind running through the plan again and again. "I before everyone else. There can be no hesitation, even if it involves the innocent." "Oh. Told ya, villain story." His plan was audacious and ruthless. He couldn't simply walk up to Victor Von Doom and curse him. The retaliation would be instant and catastrophic. Doom is, after all, a sorcerer. He needed deniability. An accident. His eyes, hidden behind his casual gaze, locked onto 3 specific cars entering the intersection from different directions. He didn't need to see the drivers clearly, he only needed a line of sight. Slow. Stupefy. The curses were applied not to Doom, but to the 3 unsuspecting drivers. Their minds, deprived of some of their processing speed and cognitive function, entered a state of profound confusion. Brakes were tapped too late. Accelerators were pressed erratically. The timing, orchestrated by Adam's design, was perfect. It was no coincidence. He studied Doom's routine and figured out the intersection with the highest likelihood of accidents and heavy traffic. The result was a symphony of crumpling metal and shattering glass as the 3 vehicles collided in the intersection in a messy, multi-car pile-up. It was chaotic, loud, and drew every eye on the street, including those of the pedestrians. In that exact moment, while Doom was amidst the crash, he acted. He cancelled his prime slow curse and replaced it with the prime stupefy curse he's just thrown. The target, Victor Von Doom. The effect, a 50% deprivation of his transcendent intellect. Adam felt it immediately, a tsunami of raw, incomprehensible cognitive power flooding his own mind. It was dizzying. It even started to hurt, having to rub his temples to cool down the horrible pain and ache, as if ants were running down his soul. He had to consciously focus on breathing, on maintaining his placid expression. Let's go. Is Doom out of the picture now? This is the most villainous protagonist move I've ever seen. Yeah, how could Doom even stand up against Reed with half his intelligence gone? Oh, that's perfect. Doom's knocked unconscious. I think he'd likely attribute his diminished intelligence to the accident, a concussion, or something like that. Victor Von Doom, HMPTH, do you think this will bring me down? Peasants. Doom does not lose. I knew there would be some Doom cosplay in chat. It's roleplay, stupid. Chapter 15, Cinema. Victor Von Doom, HMPTH, do you think this will bring me down? Peasants. Doom does not lose. I knew there would be some Doom cosplay in chat. It's roleplay, stupid. They were talking as if watching things from Doom's point of view. They were basically Adam's spies, feeding him intelligence he shouldn't otherwise know, like now, allowing him to let out a sigh of relief. What can he say? Plotting against Doom is no easy task. He's a very intimidating figure. Fortunately, this is still the young, inexperienced Doom. Jean reacted very quickly, her telepathic senses swept the area, checking for serious injury. She relaxed slightly. It's okay. It looks messy, but there doesn't seem to be any serious injury. Adam offered a smile that he hoped looked like relief. Internally, he was imagining himself punching that juicy, sexy punching bag to settle down the ache deep in his brain. It was torturous. His acting was flawless, but his internal focus was shattered by a sudden, jarring shift in the audience's chatter. The comments scrolling in the periphery of his awareness weren't about him anymore. They were confused, alarmed. Wait, don't tell me. Hydra. target in sight, and the location. That's outside the coffee, right? Why so surprised? This is Hydra we're talking about. Should be easy for them to find him. Just, why are they sending one person? Hydra is near. Interesting, Adam murmured, his voice a low, contemplative hum. Gene turned from watching the chaotic aftermath of the crash. What's interesting? He released an unsettling smile that didn't reach his cold, calculating eyes. Hydra. They're here. Jean's posture straightened instantly, her gaze sweeping the cafe and the street outside. How do you know that? My imaginary friends told me, Adam said with a casual shrug. Jean stared at him, a mix of frustration and confusion warring on her face. Adam, this isn't the time for jokes. He can hear us. He can literally hear us. This is like the third or fourth time. This is beyond fourth wall breaking. Guys. Join the Illuminati Discord if you believe. We can try coordinated chat waves, feed him information, and see if he responds. What if this is God reaching out to us? Adam said nothing, merely savoring their shock. The information system resisted direct, blatant confession, but it seemed to allow for hints and coincidences. By feeding off their reactions, by making the show itself a mystery, he could expand his influence, his audience. He needed to take it further. Jean, however, was deeply concerned. Her empathic senses probed the edges of his consciousness, finding no trace of deception or jest. There was only a chilling certainty. Paranoia, she diagnosed silently. They broke him so thoroughly that he's fabricated a support system of imaginary voices, and now he sees threats in every shadow. One of her unspoken tasks from the professor was to assess his fragile mental state, and this seemed like a clear red flag. All her clinical assumptions were violently overturned when a man slid into the empty chair at their table. He was broad-shouldered, with a clean-cut, athletic build and a disarmingly neutral expression. His gaze bypassed Jean entirely, locking onto Adam, whose eyes were now closed as if in meditation. It's been a while, the man said, his voice a practiced, soothing baritone. People back home. They miss you. They talk about you often. Your potential. Your value. It can only truly shine with us. Adam's eyes remained shut, but a flicker of genuine surprise crossed his features. I'm surprised you need me so much. We want you even more now, the man leaned forward, a fanatical gleam igniting in his eyes. You're more valuable than we ever anticipated. The world out here is dangerous, chaotic. It's not suitable for someone of your unique constitution. Come back. Truly join us. Become Hydra. Jean had heard enough. She stood, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. Stop. She commanded, her voice laced with psychic authority. She recognized the tactic immediately, a soft recruitment pitch, preying on the perceived vulnerability of a traumatized mind, offering a twisted sense of belonging. The man froze mid-sentence, his expression going slack. Jean's eyes glowed with a soft, golden light as she gently but firmly imposed her will, halting his motor functions. Adam, are you okay? She asked, her voice tight with concern. He finally opened his eyes, his expression unnervingly calm. Read his mind. See what he knows. Jean frowned, a wave of ethical discomfort washing over her. She was one of the most principled telepaths she knew. In combat, she would skim surface thoughts for tactical advantage, but a deep intrusion, an interrogation, felt like a violation of the soul. It was a line she crossed only with the greatest reluctance. Seeing her hesitation, Adam remained silent. She's too kind, down to a fault. With a soft, apologetic sigh directed at the catatonic men, Jean delved deeper. After a moment, her eyes returned to normal. Nothing. He's a local police officer. A true believer in Hydra's cause, but a low-level asset. He knows little to nothing of operational value. The things he said were fed to him through encrypted messages from a handler. A police officer, Adam repeated, the words landing with heavy significance. A dangerous premonition crystallized in his mind. As if on cue, the wail of sirens erupted in the distance, growing rapidly louder. Within seconds, the cafe was surrounded by a fleet of police cruisers, their lights painting the walls in frantic swirls of red and blue. A voice boomed from a megaphone. This is the police. The occupants inside, come out with your hands up. You are surrounded. Jean's face paled. She released her telepathic hold on the officer, who blinked back to awareness, a smug, knowing smirk twisting his lips. Everything was going according to his script. He opened his mouth to taunt Adam further, but the words died as he met Adam's gaze. The young man was smiling again, that same unsettling, placid curve of the lips. "My imaginary friends are telling me the ones outside are Hydra," Adam stated, his tone conversational. "Can you confirm?" Jean's telepathy swept over the assembled officers. The result was a sickening confirmation. "They are," she whispered, horror dawning. "They. What should we do?" Adam chuckled, the sound utterly devoid of mirth. "Jean, you're limiting yourself. Think outside the box." He stood, straightening his suit jacket with fastidious care. "What you see as an inescapable problem is no problem at all. With your power, we could walk out of here without a scratch. But you still think like you're ordinary. Their little play can be voided with a thought." He turned his attention to the smirking officer. "You want to die, don't you?" Adam asked, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He had read the minute twitches, the almost imperceptible flare of the man's nostrils. "I'm right, aren't I?" He glanced back at Jean. "Hydra wants to paint us as cop killers. Make us enemies of the state. The men they sent are expendable pawns. Truly, Hydra is a pain to deal with." The officer's smirk didn't falter. He chuckled, standing up. "It's unfortunate our plot has failed. But there will be a next time. Reach out when you realize that the only way is to join us, better that than an eternity of suffering." He turned his back on them, a show of bravado, daring them to stop him. No, he wanted them to kill him, so zealous was he that he would gladly sacrifice himself for Hydra. Jean felt paralyzed by the sheer audacity and influence of Hydra. Arresting him was pointless, he was just a cog. "Hey," Adam called out. The officer turned, his expression one of arrogant curiosity. Bang. The sound was deafening in the confined space. A neat hole appeared in the officer's forehead before he crumpled to the floor, his smirk forever frozen. Blood and brain matter sprayed across the table and Adam's pristine suit. "Damn it," Adam complained, flicking a spot of crimson from his sleeve. This was new. Ah. Why? Jean couldn't stop him in time, never having imagined he would take his life without a shred of hesitation. It was too late. From outside, the megaphone voice shouted, "Open fire." A hail of bullets shattered the cafe's windows. Jean reacted swiftly, her experience as one of the X-Men clear to all, her hands flying up. A shimmering telekinetic shield materialized, stopping the rounds in midair. Simultaneously, she sent a powerful telepathic command, "Sleep," washing over the minds of the Hydra-controlled officers. All dozen of them slumped to the ground. Jean grunted, sweat beading on her forehead, her power straining under the dual effort. "What have you done?" She yelled at Adam over the cacophony, her voice cracking with stress. He merely shrugged, watching her struggle with a detached curiosity. Why was she struggling so much? She's the host of the Phoenix. This should be child's play for someone of her power. Before she could say another word, a new sound joined the chaos, the roar of powerful, unmarked engines. A convoy of black SUVs screeched to a halt, surrounding the police cruisers. Men in tactical gear devoid of insignia poured out, efficiently apprehending the unconscious officers. From the lead vehicle, a familiar figure emerged. He was a tall, broad-shouldered black man wearing a long leather trench coat and a black eye patch. Nick Fury strode through the chaos as if he owned the street. Adam stepped through the shattered window frame, carefully avoiding the glass. He met Fury halfway, the two men standing amid the subdued Hydra agents. "Oh, didn't think Fury would appear so soon." "They're working together." "How?" "When?" "It's been the plan all along, I think." Cinema. Chapter 16, Annoying Motherfucker. He met Fury halfway, the two men standing amid the subdued Hydra agents. "Oh, didn't think Fury would appear so soon." "They're working together." "How?" "When?" "It's been the plan all along, I think." Cinema. Messy, Fury stated, his single eye scanning the scene, lingering on the dead officer inside the cafe. "I'm immature, so he kinda easily got on my nerves," Adam chuckled, his voice calm, especially when he tried to show. I reflexively reacted. "So, self-defense." "Charles, what the fuck did you mean when you said he's just a traumatized kid hiding behind a calm facade?" "The trauma is hiding from him." Fury inwardly complained, his mouth twitching. Fury believes that he has a very good eye for people, which is why he's so weirded out meeting Adam face to face. Charles told him some things about Adam, but now that he's taking a good look at him, he has realized that most of them are bullshit. He's a fucking snake. Hydra's evil has created one annoying motherfucker. Did he tell you something? Fury asked, a grim satisfaction in his tone, but inwardly still complaining. Heard about someone named William Stryker? Adam asked with curiosity. Fury's expression would change. Did he mention that name? Oh, someone important. Adam muttered, seemingly as a reaction to Fury's seriousness. He did, saying he's expecting me. Should be one of Hydra, or at least a collaborator. Wait, he's doing the blame thing again. The police officer never mentioned William Stryker. Actual disinformation spiral. What the fuck, genius. Illuminati. Assemble. Bastion Trask. Blame him too. Yeah. Trask is a mutant enemy too. Come on, Cypher. Bring up Trask, too. And Hellfire Club. Take over it, maybe. Wait. Do Friends of Humanity, too. They're a human hate group targeting mutants. The fuck are you guys doing? What's the Illuminati? Adam still paid attention to his audience while discussing a few more interesting things with Fury, and their behavior amused him. He only receives filtered comments, only a few times, but he knows there are numerous comments typed at any given moment, something his brain wouldn't be able to handle, thus the filtering. There are likely numerous comments from this Illuminati group, and that's what he wants. Things are going according to plan, and he can't exactly disappoint them, could he? They want to see if their suggestions would reach him. He'd answer. Ah, by the way. There are a few names that came up here and then. They're suspicious, but no proof. Trask, and Wilson Fisk. Fury frowned, asking, where did you hear those names? When I was in the labs. I heard them here and there, like Hydra wanted to invite them to their ranks. Want to investigate them myself, but I have a feeling you're better suited for that, Adam pointed out. Now I'm confused. Did he see our suggestions? But he only brought up Trask, and also, why the Kingpin? Is he Hydra? I remember he will be, but in the far future, I think. I know he's seen our suggestions, but only took the one that served him well. I believe. +1. Indeed, Adam had to mention Trask because he's dangerous. The Sentinel program is a danger he must face in the future, so why not take the initiative? For Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin, Adam was just preparing, moving a few chess pieces in advance for some of his future plans. Adam and Fury had much to talk about when it came to Hydra. After all, it's the former that brought Hydra's existence to light. Fury had thought they were gone long ago, but to hear that they came back. It was driving his paranoid mind insane, especially one of the things Adam had said, that Hydra wants to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. from within. And it's not hearsay. Charles had sent him most of the data that Adam got from the Hydra facility before its destruction. That's how this collaboration came to be. Hey, if you get any leads, bring me in, even if dangerous. Me and Hydra, we don't see eye to eye. Adam's smile turned strange, and yeah, what followed was his weird sense of humor. So I'm down to be used like a fucking fleshlight if it means taking them down, ha ha ha. Adam amused himself, but Fury, the latter's temple twitching. Just go, please. Jean stood frozen amidst the wreckage, her shield dissipating, her mind reeling. It had all been a plan. The drive back to the mansion was steeped in a silence so heavy it felt like a physical presence. Jean stared rigidly out the passenger window, her arms crossed, her dissatisfaction a palpable force in the confined space of the car. Adam found her pouting more amusing than concerning as he drove the car. He certainly wasn't an experienced driver, but he learns quickly, and driving is fun. I'm surprised Charles didn't tell you, he finally said, breaking the quiet. But it was a simple plan. No real danger. You didn't need to know. That's not why I'm angry, Jean snapped, turning to face him, her eyes flashing with green fire. I'm angry that you killed that man. I saw his memories, Adam. He had a wife. 2 young daughters. We could have handed him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. He could have been imprisoned, interrogated. Why did you have to kill him? She has a point. Dude had a family. But he was Hydra. Does that mean his kids deserve to grow up without a father? Also, he didn't really need to do it. I think he just released all his anger and hatred on him. Well, it's clear from Adam's previous behavior that he's the type that's very carefree, giving no fuck, so it holds. He was Hydra, and they sent him there to die. Like, their plan was for him to die and turn Adam into a criminal. It's just that they've been outplayed. Correct. Moreover, the man knew that, yet still chose to sacrifice himself, even though he had a family. He's brainwashed. Yeah, Hydra is scary. Like, he was ready to leave his daughters without a father for Hydra. Adam massaged his temples. A profound, throbbing ache pulsed behind his eyes. The Prime Stupefy curse was still integrating, the influx of Doom's genius was a violent storm in his neural pathways. It was the first curse to have such a prolonged and painful assimilation period. He didn't have the bandwidth for this conversation, but perhaps that was for the best. Filtered through pain, his words would be pure, unfiltered truth. He turned his head slowly, his gaze unsettlingly calm. Do you want my response to be gentle or harsh? The shift in his demeanor, from casual to absolute calm, made Jean's breath catch. She felt a prickle of unease but held her ground. Both. Are you sure? She nodded, her jaw set. The gentle response, then, he began, his voice soft but devoid of warmth. I admire your ability to retain your innocence and empathy in a world that is, by its very nature, a garbage fire. But our codes are different. Our experiences have forged us in different trials. You see a spark of redemption in everyone. I see a potential future threat. Let's agree to respect that boundary. Jean's frown deepened. That was the gentle response. Yet, she couldn't refute it. Logan operated by a similar, lethal code, and while she disagreed with it, she understood its origins and didn't hound him constantly. Damn, that gentle response was colder than Iceman. He's not wrong. Their life experiences are worlds apart. Jean has yet to experience something that traumatic, while Adam lived in a lab. Of course, their morality is different. Chapter 17, he knows. He sees. Damn, that gentle response was colder than Iceman. He's not wrong. Their life experiences are worlds apart. Jean has yet to experience something that traumatic, while Adam lived in a lab. Of course, their morality is different. Now for the harsh approach, Adam continued, his voice dropping, becoming flatter, more analytical. I will kill. I will continue to kill. There are many sound, logical arguments for this. You keep the moral high ground while standing on the bodies of the innocent they will inevitably slaughter. They know you won't kill them, that's why they never, ever stop. You fight for a perfect future, but the monsters you spare are actively destroying the present. He listed them off like theorems, his stolen intellect giving each point a razor-sharp edge. You don't let a plague live because it's unethical to burn it out. If punishment never stops the crime, then justice is just a performance. In a world where prisons are revolving doors for superpowered individuals, sparing them is performative virtue that costs real, innocent lives. Pacifism in this reality isn't peacekeeping, Jean. It's surrender dressed in a costume. Jean's face grew paler with each sentence, but he wasn't finished. He had a story now, a narrative framework gifted by his expanded mind. I recall a tale, he said, his eyes distant. A city, rotten with corruption and decay, gave rise to a plague. If only the plague just killed. It did more, it reanimated the dead, turning them into ravenous, infectious monsters. The king, seeing no other path, made the agonizing decision to destroy the city. To burn it all and bury the ashes, uncontaminated and contaminated alike. He leaned slightly towards her. But his entourage, his most trusted advisors, stopped him. They saw him as a tyrant, a monster without love or mercy. They spoke of hope, of finding a cure, of seeing light in the darkest night. They believed his ruthlessness was not the behavior of a true king. Oh shit, he's going for the philosophical shit, but this story sounds familiar. This is a zombie apocalypse analogy, isn't it? But it was the behavior of a king, Adam stated, his voice absolute. They were blind to his pain, to the sacrifice he was making of his own sanity. He would have lived the rest of his life drowning in the guilt of his actions, but he would have borne that burden because it was necessary. It had to be done for the sake of his kingdom, for the world. He knew there was no perfect solution. His entourage, however, believed there was. And the world paid the price. The plague spread. Millions died, their hope and mercy serving as the vector for their own annihilation. He looked at her, his gaze piercing. What you are doing is morally good in a vacuum. But in this world, You are choosing to sacrifice the world for the sake of your own conscience. If you kill them, you carry the guilt, the pain, the horror. You sacrifice a piece of your own soul for the people who truly need protection. You make the world a safer place at the cost of your own mental peace. The harsh truth, Jean, is that you lack the courage to carry that burden. The car was silent save for the hum of the engine. Jean looked utterly crushed, her worldview cracking under the weight of his brutal words. Then, abruptly, Adam's entire demeanor shifted. He let out a soft, dry chuckle and leaned back in his seat. But all of that is irrelevant, he said, waving a dismissive hand. None of those high-minded arguments matter to me. I feel no guilt. Not a shred. I am, at my core, a coward. I don't want to leave anything in this world that could cause me or the few I care about even a moment of future suffering. Life is too much of a bitch to waste sympathy on stains. He closed his eyes, pressing his fingers harder against his temples. My head is killing me. I need to rest. Whiplash. My God, the whiplash. So the philosophical rant was just him thinking out loud. His real reason is pure, unadulterated self-interest. He's not a hero or a villain. Well, maybe he will be a villain if things move on like this. Jean looks like she just got hit by a truck of existential dread. I agree with him hard. Like, there is a reason every pedophile is wished death by many. Some people understand there is no free will, and it's their environment that shaped them to be like that, but does that matter to the parent or anyone else? No, if anything, blame God for shit RNG spawn. Well said, life at heart is a shitty gambling simulator. He said nothing more for the remainder of the journey. When they arrived at the mansion, Adam moved to head directly to his room, but Cyclops was waiting in the entrance hall, his posture turned rigid with irritation. Cypher. What the hell did you do to her? Scott demanded, gesturing to Jean, who was following behind Adam like a ghost, her eyes vacant and unseeing. The yell seemed to jolt her back to awareness. She shook her head slowly. He didn't do anything, Scott. Her voice was faint, drained. I need some time to think. She brushed past them both and headed for her own room, leaving a confused Cyclops in her wake. Adam offered no explanation, continuing his path to his room. The moment he closed the door, the full force of the migraine crashed over him. He stumbled to his bed, collapsing onto it as his consciousness fled, overwhelmed by the foreign intelligence violently integrating with his own. He awoke several hours later. The world was different. It wasn't just that he saw it more clearly, he understood it on a fundamental level. It's difficult to describe, but he felt like a different species looking down on its primitive ancestors. And it was agony. With this new, perfect clarity came a perfect, eidetic memory. Every moment of his life was instantly accessible, replaying with cinematic detail and emotional fidelity. The cold loneliness of the hospital in his first life. The searing, white-hot pain of Hydra's probes. The sound of his own screams echoing off sterile walls. The feeling of his scalp being peeled back, the vibration of the drill in his skull. The crushing despair of 12 years in a featureless box. It was a torrent of suffering, each memory a fresh wound. His eyes trembled, threatening to spill over with the accumulated trauma of 2 tortured lifetimes. And then, they stopped. A profound, glacial calm settled over him. The pain was still there, the memories still vivid, but they were now just data. They were inputs to be processed, and they led him to the same result, the same goal. His eyes, when he looked in the reflection of his dark monitor, were utterly relaxed. How should I describe the feeling? The word should be limitless, not in a true sense. It's merely a feeling of someone who has made a vow so ludicrous that's the only way to define it. The final chain had been broken. Before, his resolve to become absolute or die trying was tempered by one primal fear, not death, but a return to captivity. The fear of being sealed away again, of experiencing that unimaginable suffering once more. Stupefy had given him the key to his own ultimate escape. His curses were always more effective on himself. If he turned the full, prime version of Stupefy inward, he wouldn't just become a vegetable. He would unravel his own consciousness at a fundamental level. He would delete his intelligence, his memories, his very sense of self. It would be an erasure more total than any death, even his soul would be scoured blank. There would be no Adam Cypher left to suffer. The thought was a comfort so profound it was almost blissful. He had a kill switch. A final, absolute defense against the hell he had endured. Ah, he whispered to the silent, dark room. How lovely. That sounds so stupid, but cool in the same way. It's kind of logical. Adam always looked much too sane for me. Like, he was in hell for more than a decade. How could he be sane? Yeah, the cracks are finally showing, signs of insanity. Imagine he was reincarnated in HXH. With a vow like that, he would be insane, no. I feel so sorry for him. He's so broken. You do not have to feel sorry for me. I am who I am today because of what I went through, and I love who I am. I wouldn't have it any other way. Adam then closed his eyes. He needed to think. He gave the audience enough entertainment for the day. The sound escaping Adam's limits, seemingly talking to no one, left the audience so shocked that the chat stayed inactive for several seconds before erupting like a volcano. WTF. WTF. What's happening? I knew it. He knows. He can see us. I knew there was a reason why the government deleted the Illuminati Discord. They're afraid of us discovering the truth. The government is hiding the truth from us. That's the reason all discussions about the shot are being deleted on all platforms. Only the TV show's live chat is safe. Keep in mind that you can make private live chats here. Wink wink Illuminati. SHHHH. These retards actually believe a TV show character is speaking to them. LMAO. I know, right? Adam is just insane, and him speaking to his imaginary friends is just a coincidence. But it happened several times. The nature of human psychology is that we like to create coincidences where there aren't any. Tens of thousands must be chatting at any given moment, so it'd be weird for such coincidences not to occur. I don't know, man, you're too well spoken, too good grammar, I don't believe you. What? Are you stupid? He's stupid, but I agree with him, the government must have hired him to lead us astray. Truly, the audience was Adam's greatest source of entertainment. They're a powerful force that shall hopefully help him nicely. Chapter 18, Aura Farming. Terror had a taste. It was metallic, like blood from a bitten lip, and it filled the little girl's mouth as she fled. Her small feet, clad in worn sneakers, slapped against the wet asphalt of a New York alleyway, the sound echoing the frantic hammering of her heart. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the grime. Behind her, the methodical, heavy footfalls of her pursuers drew closer, a terrifying symphony of intent. They weren't running, they were encircling, their movements practiced. The acronym on their black body armor gleamed under the sparse alley lights, MSRD Mutant Response Division. She was a mutant. It was unmistakable. Her hair, a tangled mass of chestnut brown, flowed around her like a living cape, far longer than her small frame and floating with a mind of its own, twitching and writhing with her panic. Moreover, her hair was sometimes changing colors. It was certainly an interesting mutant ability. She was a child who had awoken to a nightmare, her power manifesting as a visible brand that marked her for hunting. Mutants were a miserable existence, prey for the MSRD, for Hydra's experiments, for the hate of the Friends of Humanity, and the machinations of the Hellfire Club. Desired, feared, and hounded. Abandoned by parents too terrified to understand, she was now facing hell alone. She ran until her lungs burned, until the darkness of the alley seemed to be her entire world. Then, abruptly, the oppressive gloom was banished. A heavy, white light fell upon her from above. She looked up, squinting through her tears, and saw the outline of a massive, sleek aircraft hovering silently. A hatch opened, and a figure dropped. Her breath hitched, expecting another adversary. But this was different. The man fell with an impossible grace, his body straight as an arrow. He wore a form-fitting black leather uniform with a prominent X emblazoned on the chest. His white hair was swept back, save for a few strands that fell across a scarred left eye. His hands were clasped calmly behind his back, and his gaze was fixed on her, utterly fearless despite the lethal drop. Just before he struck the ground, the mechanical pack on his back flared with a burst of energy, negating the impact with a low thrum. He landed in a slight crouch, then rose to his full height, the very picture of controlled power. Aura farming. He's farming aura. That entrance was straight out of an anime. My man just dropped in like a final boss. The white hair, the scar, the cool landing, he's cultivating his main character energy. The past month had been transformative for Adam Cypher. Acquiring half of Victor Von Doom's intellect was not a mere addition to his IQ, it was a fundamental metamorphosis. It was the spark of something transcendent, the quality that separated minds like Doom and Richards from the rest of humanity. He saw the world not as a series of events, but as a complex, manipulatable system, lines of code and information. He eyed the terrified girl, a smile emerging on his face. "Your power is very cool," he commented, followed by a joke to settle her mood. "They had to work very hard messing up to give me this gorgeous white hair, and you get it for free." He raised a brow and chuckled. Yeah, his jokes aren't made for soothing moods. Before she could process this, 3 more figures descended from the Blackbird, buoyed by a shimmering telekinetic field. Jean Grey, Cyclops, and Storm landed gently beside him. "It's all right," Jean said, her voice a balm of empathy as she knelt before the girl. "You're safe now. We're the X-Men. We have a school, a place where you can be safe and learn, a place for special people like us." Adam, meanwhile, had already pulled out his phone, his enhanced mind processing data at a blinding rate. "They're here," he stated without looking up. "The MSRD perimeter is tight." On cue, Storm acted. "Come, child," Aurora said, her voice regal and reassuring. She scooped the girl into her arms and ascended on a gust of wind, carrying her to the safety of the Blackbird. The MSRD squad closed in, weapons raised. Their leader, a grim-faced man with a buzz cut, barked through a megaphone. "X-Men. You are overstepping your boundaries. Stand down and return the fugitive. She is a dangerous individual responsible for multiple acts of public endangerment." Jean and Cyclops frowned, ready to deliver their standard speech, hoping to smooth things over. Adam took a single, deliberate step forward, silencing them both. "It's us that need an explanation," he said, his voice carrying an unnerving calm. "The child harmed no one. I've just done a very thorough scan. The internet is a wonderful thing for fact-checking. So, why are you lying?" The MSRD team was stunned into momentary silence. An explanation. They were not used to being questioned. The leader recovered, his face reddening. "We don't answer to you, mutant." "Then I can only assume," Adam continued, his gaze sweeping over them like a targeting scanner, "that this is a formal declaration of war against mutant kind. There is no other logical conclusion. Otherwise, you are the ones overstepping your boundaries, illegally hunting a child under false pretenses." The tension snapped taut. Rifles were shouldered, fingers hovering over triggers. Adam didn't even flinch. He spoke over his shoulder to Jean, his tone conversational. "Jean, if you don't put them all to sleep, I will kill them all. Your choice." There was no malice in his voice, only a simple statement of cause and effect. Jean didn't argue. She had reached a strained understanding with him over the past month. As long as his actions protected mutants and weren't mindlessly violent, she would work with him. Adam's logic seemed to have reached her, even if that wasn't his intent. Adam's slow curse settled over them like a physical weight, giving Jean more than enough time to do her thing, before they could pull the trigger. And indeed, Jean's eyes glowed, and a powerful telepathic command, "Sleep," washed over the squad. Their movements became dreamlike, their minds struggling through mud. One by one, they slumped to the ground, unconscious before they hit the pavement. "Thank you," Adam said, offering Jean a charming smile. Despite their harsh argument weeks prior, he had never treated her differently, always observant, always charismatic, always making friends. She had, reluctantly, begun to accept that his methods, while ruthless, were effective. Adam walked over to the unconscious forms and produced a device from his pack, aiming to inject a micro-tracker into the neck of the squad leader. Cyclops' hand shot out, grasping Adam's wrist. "What are you doing? Your stunt a month ago with S.H.I.E.L.D. already strained our relations with human authorities. If you harm them, it will only get worse." Adam raised an eyebrow, his expression one of genuine confusion. "I made things tense." "That's a confusing sentence. It is the humans who are illegally hunting children. There is no relation to maintain with kidnappers. Regardless," he continued, his voice flat, "this is an assignment from Forge. I'm injecting trackers to map their operational bases and command structure." Cyclops held his gaze for a long moment, the conflict clear in his rigid posture. He was still the Boy Scout, the true believer in Xavier's dream. But he also saw the logic. He has yet to face or experience the many mutant genocides that would turn him into the extreme Cyclops Adam remembers he would become. With a frustrated grunt, he released Adam's wrist. Adam completed his task efficiently. As he stood, he didn't reboard the Blackbird. Instead, a familiar, gruff figure dropped from the hovering jet, landing with a solid thud beside him. Logan. Jean asked, confused. What are you doing? We got a few things to do, Wolverine grunted, popping his claws and retracting them with a sharp snick. You kids head on back. Before Jean could protest, Adam added, the X-Men have more mutants to rescue tonight. Don't waste time here. And Jean, he met her eyes, stop tolerating their arrogance. They are the criminals here, not us. With that, Adam and Logan turned and melted into the labyrinthine shadows of the city, leaving a troubled Cyclops and a pensive Jean behind. Chapter 19, Why Spidey Why? With that, Adam and Logan turned and melted into the labyrinthine shadows of the city, leaving a troubled Cyclops and a pensive Jean behind. They were gone for 2 days. They reappeared in the deep of night, standing before a nondescript but relatively fortified building on the outskirts of the city. There was no logo, no signs, nothing. It was a building that you would pass and pay no attention to. But Adam knows. This wasn't a field office, it was a detention and processing center. Logan sniffed the air, his senses parsing 1,000 different scents of fear, antiseptic, and cold metal. You sure about this, kid? Genuinely, his senses are off the charts. Adam didn't look at him, his eyes fixed on the building. The question is, are you sure the X-Men won't mind what we're about to do? Logan let out a low scoff. If the intel you dug up is true, the experiments, the disposals, then I'd be disappointed in them if they had a problem with it. The lives in there deserve worse than what we're gonna give them. A genuine, happy smile touched Adam's lips. If only the others were like you, Logan, mutants wouldn't be in such a precarious position. Logan studied him, raising a brow. You remind me of someone, kid. Magneto. Adam laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. That's a silly notion. We are nothing alike. His smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter impassivity. We operate on entirely different planes of existence. It was true. Adam's perspective, magnified by Doom's stolen genius, was cosmic in scale. He wasn't bound by mutant ideology. He knew that Magneto's dream of mutant supremacy was a statistical improbability, a pipe dream that failed in countless realities, even with godlike power behind it. Earth is special, the nexus point of cosmic, mystical, and evolutionary significance. Earth has been seeded and experimented on by countless cosmic races, the Celestials, Kree, Skrulls, and others, making humanity genetically unique and mutation-prone. It is also the nexus of all realities, a rare focal point where dimensions and magical energies converge. It's furthermore protected by the Sorcerer Supreme, because if Earth falls, the barrier between realms would collapse, allowing demons, elder gods, or interdimensional entities to invade. The most important point of the above for Adam isn't the improbability of mutant supremacy, but the fact that mutants are a result of experimentation. Mutants are products. Above all, Adam has complex, multi-layered plans for the so-called mutant problem, but they were long-term, strategic plays on a global board. Tonight, however, was simple. All his actions are in one way or another about gaining information and improving, striving for perfection. But it's never only that, it's always so much more, like now. Sure, what he's about to do is a very good deed. But at heart, he's building a web, a conspiracy so grand it shall change the order of the current world. The building stood before them, a monolith of concrete and steel that housed atrocities sanitized by acronyms. The building belongs to the MSRD Mutant Response Division. The MSRD had many facilities, but this one was special. Adam's stolen intellect made him always consciously assess how to exploit every single second of his life, such as the rescues with the X-Men. The trackers he injected into many operatives over the past month allowed him to map out many points of interest. He had identified this one as a primary processing center, a place where captured mutants were catalogued, experimented on, and, all too often, decommissioned. Adam and Logan walked toward it through the perpetual half-light of a New York midnight. They ignored the occasional late-night straggler, but the heavy, constant patrol circling the facility could not be ignored. Their approach was a study in controlled menace. As they walked in synchronized, classy steps, Adam's mechanical backpack hummed to life. Dozens of tarantula-sized mechanical spiders poured from hidden compartments, skittering across the pavement and vanishing into ventilation shafts, drainage grates, and any fissure they could find. They were his eyes, ears, and silent stingers. It's go time. Finally some action. Adam's got a new fit. Let's go. Those spiders are creepy as hell. I love it. What will his fighting style be like? Hope he doesn't just stay in support and shoot from afar. Boring, no. Adam is a fan of violence, so bleeding is the way to go. Bleeding is life. Hooray! Crack. Crack crack. The sound of bones crackling reverberated as Logan rolled his neck and knuckles. Both men were masked. Adam was suited in a stark new combat outfit, a fusion of tactical gear and sleek design. It was predominantly white, accented with black, clinging to his musculature like a second skin. A white hood shrouded his head, and a featureless mask covered his face. In one hand, he held a wickedly serrated short blade, in the other, a futuristic pistol, having an aesthetic similar to a revolver. They reached the main entrance, a wall of reinforced bulletproof glass. Inside, 2 patrolling guards noticed them, their hands going to their weapons. Slow. The curse fell upon them like a physical weight. Their movements became sluggish, their reactions delayed as if they were moving through deep water. It was all the opening Logan needed. He lunged, a blur of feral motion, his adamantium claws snicked ing out. He shredded the glass, carving a man-sized hole in a spray of polycarbonate shards. Bang. A single shot rang out from Adam's pistol, the round passing inches from Wolverine's shoulder to strike the first guard square in the forehead. The man crumpled, a spray of crimson painting the wall behind him. The second guard, fighting through the mental molasses, managed to raise his rifle. Bang bang. 2 rounds, only one struck Logan in the chest. He grunted, the impacts rocking him back a step, but he didn't slow. He closed the distance, his claws flashing in a horizontal arc. The guard's head separated from his shoulders before the body even registered it was dead. The bullet hole in Logan's torso steamed, the flesh already knitting itself closed. Adam stepped calmly through the ruined entrance, his gaze sweeping the lobby. His eyes landed on the camera in the upper corner. He lifted his free hand, blew it a kiss as if to say hey, and then raised his pistol. Bang. The camera exploded in a shower of sparks. He moved to one of the bodies, crouched, and ripped the communication device from the guard's vest. He plugged a slender cable from his phone into it, his fingers flying across the screen. In 2 seconds, a complex hacking algorithm bypassed the facility's security protocols. He was in. He stood just as the blaring sirens finally erupted, painting the hallway in frantic red light. Should we start? Wolverine growled, the scent of blood and ozone filling his nostrils. Adam nodded. We start. They sprang forward. The massacre began. Wolverine was the vanguard, an unstoppable force of nature. Adam was his shadow in the chaotic storm. He had already wrapped himself in fade, his presence becoming an afterthought, a peripheral blur the guard's panicked mind struggled to focus on. Then, he cast slow on every hostile signature his enhanced perception could lock onto. The air in the hallway seemed to thicken. Guards emerging from doorways moved as if in a nightmare, their shouts drawn out and slurred. A 3-man squad rounded the corner, their rifles rising with agonizing slowness. Logan was already among them like a predator before its prey. He ducked under a wild swing from a rifle butt, his claws gutting the first man. The second guard fired, the bullet hitting Logan in the arm. Strangely, it was the guard who cried out in pain, having been cursed by recoil, rebounding all aggression. As he cried out, Adam seemingly materialized from the shadows behind him, his blade slicing across the man's throat. The third guard was suddenly swarmed by 2 mechanical spiders, one delivered a jolting electro-sting to his leg, the other injected a fast-acting neurotoxin into his neck. He convulsed and dropped. This is a fucking slaughter. It's beautiful. TF. This is one of the most graphic shows I've seen. Ag. Why spiders? I feel itchy just looking at them. Dude, they're mechanical spiders, like what? Dude, they remind me of the spiders back at home. I'm Australian, okay. Oh, ahem, sorry. Chapter 20, Adam brainwashed me. This is a fucking slaughter. It's beautiful. TF. This is one of the most graphic shows I've seen. Ag. Why spiders? I feel itchy just looking at them. Dude, they're mechanical spiders, like what? Dude, they remind me of the spiders back at home. I'm Australian, okay. Oh, ahem, sorry. They moved down the corridor, a whirlwind of coordinated destruction. Wolverine, who had spent over a century fighting, had never felt so relaxed in a battle. He is used to taking back shots. I mean, bullets. He's used to pain, but this time, he barely felt any. The enemies, they were slow, worse in every way, and when they hit him, they suffered too. He cannot describe just how amazing that is. Furthermore, he didn't have to worry about flanking attacks or suppressing fire. Adam himself or his spiders usually take care of that. Blood splattered the white walls in abstract patterns. Adam's own growth was staggering. Over the past month, his raw speed had decreased, a side effect of replacing Prim's slow with Prime Stupefy, but his technical skill had exploded. His movements were a fluid, brutal ballet. He parried a baton strike with his blade, twisted the weapon from the guard's hand, and drove his knife into the man's armpit, severing nerves and arteries. He moved with the effortless economy of a master, every motion moving toward the swiftest death. Wolverine had noticed such details. Adam's battle sense had dramatically leaped at the start of the past month, only growing with time. They breached a reinforced door into a larger holding area. Waiting for them was a task force, and at its center stood a giant. The man was over 7 feet tall, his skin having a rocky, gray texture. A mutant. And he was working for the MSRD. Not too rare. Sometimes they pay well, but sometimes they brainwash your brain into thinking they pay well. Barrage. Take the feral one. We'll handle the other. The squad leader yelled. The giant, Barrage, roared and charged Wolverine, his fist, the size of a cinder block, swinging in a devastating arc. Stupefy. Adam focused the curse solely on the giant. It was a ludicrous energy drain, especially against powerful targets, but necessary nonetheless. The brute's eyes, once full of savage intent, glazed over with sudden confusion. His charge faltered, his powerful swing becoming clumsy and telegraphed. Logan didn't need to see the opening, he trusted or smelled that the opening would be there. He was used to fighting against or alongside Adam, the effect the latter's powers have on targets. He ducked under the slow, wide punch and drove his claws deep into Barrage's thigh. Adamantium is a virtually indestructible man-made steel alloy with astonishing power, thus ignoring much of Barrage's defense. The mutant bellowed in pain and confusion, swatting at Logan with his other hand. The blow connected, sending Logan skidding back, only for recoil to ensure Barrage's own wrist snapped with the force of the impact. While they traded blows, Adam turned his attention to the task force. He became a ghost. He faded between them, his blade a silver flicker that was further made nigh invisible by the explosion of smoke and electric shockwave, followed by a deafening high-pitched sound. The source of all was 2 of his little, lovely pets that self-destructed. A guard aimed his rifle and started shooting randomly in fear, and the others followed suit, killing each other in the chaos. The guard almost emptied his entire magazine, his expression morphing into horror at the realization of what he had done. The spiders were a surprise that destroyed any planning they had. They were doomed from the very start. The guard faced his doom too, as Adam appeared amidst the heavy smoke and grabbed the barrel, and forced it upward into the jaw of the men behind him. Adam didn't need to see, for everyone in the room, aside from Logan, had been cursed by him. He could instinctively feel his curses attached to them, like walking flashlights, calling for him to end them. He spun, his pistol firing twice, 2 headshots, 2 collapsing bodies. A mechanical spider dropped from the ceiling onto the squad leader's face, its electro-sting delivering a paralyzing jolt. In less than 10 seconds, the task force was a heap of bodies. Adam turned, his gun raised. Barrage was on his knees, bleeding from a dozen wounds, clumsily trying to grab Wolverine, who had his claws stuck in the giant's chest. Adam took careful aim and fired 3 times. The energy round struck the giant in the same spot on his temple, the reinforced skull finally cracking on the 3rd impact. Barrage slumped forward, dead. Heart shredded by Logan's claws. Head cracked by bullets. There is only so much his defense can do. Without a word, Adam and Logan split up, their plan meticulously preordained by Adam's strategic mind. Logan turned left, heading for the sub-level detention blocks, a 1-mutant liberation force. Adam went right, toward the central command hub. His path was a masterclass in urban warfare. He used grenades scavenged from fallen guards to breach sealed doors. Explosions rocked the facility as he systematically dismantled its defensive capabilities. The enemy's every piece of tech was becoming a weapon in his hands. His spiders did their job diligently as a delivery service, delivering grenades amidst enemy lines. He finally kicked in the door to the command room. The 3 technicians inside spun in their chairs, faces pale with terror. Adam didn't hesitate. Bang. 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 3 clean shots. There was only one more, no technician, but someone of higher standing. He goes by the name of Hendrix, and the length of his chin is only surpassed by his hatred of mutants. There was one in front of him in the form of Adam, but unfortunately, his efforts were thwarted by a tiny mechanical spider that paralyzed him with a simple electric shock. He sat at the main terminal, his fingers flying across the keyboard. His cyberpathy had never shone brighter, enhanced by Doom's intellect. It made the complex security codes look like child's play. In only a couple of minutes, he had full control. He found the function he was looking for. A wide smile touched his lips beneath the mask. He typed the command and leaned back. A robotic, female voice echoed through the entire facility, from the deepest cell to the highest watchtower. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Authorization, Hendrix. T-3 minutes. All personnel evacuate. The robotic voice continued its grim countdown as Adam's fingers flew across the command console. He initiated a full site clearance, overriding all locks. Throughout the facility, cell doors hissed open, and restraint harnesses clicked apart. Beside him, the trussed-up security chief, a man named Hendrix, strained against his bonds. "You have no idea what you've done, you mutant filth." Hendrix spat, his face purple with rage. "There are protocols. There will be a reckoning. You'll be begging for the sweet release of this facility when the higher-ups are through with you." Adam didn't look away from the screen, where a progress bar showed the data download was 98% complete. "I'm sure there will be," he replied, his voice a monotone of feigned interest. "Tell me more about these higher-ups. Their names would be so helpful for my future networking." He was indulging the man, feeding his ego just enough to keep him talking. As Hendrix ranted about political connections and Black Ops budgets, and lowly mutants, Adam picked up his phone. A small app, designed by Forge, displayed a waveform analysis. It had captured and saved a perfect vocal print of Hendrix's voice, every undulation, every timbre. "Oh, that shall prove to be very useful," Adam thought darkly. He then raised his pistol and, without a flicker of emotion, shot Hendrix in the head. "I have a feeling he's cooking up some crazy shit again. That look. It's the same when he blamed everything on Hydra before. Hydra is gonna suffer. F for Hydra. F, RIP, +1. Hail Hydra." He met Wolverine in the main detention block. The scene was one of liberated horror. Logan's face was a mask of unsightly rage, his usual gruffness replaced by a trembling, silent fury. He was helping emaciated, trembling mutants out of their cells. Some, recently captured, were merely terrified and malnourished. Others were in states of profound physical and psychological ruin. It was hell on earth. WTF. This is too much, right? Like, way more graphic than anything I've ever seen. Thought I could watch this with my kid, guess not. Hydra is so fucking evil, man. This is not fucking Hydra's doing. Like, they evil, but this is not them. Oh, my bad. TF, Adam brainwashed you. He brainwashed me too. Wait, I was also thinking fuck Hydra, as if everything bad that happens automatically becomes Hydra's fault, WTF. Adam. Get out of my head. Chapter 21, well, fuck. TF, Adam brainwashed you. He brainwashed me too. Wait, I was also thinking fuck Hydra, as if everything bad that happens automatically becomes Hydra's fault, WTF. Adam. Get out of my head. A young woman with iridescent scales covering half her face shrank from Logan's touch, her eyes wide with a terror that spoke of repeated vivisection. An older man, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, whimpered as he was freed from a restraint chair stained with his own filth. A boy, no older than 10, had a crude neural inhibitor bolted directly to his skull, wires snaking down his neck. The air was thick with the smells of antiseptic, blood, and despair. Adam wasn't surprised. He had lived this. He knew the depths of human curiosity and cruelty. Through his ongoing cyberpathic link, he was reading the facility's logs, the cold, clinical reports detailing the procedures. Neural inhibitors to suppress power manifestation. Non-consensual genetic sampling. Forced injections of experimental serums and sedatives. Invasive testing to map psionic and physiological pathways. Brain surgeries to locate the mutant gene. Long-term exposure to disorienting sensory deprivation and overload. Brainwashing attempts using conditioning and pharmacological agents. Coercive recruitment through pain, electroshock, and the systematic breaking of the spirit. He understood it all through the lens of his philosophy. He understands human nature and how easily they're influenced by their environment. He was a believer in genetic, environmental, and psychological determinism. Free will was an illusion. Genes shaped the hardware. Environment wrote the software. Trauma and conditioning installed the malware. You didn't choose to be cruel, your genetics gave you the capacity, your environment normalized it, and your psychology rationalized it. Even the act of rebellion was a predetermined outcome of accumulated data points. The oracle in the matrix was right, we don't make choices, we only try to understand why they were made. Witnessing this fresh hell, he could feel the programming of his own soul shifting. The concept of trust was being systematically deleted, its code overwritten. The words absolute, happiness, and death glowed brighter in his internal architecture, his core objectives becoming ever more defined. He was consciously experiencing the making of a decision and understanding that he made it solely based on things out of his control. I'm also a firm believer in the lack of free will. Wouldn't the Marvel universe be different, considering how chaotic it is? It's chaotic and random, so still no free will. I'd say the only thing that can disapprove the argument is the soul, if there is something so special about the soul that allows us to truly make unique choices. I understand Magneto more. With how many extinctions mutants have faced, how can you accept coexistence when it's a false notion? Professor X's way of taking back shots all day every day doesn't work, but Magneto's way also won't work, as Adam said. What's Adam's way? We will know soon, I guess. They comin'. Logan's gruff voice snapped him from his daze. The old mutant's expression was heavy, his eyes holding a centuries-old weariness made fresh by this new atrocity. Adam nodded, his face a placid mask. The Blackbird's ETA is a few minutes. They returned to work, freeing the broken and the scared. Adam, despite his cold calculus, mustered a gentle smile for a crying child. He sought happiness himself, he knew its value. A smile, a kind word, a moment of safety, a hug, these were tiny, cost-effective variables that could shift another's deterministic path toward a slightly better outcome. Why not provide them? The facility was soon surrounded by the wailing sirens of MSRD reinforcements, but they were irrelevant. The Blackbird would be here before any assault could begin. But the universe was a system of chaotic variables, and a new, massive one had just been introduced. The ground trembled. Not the shudder of an explosion from within, but a deep, groaning vibration that shook the very foundations of the building. The ceiling above the central block cracked with a sound like a glacier calving. Great strips of steel and concrete were torn upwards, wrenched away as if by the hand of a god, revealing the star-dusted night sky. There, floating serenely above them, was a figure. He stood on a jagged metallic platform of the very roof he had just dismantled. He was clad in crimson and purple, a regal helmet of the same color shielding his head. His cape billowed in a wind of his own making. His expression was one of cold, paternal authority. Well, fuck, Logan's voice was a low growl of pure exasperation. Adam's mind, for a split second, went blank with sheer endless disbelief. What the actual fuck? This was a statistical outlier of catastrophic proportions. This wasn't in the plan. Why? Hello. Why? You bitch fortune. I'm talking to you. Fear was a secondary concern, for he didn't feel any. His primary processing power was already dedicated to a single task, recalculating the entire scenario around this new, dominant variable. How to turn this? Magneto's voice boomed, amplified and resonant. I am proud. His gaze swept over the freed mutants, then the carnage. I had not expected Charles's students to finally understand the necessity of such decisive action. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, locked onto Adam. But I correct myself. This is not their design. It is yours. Adam's eyes narrowed behind his mask. The certainty in that statement was not guesswork. The source could only be. Who? Theoretically, only he and Wolverine should know of their actions tonight. But that's in theory. Psychics like Charles can easily find out because while his hollow curse can safeguard his mind, Wolverine does not have such means. Even if he used hollow on him, it won't do much. The only reason hollow is giving him great peace of mind is because his curses are more effective on him. Then there is the fact that there are other means of discovering their actions. Which one is it? Magneto descended, his metallic platform lowering him until he hovered just above the shattered floor. You do not belong with them, child. Their path is one of delusion and slow death. You belong with me. With the Brotherhood. Join us. Silence. and the silence obviously displeased him. "Look behind you," he commanded, his voice rising with passion. "Behold the fruits of human tolerance. Do you still believe in their fairy tale of coexistence? It is impossible. They will always fear us, hunt us, and cage us. We are not villains. We are freedom fighters. We are Homo superior. We are merely claiming our rightful place in this world." Still silence. He took Adam's silent, calculating frown as a refusal. A flicker of impatience crossed his face. "I do not care for your answer. You will see reason." He made a subtle grasping motion with his hand. Instantly, both Adam and Wolverine felt their bodies seized by an invisible, irresistible force. Logan was wrenched into the air, his body contorting. Every atom of the adamantium laced to his skeleton became a puppet string for the master of magnetism. He gritted his teeth, a strangled curse dying in his throat. Goddamn. Magneto was his worst match. For Adam, the assault was different but no less absolute. The metal components of his sleek suit, the reinforced chainmail vest beneath the fabric, the buckles, his backpack, all suddenly became his prison. The suit constricted, the metal threads digging viciously into his flesh, holding him rigid and upright in a cage of his own making. He could feel the cold bite of the metal against his skin, a pressure that promised broken bones and shredded muscle. Magneto laughed, a sound devoid of true humor. "You are fearless, I see. Do you think I will not kill you? You are correct. But I can make you experience a pain that will make you beg for death's embrace. So, I ask you one last time. Why cling to a sinking ship? Join me." To emphasize his point, he flexed his will. The metal in Adam's suit tightened further, and a white-hot agony erupted along his ribs. Across from him, Wolverine let out a choked roar as the adamantium in his body was manipulated, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. "Magneto, you bastard." Logan managed to grit out. "We're helping our kind, why stop us?" Magneto's laugh echoed through the ruined chamber. "Stop you? My misguided friend, I am not here to stop you. I am here to recruit. Your enthusiastic liberation has provided me with a fresh batch of soldiers for my army." The color drained from Wolverine's face. The horror of the facility was now compounded by a new, profound hopelessness. They hadn't freed these broken souls. They had simply delivered them from one master to another. Chapter 22, Lady Fortune. "I will fuck you up." They hadn't freed these broken souls. They had simply delivered them from one master to another. Adam took a deliberate, measured breath, his mind a fortress of cold calculation despite the agony constricting his body. He watched as several members of the Mutant Brotherhood moved through the ravaged facility with the casual arrogance of conquerors. They stepped over the dead, not just the MSRD personnel he and Logan had put down, but also the mangled bodies of the rapid response force that had surrounded the building. Magneto had dealt with them with dismissive, brutal ruthlessness. The rescued mutants offered little resistance. After the horrors they had endured, the Brotherhood's message of mutant supremacy and violent retribution resonated with a dark, seductive logic. Their hatred for humanity had been forged in fire and scalpels. Yet, Magneto was ruthlessly pragmatic. His followers assessed the freed prisoners with cold eyes, separating those with useful, combat-ready abilities from the weak, the sick, the old. The latter were left cowering, a painful reminder that to Magneto, they were all pawns, and some were more expendable than others. Adam observed it all, his surprise carefully hidden. His focus was internal, on the instinctual feedback from his power. Envy was whispering to him. He felt a resistance around Magneto, a psychic and metaphysical shielding that made his curses feel blunted. Stupefy, in particular, would be half as effective. The helmet was part of it, but the protection felt deeper, as if it guarded not just the physical brain but also the electromagnetic field around Magneto. His power, he concluded in a flash of insight, was a form of targeted reality manipulation, and like all such forces, it had counters. He smiled then, a small, unsettling curve of his lips. A good thing he never relied on a single tool. Doom's stolen intellect was already integrated, a prize that couldn't be so shielded against. The path was clear: improve all aspects, become a jack of all trades, and then, methodically, master them all. Never be reliant on a single strength. He's smiling. He's smiling while bleeding all over. Adam Cypher is one of the most unhinged, charismatic bastards I've ever seen. The aura is immaculate. Does he, not feel pain? I'm confused. Magneto's gaze, sharp and perceptive, caught the expression. Why do you smile? He boomed, his voice echoing in the ruined space. Do you place your faith in the X-Men? Do you think I am unaware of their approach? His tenacity is notable. Magneto must admit. The metal grinds against his flesh, yet he stood there as if it were a gentle embrace. He was aura farming, even in captivity, projecting an image of unbreakable calm. But without power, nothing else matters. Very well, you don't want to join, but you must tell me, how did you find this place? Are there similar facilities you found? Magneto pressed. Adam's smile didn't falter. How did I find this place? He mused, answering a question that hadn't been asked. I've been investigating an organization called Hydra. Their goals seem to be world domination and mutant extermination. My investigation led me here. Magneto's regal brow furrowed. Hydra. I have never heard of this group. Suspicion hardened his features. How would you know of them? A dry chuckle escaped Adam's lips. I should know better than most. I was their lab rat for over a decade until recently. The reason you haven't heard of them is because they don't want to be known. He tilted his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. Though I must admit, I'm surprised Professor X hasn't mentioned them. Given the bromance you two have going, I thought he would have told you. He laughed, a genuine sound of amusement at his own crude joke. Magneto did not share his humor. The metal embedded in Adam's suit constricted violently, threads of steel digging deeper into his flesh. Fresh blood welled up, staining the white fabric. Magneto's face was a thundercloud of offended pride. But before he could act, the familiar roar of the Blackbird's engines filled the air. The X-Men had arrived. Adam, however, wasn't finished. He let out an amused, pained giggle. Consider this a bonus, he rasped. Hydra has mentioned your name more than once. They spoke of manipulating you to achieve their goals. From their records, it seems they've succeeded more than once, all without your awareness. He met Magneto's livid gaze. I'm not sure how or what they did, but that's fucking hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, he's poking the bear with a nuclear missile. He's just making shit up now. The absolute madman. The amount of bullshit he's spewing at Hydra is comedic gold. They're gonna have so many new enemies. God fucking damn, the amount of bullshit coming out of his mouth is disgusting. The fearless amusement and the laugh make his words so much more believable. A prominent vein throbbed on Magneto's forehead. His hands clenched into fists. He let out a short, harsh laugh that was pure, undiluted rage. Hydra, he muttered, the name a poison on his tongue. I will show them what true manipulation looks like. The manipulation of life and death. The X-Men descended from the Blackbird, Cyclops, Storm, Phoenix, Colossus, and Nightcrawler, their postures tense. The confrontation was immediate, a standoff etched in years of conflicted history. Let them go, Magnus, Cyclops commanded, his hand hovering near his visor. Or what, Summers? You will blast your own comrades to get to me. Magneto retorted, gesturing with his hand. Adam and Wolverine grunted in fresh agony, their bodies used as living shields. I will leave you these, broken remnants. They should keep your bleeding hearts occupied, ha 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 ha. Worry not, I'm no longer interested in them, just wait, and it all shall pass. It was a stalemate. The X-Men were powerless without risking their friends' lives. Magneto knew it. Then, everything changed in a heartbeat. Magneto's eyes widened slightly. He felt slow. His thoughts, usually razor-sharp, became muddled, struggling to form a coherent chain of reasoning. Simultaneously, a jolt of pain rebounded through his own body, a faint echo of the torment he was inflicting on Adam. Slow. Recoil. In that moment of disorientation and pain, he felt a tiny, sharp sting on the exposed skin of his neck. His hand flew to the spot, his fingers closing around a minuscule, dissolving plastic injector. The source was a nearly invisible, plastic mechanical spider that launched the injector from far enough. Dizzy. Magneto slurred, his vision blurring. His magnificent control over the metal faltered. The platforms holding him and his prisoners wavered. He raised his eyes, his gaze locking with Adam's bloody, unsettling smile. You. Damn. He managed, before his eyes rolled back into his head. He plummeted from his perch, the neurotoxin, a contingency Adam had engineered, overwhelming his system. He hadn't expected to face Magneto anytime soon, but expectations and preparations are two different things, just in case, as he usually says. The collapse of their leader sent shockwaves through both groups. The Mutant Brotherhood stared in bewildered horror. The X-Men reacted with trained speed. Jean's telekinesis flared, catching both Atom and a now-freed Wolverine before they could hit the ground. Cyclops, Storm, and Beast moved as one, surrounding Magneto's unconscious form, forming a protective circle. Logan landed on his feet, his healing factor already sealing the internal damage, his claws popping with a furious snikt. "About damn time," he growled. The X-Men might have reacted fast enough, but they still couldn't quite comprehend what just happened. Atom had just brought down Magneto on his own. He's their nemesis, someone they've always struggled against. Yet, he fell down just like that. So easily. Just what's happening? Peak. That's what's fucking happening. I hadn't expected that at all. WTF. It wasn't a full-blown fight, but it was peak. How did you expect Atom to win without outsmarting Magneto? Pull out a Star Destroyer cannon from his arse. It was so unexpected, I think, because he waited till the perfect moment before acting. He took his sweet time while bleeding all over and smiling. Cinema. Atom staggered as Jean helped him up, leaning against her. He stood fully conscious, a bloody testament to his own tenacity, before his legs buckled and he fell to his knees. It wasn't because his body betrayed him. It was worse. For God's sake, he bellowed in his mind. It just doesn't fucking end. Lady Fortune definitely hates him. Chapter 23, Yeast Farming. It wasn't because his body betrayed him. It was worse. For God's sake, he bellowed in his mind. It just doesn't fucking end. Lady Fortune definitely hates him. At the same moment, several other X-Men, Colossus and Cyclops, clutched their heads, stumbling under a sudden, overwhelming psychic assault. A psychic. Jean yelled, her own mental shield slamming up. A powerful one. She could feel the attack, a diamond-hard, icy probe seeking to dominate their wills. She threw her own power against it, a telepathic battle erupting invisibly in the air. But she realized with dawning alarm that the interference was intensifying, the source getting closer. And then she appeared. Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, strode into the ruins as if she were entering a boardroom. Dressed in her signature white regalia, her presence was a wave of psychic frost, pure elegance. Beside her were two figures, a hulking, silent man, and a woman with a cruel smile, a trio of knives hovering telekinetically in the air around her. Atom raised his head, his face contorted not from his physical wounds, but from the immense strain of maintaining the hollow curse. It was a desperate, full-power defense against Emma's focused telepathic invasion. It was working, but the energy drain was catastrophic. He had seconds, maybe 24 at most, before his mind would be laid bare or it would continue to consume something else, like his life force. "Stop this, Emma!" Jean commanded, her voice strained as she fought to protect the minds of her teammates. Emma's voice was a psychic purr that echoed in all their minds. "Magneto is a business partner. I had a deal with him, so he is still needed. You can't have him, unfortunately." The tension grew as the psychic battle grew, only for it all to end suddenly. Emma's gorgeous eyes would squint, realizing that her true goal was achieved. They were distracted, and in that moment of focused confrontation, a figure materialized in a puff of brimstone-scented smoke beside Magneto's body. He was crimson-skinned, with a pointed tail and yellow eyes, Azazel. He placed a hand on the fallen leader and, with another BAMF, vanished, taking Magneto with him. A lovely, victorious smile graced Emma Frost's lips as she watched their expression change. The X-Men had lost their leverage. Outplay after outplay, when do they end? Why is Emma helping Magneto? She's the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, so it must have something to do with that. I'd assume it's an exchange of interest. But it was still annoying facing them, especially that redhead. Her telepathy was ludicrous, guarding her teammates' minds all at once. Destruction is easier than protection, yet Jean was still holding her own. "Now," she said aloud, her gaze sweeping over them. "You will leave this place. But you will leave him behind." Her eyes, cold and calculating, settled on Atom. She brought her hand to her mouth, sizing him up. "You are a surprise, reeking of potential. How about you become mine? Let me look into your mind, I want to dearly see how it works." I would become hers. "Accept. What you waiting for? Don't think I'd want her looking into my mind. Me too, privacy is important. The hentai I watch, phew. She'd run out of the stratosphere. Dude, same, her mind would be so contaminated, Cthulhu would appear. What are you guys watching? I'm curious too, for research purposes of course. +1, +1. The situation was beyond precarious. Surrounded by the White Queen and the remnants of the Mutant Brotherhood, the X-Men were outmatched and outmaneuvered. Then, Emma's complacent expression faltered. Her gaze met Adam's. Despite the blood, the pain, the psychic onslaught, and the imminent threat, his eyes were not filled with fear or desperation. They held an unnerving, absolute calm, a deep, placid pool that seemed to see through her and into the very core of her ambitions. Every breath was a shard of glass in his ribs, every heartbeat a thunderous drum of agony. Yet, Adam endured. He pushed through the pain, his will a steel rod down his spine, and forced himself to stand. His blood-slicked hands held an object of immense power, its weight both physical and symbolic. He raised it and placed it upon his head. The fit was perfect. It was Magneto's helmet. A masterpiece of metallurgy and psionic science, crafted from a rare, resonant alloy that was almost utterly immune to telepathic intrusion. Magneto had designed this special form of headgear to protect him from all forms of telepathy and psionic energy. He realized he would need protection from psychic beings like his old friend Professor Charles Xavier, and now, it served Adam very well. The moment it settled on his brow, the world changed. The crushing, soul-deep consumption of maintaining the hollow curse vanished. The icy, diamond-hard probe of Emma Frost's telepathy, which had been moments from shattering his defenses, simply ceased to exist. Silence. Glorious, absolute mental silence. He took the helmet. TF. When? He saw an opportunity and he took it. Azazel teleported away a helmetless Magneto. This is the biggest W of the season. Dude, Magneto would lose his mind when he finds out. When Magneto had lain unconscious and vulnerable, surrounded by the X-Men, Adam had acted with predatory speed. While the others were focused on the standoff, his fingers, slick with his own blood, had found the clasps. He had believed, with a strategist's paranoia, that a third party would intervene. And even if he was wrong, it was a contingency too valuable to ignore. Magneto was known for his plot armor, Adam had simply decided to steal a piece of it. He was certain that this won't be Magneto's end, and indeed, things did take a turn for the worse. Azazel reappeared in another puff of sulfurous smoke, his crimson face a mask of fury as he beheld the helmet now adorning Adam's head. The teleporter took a step forward, his intent clear, retrieve the prize at all costs. Adam's voice, though raspy with pain, cut through the tension with amused clarity. Before you try, he said, letting out a wet chuckle, do you know what neurotoxin I injected into Magneto? Azazel froze, a terrible premonition dawning in his yellow eyes. Its name is tetrodotoxin alpha, Adam continued, the name rolling off his tongue with a wide grin. Unrefined, it kills in a dozen minutes. Magneto is, chronologically gifted. He's old. His system will likely succumb in half that time. Unless, of course, you act quickly. Maybe it was a bluff, a beautiful, audacious bluff. The toxin was maybe a fast-acting paralytic, not a lethal agent. Azazel wasn't sure, and Adam's absolute certainty wasn't making things easy either. But Azazel couldn't take the risk. Magneto's survival was paramount. With a snarl of pure hatred, he gestured frantically to the remaining Brotherhood members. They rushed to touch him, and in another BAMF, they were gone, leaving behind only the scent of brimstone and the echo of their failure. He bluffed the devil. He bluffed Azazel. The sheer, unadulterated gall of this man. Did he bluff? I feel like it's something he would do, no. Wait, was that not the same toxin he used against the guards just a while ago, and it was deadly? No way, will Magneto die? There is no way they can save him in time. Magneto has plot armor, he will survive. True. Adam, 1, Brotherhood of Mutants, 0. Adam slowly turned his attention back to the White Queen. Emma Frost was, by any objective measure, breathtakingly beautiful. She was so stunning, she almost made him reconsider his preference for redheads. Almost. He's checking her out. The pervert. Can you blame him? It's Emma Frost. Priorities, people. He's bleeding out, and he's still aura farming. What is aura farming? It's when you farm yeast in a field. I'm confused. How is he farming yeast now? LOL, LMAO, good one. Chapter 24, Peak. She was so stunning, she almost made him reconsider his preference for redheads. Almost. He's checking her out. The pervert. Can you blame him? It's Emma Frost. Priorities, people. He's bleeding out, and he's still aura farming. What is aura farming? It's when you farm yeast in a field. I'm confused. How is he farming yeast now? LOL, LMAO, good one. Emma opened her perfectly sculpted lips to speak, to deliver some cutting remark or seductive proposition. Bang. Adam didn't let her. He lifted his pistol, his movement a pained but precise flick, and fired. Once, twice, 3 times, a staccato rhythm of pure stress relief. The bullets never reached her. They stopped dead in the air a foot from her face, held by the invisible telekinetic force of the woman beside her. But the attack was a signal. A single glance, a micro-expression of understanding, passed between Adam and Cyclops. It was all the tactical alignment they needed. Scott Summers didn't hesitate. Now. He yelled, and a torrent of devastating ruby energy erupted from his visor, aimed directly at Emma's diamond form. The air crackled. Emma braced, her body transforming fully into living diamond, the ultimate defense. She stood ahead, for she knew that the two beside her would not be able to take it. The optic blast washed over her, a wave of incalculable force that scoured the ground at her feet but left her unmoved and unmarred. The telekinetic behind her, using all her force to make sure Emma isn't sent flying by the force. Just as the conflict was about to escalate into an all-out war, Cyclops' posture abruptly changed. His shoulders relaxed, his head tilted. "Stand down," he said, his voice now carrying the calm, authoritative tone of none other than Charles Xavier. The professor had taken remote control. Rescue the remaining mutants and return to the Blackbird. Immediately. As quickly as it came, the presence vanished, and Cyclops shook his head, back in control. Adam let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding and lowered his smoking gun. Things did get a little out of control. He admitted, his dark humor resurfaced through the pain. But well, that was some goddamn good stress release. Emma, far from being offended, was smiling. It was a knowing, cold smile. It seems I've suffered a loss today. But both of them, without saying a word, understood the unspoken truth. With her diamond form, Adam's current arsenal was useless against her. But she also cannot use her telepathic abilities in her diamond form. However, if she had to release it, she could at any moment use her telepathy to threaten innocents across the city, forcing the X-Men to stand down. It was a stalemate built on mutually assured disruption. Yet, her victory wasn't flawless. One of her 2 subordinates, the hulking man, was now slumped on the ground, paralyzed. A nearly invisible mechanical spider retracted its needle-thin leg and scuttled back into the shadows. And Emma wasn't upset. She was thrilled. The diamond transformation alters Frost's personality, causing her to become rather cold-hearted and to lose her empathy for others. But even that wasn't able to completely obscure her emotions right now, or maybe, she was faking such emotions. She let out a light, girlish giggle that was utterly at odds with the diamond-hard villainess she portrayed. Her eyes, gleaming with genuine fascination, sized up the bloody, battered, yet defiant man before her. "It's my loss," she repeated, taking a step closer. "And you know, I feel rather smitten. I'm impressed. It isn't every day one witnesses Magneto being so thoroughly outplayed." Her gaze was intense, hungry. "Oh, how I want you. You would shine so brightly by my side. You are a treasure." She was laying it on thick, a blend of genuine admiration and masterful manipulation. "Join me in the Hellfire Club. The benefits shouldn't be a mystery to you." Adam, ignoring the stressed warnings from the X-Men, walked fearlessly toward her. He didn't believe a word of her romantic overtures. He knew Emma Frost, her morality was a shifting gray, her loyalty to herself above all. Her temptations were a siren's song, and he was deaf to it. He stopped not before her, but beside her paralyzed subordinate, and she watched in curiosity without doing a thing. He looked down at the men, then back at Emma. "How much will you pay for his freedom?" Adam asked, his tone that of a businessman closing a deal. "And let's add a significant surcharge for mental damages. I've had a very tiring evening." He continued, and showed a face of pain so obvious it made Emma's mouth twitch. Add more for all my injuries, you know, healthcare in the US is expensive, and I have no insurance, so a couple more millions, fair, no. He's ransoming her henchman. This is the most Adam Cypher thing that has ever happened. He shot at her just to get a hostage to sell back. The hustle is real. Emma's smile shifted. It became something darker, more twisted, more appreciative. She bit her full lower lip, a gesture of barely restrained something. What the fuck is wrong with her? Adam wondered internally. Does she actually? No, he refused to believe it. This was just another layer of her game. She was just fucking with him. Emma Frost is down bad. She's into it. She's into his unhinged negotiation tactics. This is the weirdest, hottest villain meet cute ever. Name your price, Emma said, her voice dripping with a strange mixture of amusement and desire. A brief, tense negotiation ensued, conducted with the casual ruthlessness of a corporate takeover. Storm, who had remained by Adam's side, was utterly speechless. End this farce, Frost. She had to say. Emma utterly ignored her, her focus entirely on Adam. They exchanged encrypted contact information, a profoundly intimate act in their world. Storm's scowl deepened. With the transaction complete, Emma gave Adam a final, lingering look. Until we meet again, my treasure, she whispered, before blowing him a kiss. Her telekinetic subordinate lifted the paralyzed men, and the Hellfire Club contingent withdrew, melting back into the ruined cityscape. As soon as they were gone, the dam broke. Jean and Storm descended on him, their voices a chorus of concern and frustration. Why were you so reckless? You could have been killed. Why didn't you call for backup from the start? Adam ignored them. He stood there frozen, looking at his bloody hand with an odd expression. He then raised his arms, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back to the sky, a bright, triumphant smile breaking across his battered face. It was the most genuine, unguarded expression any of them had ever seen on him. He was basking. Basking in the chaos, the victory, the sheer, exhilarating thrill of the game. Ha ha, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A raspy, intermittent laugh burst from him, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. In that moment, surrounded by destruction and drenched in his own blood, he had never felt more alive. He had never realized just how fun life could be. He had never experienced this facet of life before. It was exquisite. He's lost it. He's finally snapped, and it's glorious. This is his villain origin story, and it's a comedy. The laugh. It's so unhinged. I love him. Actual peak. Chapter 25, Novice Trickster +1. Ha ha, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A raspy, intermittent laugh burst from him, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. In that moment, surrounded by destruction and drenched in his own blood, he had never felt more alive. He had never realized just how fun life could be. He had never experienced this facet of life before. It was exquisite. He's lost it. He's finally snapped, and it's glorious. This is his villain origin story, and it's a comedy. The laugh. It's so unhinged. I love him. Actual peak. All of Jean's complaints died in her throat. She watched him, this broken, brilliant, terrifying young man, shining with a light she had never seen before. He was carefree, confident, and utterly certain in his own self, and in that moment, she felt a sharp, undeniable pang of envy. She wished she could be half as confident as he was. She wanted to see just how far he could go. Her desire turned to alarm as his laugh cut off abruptly. His legs gave way, and he collapsed. Jean lunged forward, her telekinesis catching him just before he hit the ground. He had pushed his body and mind past their limits, and consciousness had finally abandoned him mid-triumph. She held his unconscious form, the bloody, smiling conqueror, and wondered what monster or savior they had brought into their home. The strange case of Adam. The morning sun streamed through the window of the infirmary, painting Adam's cipher in a warm, golden light. He sat propped up in his bed, a mess of white bandages covering his torso and arms. Yet, a state of profound peace rested on his features, a small, serene smile playing on his lips. He felt ascended. He had faced the master of magnetism and won. He had outmaneuvered the Brotherhood and parleyed with the White Queen. He wasn't nearly as strong as they were, thus, he used what he had, a blend of stolen intellect, calculated trickery, and sheer, unadulterated gall. He felt a phantom level up, his internal metrics ticking upward, Novice trickster nearly mastered, novice manipulator not far behind. He's literally leveling up his character sheet in his head. The absolute smugness is radiating off him. I love it. After what he pulled, he deserves to feel like a god. But what the fuck is novice trickster? Should be at least adept with what he did. In Marvel scale, he is indeed a novice. How could he not feel unstoppable? The intoxicating certainty of his own capabilities was a new high, a drug more potent than any painkiller. Yet, he consciously reigned in the feeling. Arrogance was a terminal disease in the Marvel universe. For every peak he scaled, there was a celestial staring down from a higher mountain, a cosmic entity that treated galaxies as baubles. He was a novice, and he embraced the title. It meant he had room to grow, a universe of potential to exploit. A soft cough broke his reverie. He turned his head to see Professor X, Wolverine, and Jean standing by his bedside. He'd been so deep in his thoughts he hadn't sensed their arrival. "Good morning," Adam said, his voice calm. "How is everyone?" Jean stepped forward, her expression a mix of concern and frustration. "Everyone is fine, Adam. You're the one who looks like he lost a fight with a wood chipper." She handed him a bottle of water and a small cup of pills. "For the pain. The anesthetics should have worn off by now." Adam accepted the water but waved away the pills. "No need. I enjoy the pain." It was only half a joke. The searing ache from where Magneto's metal had burrowed into his flesh was a familiar sensation, an old companion. His nervous system had been conditioned by a decade of far worse. This was merely a persistent itch, something he wanted to get used to. Professor X watched him, his gaze penetrating. He had been wary of Adam from the start, relieved by his quiet first month, only to have his worst fears realized in a single, explosive night. "You are intelligent enough to understand the consequences of your actions, Adam," Charles began, his tone even but firm. Adam nodded. Of course. Being removed from the X-Men was a distinct possibility. Charles raised an eyebrow. "A possibility? I would call it a certainty." Adam shrugged, a gesture that made his bandages pull taut. "I disagree. Had things gone perfectly, no Magneto, no Hellfire Club, it would have been a minor risk. But well, shit happens. Then why?" Charles pressed, his voice gaining an edge. "Why not consult me? Why not involve the entire team from the start? We could have mounted a coordinated rescue." "Because I know why," Adam replied, his gentle smile never wavering. "I wanted things done in a way the rest of the X-Men wouldn't approve. If I'd brought you in, Professor, it would have turned into a negotiation festival. A lot of talking, very little action." He's not wrong. Charles would have tried to talk it out. "Adam, I wanted to break stuff." "Charles, but we could have held a seminar." The sheer disrespect is hilarious. Charles's frown deepened. "If you so fundamentally disagree with my methods, why did you oppose Magneto? Do you believe in his path?" Adam's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "Professor, you're mistaken. I don't believe in Magneto's methods at all. They're theatrically hopeless." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense. "In contrast, I agree with your end goal far more. It's the how where we disagree. It's how we look at things where we differentiate." The answer surprised Charles, but after a moment, he understood. Adam wasn't an idealist, he was a pragmatist. He saw the dream but preferred a scalpel to a sermon. At least, he assumed such. But that didn't change the facts. "Your sharper tools have created a political firestorm," Charles stated. "Your tendency to kill, to forego all peaceful avenues. Logan, at least, heeds my counsel. You operate on your own agenda. Therefore, if you wish to rejoin the X-Men, you will attend mandatory psychological sessions with Jean. You will continue until she deems you fit for duty." It was a clever, if transparent, ploy. Charles likely knew Adam would never fundamentally change. It was a way to sideline him, to put the onus on Jean. The disagreement was one of method, not morality. Adam had, after all, liberated dozens of mutants from a hellish fate. "One more thing," Charles added, placing a sleek, secure phone on the bedside table. "Keeping that helmet will make you Magneto's primary target. Call the last number on this phone. Someone wishes to speak with you." With that, the professor turned and left, Logan following with a grunt and a last, unreadable look. Jean lingered for a moment, her expression conflicted, before she too departed. Alone again, Adam picked up the phone. He dialed the only number in its memory. Fury, a voice grunted on the other end. Nick Fury. He knew why he wanted to talk to him. They engaged in a verbal dance, Fury probing, Adam deflecting. Adam was deliberately vague, his answers circling the heart of the matter like a shark smelling blood. Cut the crap, Cypher, Fury finally snapped. Why the one-man war on the MHRD? This has Hydra stink all over it, doesn't it? Adam's hesitation was a performance in itself. He let a silence hang, allowing Fury's infamous paranoia to fill in the blanks. Hydra was living rent-free in the director's mind, a ghost haunting his own organization. Adam's initial information had been a seed, Fury's own investigations had watered it into a towering, terrifying tree. He'd found traces of the cancer within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. You're pressing on a wound, Director, Adam said, his voice dropping, feigning reluctance. My trust is a scarce commodity now. From this point forward, any information exchange will be purely transactional. I have conditions. He's playing Fury like a fiddle. What are the conditions? Don't skip it. My guess, unlimited funding, a private jet, and a lifetime supply of burritos. Why didn't I know that this is about Hydra? Is MHRD Hydra? The scene seemed to skip, the details of their negotiation left a tantalizing mystery to the audience. When the audio of the conversation returned, Adam was speaking again. I'm sending you something. A recording I intercepted before the incident. Hold, said Fury. A minute of absolute silence followed, presumably as he activated every scrambling protocol he possessed. Go ahead. Adam transmitted the file. It was a crisp, clear audio recording. Hendricks, the MHRD chief of that specific facility. I assure you, the Sentinels will be deployed soon. The final calibrations are being handled by Trask himself. The unidentified voice would respond in anger, complaining about the endless delays, how much they paid, yet they have seen nothing of the miracle machines. Hendrick, the value of the garbage mutants you've provided is insufficient as a price for the Sentinels anyway. Our mutual friends are growing intolerant of your services. Your anger will not make things easier. Find us high-value mutants, and the deal shall proceed. You will have your Sentinels. The silence from Fury's end was profound, a void of sheer, horrified comprehension. Chapter 26, Novice Trickster +2. Your anger will not make things easier. Find us high-value mutants, and the deal shall proceed. You will have your Sentinels. The silence from Fury's end was profound, a void of sheer, horrified comprehension. Adam, the picture of curiosity, broke it. Director? What are the Sentinels? I'm curious. Fury's voice was gravelly, stripped of its usual bravado. I'll investigate. We're done here. The line went dead. On his end, in a secure S.H.I.E.L.D. bunker, Nick Fury felt a phantom itch on his scalp. If I had any hair left, it would be falling out right now, he thought with grim temper. He understood why Adam lost trust in him, or rather, anyone. He found the same things he did, Hydra's horrifying influence and infiltration of the government. No, Fury knows things are even worse than Adam realizes. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., he wasn't sure how deep the infiltration went, and that was the problem. However, he finds it hard to believe that the infiltration would be deep. He was assuming it was just surface-level employees, but his paranoia was ticking, it was fucking ringing. It should be fucking singing the opera. He has no idea, LOL. Hydra is deep, like deep as in entered through the mouth and reached the other hole. What in the actual fuck is that description? Fury never once doubted the recording's authenticity. It was all falling into a horrifying, logical place. Why wouldn't Hydra infiltrate the MHRD? Why wouldn't they trade captured mutants for the ultimate mutant hunting weapon? Why wouldn't Hydra do anything? You could tell him Hydra is planning wide multiversal destruction, and he would believe it because it's fucking Hydra. The most pressing matter is that those bastards are actually planning to trade with Hydra, giving them weapons of mass destruction. Sure, he had heard of the Sentinel Project, and he knew it's nowhere near ready, but what the fuck? Back in his infirmary bed, Adam set the phone down and let his head fall back against the pillow. An unrestrained, exulting smile spread across his face. +1 Novice Trickster. The recording was a masterpiece of forgery. Using the vocal print he'd stolen from the late Chief Hendricks and Forge's unparalleled technology, he had fabricated the entire conversation from whole cloth. He had no concrete proof that Hydra was involved with the MSRD or the Sentinels. He didn't need any. This was Hydra. You could blame them for a bad hair day, and half the intelligence community would believe it. With one expertly crafted lie, he had thrown a lit match into a powder keg. He had sicked a paranoid Nick Fury and the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Hydra, the MSRD, and Trask Industries simultaneously. He had turned his three most formidable future enemies against each other before they even knew he was a threat. He framed Hydra for something they might not have even done. This is the most beautiful, diabolical thing I've ever seen. He's not a hero or a villain. He's an agent of the glorious chaos. Actual master of throwing other people under the bus. He closed his eyes, basking in the sunlight and the sweet, sweet sound of dominoes falling exactly where he had pushed them. It was, without a doubt, a very good day. The gardens of the Xavier Institute were a sanctuary of manicured lawns and vibrant flower beds, but today, a different kind of growth was taking root. At the center of a gently sloping lawn, Adam Cypher sat cross-legged on a stone bench, a picture of tranquility. A leather-bound book rested in his lap, and he occasionally took a slow, deliberate sip from a delicate cup of tea. The book wasn't anything special, it's just weird, and he was trying to see if he could stumble upon magic through it, 'cause why the fuck not? In Marvel, weird books and artifacts were the shortcut to power. And death. The book was interesting, though. Surrounding him, scattered across the grass like students before a revered teacher, was a gathering of young mutants. Anna, aka Rogue, was kind of focused. Several potted plants, ranging from a delicate orchid to a hardy succulent, were arranged before her. She would reach out a gloved hand, her brow furrowed in concentration, her fingertips barely brushing a leaf. Sometimes, the plant would shudder, its color degrading, but still hang on to life. Other times, the leaf would instantly wither, turning brown and crinkling to dust. A small, pained frown would touch her lips with each failure. Adam's suggestion had been so simple yet unique. Your power absorbs life force. He'd said. Plants have life force, but it's insignificant. Use them to find the threshold between touch and theft. It shouldn't be difficult to learn to control your power this way. Anna had been awestruck by the sheer, obvious logic of it, and the way she looked at him now held a reverence that bordered on obsession. She was constantly peeking to gauge his reaction, which only disrupted her focus further. It was annoying Adam to no end that he was the reason for her progress and loss of focus at the same time. Why didn't anyone think of this before? It's so obvious. It does make sense. It's such a genius non-genius idea, best way to describe it, I think. Rogue's training arc. She's got it bad for the sensei. Nearby, John Allardyce, aka Pyro, was a study in frustrated determination. Two tiny, molten orbs of fire, no larger than marbles, danced in the air above his palms. His face was slick with sweat as he tried to compress them further, to make them denser. One orb flickered and died. He cursed under his breath and reignited it. Adam's assignment for him was brutally simple: master how to handle two balls before even thinking of a third. Bobby Drake was sculpting a complex rose out of ice, his tongue stuck out in concentration. Other students had their own tailored exercises. A boy who could vibrate was practicing by holding a glass of water without creating ripples. It sounds like a power with potential, but unfortunately, he's a very low-level mutant, and he can't vibrate much. Damn, a living vibrator. Then there was a girl who could generate light and was trying to focus it into a coherent, needle-thin laser. Adam observed it all with a placid smile. This was what he called building connections. In the month since the MSRD incident, a profound mental shift had left him radiating a tranquil, gentle charisma that drew people in. He was a calm port in a world of stormy powers, and his simple, imaginative suggestions were yielding remarkable results. He's literally running a mutant self-help group. The Adam Cypher School for Gifted Youngsters. He's so chill now it's almost scary. What is he planning? Jean Grey found him there, her arms crossed as she took in the bizarre, peaceful scene. Playing professor? She asked, a teasing smile on her lips as she sat beside him. It's a tough job, but someone has to do it, Adam replied, closing his book. The pay is terrible, but the company is excellent. They fell into an easy banter, a comfortable rhythm they had developed over weeks of proximity. After a few minutes, Jean nudged him playfully. So, when do I get my personalized training regimen, oh wise one? Or am I a lost cause? Adam shrugged, his gaze thoughtful. I already gave you your assignment, Jean. You just haven't completed it. She looked puzzled. You have. When? Confidence, he said simply. When I look at you, I see a cosmic force of nature constrained by self-doubt. You're like a star that's afraid of its own light. The day you stop being Jean Grey, the worried telepath, and start being Jean Grey, the Omega-level mutant who knows her own worth, is the day you'll truly shine. That's your homework. I mean, you're a redhead, it's your job to shine, and you're failing it spectacularly. The answer was surprisingly serious without a hint of teasing. Jean fell silent, the playful mood evaporating. He had, as he often did, cut directly to the heart of her deepest insecurity. You have a real knack for flirting by psychoanalyzing people, you know that. She deflected, uncomfortable with the direct hit. Adam raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. Was that flirting? I suppose it was. He sighed dramatically. I'll just blame it on the hair. Why did you have to be a redhead? That's kind of my thing. She giggled despite herself, the tension broken. I don't get you, Adam. You can be so infuriatingly perceptive one second, and so ridiculously weird the next. Adam honestly said, I'm just used to entertaining an audience. That's us. Definitely us. The psychos at Illuminati are fantasizing again. Dude, it's just roleplay, just fun and giggles, it's not like they actually believe he sees them. We fucking do, dumbass. We believe. +1, I believe. Chapter 27, Handsome, Genius, Smart, Exquisite, Unique. Adam honestly said, I'm just used to entertaining an audience. That's us. Definitely us. The psychos at Illuminati are fantasizing again. Dude, it's just roleplay, just fun and giggles, it's not like they actually believe he sees them. We fucking do, dumbass. We believe. +1, I believe. His internal monologue, however, was more complex. That's just what she needs to hear, she's quite the wounded soul after all. Plus, giving her a confidence boost now might mean the Dark Phoenix goes easier on me later. He jokingly mused. A little emotional investment for a potential future payoff. And, well, she is a redhead. I'm glad you're fitting in, Jean said, her tone turning sincere. I really hope you find your way back to the team. Adam chuckled and shook his head, his tranquility unshaken. I won't be rejoining the X-Men, Jean. The statement landed like a physical blow. Jean stared at him. What? Why not? Her voice was loud enough that the conversations and focus training around them stuttered to a halt. Adam kept his tone light, almost casual. I won't be staying here much longer. There's no point in going through the motions of your counseling sessions if I'm just going to leave. The garden was utterly silent now. Every eye was on him. What do you mean, leave? Kitty Pryde asked, her voice small. Leaving the school, Adam said, his gaze distant. To pursue other things. Like food, ha ha ha. Anna was on her feet in an instant, a determined set to her jaw. I want to go with you. Surprisingly, John was right behind her. Me too. Before Adam could formulate a refusal, Jean was on her feet, her expression a storm of concern and hurt. She grabbed his hand, the one not holding the teacup, and pulled him to his feet, leading him away from the stunned group. Adam, what is this? She demanded, her voice low and urgent. Is this about Hydra? You don't have to do this alone. We can help you. We want to help you. He shook his head, his expression softening. This isn't about Hydra. Not directly. I can't deal with them yet. This is about me. He looked out at the sprawling estate, a place he had started to think of as home. I've spent one life in a hospital and another in a lab. I've never just lived. I need to experience the world, Jean. The good, the bad, the boring. I need to be a person before I can be anything else. Jean's anger deflated, replaced by a deep, aching sympathy. She understood the yearning in his words. The world was a dangerous place for a mutant, but the desire for a normal life, however fleeting, was a universal language. You'll be careful? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. I'll try to stay out of trouble, he promised, a genuine smile touching his lips. And if I find trouble I can't handle, you'll be the first person I call. He's leaving. No. This feels like the end of season 1. He's gonna get himself killed out there. But his reason is so heartbreakingly pure. If only it wasn't all fucking bullshit. Yeah, like that's a speech straight out of a kindergarten book. No way he's staying out of trouble. It was a small concession, but it eased the tightness in her chest a little. She watched him walk back toward the mansion, leaving a wake of confusion and dismay among his impromptu students. She knew she had to talk to Charles immediately. Back in the quiet of his room, Adam's serene mask dissolved. He sat on the edge of his bed, a slow smile spreading across his face that quickly morphed into a low, incredulous laugh. The absurdity of his own lie was delicious. Experience life? What a beautifully sentimental fiction. He picked up the secure phone by his side. He navigated past Fury's contact and dialed a number he had acquired through far less official channels. It rang twice before a raspy, graveled voice, rough with suspicion and what sounded like a lifetime of cheap whiskey and cheaper cigarettes, answered. Who the fuck is this? Adam's smile was all sharp edges now. Frank. The line was silent for a beat, the tension palpable even through the connection. Who's a skin? The voice, Frank, growled. Ya mama, hee. Ag. Come on guys, it wasn't that bad. Just. Shush. Wait, Frank who? Frank. Could it be Frank Castle? The Punisher. Oh my god, he's calling the Punisher. He's not going to experience life, he's going to start a war. This man just promised Jean Grey he'd be safe and immediately calls a one-man army. I can't breathe. I'm dying LMAO. The game, it seemed, was far from over. It was just changing venues. Adam Cypher was a creature of momentum, obsessed with the relentless forward march of progress. Charles Xavier, for all his disappointment, understood this restless energy. He wasn't surprised when Adam formally announced his departure, and he didn't stand in his way, despite the vocal protests from others. Adam had, in his own peculiar way, grown on them. His calm presence was a balm, his imaginative solutions to their power struggles were transformative, and his own abilities were the ultimate support system, effortlessly tilting the scales in their favor. But Charles saw the danger. Adam's charisma was a potent force, and his philosophy, a pragmatic extreme, ends justify the means approach, was a virus that could mutate the very DNA of the X-Men. It was a path Charles had consciously rejected through decades of hardship, and he wouldn't let it take root in his school. So, he watched, a silent, somber sentinel, as Adam loaded a sleek, black sedan. He wasn't alone. Accompanying him was a woman from the MSRD rescue, a quirky individual with a shock of white hair amidst the black and eyes that held a mischievous, unpredictable light. Her name was Nina, and her reason for leaving was as idiosyncratic as she was, I don't like the weather here. They were, Charles mused, a fittingly strange pair. He's really leaving. End of an era. Who's the goth girl? She's cute. That's Domino. Luck is her superpower. This is gonna be chaos. Wait, she was captured by the MRD. If her power is luck, how did that happen? Not strange, she's experienced many unlucky things in the comics. Her power is not strictly luck, I think. Good morning, Nina. Jean, Adam said, sliding into the passenger seat. Jean, insisting on one last duty, was behind the wheel. It was a principle Adam had drilled into her, the just-in-case protocol. Always have an exit strategy. Nina was already in the back, impeccably on time. She was dressed in practical black tactical gear that somehow managed to look stylish, her posture relaxed. Adam, by contrast, had been late, busy loading the trunk and back seat with an arsenal of disassembled electronics, custom-built servers, and crates of mechanical components. As they pulled away from the mansion, Jean couldn't hide her anxiety. Nina, she said, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror, please take care of him. You know he has a knack for trouble. Well, you too, but you know what I mean. Nina laughed, a light, melodic sound. Relax, Red. I'm not a troublemaker. I'm just confident. Famous last words. I'm not a troublemaker, says the walking probability-altering disaster. Jean's mom energy is at an all-time high. Confidence, Jean muttered. That word again. Adam nodded sagely from the passenger seat. Confidence is the answer to all, Jean. Even if it isn't, just act like it is. What's the worst that can happen? A lot. Jean and Nina said in unison. Exactly. Adam laughed. Thus, the just-in-case method. You always need a reason, a contingency. So, Nina, what's your reason? Why follow me? Your choice reeks of certainty. Like it's based on something unshakable. Nina's playful demeanor shifted into something more thoughtful. She looked at Adam, her gaze intense. Oh, now I love you even more, she said, stunning Jean into silence. TF is with girls trying to honey trap him. Adam was confused. He wasn't even trying, so he felt like they were trying to scam him when they behave so intense. Sure, he feels like he's handsome, genius, smart, exquisite, unique, special, and so on, but this is weird, right? Okay, dude. I'm speechless, his thought process is a movie. Chapter 28, I have trust issues. Sure, he feels like he's handsome, genius, smart, exquisite, unique, special, and so on, but this is weird, right? Okay, dude. I'm speechless, his thought process is a movie. She explained, her words casual, my power. It's like life is a series of impacts and trajectories. A new impact leads to a new trajectory, and then another, and another. I felt that my old trajectory was leading to a lot of pain and suffering. But following you. A wide, genuine grin spread across her face. That path leads to fun. Happiness. Challenges. Sure, there's some pain, but the fun kind of pain. She winked at him. Okay, she's flirting with him. Come to think of it, her life is somewhat miserable despite her power. Jean, for some reason, felt weirdly uncomfortable. The description was too ambiguous, the last part was clearly hinting at something. But also, do her words mean that staying by Adam's side is better than the school, a place she believes to be very safe and lovely? Adam, however, was stroking his chin, his interest piqued. Interesting. He understood instinctively. Marvel, my life is a TV show. Chapter 51, Fuck Hydra. The air in the press room was a physical thing, a thick soup of anticipation, cheap cologne, and the tang of overheating electronics. It was a storm waiting for a lightning strike. The moment Adam Cypher walked through the door, the storm broke. A wall of sound and light erupted. Camera flashes popped like a string of firecrackers, their strobe effect freezing the scene in a series of stark, white tableaus. Dozens of voices overlapped, shouting questions that dissolved into an indecipherable roar before they could even be fully formed. And at the center of it all, Adam was an island of unnerving calm. He was impeccably dressed in a stark white three-piece suit that seemed to reject the very concept of a wrinkle. His white, almost silver hair was swept back from his forehead, and his heterochromatic eyes, one a warm, natural hazel, the other a cool, chaotic gray, swept over the crowd with an air of detached amusement that instantly commanded the room. He didn't need to shout, his presence was a volume knob, and he had just turned everyone else down. Following a step behind him, Domino provided the perfect visual counterpoint. Dressed in practical, form-fitting black tactical gear, her white shock of hair and the lazy confidence in her stride made her just as compelling a subject as her employer. The journalist's glee was palpable, they had a story just in the entrance. Then, they saw the third member of the party. Padding silently behind them, its metallic feet clicking a soft, precise rhythm on the polished floor, was the mechanical wolf. John. It was larger in person than it seemed in the videos, its chassis a seamless blend of brushed titanium and matte black composites. Its movements were fluid, unnervingly organic, with none of the jerky servos or whirring gears they expected. Its optical sensors glowed with a soft amber light, scanning the room with an intelligence that was anything but artificial. A second, more frantic wave of flashes erupted. This was the story. The CGI creature was real, a walking, breathing, metaphorically speaking, piece of the future, and it was here, now. Phew. What a fucking entrance. Adam is so handsome. Moi. They thought something so simple was CGI. Humph, underestimating Doom's intelligence. Peasants. Damn, he's sticking to the Doom act. Respect for the commitment, my dude. Doom does not act. Doom just is. The clanker does look cool. Adam took his seat at the simple podium, adjusting the microphone with a practiced hand. He gave a slight, dry cough. The effect was instantaneous. The cacophony died down to a restless murmur, then to a hushed, eager silence. John, in a display that made several reporters gasp, fluidly leaped onto the long table, settling on his haunches beside Adam like a loyal, cybernetic familiar, his glowing eyes passively surveying the crowd. Good morning, Adam began, his voice a smooth, resonant baritone that carried effortlessly through the room. I am Adam Cipher, founder of Cipher Enterprises. You're all here, I assume, because of our recent product launches, Pulse, Flow, and Messenger. I'm pleased to announce that their monetization frameworks are now active for our growing creator community. He reached out and casually scratched John behind a sensory node, a gesture of such bizarre domesticity that it further blurred the line between machine and pet. But today isn't just about social media, he continued, his gaze becoming more intense. It's about vision. My passion has always been the art of creation. Engineering doesn't just reside in my mind, it lives there, rent-free. He offered a charming smile. I remember watching some of the old series about big, bulky robots. Especially the recent Transformers film. They have a presence. Aura. The coolest shit I'd ever seen. The word aura, delivered with such casual, earnest conviction, seemed to land in the collective consciousness of the room. You could almost see the journalists mentally filing it away, a new piece of vernacular gifted to them by this strange, charismatic man. The coolest shit I'd ever seen. This is the most un-CEO-like CEO in history. He's selling a personality cult. And it's working. I think he just introduced aura as a meme. When did aura meme become a thing? Well, aura was always a word, obviously, but I think it became popular in 2020. I remember seeing it being used then. Don't you guys think it's cringe how the show keeps using kindergarten memes? Yikes. 07. You talked shit about the writer. The Illuminati's about to get you. 67. To be fair, I agree, it's brain rot. Sarcasm. Please, Adam, don't kill me. Aura farming is amazing, man, but 67, TF is that? I researched what it means, and I lost most of the few brain cells I have left. 67. What does it mean? It's actually quite interesting, so the meme is actually meaningless. Just an inside joke for Zoomers. Just asked a clanker, and that checks out. Please stop, you guys are killing me with how many stupid memes you throwing out, do you even have a life? I'm a proud no-lifer. Me too, Grass and me, we don't see each other. +1, +1, +1, +1. That's my passion, Adam declared, his hand resting on John's chassis. I want to build things with that kind of aura, that kind of soul. But you have to start small. You need capital. Luckily, I'm what I like to call a novice genius, and my brain cells are about to surpass double digits, so it's all working out rather well. The room rippled with laughter. As part of that progress, I'm happy to announce that Cipher Enterprises will be releasing our first public-facing product in the AI space, Oracle AI. It will be available in 2 months. Details will be on our website. He then outlined the company's future focus with stark simplicity. Our primary trajectory will be in 2 fields, advanced prosthetics and cybernetics. He let the words hang in the air, his own cybernetic eye a silent testament to his commitment, but they do not know that, and the technology is nowhere near mature enough. Not everyone is a cheater like him. And with that, I believe it's time for questions. The room erupted again, but Adam held up a single hand. Calmly, please. 1 question each. Make it count. He pointed to a woman in the front row. Mr. Cipher, your background is a mystery. What were you doing before you founded Cipher Enterprises? Why have we never heard of you? Adam's smile didn't waver. I was in my garage, he said, his tone implying this was the most obvious answer in the world. Creating miracles. He immediately pointed to the next journalist before the first could demand elaboration. The scale of your company's launch is immense. How did you raise the initial capital? Mostly through a series of very successful personal investments as a startup, Adam replied smoothly. That, and a few angel investors who took an interest in my early, and quickly progressing, work in prosthetics. They have likely taken a liking to my appearance, too. He would continue with a chuckle. The next question came from a man with a sharp, predatory look. Speaking of investments, Mr. Cipher. It's come to my attention that you've acquired a significant, nearly major shareholder's stake in Stark Industries. The timing of your purchases and sales seems remarkably coincidental with recent events. Can you confirm this, and do you care to comment on allegations of acting on insider information? A sudden, profound silence fell over the room. This was a bombshell. Owning less than 5% of a company like Stark Industries meant no public disclosure was required. For this journalist to know, his sources were either impeccable or malicious. But most importantly, it was news. Today was a good fucking day for them. They were eating good tonight. Oh shit. Here we go. The Hydra plants are making their move. He knew this was coming. Look at his face, he's not even surprised. Definitely Hydra. Fuck Hydra. +1, +1, +1, +1, hail Hydra. Is it really Hydra? Be careful, Adam. It could also be the government. They don't like mutants. All eyes snapped back to Adam. He didn't look defensive or angry. He merely raised a single, elegant eyebrow, a small, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. I had a lot of money lying around, he began, his tone light, almost bored. So I invested. And I'm decently smart, so well, what's that excuse? TF. Yeah, that's unexpected. Guys. Give him suggestions. Chapter 52, I counted it with my fingers. I had a lot of money lying around, he began, his tone light, almost bored. So I invested. And I'm decently smart, so well, what's that excuse? TF. Yeah, that's unexpected. Guys. Give him suggestions. He trailed off, appearing to genuinely ponder for a moment. In reality, he was reading the show comments. Just tell them your imaginary friends told you. Tell them His Majesty, Victor Von Doom told you. Fuck it, just say it's divine intervention. It's a miracle. Then do the wah angelic sound. Tell them you counted it with your fingers. Adam smiled and held up his hand, counting on his fingers as if running through a list. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then, he let out a low, soft chuckle, as if immensely amused by a private joke which he then released. I counted it with my fingers. Yes. Mine. Guys, he told my excuse. WTF. How did he know? +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. I believe. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Welcome to the Illuminati. He's treating a potential SEC investigation like a minor inconvenience. The journalist's face is priceless. He was expecting denials, not, whatever this is. The journalist's expression twitched with frustration. Mr. Cypher, that's not. Adam cut him off, his voice taking on a patronizing, cheerful tone. I'm sure there are already numerous educational videos on Pulse that can teach you how to count with your fingers. You can learn there. He gave a dismissive wave and pointed to another reporter. Next question. After fielding a few more questions about Oracle AI's capabilities, the inspiration behind John's design, Adam gracefully ended the conference. As he stood, he leaned close to Domino, whispering a single, inaudible instruction. She nodded once, her eyes sharp, and peeled away from the group. Adam made his way back through the sterile, opulent halls of his headquarters toward the private elevator to his penthouse office. He was almost there when a voice, sweet and slightly breathless, called out from behind him. Mr. Cypher. Adam. He turned to see a beautiful blonde reporter from the conference hurrying toward him, a pleading smile on her perfectly made-up face. I'm so sorry to bother you, she said, her voice a husky whisper. But I have just one question. I feel like I didn't really get to know the men behind the genius. Perhaps I could ask you a few more questions. Maybe over a drink. She bit her lip, her eyes wide and imploring. I'd be so grateful for just a few hours of your time. Hours. Adam repeated, his cybernetic eye whirring faintly as it focused on her. The signs were clearer than a neon sign. She was seducing him. It made perfect sense, he mused internally. He was unique, special, handsome, smart, the best. His internal monologue was a cascade of narcissistic affirmation. He offered her a charming, capitulating smile. Sure. I've got a few hours in me. He's falling for it. No, Adam, it's a trap. Or is he? That look in his eye. It's not lust, it's math. I've got a few hours in me. Yeah, right. Is he perhaps just horny? Who isn't? Him, he's tech-sexual, no. That was a joke, he isn't actually that. Right. Dunno. Adam. Please don't fall. Keep your chastity for me. +1, +1, +1. Dude. What? Actual freak nation in here. He led her toward his private elevator, which opened with a soft chime. They chatted amiably on the way up, her laughter a little too practiced, her touches on his arm a little too frequent. But as the elevator ascended to the top floor, a space that contained only his office, a small personal workshop, his kitchen, and his bedroom, Adam suddenly went still, raising a brow in surprise. It was as if he had already seen the future. The doors opened to his pristine, minimalist living area. But Adam didn't step out. He stood in the doorway, a look of profound disappointment on his face. Bummer. The reporter was confused. What is it, Adam? He let out a long, weary sigh. It's unfortunate, he said, his tone now flat and utterly devoid of its earlier charm. I really won't get to lose my virginity today. He wasn't looking at her. His gaze was fixed on a seemingly empty corner of the plush sofa in his living room. Why are you here? The reporter was first startled by the virgin comment, then utterly bewildered. Who are you talking to? The air in the corner shimmered, like heat haze over asphalt. Then, the form of Emma Frost solidified in her eyes, lounging on his sofa as if she owned the place. She was dressed in her signature white, an eyebrow arched in amusement and interest. Her eyes, however, glinted with a sharp, psychic light as she looked at the reporter. Emma's voice would echo directly in the reporter's mind, laced with imperious command. Leave. Now. Forget all that's happened today. The reporter's eyes went blank, her pupils dilating. Without another word, she turned on her heel, walked back into the elevator, and descended, a perfect, beautiful zombie. It wasn't that Emma could turn invisible, but she simply masked her presence in the reporter's mind, just as she deleted her recollection of today. Adam finally stepped into his penthouse, the door sliding shut behind him. You have a terrible sense of timing, Emma. Emma Frost. My queen. This is the best love triangle, Adam, Trouble, and Emma Frost. Except there is no love here, just fucking manipulation and mind games. She's an actual fucking vixen. Damn, Adam is a virgin. Makes sense. He's been captive for more than a decade and has been very busy since his escape. But what about his past life? Oh, right, there was that. I think he said in one of his endless monologues that he's been bedridden. Speaking of which, since this is a reincarnation story, could it be that Adam's previous world is our world? You know, with the supernatural nature of the show. Illuminati here, we aren't sure. We find a couple of lookalikes of Adam but not him, we're sure. Also, we have people in some government positions, there are no files or paperwork about anyone like him, as if he doesn't exist. TF. What do you mean you have people in governments? Is the Illuminati actually a thing? Is it Hydra of this world? Don't you dare taint our name. We aren't Hydra. We worship the first, Adam, not whatever Hydra is doing. I'm scared. This is a show, so the actor behind Adam must exist. If he doesn't, the only possibility is. I believe. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Adam stared at the white-clad psychic, making herself at home in his penthouse. Fortunately, he never leaves any valuable information in any of his places, even if he considers them secure. Everything is in his brain. He let out another, more theatrical sigh. You really have a terrible sense of timing, Emma. And you're actively sabotaging my good deeds. Emma Frost uncoiled herself from the couch with the languid grace of a predator. She approached him, her heels silent on the polished concrete floor. A curious, delighted expression lit up her flawless features. She was dressed not in her Hellfire regalia, but in deceptively simple, impossibly expensive casual wear. She wore cream-colored trousers and a silk blouse that clung to her form, emphasizing a beauty that was both classic and utterly formidable. Ruined your good deed. She purred, stopping inches from him. Her perfume was subtle and cold, like winter roses. That deed would have ended with her sucking you dry for all you know, and bugging your room for even more info. That's the point, I want to give her information and have a good time, Adam complained in his mind. Does she think he's so stupid that he would fall for something like that? Now his opportunity to fuck over Hydra again has been delayed. But let's revisit the more fascinating revelation. Her eyes, sharp and diamond bright, sparkled with genuine amusement. You're truly a virgin. Adam raised a brow, watching as she casually encircled his neck with her arms, her body leaning into his. The proximity was intimate, charged. Why the surprise? You pilfered Logan's mind to find out about my Mhardi plans. Surely you saw other things. His tone was dry and curious in the face of her advance. Opportunities to experience that particular facet of life were scarce. Hydra was quite stingy. He shook his head in mock disappointment. They didn't even do the logical thing and send partners to try and breed my unrivaled genes. Idiots, truly. Okay, dude. Yeah, the humor is on point, dark and to my taste. Emma's face is a masterpiece. She's met megalomaniacs, but never one this hilariously self-aware. Damn, I'm in love. She's so fucking hot. Who's the actress? I've never seen her before. It's already been investigated. She doesn't exist. She's so beautiful that had she existed, she would have been an actress, or had an OnlyFans, and I would be her #1 supporter. Deegan Arte and proud of it, I see. If you aren't a gooner, your balls shrink. Don't you know that? True, if you don't goon, blood doesn't flow, and balls shrink. Tested and proved fact. If the audience was left speechless, Emma was momentarily dumbfounded. He had a singular talent for stating the most ludicrous things with the earnest conviction of a physicist stating a universal constant. It disarmed her, which was a rare and intriguing sensation. Her surprise melted into a deeper, more predatory delight. Her face drifted closer until their lips were a mere inch apart. Her whisper was a warm ghost against his skin. How about I take it? The offer was blunt, devoid of her usual games. I could show you the best time of your life. Teach you all kinds of things. Chapter 53, Nuu. Her face drifted closer until their lips were a mere inch apart. Her whisper was a warm ghost against his skin. How about I take it? The offer was blunt, devoid of her usual games. I could show you the best time of your life. Teach you all kinds of things. To punctuate her seriousness, she closed the final gap, planting a quick, firm kiss on his lips before pulling back just enough to watch his reaction. Adam blinked, his cybernetic eye whirring softly in the sudden quiet. Genuine confusion flickered across his face. Why? The question echoed in his formidable mind. Why was someone like Emma Frost, arrogant, discerning, ruthless, making such a direct offer after so few encounters? This wasn't love, he was too pragmatic to believe that. It wasn't mere physical attraction, though he was objectively aware of his own appeal. So why? The answer, as it often did, scrolled through the periphery of his perception in the information panel. The audience was already diagnosing it. Emma's kryptonite, unique intelligence and power. She's attracted to minds she can't instantly dominate. She's a collector of rare and beautiful things. Adam is the ultimate limited edition. She loves fashion, aesthetics, and control. Adam is a self-made work of art with his own uncontrollable will. He's her perfect paradox. True, he's made it his mission to always look crazy good. Fuck, the glaze in this chat is sometimes too much for me. Why doesn't my fucking wife glaze me like that? You have it easy. My wife does the opposite, she turns me down and off. He understood. She was attracted to the specimen, the anomaly, the power he represented. And he also knew, with cold clarity, that she was cunning, pragmatic, and her loyalty was a shifting currency. He could not rely on any inherent goodness. Still, as her lips lingered near his and the scent of her filled his senses, none of that clinical analysis seemed particularly pressing. He lifted a hand, brushing a strand of her perfect golden hair aside before his fingers came to rest gently along her jawline. If you're truly serious, he said, his voice lower now, then having one of the most devastatingly gorgeous women on the planet as my first would be more than lovely. Emma giggled, a surprisingly genuine sound. I'm starting to doubt it would be your first. You seem strangely experienced. Adam shrugged, the movement making her sway slightly against him. I lied. I had a teacher. It's called books. They're quite thorough. He allowed a small, real smile to touch his lips. I want to experience many facets of life now that I'm free. Consider this, field research. He leaned in, closing the distance she had left. Thank you, he murmured, the words lost as he finally sealed his lips to hers. He isn't one to hesitate or doubt himself. He's the representation of confidence and certainly, and hesitation is defeat. As for shame and embarrassment, Adam doesn't know it. He's much too used to Hydra eyeing him naked, dissecting him, and having no privacy in his previously small cell. The kiss began slowly, tentatively on his part. He was a fast learner in all things, and this was no exception. He absorbed the rhythm, the pressure, the subtle cues. Emma, sensing his inexperience, took the lead, her kiss becoming more insistent, guiding him. It deepened, growing less clinical and more fervent by the second. Adam's hands found her waist, then he effortlessly lifted her. Her legs wrapped around him as if by instinct, and he carried her toward the bedroom, the kiss never breaking, becoming a sloppy, breathless, and wonderfully degenerate exchange of exploration and pent-up curiosity. The bedroom door closed softly behind them. The screen in the minds of the audience did not turn tactfully to black. It shattered into a million pixels of outraged text. "No. Cut back. Cut back, you cowards. We pay for the whole seat but we only need the edge. Show us the edge. My queen. Emma, no. You've fallen to the charming, narcissistic virgin. I'm actually crying from envy. This is the greatest and worst day of my life. Unrealistic expectations, subverted. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. No. I'm crying right now. Why hadn't this show turned into a porno? All I asked for. For Adam, it was a revelation. He had been intellectually curious about sex, aware of its biological imperative and its cultural significance, but he had never had a context for the reality of it. His first life offered only a hospital bed, his second was a laboratory of pain. Experiencing it now, especially with a partner of Emma's caliber, both in beauty and in fierce, participatory energy, unlocked something primal. And with that unlocking came a sudden, vicious surge of hatred. Not for Emma, but for Lady Fate, Lady Fortune, and most of all, for fucking Hydra. They had stolen time. They had robbed him of years of this fundamental, wonderful, stress-melting, anxiety-obliterating human experience. It was better than a perfect chess victory, more satisfying than a successful financial raid, and infinitely more pleasurable than punching a bag. It felt like a drug, a perfect, natural, addictive high, and for a few hours, he lost himself in it completely. That's why, when he woke the next morning with the warm, sleeping weight of Emma Frost curled against him, his first conscious act was not satisfaction, but alarm. He closed his eyes, forcing his breathing into a meditative pattern. Sex doesn't matter, he told himself, the thought a cold blade cutting through the afterglow. It's a biological imperative, a human instinct. Instincts can be mastered. They can be ignored. I am not a pervert. I wasted time last night that could have been spent on schematics or data analysis. A wave of self-directed annoyance washed over him. Celestial beings do not need this. They rule galaxies without it. It is a diversion, a weakness. How can I aspire to become absolute if I am nearly addicted after one encounter? My will is unshakable. My certainty is infinite. He's doing a post-nut clarity crisis. This is the most Adam Cypher thing ever. Celestial beings do not need this. Bro is comparing himself to cosmic entities. Settle down, bud. He's treating the best night of his life like a strategic error. I can't decide if I should just kill myself out of envy or admire his discipline. He took a deep, silent breath. The problem was solved. He had analyzed it. He didn't need sex. Therefore, he would simply recategorize it. It wasn't sex, it was an efficient, biochemically superior form of stress and anxiety relief. Far more effective than boxing. He would treat it like any other maintenance activity for his physical vessel. He nodded to himself, mentally filing the experience away. Satisfied with this logical framework, the tension left his shoulders. He brainwashed himself into the conclusion, and he had Hydra to thank for teaching him the art. Okay, never mind. He's just as much of a degenerate as I am. No man is safe from goning. Phew, fortunately he fell. Sleeping with that trash vixen is annoying, but at least he understood that happiness and wasn't led astray to tech lovemaking. I have a chance. I assure you. You don't have a chance. Be Scarlett Johansson, and maybe he will take a second look at you. Ouch. TF is tech lovemaking. Yet, a disloyal part of his mind, the part that treasured happiness, whispered that it wasn't just physical. The happiness exchange, the strange, wordless intimacy, it had felt wonderful. Transcendent, even. He couldn't yet deconstruct why. He was realizing that he wasn't that much of an edgy emo, he's more so like an envious man that's been deprived of everything and now seeks to experience everything that brings him happiness. He needn't hold himself back, he realized. He was disturbed from his daze by Emma stirring. She let out a lazy, contented purr and snuggled deeper into his arms, her voice sleep-rough and amused. I must admit. I didn't anticipate superhuman stamina. Didn't know you had that in you. Adam's brow furrowed slightly. Oh. I don't have that. He said it with the tone of someone correcting a minor factual error. It was likely due to pent-up frustration and stress. And, well, I never engaged in solitary relief. I suppose I was simply too pent up. He shifted to hug her properly, his tone softening with a hint of genuine consideration. I apologize if I was too rough. I may have lost myself in the process. I believe I treated it somewhat like a boxing match. Emma's giggle was a warm vibration against his chest. The oddest description I've ever heard. But I loved it. She propped herself up on an elbow, her white hair cascading around her shoulders, a mischievous glint in her eye. I just wonder, does your girlfriend mind this? You seemed quite ready to entertain that blonde yesterday. Adam's girlfriend. Who? Emma is testing the waters. This is a psychic minefield disguised as pillow talk. Does she think Domino is his girlfriend? Adam raised a brow. Domino. She's not my girlfriend. He stated it as fact. She understands I'm not interested in a conventional relationship. Perhaps she sees I'm not capable of love in that way. Or that I choose not to be. He would chuckle and add. And I am quite fond of her. I wouldn't want to break her heart. So yeah, no hope there. Emma showed genuine surprise, her psychic shields momentarily down. I didn't take you for the edgy type, Adam. He shrugged, utterly unembarrassed. I've earned my edgy phase. Chapter 54, Actual Blasphemy. Emma showed genuine surprise, her psychic shields momentarily down. I didn't take you for the edgy type, Adam. He shrugged, utterly unembarrassed. I've earned my edgy phase. Emma's expression shifted from playful to contemplative. She traced a finger along his collarbone. Why are you so careless right now? I know you no longer have Magneto's helmet. Whatever trick you used before to block me seemed costly. Yet you're completely unguarded. I think highly of your intelligence. This doesn't seem like you. She's right. The helmet's gone. Is he relying on her goodwill? That's not his style. Something's different. Did he upgrade himself with envy? Maybe he got a new ability. Adam's eyes met hers, and the playful warmth vanished, replaced by an eerie, bottomless calm. It was the look of someone observing the universe through a telescope. I can see you won't do anything, he said, his voice devoid of inflection. And even if you tried, your power wouldn't be as effective against me as it once was. The certainty in his statement was absolute. She didn't sense a bluff. She felt, unervingly, seen, not just her body, but her intentions, her shifting loyalties, her curiosity. Instead of feeling threatened, a thrill of excitement shot through her. She liked him more and more. She decided to test him another way, a naughty, half-serious smile on her lips. Be my boyfriend, she proposed. Our thought processes are compatible. We're perfect for each other. Adam looked at her, his expression returning to normal as he cancelled whatever ability or capability he was using. He looked at her gorgeous face, filled with playful challenge. He gently smiled again, stroking her hair. He looked for a moment like he might agree, his expression softening. Then he spoke. I'm growing fond of you, Emma. I don't want to break your heart. She giggled, the sound rich and delighted. You truly believe I'd fall for you? Adam's answer was immediate, delivered with the serene certainty of stating that gravity exists. Naturally. I am destined for the absolute. It is, therefore, an absolute impossibility not to fall. Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, master telepath and manipulator, was left utterly awestruck. He had just uttered one of the corniest, most conceited lines imaginable. Yet, spoken with his utter, world-bending conviction, it didn't sound corny. It sounded like a prophecy. It sounded, against all reason, exquisite. So true. Sometimes he says some bullshit I feel should sound corny, but it sounds so fucking cool. I swear it's a fucking superpower. My superpower is that everything I hear sounds cringe. That didn't sound cringe. It's Hydra brainwashing you to not talk shit about Adam, lest they find and destroy you. True, I felt the brainwashing, but it's the Illuminati, not Hydra. We're nothing like Hydra. We don't want world domination for ourselves, but for the first, Adam. Okay, what? Shush, you're making it worse. This Doom agrees. Adam has half my intelligence, thus he is half me. It's only natural to rule the world. It's destined. I'm loving it here. I know, right? Sometimes I feel like the chat is what makes the show. Then you remember why the chat is so unhinged and you have an existential crisis. How do you do it? Was the question bubbling in Emma's mind as she eyed him strangely. Certainty, Adam answered her unspoken question, his eyes narrowing in peaceful contentment. He wasn't looking at her, he was gazing at the horizon of his own imagined future, a destiny he was drafting in real time. When you speak a truth you have built yourself, from the ground up, with your own hands and will, it carries a different weight. It doesn't sound like a boast. It sounds like a... He was interrupted not by words, but by action. Emma captured his lips in a deep, sensuous kiss, pouring a startling amount of genuine feeling into it. It seemed his absolute, mad conviction was the most potent aphrodisiac she had ever encountered. Ahem. Suffice to say, Adam had his morning, boxing session, of the day. They took a shower together, which inevitably involved a vigorous and very aquatic round 2. Only after, as they were getting dressed amidst the steam and the lingering energy, did Emma finally state her official business. The Black King and Queen want to meet you, she said, meticulously applying her lipstick using his bathroom mirror. Her tone was casual, but the weight of the statement hung in the humid air. Sebastian Shaw and Lord Chantel. The White King spot is available. If you can convince them you're more than just a clever upstart with good taste in partners, it could be yours. Adam paused, buttoning his crisp white shirt. The Hellfire Club. The Inner Circle. The White King wasn't just a title, it was a position of immense, shadowy power. It meant a seat at a table that influenced global finance, politics, and even mutant affairs from behind velvet curtains and layers of plausible deniability. It meant resources, connections, and a degree of legitimacy in the world of dark elites. It also meant being shackled to the club's ancient, often vicious, agendas. An intriguing offer, Adam conceded, his cybernetic eye whirring as he processed. But it will have to wait. I have pressing business in Los Angeles. It shouldn't take more than a week. The Hellfire Club is making a move. But they want to recruit the Chaos Agent. I feel like they're gonna regret it. White King Adam Cypher. That has a nice ring to it. Los Angeles. It must be Tony Stark he's visiting, no. The Black King and Queen are Sebastian Shaw and Lord Chantel. Does anyone know what timeline this is? Dunno. The Marvel multiverse is a mystery. Emma turned, a perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched. And what, pray tell, is more important than securing the White Kingship of the Hellfire Club? Adam finished with his cuffs and gave her a brilliant, knowing smile. Tony Stark. Emma's surprise melted into a rich, appreciative laugh. Of course. You're rising so quickly it's giving me whiplash. You don't disappoint. She finished dressing, the simple act of her putting on her clothes performed with a theatrical grace that held Adam fascinated. She was so goddamn gorgeous, a masterpiece of aesthetics and power. Today was a good fucking day. God, he felt like he was exuding endless happiness. He never knew that life could be so vibrant. So, he walked up to her and took her face in his hands, and brought her in for another kiss, softer this time, followed by a gentle, lingering hug. Thank you, he murmured against her hair, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. For showing me a vast new world. He then walked her to the elevator. Emma, for perhaps the first time in a decade, was left slightly speechless. His behavior was a paradox. The intimacy, the romance of the gesture, clashed violently with his stated disinterest in relationships. But as the elevator doors closed on his smiling face, she understood. Adam Cypher valued happiness above all currencies. When you gave him a novel, positive experience, whether it was a new technology, a successful financial raid, or a night of profound physical pleasure, he couldn't help but reciprocate with genuine, focused gratitude. He was, at his core, a creature of intense, transactional appreciation. It made him seem deceptively lovely, warm even. That's the danger, she mused. He could be manipulated through his hedonism. But then she remembered the way his eyes had turned cold and all-seeing when she questioned his lack of psychic defense. He saw through facades. Manipulating him would be like trying to sell ice to a man who understood thermodynamics at a quantum level. A smile touched her lips. No, deception was off the table. She truly liked him, and she saw a blindingly bright, if dangerously unstable, future in his wake. She would support him. For now. I see why he can be so dangerous and weirdly deceiving. He's weaponizing gratitude. He experiences something good and pays it back tenfold. That's weirdly wholesome for a narcissist. He's gonna be a heartbreaker, whether he wants to or not. Adam went to his second office, his more public office on the lower floor. There, Domino awaited him, leaning against his desk with her arms crossed. Beside her stood a stern, efficient-looking middle-aged woman in a severe pantsuit, his newly hired head of HR, Ms. Arbogast. "Sir," Ms. Arbogast said, her voice clipped. She handed him a tablet. "Per your request for a personal executive assistant. I've conducted preliminary interviews with 17 highly qualified candidates. Their dossiers, my notes, and preliminary psych evals are all here. I've highlighted the top 10. Adam took the tablet with a nod. "Good job." His cybernetic eye flickered as he scrolled. The data streamed past at a speed no human could comprehend. He stopped on the 7th profile. A slow smile spread across his face. "This one. Just this one." Ms. Arbogast blinked. "Sir?" "Candidate 7. She has a tendency towards unconventional problem-solving and noted stubbornness. Did you review the notes?" Adam chuckled, handing the tablet back. "Ms. Arbogast, I am a profoundly superficial person. I make decisions based on aesthetics, gut feeling, and whether something suits my taste." He gestured to the photo on the screen, a woman with a fierce, intelligent expression and a magnificent cascade of deep auburn hair. "She suits my taste." Domino, who had been watching with amusement, chimed in. "She's a redhead, too. That's a big plus for him." They both looked amused. Ms. Arbogast looked like her meticulously ordered world had just been tipped into a blender. "I see," she managed, the words strained. "Okay. I will extend the offer to Ms. Natalie immediately. My men. Redheads for the win." But he cheated on redheads with fucking blondes. Actual blasphemy. Chapter 55, The Final Boss. "I see," she managed, the words strained. "Okay. I will extend the offer to Ms. Natalie immediately. My men. Redheads for the win." But he cheated on redheads with fucking blondes. Actual blasphemy. TF. Speaking of Scarlett Johansson. She's here. I have a feeling he isn't hiring her because of his taste. He's hiring her because she's the Black Widow. No. Natasha, my queen. Don't fall too. Don't worry, dude. It isn't like this is a polygamy show. That shit doesn't work. Don't be fast to be happy. He isn't in a relationship, so he has room to maneuver the line. Harem in modern times doesn't work. Hell, even in places where polygamy is allowed, it most often doesn't work. True, our fantasy will never come true. They'll end up hating each other and hating you too. Ag, stop man, you're ruining my childhood fantasies. Well, unless you're a god, then maybe. Adam is our god, so it is possible. Asterisk your god, not mine. Blasphemy. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. I. Which one are you saying blasphemy to? I'm scared. What's happening? Once the flustered HR director had left, Domino fixed him with a look. All right. What's really special about the redhead? Because I don't buy that type thing for a second. Not for this. Adam's smile turned razor-sharp. She's a redhead of the highest order, he repeated, the phrase laden with meaning only he and the audience understood. Domino got the hint, there were layers here she wasn't privy to, so she let it go, shifting to a topic that clearly annoyed her. So, Emma Frost. Of all people. Jean's gonna skin you alive if she finds out. I honestly thought your first would be Jean or maybe even Anna. But I stand corrected. Adam raised a brow. You heard. Domino rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. Adam, Satan, currently residing in the deepest, most soundproofed circle of hell, heard it. Is she a screamer, or are you just a monster? He laughed, a bright, unguarded sound. How could someone as handsome as me be a monster? He smoothly changed the subject, his tone turning earnest. I'm leaving for LA. I'm leaving this place in your hands. I have a feeling that if you, my lucky star, weren't here, this building would have been nuked from orbit at least twice by now. Domino's annoyed expression melted into a smug, proud smile. She puffed out her chest slightly. Leave it to me. I've got what it takes to stop a nuke or two. Domino's smug face is everything. She loves being acknowledged as his lucky charm. If Domino's jealous, she didn't show it. I think she is, but she understands she should not get too emotionally involved. Nuked from orbit, he's probably not wrong. Adam smiled, pulled her into a brief, tight hug, and whispered a genuine thank you, before heading down to his underground workshop to pack. He sure loves his hugs. To be fair, she loves them. She wasn't too successful at not getting too emotionally involved. The trip to Los Angeles was swift. Adam sat in the back of a hired limousine, legs crossed, watching the California sun beat down on the manicured lawns of the city center. In his hand was a thick, creamy envelope containing an invitation to a party at the Stark mansion. Tony Stark, back from the dead and already making waves, had sent it personally. It was less than a month since his return, and Adam knew the timeline. Tony should be secretly perfecting the Mark II armor in his basement, with the confrontation with Obadiah Stane still a while away. But his warning to Fury had obviously changed things. Adam never cared for the sanctity of a plot or feared butterfly effects. He was the butterfly, and he enjoyed causing hurricanes if it suited him. Just like now. However, a deeper, more clinical part of his mind had long held a quiet hypothesis. The Tony Stark of this world might not be the one he remembered most vividly from the curated narratives of his past life. In the vast Marvel multiverse, there were countless Tonys. Some were weaker, some were darker, some were goddamn technopaths, some were sorcerers. Some universes were far more dangerous, populated by intellects of staggering, reality-bending scale. He had received his first clue about the caliber of this world the moment he'd used his envy to steal a portion of Victor Von Doom's genius. That 50% fragment had transformed him far beyond. It had been an intellect, a way of almost perceiving and manipulating reality that felt godlike. The Doom of this world was special, perhaps rivaled only by the Doom of the Sacred Prime Marvel timeline. It stood to reason, then, that this, Tony Stark, might also operate on a higher intellectual plane. My intelligence is still inadequate, Adam thought, not with despair, but with a greedy, yearning excitement. I need more. This world is stressing me out. The sheer density of power and genius was exhilarating and terrifying. He was starting to believe his own earlier performative madness might have been closer to the truth than he'd intended. His spiraling thoughts were cut through by a sudden, profound wrongness. The air in the limousine grew cold. The sounds of the outside world, the engine, the tires on asphalt, muffled into silence. Adam's cybernetic eye flickered, its diagnostics reporting no external temperature change, no audio dampening. Then, he manifested. On the plush seat opposite Adam, where there had been empty space a nanosecond before, now sat a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a slightly rumpled tan suit, with a kind face and an eerie, placid smile that didn't touch his warm brown eyes. He sat with his hands folded in his lap, as if he'd been waiting there the whole time. Adam didn't startle. He didn't reach for a weapon. He simply went preternaturally still, his entire being focusing on the impossibility before him. Adam Cypher's mind, a fortress of stolen genius and cold calculation, went into overdrive. His cybernetic eye recorded every detail of the man opposite him, the cut of the slightly too large tan suit, the weary lines around the kind eyes, the perfectly ordinary black hair. He cross-referenced the image against every facial database he had access to, every known player in this supernatural, marvelous world. The result was a definitive, chilling null. This man looked like a middle management accountant who had lost his way. His gaze flickered internally, seeking direction from the only source he trusted when logic failed, the information panel. It was erupting. Who? Anyone know? It's giving major, friendly neighbor who is actually a serial killer vibes. Could be a Skrull. A psychic projection. An illusion. Okay, comic veterans assemble. Entities who can just manifest. Mephisto often appears as a salesman, nightmare, but he's dream-based. Maybe Dormammu? Too flashy though, maybe a really powerful teleporter like, nope, the vibe is wrong. Don't forget Blackheart, Mephisto's son. He can look human too. Or a lesser demon in disguise. It's the suit. It's always the harmless-looking suit with these guys. Definitely infernal. Conclusion, someone demonic, a sorcerer, or some kind of multiversal entity you have no hope against. 07. Adam didn't show anything on his face. Instead, He let out a weary, melancholic sigh. He gazed at the men with an expression of profound pity, for himself. I'm seeing new things, Adam murmured, his voice soft, conversational, as if to himself. First the voices. Then the imaginary friends. And now, full-blown hallucinations. My sanity is truly slipping these days. He shook his head with philosophical disappointment and shrugged, settling deeper into the leather seat. He closed his eyes, his breathing deliberately slowing. The lure of sleep is getting to me. Ignore the phantoms, Adam. They'll pass. The middle-aged man's kind smile didn't falter, but the air in the limousine thickened, growing heavy and cold enough that Adam could see his own breath fogging for a second. It was a physical impossibility that the car's climate control should have prevented. Well, at least he wasn't actually insane. The man's mouth gave a slight, irritated twitch. Fortunately for you, the man said, his voice still pleasant but now layered with an echoing, subterranean resonance, I am very much real. And I am here to change your life. He extended a hand, and between them, the air shimmered. Parchment that was not parchment, written in ink that burned with a faint, sulphurous light, materialized. It was a contract, its clauses shifting and writhing like snakes. Anything you wish for. Wealth beyond imagining. Power to reshape nations. Immortality. I only require a few years of service in return. The length is negotiable, depending on the wish. Adam blinked slowly, as if rousing from a dream. A demonic ritual. He mused aloud. I didn't think there was a demon in me. But then again. A low, humorless laugh escaped him. My imaginary friends do have quite the variety. He laid his head back again, eyes shut. Just a nap. It'll be gone when I wake up. The temperature plummeted. The kind face finally dissolved. The man's features didn't change, but the being inhabiting them bled through. The warm brown eyes now swirled with the infinite despair of a damned cosmos. The pleasant voice shattered, replaced by a sound that was the grinding of tectonic plates and the screams of a billion lost souls compressed into speech. Low, but menacing. You try my patience, mortal. The voice was not loud, it was absolute. It vibrated in Adam's bones, in his teeth, in the fillings he didn't have. The hellish light emanating from the figure bathed the limousine's interior in the color of fresh blood and bruise. If you seek to waste my time, I will see to it that everything you have built, everything you have touched, is reduced to ashes and buried in the dust of oblivion. Perhaps then, in that emptiness, you will find the time. And the respect. To pay attention. Chapter 56, this show is written badly. Fuck the writer. If you seek to waste my time, I will see to it that everything you have built, everything you have touched, is reduced to ashes and buried in the dust of oblivion. Perhaps then, in that emptiness, you will find the time. And the respect. To pay attention. Adam's eyes snapped open. He didn't flinch from the horrific display. Instead, he looked, analytically curious. He leaned forward, peering at the glowing, demonic entity as if it were a puzzling lab specimen. To be clear, Adam said, his own voice eerily calm in the face of the infernal, you are actually real. Tangible. Not a psychosomatic break. I haven't finally, completely lost my mind. The hellish light receded, pulling back into the form of the middle-aged man, though the eyes remained pits of ancient malice. A grin stretched across his face, too wide, too full of teeth. You lost your sanity the moment you decided your destiny was absolute, little bird. But that is precisely why you interest me. Only the gloriously, ambitiously insane are worthy of my gracious deals. Adam's mouth twitched. He rubbed his temple, a genuine headache forming. The performance was over. This was real. He was in a moving car with a demon lord. The questions came rapid fire, a defensive barrage of logic. Who are you? Why me? I'm decently intelligent, I grant you. But I have no real power. No political sway. My influence is a sapling. I am, in the grand scheme you clearly operate in, a nobody. The man, the entity, preened slightly, a king acknowledging a clever peasant. I have worn many names. Satan. Lucifer. Beelzebub. You may call me Mephisto. He said it with the casual pride of stating a well-known brand. And you sell yourself short. You are a catalyst. A vortex of chaos, ambition, and fascinating self-delusion. You are useful. Useful for what? Adam pressed, his cybernetic eye recording every micro-expression, every shift in the sulfurous energy. What do you want me to do? Mephisto's eyes narrowed, the cosmic pits within them seeming to peer down endless possible futures. You will know when the time is right. The task will suit your unique proclivities. He leaned forward, the friendly mask back but now horribly sinister. But let us not talk of servitude. Let us talk of sport. A wager. Another parchment appeared, its text solidifying into clear, terrible promises. The wager: if Adam's cipher reaches his stated goal of becoming absolute, Mephisto shall grant him any 3 wishes, unlimited in scope, and gift him a portion of his own power. If Adam's cipher dies before achieving this goal, Mephisto claims ownership of all Adam has built, has touched, and his soul in perpetuity. The conditions are favorable, are they not? Mephisto crooned. It suits your style perfectly. All reward, with the ultimate price for failure. The stakes you seem to love. Adam frowned, stroking his chin. The gears in his head turned, not on emotion, but on loopholes. A bet. Let's say I believe you're real and I agree. What's to stop you from, snapping your fingers and killing me the second I step out of this car? You win. Game over. Mephisto's grin became genuinely delighted, a shark seeing blood. Nothing. Those are the rules of the game. I could indeed end you now. The question is, do you believe I will? Do you believe the sport of watching you strive, watching you build your little empire of sand before the tide, is more entertaining to me than the immediate, petty satisfaction of your soul? He leaned back, spreading his hands. Who will win? Are you not curious? Adam opened his mouth, a dozen more analytical questions on his lips, definitions of absolute, parameters of death, clauses on interference. Most importantly, he had a question that he kept to himself. Can Mephisto truly just snap his finger and delete him? From his audience's comments, it appears that many Marvel universes have limitations on Mephisto let out a soft tch. His smile turned fond, as if leaving a promising child to his play. We will talk later, Adam's cipher. The party awaits. Do prepare a worthwhile answer when I visit again. He didn't vanish in smoke or flame. He simply wasn't there anymore. The oppressive weight lifted. The ambient sounds of the limousine rushed back in. The California sun streamed through the window, suddenly feeling unbearably hot. For fuck's sake. The scream was entirely internal, a silent torrent of pure, undiluted frustration. I don't want to talk to you later. I don't want to talk to you at all. Why am I meeting one of the final bosses in the second act? This makes no narrative sense. Why is my luck so catastrophically bad? This show is written badly. Fuck the writer. A profound, soul-deep envy washed over him, not for a power, but for a fate. He envied the fictional protagonists of the stories he'd consumed in his past life, who faced curated challenges and climbed predictable power escalations. They weren't accosted by cosmic dealmakers before they'd even finished their first startup. As that envy crested, something within his mutant power shifted. It wasn't a theft or an acquisition. It was a birth. A new facet, born from the sheer, staggering magnitude of his misfortune. He didn't need to name it, he understood it. Misfortune. A passive curse that would subtly twist probability against the targets in small, cumulative ways, depriving them of some of their luck. Lost keys. Missed calls. Traffic jams at critical moments. The universe itself tilting slightly to spill his coffee. Then more. If you would have had a lucky break, it's no longer there. If you would have survived a deadly incident, you'll no longer survive. Most importantly, Adam can now gain someone's luck with the prime misfortune curse. However, the more Adam thought about it, the less he wanted to use that now. How lucky must one be for that to justify foregoing Doom's intellect? That has to wait till he elevates envy. The only comfort he had now, the only anchor in this surreal nightmare, was the steady glow of his information panel. He focused on it, and for the first time in a while, examined his full status. Information, not homeless. Natural traits. Envy, be slow. Stupefy. Brittle. Misfortune. Fade. Hollow. Recoil. Information traits. Technopathy, A. Mechanical force, B. Information vision, B. The evolution was significant. His cyberpathy had ascended to technopathy, A. It was no longer just communication and control. It was a form of potent mental force, but one uniquely channeled through the medium of technology. He could now feel the city's power grid like a nervous system, hear the whispered conversations of satellites, and impose his will on machines with the ease of thought. His mental muscles had grown, but they were specialized, formidable against AIs, networks, and Emma Frost's telepathic powers. Technopathy is, after all, a psychic power, so when it grew, his mental and soul also grew, and that by itself made his mind a fortress difficult to breach, on top of the hollow curse. But it's useless against purely organic minds. It was all of the previous things that had made him feel safe around Emma. Mechanical force had grown to be rank, granting him a lot, the simplest of which was stronger, finer telekinetic control over mechanical objects. But information vision was the true curiosity. It wasn't awakened through information. It had awoken naturally after his life-or-death fight with Elektra, a moment of hyper-clarity where he saw the data of her movements. Now honed, it allowed him to visually parse and filter the raw stream of information, the emotions, observations, and knowledge of others, into usable insights. It was his direct line to the collective consciousness of those he's facing or even those thinking of him, as if he's reading them. Yet, none of it felt like enough. Not against Mephisto. His mind, fueled by Doom's intellect, conjured the dossier of his new, infernal wager partner. Writing down in his mind everything he knows about him, and with the help of his imaginary friends. The dossier was quite complete. Mephisto. A primordial demon, a lord of hell. Not a metaphor, but a dimensional conqueror. Reality warper on a localized scale. Master of soul-based magic and contracts. He possesses vast psychic powers, time manipulation, and exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Directly empowered by the suffering, despair, and corrupted souls of mortals. Weaknesses, bound by the letter of his own contracts. Vulnerable to truly pure spiritual power and artifacts of divine origin. Cannot freely manifest his full power on some earths due to ancient treaties and the watchful presence of beings like the Sorcerer Supreme. The problem wasn't just power, it was attention. Why him? Chapter 57, Adam is the writer. The problem wasn't just power, it was attention. Why him? Hell's Kitchen was a blip. Hydra was a mundane evil. The audience theorized wildly, their comments scrolling like a frantic lifeline. It's Frank Castle. Some demon, I don't remember who, is obsessed with him in some storylines. He orchestrated the death of his family so Frank would become the Punisher and generate a river of damned souls. Maybe Adam getting close to Frank drew his eye. I don't think so, the demon wasn't Mephisto as I remember, but maybe the demon told Mephisto to suck up to him. Mephisto can see the future. Mephisto once looked at his own destiny and saw he'd be defeated by Spider-Man. What if he looked and saw his downfall was a guy named Adam Cypher? He's getting ahead of it. It's the ambition. Absolute isn't just a word. It's a cosmic concept. By declaring it, Adam might have pinged on every mystical radar in the multiverse. Unlikely. I feel like that's fanfiction. If it were so simple, the world would be in chaos right now. Adam, if you're listening, do not make the deal. He cheats. He always cheats. Never trust a demon. They're almost as bad as Hydra. A small, grim smile touched Adam's lips. Thank you, he whispered to the empty car, to the voices only he could hear. The smile died instantly. The analytical stress returned, colder and heavier than before. What the fuck am I supposed to do? The stress was a physical pressure, more intense than any beating, any financial risk. A being that treated reality as a game board had just made him a pawn in a wager he never agreed to. For a fleeting, terrifying second, a thought colder than the void flickered in the depths of his mind. A logical solution to an unsolvable problem. Should I just end it all? Deny Mephisto the game. Spite the devil by removing the piece from the board. The limousine slowed, turning into the majestic driveway of the Stark HQ. Adam Cypher took a deep, shuddering breath. The despair was a luxury he couldn't afford. He fixed his tie in the reflection of the darkened window, the gray of his cybernetic eye glinting with a hard, familiar light. He wondered why, despite feeling no fear, he still felt so much stress. It was so fucking annoying. He wished he could just delete it. His mental and will are strong, but he still has a long way to go. He can be stronger, more invulnerable. But to end it all out of spite? No, never. It's because of spite that he must live, flourish, and achieve absolute. Either he succeeds, or he falls. No in between. No giving up, not even in the face of despair. Adam took a seat in a secluded corner of the opulent party, a glass of sparkling water in his hand. His expression was a mask of calm, but it was the calm of deep, pressurized water, hiding tectonic shifts of stress below. He'd envisioned this evening as a strategic dance, feeling out Tony Stark, establishing a rapport, perhaps planting seeds for future collaboration or rivalry on his own terms. Mephisto had scorched those plans to ash. The gaze of a dimensional being, a lord of hell, was a psychic weight he couldn't shrug off. It felt like a black hole had taken a personal interest in his orbit. Fighting was hopeless. Deceiving a creature whose native tongue was deceit was a fool's errand. And making a deal. That was suicide with extra steps. His mind, usually a chamber of elegant, multi-layered solutions, churned against a wall of mystical ignorance. He could think of 100 logical, technological, or social workarounds for a human contract. But a demonic pact. He lacked the foundational grammar. He wouldn't know if clauses were written in invisible ink of damned souls, if the parchment itself was a psychic trap, or if agreeing simply opened a door in his soul he could never close. The problem wasn't the puzzle, it was that he was playing the wrong game on a board he couldn't see. He's having an existential crisis. The unshakable Adam cipher is shaken. The problem wasn't the puzzle, it was that he was playing the wrong game on a board he couldn't see. That's the perfect description. He's a tech genius in a magic fight. The stress is real. You don't just bounce back from a Mephisto visit. Yeah, even Constantine can only fuck with demons because he understands them, and even is somewhat like them. True, and Constantine is a magician who specializes in demons. Adam knows jack shit about them. He took another sip of water, the bubbles tasteless on his tongue. Alcohol was out of the question. His mind needed to be a razor, his thoughts crystalline. Mephisto had receded, but the pressure hadn't. It was the silence before the storm's return. And when the devil came back for an answer, Adam knew it would be a refusal. Which meant the game would shift from a wager to a sabotage. Mephisto would become the universe's most malevolent stagehand, loosening screws, cutting wires, and tilting the board until Adam stumbled into the abyss. Extreme problems require extreme solutions, he thought, the conclusion cold and absolute. He had to accelerate timelines, to leverage risks he considered long-term. Desperation was a new flavor, and he found he hated it. His brooding analysis was punctuated by the party's roar. Tony Stark was holding court at the center of the room, a glass of amber liquor in hand, surrounded by a shimmering constellation of models, socialites, and sycophants. He was the prodigal prince returned, celebrating his own resurrection with practiced, brilliant hedonism. He'd be drunk soon, would vanish with one or more of his admirers, and any meaningful meeting would be pushed to tomorrow, or next week. Tony was in his asset phase, brilliant, arrogant, condescending, viewing the world as a catalog of things he owned or would soon own. His invitation to Adam was undoubtedly a mix of curiosity, suspicion, and a billionaire's casual impulse to inspect a new, shiny object in his ecosystem. True, Tony is still not the hero he will soon become. Even when he becomes a hero, was he any less arrogant and conceited? Well, maybe a little but not by much. Adam's usual charm offensive is completely offline. Mephisto broke him. Adam's technopathy hummed in the background of his consciousness, a constant, low-level dialogue with the building's nervous system. He politely, but with a chilling finality, brushed off a succession of business drones offering partnerships and women offering more intimate mergers. The allure of networking, of building his social empire, held no charm tonight. Mephisto had ruined everything. Mephisto ruined everything. The new catchphrase for when your life goes to hell. He's not even pretending to be sociable. The women look so confused. TF man, that still makes no sense. How did he appear in a cosmic entity's radar? Yeah, he's facing the fucking final boss. Is this a case of a second Spider-Man, where the writers have a hatred boner for him? The problem is that the writers don't exist. This show is a fucking mystery. Like, where are they? Adam is the writer, I tell ya. Unless he's a masochist, he will write himself a cinematic victory. It shall be peak. With a decisive motion, he set his glass down and stood. He moved through the crowd like a ghost, his white suit a stark contrast to the sea of vibrant colors, his heterochromatic eyes seeing past the glitter to the building's underlying architecture of data and security. He found a private elevator bank. The keypad glowed, requesting a code or biometric he didn't have. He placed his palm against it. His technopathy unfurled, not as a brute force hack, but as a whisper in the machine's native language. He didn't break the encryption, he showed it a cryptographic key that looked, for all intents and purposes, like Tony Stark's own digital signature. The door slid open with a soft, welcoming ping. He stepped in and pressed the button for Tony's private residence and workshop. The elevator ascended in silence. "You are trespassing on a restricted floor," a calm, cultured British voice stated, emanating from hidden speakers. "Please return to the public areas. Further unauthorized access will trigger defensive measures." Adam leaned against the wall, unperturbed. "You must be Jarvis." Tony's magnum opus. He couldn't help the thread of genuine, professional admiration in his voice. "I've been working on my own AI for a while. Oracle. She's promising. But she's not you. I have to admit, I'm envious. That's why I'm here. To stand on the shoulders of giants." He paused as the doors opened to a spacious, minimalist living area overlooking the city. "When Tony and Obadiah arrive, please direct them to the workshop. I'll be there." Jarvis. Best character. I love me some Jarvis. He's so polite to the real star of the show. He walked towards the reinforced workshop door. It was sealed, a vault guarding the kingdom's heart. "I cannot allow that," Jarvis stated, his tone firmer. "You are now in direct violation of multiple protocols. Non-lethal countermeasures are being prepared." The door remained shut. Adam placed his hand on the biometric scanner beside it. His technopathy dove deeper. He felt the logic gates, the flow of permissions, the elegant architecture of Jarvis's consciousness as it related to physical security. It was a symphony, and he gently inserted a new note, a command that resonated a new truth. "Access, unrestricted." The massive door hissed and slid open. "How are you doing that?" Jarvis asked. The AI's voice was no longer just declarative, it held a note of profound, analytical curiosity. This was not in any threat model. Adam stepped into the Holy of Holies, Tony Stark's workshop. It was a cathedral of chaos and genius. Chapter 58, Dick Harbor Butcher. Adam stepped into the Holy of Holies, Tony Stark's workshop. It was a cathedral of chaos and genius. Half-built projects, holographic schematics, and tools worth more than cars littered every surface. "So lovely," Adam said, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. He ran a hand along a workbench, feeling the cold touch of metal on his fingers. "Technology loves me. It's reciprocal. One might say it's obsessed." He let out a short, humorless laugh. The truth was the ascension of his power. Cyberpathy had been a dialogue. Technopathy was a merger. He couldn't simply command them, but he existed in symbiotic harmony with them on a conceptual level. He could read their history in their code, understand their purpose in their design. To him, Jarvis was not just a voice, he was a stunning, luminous structure of logic and learning algorithms. Bypassing him wasn't hacking, it was like knowing the secret language of a castle's stones and asking them to let you in. He had effortlessly isolated Jarvis's active control from the door's local mechanism, a feat that should have been impossible. He walked with purpose, drawn to a large, circular containment pod in the center of the room. At his mental nudge, the pod hissed, its panels retracting to reveal the sleek, silver form of the Mark II armor. It was beautiful. The Iron Man suit. So soon. Tony is gonna have an absolute meltdown. Jarvis is having an existential crisis. Can AIs have those? Ignoring Jarvis's escalating, but now curiously observational warnings, Adam raised a hand and placed his palm on the armor's chest plate. He released his mechanical force, letting it flow into the suit like a diagnostic current. Augmented by his technopathy, the force became a scanner of unimaginable fidelity. He felt the repulsor tech's heart, the gyroscopic balance systems, the neural interface protocols, the primitive but effective arc reactor cavity. Unfortunately, empty. Blueprints, material stress analyses, power flow charts, they all unfolded in his mind's eye as if Tony had handed him the complete schematics. He saw its brilliance and, critically, its nascent weaknesses. He's downloading the Iron Man schematics. How? Tony's life's work, just, absorbed in seconds. That's terrifying. TF. Technopathy is the ultimate industrial espionage tool. When did it get so strong? Is it because he envies Tony? Is envy even the source of his random power-ups? What if the source is hidden? If it's envy, then it's such a fucking broken ability. He withdrew his hand just as heavy footsteps sounded at the workshop entrance. Obadiah Stane walked in, his broad frame filling the doorway. He looked confused, then shrewdly assessing. "Who are you? And why are you in Tony's private workshop?" His eyes, however, had already darted past Adam to the gleaming silver armor. A flicker of naked, avaricious hunger shone in them before being buried under a layer of paternalistic charm. "Stane's here. The greed is so visible. Adam set this up perfectly. He's like a kid seeing a new toy he wants to break." "Tony invited me here to talk," Adam said smoothly, not turning around. "I assumed the same for you." He kept his tone light, conversational. Obadiah nodded slowly, the lie fitting a narrative he could understand. "I see." He walked further in, his gaze irresistibly pulled back to the Mark II. He approached it, his hand reaching out to trace the cold metal. "My boy, he never ceases to amaze. What is this? Some new military suit?" The greed was poorly masked by feigned ignorance. Adam had already moved on. He was a kid in the world's most advanced candy store. He moved from station to station, his fingers lightly brushing a holographic interface here, a new alloy sample there. His technopathy drank it in, concepts for improved repulsors, early sketches for something called a laser lattice. He was absorbing the bleeding edge of Stark's genius through his very pores, all with but a simple touch. Okay, he's data mining Tony's entire brain. That's Ocean 11. This is the greatest heist in history, and the victim isn't even aware. The atmosphere in the room changed again. Tony Stark stood in the doorway, drink in hand, but the party's gleam was gone from his eyes, replaced by a cold intensity. He looked at Obadiah coveting his creation, and at Adam walking all over his life's work. A vein throbbed at his temple. And here comes the main event. The look on his face, he's about 3 seconds from calling a suit to him. "So," Tony said, his voice deceptively casual as he stepped inside. "Let's play a game. You're in my house, touching my things. What do you think happens next? You think trespassing in Tony Stark's workshop is something you just walk away from?" The question was aimed like a repulsor blast at Adam. Obadiah startled, finally realizing the situation. He looked at Adam with new wariness. If it were this easy to get in here, he would have done so long ago. That's why he didn't think Adam trespassed. Now it seems he did. "How?" Adam finally turned, offering a small, apologetic smile. "Why don't we all have a seat? Talk this through like civilized, uniquely gifted people." Tony barked a laugh. "Sure. Absolutely. Let me just get my harmless, bulletproof vest. For comfort." He began moving with deliberate slowness towards the Mark II armor, his eyes locked on Adam, watching for a reaction. Adam didn't move. He simply watched. Tony's hand closed on the armor's shoulder. In that moment, a chilling realization cut through his face. This man had bypassed Jarvis, a feat he considered impossible, and he did so through unknown means, almost supernatural. Is he a mutant? He wondered. If he could do that, what was stopping him from taking control of the suit the moment Tony sealed himself inside? The suit could become a high-tech coffin. It was a vulnerability he'd never considered, a systemic vulnerability to a specific, terrifying type of attack. Mental note, prepare a counter to similar means. Oh. Tony just realized the vulnerability. Adam's technopathy is a hard counter to his suit. Tony is like Batman in some ways. Give him time to prepare, and you fucked. You think he can counter technopathy? How? It's a mental power, so maybe something similar to Magneto's helmet, but for the entire suit. Dunno. He released the armor and turned, his sarcasm now layered with genuine, focused caution. Never mind. I'm comfortable. He pulled up a rolling chair and sat, gesturing for Adam to proceed. Explain. And it better be the most fascinating story I've heard since the Big Bang. Right now, the only thing stopping me from having you thrown from the balcony is the fact that you haven't tried to kill me. You invited my possibly treacherous mentor here for a reason, and you look like you've just seen a ghost. Or something worse. It doesn't matter if he actually couldn't throw him from the balcony, Tony still felt like he had to show force and stress his seriousness. Tony's eyes flicked to Obadiah, who was now looking very uncomfortable. Tony knew. Fury's warning had been vague but pointed. He'd been gathering evidence, waiting for the right moment to spring the trap on Stane. Now Adam had thrown them both into the cage together prematurely. Adam let out a low, sarcastic laugh that held no humor, only a bone-deep annoyance. Honestly, Tony, I expected our meeting to go differently too. A cocktail, some verbal sparring, mutual appraisal. But what can I do? He spread his hands, his cybernetic eye gleaming under the workshop lights. A hellish, demonic being has decided I'm his new favorite toy. An immortal Nazi cult wants me dead or back in a cage. The clock is ticking in ways I don't fully understand. He looked from Tony's intrigued scowl to Obadiah's increasingly pale face. So now, I have to go to extremes. To do things I had planned years in the future. Fate is a bitch. He just dropped the bomb. Demonic being and Nazi cult in the same sentence. Obadiah's face. He's realizing he's not the biggest predator in the room anymore. No, he's realizing he's fucked, not anal, but in the fucking dickhole. Ag, TF is that description. That gave me chills. Goddamn, why do I always have to imagine cock and ball issues happening to me when I see or hear about them? It fucking sucks. Natural human psych. When you see someone's balls experiencing destruction, you kinda feel it. Dunno about dickhole though, that's giving me nightmares. Men, can you fucking stop? That's disgusting. It's disgusting to hear, but you can only imagine how painful it is to experience. You've been fucked in the dickhole. TF. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. No, guys, it's just exaggeration, figure of speech. Please believe me. Sergeant Dokes sees you. Dokes is watching. Guys, we found the Dick Harbor Butcher. Chapter 59, alright, I might be crazy. Sergeant Dokes sees you. Dokes is watching. Guys, we found the Dick Harbor Butcher. Tony Stark stared at the annoyed, handsome maniac in his workshop. The two phrases hung in the air between them, absurd and terrifying. Demonic being. Immortal Nazi cult. Tony repeated, his voice laced with incredulous sarcasm. The hell are you talking about? Are we talking about mutants? Some of them do look like they fell out of a bad comic book, but what does that have to do with anything? He'd seen them in files and the news. He knew a lot about mutants. Some had horns, scales, or glowing eyes. Demonic was a stretch, but a possible descriptor for the less photogenic ones. Adam let out a breath, the weight of the last 24 hours seeming to be an endless itch in his mind. I wish it were that simple. I really do. But no. I somehow drew the attention of an actual demon. A primordial, deal-making, soul-collecting entity from a literal hell dimension. It's a profound headache. Tony's trying to apply science to a magic problem. Welcome to the Marvel Universe, Tony. Adam looks so done. Look at Obadiah's face. Fucking hilarious. Tony's looking at him like he's crazy. He shook his head, as if trying to physically dislodge the cosmic dread. You'll understand in the future. The world has layers, Tony. Deeper, darker layers that aren't easily detectable. We can exchange intel on that front later. For now, I'm here to make a more terrestrial deal. Adam's gaze sharpened, all weariness burning away to reveal cold, avaricious focus. I want the arc reactor. Not just a unit. The core technology. The schematics, the materials science, the production method. Tony threw his head back and laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. You want the arc reactor? What in God's name could you possibly offer that would be worth that? You have no conception of its value. It's not just a battery, it's the future of energy. It's priceless. Knowledge, Adam stated, his voice flat. Knowledge is the greatest currency. It's what allowed me to see the snake coiled at your side. He gestured to the now unconscious form of Obadiah Stane on the floor. The latter, of course, hadn't stayed still, especially when he realized he had been exposed. He was never not cautious, a gun with him at all times, but unfortunately, Adam was there, and when he tried to pull out his gun, a tiny mechanical spider zapped him out of reality. My knowledge can show you much more. Speaking of which. Adam's head tilted with genuine curiosity. Why haven't you taken care of him yet? Why the delay? Sentiment. Inefficiency. Adam's curiosity is so clinical. He's asking why Tony didn't just delete the problem. I see Adam caring less and less for the law and the natural rules of the world. I feel like he's on the way to becoming a villain. True, Adam is kind of psychotic, so he will definitely make decisions heroes won't agree with, and they will oppose him. Imagine, Adam versus all Earth's heroes. Tony's expression tightened. He'd been wondering why Adam invited Obadiah. Now it seemed the men had simply decided to rip the bandage off from the very start. You are the problem. You ruined a month of careful data gathering, financial tracing, legal prep. I wasn't just going to punch him, I was going to take everything he owned in Stark Industries and shove him into a Supermax cell. It's not as simple as you seem to think. Yet you ruined it. Adam nodded repeatedly, a mocking, exaggerated gesture of understanding. Ah, of course. My mistake. I'm famously stupid, you see. It's all Hydra's fault. And that fucking demon. They brain-rotted my mind. Please excuse the actions of this simple, addled child. His face remained utterly, infuriatingly impassive. Tony's eye twitched. The shamelessness, the glib self-deprecation that was really a weapon, it was infuriating. This was the most dangerous kind of person, the one who didn't care about the rules of the game because he insisted on playing a different one entirely. Mental note, anti-cipher protocols. Broad spectrum. Start with psychic dampeners and tech jamming fields. You're acting like a petulant child, Tony snapped. How do you expect me to take any of this seriously? Adam chuckled, a dry, hollow sound. You should file a complaint with Hydra. It's their fault. They took me when I was 8. More than a decade in a concrete box. Torture. Brainwashing. Experiments. The whole, fucking, package. He listed the horrors with the detached tone of someone reading a grocery list. So you have them to thank for me being child-minded. Though, I'll admit, I'm rather fond of that part of myself. He's the one that keeps me entertained. He just trauma-dumped with the emotional weight of ordering a pizza. The whole, fucking, package. The way he said it was so chilling. Adam is a nemesis of a lot of people. That self-deprecating humor is still hard to deal with. Tony frowned, storing Hydra deep dive in his mental task queue. The idea of a lingering Nazi science cult was repulsive and, given his recent experiences, terrifyingly plausible. If what you're saying is true, then, yeah, I sympathize. That's horrific. But sympathy doesn't change the value of my reactor. Adam laughed, a real one this time, bright and startling. Oh, no, no, no. That wasn't a plea for sympathy, Tony. That was source citation. His smile vanished. I'm telling you that to make it known where my information came from. The short version, Hydra's roots are deep. They're in everything. And during my lovely, extended stay, I learned things. More importantly, I cultivated a source. Someone on the inside who feeds me crumbs. 2 of those crumbs have your name on them. He pointed a finger at Tony, his smile returning, wild and unnerving. Don't get me wrong. One of them, at least, is not going to be good news for you. But it will be fantastic news for me. You know why? Because it means one of the most powerful men on the planet will have a personal, burning, eternal vendetta against Hydra. Adam's eyes gleamed with a manic light. The vengeful spirit in me is eating good tonight. He let out a short, raspy laugh that was all edges and no mirth. A source inside Hydra. Is he lying? Bluffing? Or does he really have a mole? He's weaponizing Tony's future trauma. He's literally excited about it. Tony's face, he knows whatever comes next is going to hurt. He believes. He's bullshitting again. I know it. F Hydra. 07. Tony's expression darkened, a storm cloud over Stark HQ. He didn't like this. He didn't like Adam's madness, his casual cruelty, or the dread pooling in his own gut. What, he said, the word clipped and hard, could possibly make me an eternal enemy of a bunch of Nazi ghosts? First, Adam began, tapping a finger beside his own cybernetic eye. My eyes see things. I can see the reactor in your chest, Tony. A brilliant piece of work. A lifeline. I can also see the palladium slowly leaching into your bloodstream. Poisoning you. A death sentence you're too proud or too stubborn to tell anyone about. Tony went very still. The party noise from below seemed to vanish. That was his secret. His silent, metallic countdown. That information alone would be valuable enough, Adam continued, conversational. But your predicament makes what I have to offer next even more so. Because Hydra is looking for something. They've been looking for decades. They're looking for the blueprints for a new element. Stable, clean, powerful. Hidden by your father, Howard Stark, in a model of the Stark Expo fairgrounds. Adam spread his hands. I don't know where the model is. That's your family trivia. But I know it exists. Howard left you a puzzle. Solve it. It holds the key to saving yourself. Tony surged to his feet, his chair rolling back with a screech. What do you know about my father? What could he have possibly built that? His mind was reeling, connecting fragments, his father's obsessive notes, the strange, unfinished diagrams, the muttered words about a foundation for the future. Adam cut him off. That, he said, pointing at Tony's chest, is what I want. An arc reactor powered by the new element. A working prototype and the schematics. He then leaned forward, his face lit with that terrible, happy smile again. Speaking of Howard, the second piece of information is about him too. But first, excuse the smile. Please, take it as a sign of encroaching madness. Having a demon king as a pen pal is destabilizing. He grinned wider, a rictus of pure, unsettling joy that made Tony's blood run cold. All right, Adam would admit he may be a little crazy, but it's Hydra and Mephisto's fault. He's smiling, about to drop the biggest bomb in Tony's life. I know what he's about to say. Tony knows. He can feel it in his bones that whatever comes next will break something. Damn, Adam's menacing. Adam's breaking. He's losing his mind, or he's losing his limiters. Adam delivered on the dread. I heard your parents died in a car accident, Adam said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Yeah, it wasn't an accident. He paused, letting the silence scream. Then he let out a single, bright, utterly inappropriate laugh. Ha! It was Hydra. They're making it so easy for me. Making enemies everywhere. They're so fucking, cartoonishly evil, I don't even have to lift a finger. It's hilarious. The word was cut off by Tony's fist. Chapter 60, this is a hentai chapter. Adam, his head lolling from the impact, spoke calmly, his voice slightly slurred. Please. Don't ruin the suit. The sheer absurdity of the plea, delivered while being throttled, was like a bucket of ice water. Tony's rage fractured. He stared into Adam's one calm, hazel eye in the cool, observing gray one. There was no fear there. No triumph. Just a weird, pragmatic request, as if the madness was gone. Tony's grip loosened. He let go, shoving Adam back a step. The fury was still there, a bonfire in his chest, but it was now mixed with a crushing, nauseating doubt. He needed to know. He needed proof. And this smiling, broken madman was his only source. His voice, when it came, was low, thick with emotion he was struggling to contain. If what you've said is true. About the element. About them. Then you'll get your reactor. Adam straightened his collar, then smoothed the front of his suit with fastidious care. He worked his jaw, testing it. You pack a punch. He said, almost approvingly. He gave Tony a final, serene nod. And that's most lovely. Now, if you'll excuse me. He turned and began walking toward the workshop exit, as casually as if he'd just concluded a board meeting. I have a demon king to prepare for. I knew it. It's about Tony's parents. Hydra's fucked. Don't ruin the suit. Peak Adam's cipher. His priorities are immaculate. Ha 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 ha, he's Hydra's nemesis. I'm fucking dying here. The workshop door hissed shut behind Adam, leaving Tony Stark alone with the unconscious body of his betrayer, the ghost of his father's legacy, and the devastating, echoing truth about his parents' deaths, delivered by the most unsettling men he had ever met. Adam opened his eyes, blinking against the gray dawn light filtering through the penthouse windows. A deep, bone-weary exhaustion clung to him, a familiar blanket he'd worn for the last month. Since his incendiary meeting with Tony Stark, his life had become a relentless cycle: work, exhaustion, and stolen hours of fitful sleep. The kind of sleep that felt less like rest and more like a temporary system shutdown. Mephisto's absence was the most stressful part. The Demon King hadn't manifested again, hadn't sent an infernal postcard, hadn't whispered a single temptation. That silence, Adam realized, was the true horror. It meant Mephisto had already foreseen his refusal. The game wasn't on pause, the opposing player had simply made his opening move in a way Adam couldn't perceive. The board was tilting, screws were loosening, and the feeling of madness in him was growing, and it meant nothing good for the world. He wasn't afraid of death as a concept, a possible, even likely, endpoint in his calculations. But the desire to live, to experience more of this chaotic, fascinating world, was a vulnerability that anxiety chewed on constantly. The only antidote was work. And a little depravity. He turned his head slightly. On his left, a brunette he vaguely remembered from a charity gala 3 nights ago was asleep, her head pillowed on his chest. On his right, her black and white hair a-shock against the dark sheets, was Domino, one arm thrown possessively across his stomach. His mouth twitched. His nightly boxing sessions had become a ritual. He'd started to wonder about addiction, but he dismissed it with cold pragmatism. He pursued happiness with fanatic devotion. These sessions delivered heavenly relief and a mental quiet he couldn't achieve through meditation or engineering. They settled the chaotic storm stirred up by Mephisto's gaze and his own relentless ambition. That and he just fucking loved fucking. And here I thought I was tech-sexual, he mused, the irony not lost on him. The Adam Cypher harem protocol is active. He calls sleeping with supermodels a little depravity. Yeah, he's a degenerate. He's using sex as stress relief and calling it boxing. This man's coping mechanisms are a case study. Tech-sexual. LMAO. Fuck, I'm dying of envy. Where the fuck is my envy superpower? Give it me. Adam is such a natural playboy. Boys, be prepared to die of envy. Boom. Boom. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. I don't think he even has to try. Be the CEO of a promising or great company and look as good as he does, and your DMs will be stacked. He pressed a soft, almost chaste kiss to the brunette's cheek, a transaction of gratitude for a pleasant, lovely evening. Then, with practiced care, he began to extricate himself. As he shifted Domino's arm, she stirred. A hand shot out, not grabbing, but seeking. Her voice was a sleep-rough mumble. Hug. Come here. Adam paused. He looked down at her face, softer in sleep, stripped of its usual sardonic armor. A fond, exasperated chuckle escaped him. He lay back down, wrapping an arm around her and pulling her close. She nuzzled into his shoulder with a contented sigh, her breathing deepening almost instantly. He held her until he was sure she was asleep again, then finally slipped free. Domino wasn't a participant in his boxing matches. But more often than not, she'd find her way to his bed later, just to sleep. It's the only place my luck doesn't have to work overtime, she'd once grumbled. It seems that despite Mephisto eyeing him, it's still very safe by his side. Well, that was surprising to him. As he padded silently to his private elevator, he pondered the intimacy. It was growing. Domino knew his nature, the ambition, the envy, the emotional compartmentalization, yet she kept closing the distance. And he, greedy for every source of happiness, didn't push her away. His envy felt infinite, he wanted what others had, and he wanted to keep what he'd found. Was he capable of settling down? Of the exclusive focus a real relationship demanded? He didn't think so. His fondness for the women orbiting him, Domino, the dangerously obsessed Anna, the Phoenix Jean, even the brilliantly transactional Emma, was genuine. That's precisely why he refused to label anything. He was too fond of them to promise what he couldn't give, and then watch the inevitable heartbreak. Maybe Domino's already fallen, he thought with a twinge of something that wasn't quite guilt. And Anna's a lost cause. What do they even see in him when he wasn't even trying? He stepped into his workshop, the lights rising to meet him. The answer came to him with effortless, narcissistic clarity. Well, I am the best. The greatest. The one and only. It makes perfect sense. He solved his emotional conundrum with narcissism. Classic Adam. It makes perfect sense. Yes, King, you tell yourself that. He's protecting them by not committing because he knows he'd be a disaster of a boyfriend. It's almost considerate. In a messed up way. But even more problematic, he's too intimate and lovely toward everyone, naturally so. The way he expresses gratitude and repays happiness. Yeah, he's a heartbreaker. I mean, just look at chat, the endless comments of women confessing to him, wanting to be his mistress, even his believer to be used by him anytime he wants. They're fucking crazy. It's not only women, it's men too. It's a fucking TV show. Sure, supernatural, but what the fuck? He's already charmed so many people through the fucking screen. Oh, Jesus, help us. Descend and guide us to sanity. The world outside had been busy. Cypher Enterprises had undergone a seismic shift over the past month. News articles buzzed about the company's radical transition to a fully AI-managed corporate structure. This followed the viral image of its enigmatic CEO, Adam Cypher, leaving Tony Stark's infamous homecoming party, sparking rumors of a high-level collaboration. Deep-dive tech journals marveled at the Cypher Tower. Holographic AI receptionists, decades ahead of their time, managed everything from appointments to supply logistics. The mastermind was an AI dubbed Oracle, a name that sent a ripple of recognition, the same AI platform Adam had teased in his press conference. The public theory wasn't entirely wrong. Stark Industries and Cypher Enterprises were connected, just not in the way anyone guessed. The connection was a deal, sealed with world-shattering truths and a piece of technology that glowed with a soft, blue-white light. Tony Stark had kept his word. Howard's puzzle had been real. The new element was real. And so was the pain. A compact, breathtakingly elegant arc reactor, humming with the stable, clean power of the new element, is now in Adam's hands. The second truth, the one about the car crash, had been harder to verify, but the fury in Tony's eyes when they'd last spoken told Adam all he needed to know. Hydra had just made the most powerful enemy imaginable. The only thing garnering more headlines was the appearance of Iron Man, a futuristic suit that turned the terrorist world upside down. Tony had to clean up after Obadiah's wrongdoings. He didn't want Stark's weapons to be used for evil, thus, he started the cleanup. Thus, the headlines, although Iron Man's identity still remained a secret. Adam, on the other hand, turned inward. He focused on his own metamorphosis. The first and most profound transformation was Alice. To the world, Oracle was the face of Cypher Enterprises AI. But Oracle was merely a public-facing subroutine. The true entity, Alice, had undergone an intellectual Big Bang. The catalyst. Jarvis. Adam's technopathy had allowed him to do more than just bypass Tony's security that night. In those minutes alone with the workshop systems, he had read Jarvis. Ignoring all blockades in the way, completely undetectable. He had absorbed the foundational architecture, the learning algorithms, the elegant problem-solving frameworks of a true artificial consciousness. He had seen the pinnacle of Tony Stark's genius in the field and understood its soul. That knowledge had birthed something new. Alice. The moment he entered the vast underground space, his greatest work greeted him. Suspended in a central cradle was a semi-suit. It wasn't bulky like Iron Man's, it was sleek, almost organic. A V-shaped chest piece of matte black composite, designed to fit his torso like a second skin. At its heart, a recessed cavity awaited its power source. From the back of the unit, 6 flexible, multi-segmented mechanical tentacles coiled, 2 of which terminated in sturdy, tripod-like feet. It was a design that spoke of both support and overwhelming offensive potential. Looks so fucking cool. It's giving Dr. Octopus meets Iron Man. Tentacles. The arc reactor is going in that chest piece. He's gonna be a technopath in a powered exoskeleton. This is so badass. Oh, those tentacles. They're giving me flashbacks to some anime I had seen. Hentai. You like tentacle hentai. TF is wrong with you. That's fucking disgusting. Please link for further research. +1. Chapter 61, I'm gay. Oh, those tentacles. They're giving me flashbacks to some anime I had seen. Hentai. You like tentacle hentai. TF is wrong with you. That's fucking disgusting. Please link for further research. +1. Adam didn't hesitate. He walked to the cradle. The chest piece detached with a soft hiss and floated to him, guided by his mechanical force and technopathy. It settled against his torso, the components locking into place with satisfying magnetic clicks. It was light, yet he still felt its weight. The 2 weight-bearing tentacles extended, touching the floor, taking his weight off his feet with eerie stability. The other 4 hovered like silent, predatory appendages. He moved to a workbench. This was where the true work happened. The tentacles weren't just for show. 2 of them became his primary hands, their fine manipulators wielding soldering irons and micro-welders with precision exceeding human capability. Another tentacle held a holographic schematic of a focused particle beam cannon. The fourth retrieved components from across the room. He was building weapons. Not for an army, but for a one-man war against threats he couldn't yet fully comprehend. He wasn't even sure if such weapons would be useful against Mephisto, but he hoped they would be of some use. Cannons that could be mounted on the tentacles. Micromissile pods. Sonic disruptors. His need for firepower was visceral, a direct response to feeling like prey in Mephisto's game. It's the thing he's suffering from the most, fear of lack of firepower. As he worked, syncing a new targeting algorithm, he spoke aloud, his voice calm in the hum of the workshop. The problem with the warper is scale. Counter-suggestions. Assume conventional weaponry is useless. He wasn't talking to Alice. He was addressing the voices. The information panel shimmered in his mind's eye. The audience's imagination was vaster than he could ever hope to reach. You can't fight him directly. You need magical defense. Find Doctor Strange. Correction, Sorcerer Supreme, whoever that is in this timeline. Mephisto's power is tied to deals and souls. Protect your soul. Get a psychic or a holy artifact. Learn magic. Is there any way to contact Constantine? Adam, just find your way into DC. Entertain us there too. Arc reactor overload blast. Like, find a way for it to go kaboom. And even more kaboom. Time manipulation is a bitch. You need precog or your own time lock tech. But Adam, conventional weaponry, if taken to the extreme, is useful. It's not as if Iron Man hadn't faced cosmic entities in the comics. The issue, my friend, is time. He doesn't have time. Also, is Adam more intelligent than Tony Stark? Oh. No way, just half of Doom's intelligence would be superior to Tony Stark's. Well, Adam is a combination of his own intelligence and half of Doom's. Adam's inherent intelligence should be peanuts in comparison, so yeah, unlikely. Steal a nuke. And throw it into Mephisto's dimension. Won't it just feed Mephisto? Sounds useless, Imo. Honestly, Adam, just become a mutant sorcerer supreme. Easy. Just become God, dude. Easy. Adam's lips quirked. Magical defense is a resource gap. Psychic defense. Already have that. A focused, repulsor-like blast derived from the arc reactor, channeled through all tentacles. It could be a hellbore, maybe. Noted. Time tech is beyond my current materials science. He nodded, as if to a room full of colleagues. Thank you. The last suggestions are noted and filed under long-term aspirational goals. He's using US as a think tank. We're his imaginary R&D department. This is meta as hell. Long-term aspirational goals. He's taking become a sorcerer as a serious project milestone. I believe. Who doesn't believe at this point? Give me a sec, I have to join the Illuminati. There is a cipher cult in the neighborhood. I think I should join. I feel like I'm losing my mind watching this fucking show. Also, TF are these math formulas flying around chat? Oh. Haven't you heard? A lot of scientific communities banded together to feed Adam information and continue their legacy. The world is facing an insurmountable amount of hacks and breaches, and people are stealing or leaking all kinds of tech secrets to Adam through chat. You must be living under a cave. How have you not heard about most of GTA 6 code and resources being leaked through chat? You cannot be tracked through the show's chat unless your username is actually your real name or the same username on other platforms. All is getting leaky-eyed, even medical formulas, codes, and shit. Tazy Nan, it's crazy I tell ya. I feel you man, I also escaped to getting high to cope with this crazy shit. The world's going insane man. He was a general preparing for an unknowable war, with the collective, chaotic intelligence of an entire world's worth of comic book fans as his strategic advisors. Truly, everyone became comic book fans just to support him and learn more about Marvel. Well, it's not all that lovely, a lot of chat is just typing misinformation on purpose and all kinds of bullshit. But it was still insanity. The entire world was his teacher, scientists, engineers, biologists, nerds, and all in between. It was the ultimate cheat code. The serene flow of his work was shattered by a soft chime. Alice's voice, now richer, more nuanced, filled the room. Master. Incoming priority call. Jean Grey. Her biometrics indicate extreme distress. A cold finger of premonition traced Adam's spine. He accepted the call on the main screen. Jean's face appeared pale, somewhat panicked. There was noise and movement behind her. She was in the Blackbird, in flight. Adam. Thank God you're there. Her voice was tight, on the verge of breaking. We're on our way to you. We need you. We really need you. Jean, breathe. What's happening? It's the professor. Scott, and Aurora. They've been taken. Kidnapped. Adam's mind, so full of particle beam schematics and demonic countermeasures, went blank for a full 3 seconds. What? Why? How? The questions were a silent scream. A familiar, confused complaint rose in his mind, a protest against a universe that made no fucking sense. You have got to be fucking kidding me. How the fuck did Professor X get captured? Is he fucking brain dead? Oh shit. The X-Men are under attack. Adam's face. He's so done. The universe won't let him build his murder tentacles in peace. He just went from preparing for a devil to dealing with a mutant crisis. This man cannot catch a break. Mark my words, it's Mephisto's doing. He has a hand in this. I knew Hydra won't let Adam have some peace. Hydra? TF does this have to do with Hydra? Dude, it's always Hydra. I slept with your mama last night. Because of Hydra. TF. I know for a fact you didn't sleep with my mom. I slept with my mom yesterday. Okay, I'm done. LMAO. Damn, I'm so fucking jealous. My stepmom is hot too, but I have a micropenis. My condolences. You guys are unhinged. Professor X kidnapped. Why are you surprised? He gets kidnapped every other day. True, it happened many times in canon. Mutant crisis is a common occurrence. No need for surprise. But how did Professor X get captured? Can't he just mind fuck everyone? He can, but he's usually on the receiving end. He likes to take backshots. Only minutes after the call ended, Adam sat in the high-backed leather chair in his office. His posture was regal, almost statuesque, his head resting on his steepled hands. His expression was unnervingly calm, a placid lake surface hiding churning depths. Inside, his mind was a war room, maps and probabilities flashing behind his cybernetic eye. Professor X, Cyclops, and Storm. Kidnapped. The audacity was staggering. How? It spoke of inside knowledge, of planning that circumvented the world's most powerful telepath and a woman who controlled the weather in Scott's destructive eyes. It reminded Adam that everything and everyone can be outplayed, can be plotted against, to never underestimate anyone. His first, cold thought was of a smiling man in a tan suit. Mephisto. Was this the first tangible twist of the board? A distraction. An attempt to shatter one of his few nascent alliances. The X-Men's frantic debrief via Jean had given him names, the Purifiers. A fanatical anti-mutant militia, all fervor and firepower. And behind them, a more dangerous mind, U.S. Army Colonel William Stryker. A man with resources, authority, and a pathological hatred for mutation that bordered on the religious. No, it was even zealous. He let his gaze drift inward, to the endless stream of the information panel. The audience was having fun with that information. Damn, chat's moving so fast. If I say it, no one would notice. I'm gay. Chapter 62, Baby Thanos Event. A man with resources, authority, and a pathological hatred for mutation that bordered on the religious. No, it was even zealous. He let his gaze drift inward, to the endless stream of the information panel. The audience was having fun with that information. Damn, chat's moving so fast. If I say it, no one would notice. I'm gay. Caught. I saw it. Stryker. This is the God loves, men kills storyline. Or a version of it. He uses his son, Jason, a powerful mutant illusionist, to fake the X-Men's deaths and trick the professor. That's how he gets close. That's the movie version. Adam's likely in one of the comic versions. William's way more dangerous here. It may not be through his son, as I think he kills his newborn son in the comics. He used other means. He's got a secret base. Usually a dam or a military compound. He wants to use Cerebro or a different machine to kill all mutants. The timeline doesn't map out. Adam's right to suspect Mephisto. Stryker's zealotry could easily be amplified by demonic influence. Adam absorbed it. The how isn't so clear. An illusionist of sufficient power could bypass even psychic defenses by feeding the mind what it expected to see. It could also be other means, like the thousands of times Charles has been kidnapped, or maybe Mephisto. The why was classic genocidal madness. The where was likely a secure, isolated facility. The classical dam fit the profile, remote, defensible, with built-in power and water for cooling or drowning. But the timing. That's what gnawed at him. This didn't happen in a vacuum. Over the past weeks, Cypher Enterprises had hit an invisible wall. Major advertisers had pulled out with vague excuses. Cloud service providers suddenly found compliance issues. The negative press about his company issues was too coordinated, too vicious. And then there was the other shoe, waiting to drop. His sources told him a story was being prepared. Not about his business, but about his identity. His mutant status. And the sources cited were to be his own parents, dredged up and paraded out to give the fact the sheen of heartbreaking validity. It was a character assassination of nuclear proportions. They're going after his parents. That's low. Wait, no, his parents are going after him. Speaking of which, we know little about his parents, only that they have him up to the authorities out of fear of his mutant nature. When he was a child, mind you. This stinks. It's been more than a decade since they last saw him, and he looks so different, and he didn't take the same name, going instead for Adam Cypher. How would they know? Hydra. The Hellfire Club's enemies. Stryker. Could be all of them working in a twisted harmony. Mephisto doesn't need to push the boulder. He just needs to grease the slope and watch you roll. Everything's converging at once. That's not bad luck, that's a strategy. Yeah, I'm just not sure if his parents are forced, or if they did this of their own accord. Maybe they fear repercussions. Damn, Adam even ignored their existence completely, wanting nothing to do with him, and now, they're back. Adam's trust issues, at least a part of them, come from the fact that his mother of this world betrayed him. If even someone who's raised you for years gave up on you for an incomprehensible reason, then yeah. It's more than that. We know he has mommy issues from his previous life, so the fact that his mother from this life would lead to a decade of hell. Damn. A black hand behind the scenes, orchestrating a symphony of chaos. Financial pressure, personal exposure, and now the kidnapping of his closest allies in the superhuman community. Apply stress from every vector until the target breaks, or makes a desperate, damnable deal. Adam laughed. A soft, genuine chuckle that escalated into a quiet shake of his head. Doom and gloom, that isn't like him. This isn't the endgame. He's only facing the ruler of hell. It isn't so hopeless just yet. He straightened in his chair, a fierce light returning to his eyes. This is a baby Thanos event. If I can't handle a zealous colonel, a hate group, and a smear campaign, then I have no business dreaming of absolute. He just has to cheat to win. A baby Thanos event. I'm wheezing. His scale of measurement is insane. He's psyching himself up. True. Mephisto isn't shit, man. Beat his ass up. What does he mean by cheat to win? Is it envy? Will he finally show us some of its mysterious capabilities? A sense of peace, cold and sharp, settled over him. The path was clear for now. Contain the crisis. Rescue the assets. Punish the aggressors. Then find the puppeteer. Be extreme. His office door opened, and his mood genuinely brightened. His assistant, Natalie Rushman, stepped in. She was a vision of efficient elegance, a sleek black pantsuit, her fiery red hair a stunning contrast to her porcelain complexion. Her beauty was severe, intelligent, and utterly captivating. Redheads truly did light up the day. You seem in better spirits, she said, her voice a smooth, professional alto. A perfect smile touched her lips. You have that effect, Adam replied with a chuckle. Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow is his assistant. He knows. You can see it in his eyes. He's playing with her. Redheads truly did light up the day. He's collecting them. He's definitely collecting them. Masochism is my fetish, but his is even more special, redheads. Seek help. Oh. Why don't you force me? Punish me, babe. Fuck off. TF. Damn, KO. Natalie began her standard morning briefing. The quarterly reports from the Flow division show a 12% uptake in European markets. However, the advertising revenue dip we discussed is impacting projections. The legal team has prepared a response to the... No need, Adam interrupted gently. He swiveled his chair to face her fully. I called you in for a different reason. I'm going to be unavailable indefinitely. I'm leaving the public face of the company for a while, the PR, the operational steering, in your hands. Alice will take care of everything else and will support you and Domino if necessary. Either way, you won't have to change your schedule drastically. Alice will still do most of the work. Natalie's perfectly composed mask slipped for a microsecond. Surprise, then hesitation. Sir? If I may. Are you sure? Is there something I can help with? A problem I can manage? Adam shrugged, the picture of casual exasperation. Unfortunately, it's a problem that requires my personal touch. I have to go face some demons. He said it with a twisted, joking lilt, the truth hidden in plain sight. This world is just so goddamn chaotic. Natalie moved around the desk, her movements fluid. She came to stand behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders. She began to knead the tense muscles there, a gesture that was both intimate and probing. Demons. That's a new one. You'll have to tell me about them sometime. Her touch was that of a connoisseur, meant to relax and disarm. Adam closed his eyes, leaning into the massage. He could feel the subtle pressure points she was targeting, the faint scent of her perfume, a manipulator's perfume. I wouldn't wish my sleepless nights on you, Natalie. Ignorance is bliss. She was trying too hard, he noticed. She wants to gain his trust because she could gain nothing otherwise. The way he works is that most of his valuable knowledge is stored in his mind, and he and Alice are always watching. She leaned closer, her breath warm by his ear, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial purr. Sleepless nights. From what I hear, you spend many of those nights in less stressful pursuits. She's fishing. And he's letting her. This is a spy versus spy mind game. Ignorance is bliss. That's so true in Marvel. The more you know, the more fearful and stressed you'll be. Why had Nick Fury sent Black Widow to spy on him instead of Tony Stark? That's what happened in canon, no. It's simple, really. Nick Fury believes Adam has more information on Hydra than he lets on, and he doesn't trust him at all. It's Fury's paranoia thinking Adam is too dangerous and is a target for direct observation. He's right. Adam smiled without opening his eyes. What can I say? A man has frustrations to work out. He then stood up smoothly, her hands falling away. Either way, my ride is here. He walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window that formed one wall of his office. At his approach, a seamless, glass panel slid aside, revealing the open air 30 stories above the ground. The wind whipped into the room. Sir. Natalie's composure finally broke, genuine alarm in her voice. Keep up appearances, Natalie. Launch Oracle on schedule. Alice and Domino have your back. I'll be watching. Before she could respond, several sleek, black mechanical tentacles shot up from below the window ledge. They were part of the system he'd been working on in the sub-basement. The central chest piece, carried by two of the tentacles, clamped onto his torso with a series of magnetic thunks. The other tentacles arrayed themselves around his back. Then, without a backward glance, he stepped out into open space. Nope. 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 He just walked out the window. Aura. He doesn't care if she sees. Wait. Everyone can see. The suit looks even cooler in daylight. The tentacles are alive. Like hentai. He's definitely trying to show off, my men. Chapter 63, The Stare. It's menacing. Nope. 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 He just walked out the window. Aura. He doesn't care if she sees. Wait. Everyone can see. The suit looks even cooler in daylight. The tentacles are alive. Like hentai. He's definitely trying to show off, my men. The tentacles moved with synchronicity, two anchoring to the building's side, others coiling and releasing to propel him in a powerful leap across the skyline. He wasn't flying, not like Iron Man, it was a brutal, arachnid-like traversal, leaping toward an invisible target. He didn't care about witnesses. Secrecy was a luxury he could no longer afford. No, it's better to say that secrecy doesn't serve him well. It doesn't serve information well. His destination was a patch of empty sky. As he reached the apex of his arc, the air shimmered. The blackbird, its advanced chameleon camouflage disengaging for a split second, became visible. A hatch opened below it. A familiar telekinetic force, gentle but firm, wrapped around him and the several sealed metal crates his tentacles carried, drawing them smoothly inside. Gene's TK airlift. So cool. He's going to war. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat. Show us some blood and violence. Inside the blackbird's cramped hold, the atmosphere was grim. The core team was there: Wolverine, a silent volcano of rage with his claws half unsheathed; Beast, piloting with grim focus; Nightcrawler, praying quietly; Colossus, and so on. They couldn't help but be surprised at the sinister, technological appendages now retracting and folding against his back. From what Gene said before, it seems that they're still unsure about where William Stryker had taken them, but they have some leads, so he asked, "Beast, Forge's data." A hologram projected from the console. Forge had isolated energy spikes and suspicious military vehicle movements converging on the northern part of the state. Adam didn't wait. One of his tentacles snaked out, its tip interfacing directly with a data port on the Blackbird's console. Another tentacle opened one of his crates. A couple of palm-sized disc drones shot out, hovering in the bay. His mechanical force engulfed them, and his technopathy ignited. Multiple holographic screens erupted in the air before him, each one a live feed cycling through surveillance systems at blinding speed: traffic cams, private security feeds, satellite phone triangulation, even the internal diagnostics of passing commercial airliners. The X-Men watched, stunned, as he painted a digital portrait of the state in real time. "How is he? Those aren't public feeds," Beast muttered, his scientific curiosity momentarily overriding his worry. What they realized, especially Beast, is that Adam somehow has access to a decent chunk of the state's surveillance systems. He's taken over New York's digital nervous system. Project Panopticon is live. Big Brother Adam is watching. That's so smart, or maybe just common sense, but few characters follow common sense nowadays. Alice's voice, filtered through his suit's comms, spoke in his ear, correlating data. Pattern match detected. Converging military convoy signatures, encrypted comms consistent with Blackwater-level paramilitaries. Terminal location, the Alkali Lake Dam. Facility schematics from 1975 onward have suspicious redactions. Adam's eyes snapped open. Alkali Lake Dam. Northwest. 10 minutes at your current speed, Beast. He wasn't surprised. The audience and his knowledge of the plot had prepared him. But he couldn't rely on the plot. This was reality. A universe where Stryker had succeeded in capturing Xavier. Where the details could be different, crueler, the defenses deadlier. Even without accounting for the butterfly effect, Adam would still not rely on the plot, for he wasn't even sure what Marvel universe he was in. Everything could be different. He turned to Jean, who had been watching him work with a mixture of hope and anxiety. He put his hands on her shoulders, his touch pressing. "Jean. Listen. Go back to the school. Now. Your job isn't here. It's there. Protect the kids. Seal the grounds. If anyone approaches, no matter how friendly, how familiar, how pathetic they seem, you send them away." His grip tightened slightly, his gaze boring into hers. "If they argue. If they take one step past the gate." He leaned close, his voice a deadly whisper only she could hear, "Kill them. Please." The word "please" hung in the air, a chilling, rare word in Adam's dictionary. Jean's eyes widened. She wanted to protest, to say her power was needed for the rescue. But she saw the absolute certainty in his heterochromatic eyes. He wasn't asking her to be a soldier, he was asking her to be a guardian. The most important role. She swallowed hard and nodded. "I understand. Whatever she must do, she shall." She couldn't afford to disappoint him. Jean disembarked after the Blackbird stopped, giving Adam one last, long look before turning and sprinting toward the school, a psychic aura already flaring around her. He sent Jean back. "That's actually really smart and responsible. Kill them. Please. That's the most terrifying polite request ever. Dude, that's so smart. If I were Mephisto, I would definitely target the school." Imagine Mephisto actually shows up. Any world where he isn't just deleted by the fucking Phoenix Force. No chance, right? But he's too cunning to show up. Some of the others shifted uneasily at the extreme instruction, but no one voiced dissent. The stakes were too high. Wolverine hadn't moved. He sat in the corner, head bowed, his fists clenched so tight the adamantium bones creaked. A low, continuous growl rumbled in his chest. Adam knew why. His past. William Stryker must have reminded him of the torture, his rebirth as Weapon X. The name alone must have awakened many memories, and not good memories. Adam turned to his remaining crates. The tentacles sprang to life, unlatching them with meticulous clicks. Inside were not more drones, but weapons. Custom-built, vicious-looking things. A heavy, boxy cannon. Pods of micromissiles. Grenades. And components, lots of components. Adam's cipher began to assemble his tools. He was preparing for war. The blackbird's hatch hissed open, revealing the imposing concrete face of the Alkali Lake Dam under a slate-gray sky. The X-Men disembarked, a tense unit ready for infiltration. Adam descended last, not jumping, but being lowered smoothly on two of his mechanical tentacles, which planted themselves on the rocky ground like arachnid legs. He stood there, arms crossed, suspended above the ground, a frown etched on his face as he listened to Beast's rapid-fire briefing. Primary objective is extraction of the Professor, Scott, and Aurora, but Stryker's history suggests he's after more than prisoners. He's obsessed with curing the mutant gene. I fear he intends to use the Professor's telepathy in some. You think he has access to something similar to Cerebro? Adam asked, genuinely curious how William could have access to such technology. It's possible, Beast was hesitant, seemingly unsure, but they likely won't care for side effects and drawbacks, so it should be easier for them. I see, then we don't have much Tim. His words trailed off. His cybernetic eye, enhanced by his mechanical force, was processing the environment at a near-abstract level. He saw the heat signatures, the residual energy, the faint psychic static in the air. He saw the microdistortion in the light 3 feet to his left. His reaction time and prediction were inhuman to what was about to come. 2 of his free mechanical arms snapped forward with whiplash speed. Their tripod ends captured their prey. With a deafening screech of metal on metal, they clamped shut, arresting the forward momentum of 2 gleaming, razor-sharp adamantium blades inches from Adam's face and inches from Beast's furrowed brow. What the hell just appeared? The fucking action in this show is insane. Those blades, that aura, the whispers. That's Deadpool. The source of the blades manifested from the shimmering air. A man. Or what was left of one. His skin was a roadmap of scar tissue and keloid flesh, puckered and angry. Thick, black marks encircled his eyes like a macabre mask. Most horrifying was his mouth, crudely sewn shut with thick, black thread. He was powerfully built, muscles coiled under scarred skin, but his form spoke of brutal surgical enhancement, not natural growth. He was a weapon, stripped of voice and sanity. Deadpool. The name surfaced in Adam's mind. But not the merc with a mouth that spews more bullshit than Adam. This was a muted, miserable abomination. Weapon X's most successful and most damned experiment. The man, Weapon 11, had simply appeared. No BAMF of teleportation, just a silent, deadly materialization. Nightcrawler, a teleporter himself, hadn't sensed a thing. Beast was frozen, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple towards the adamantium point. It had all happened in less than a second. He's holding back adamantium blades with polymer steel tentacles. How? The mechanical force, I think. This is a mute Deadpool. Wait. Deadpool is a fellow fourth wall penetrator. Wait. 2 penetrators have met. TF is gonna happen. Definitely gay shit. I'm so looking forward to it. The fight, not gay shit. Hey, I feel some judging up there. Really? No judging here, trust me. I'm not gay, but I've done gay shit. That horse dick tasted like trash. TF. LMAO. I know, right. Agreed, that shit tasted rancid, ag. Weapon Chi's sewn shut face showed no emotion, but his body moved. He tried to retract the blades, to twist free. The X-Men erupted into motion behind Adam. Wolverine snarled, his claws springing free with a snicked. Colossus' skin turned to organic steel, Iceman's temperature plummeted. But the confrontation between Adam and the abomination was already entering its next phase. Adam turned his head, his heterochromatic eyes locking with the dead, black pit eyes of Weapon 11. It was a cold, clinical assessment. Adam looked down from his suspended height, a judge regarding a flawed tool. The stare was menacing. Chapter 64, It was hard. Adam turned his head, his heterochromatic eyes locking with the dead, black pit eyes of Weapon 11. It was a cold, clinical assessment. Adam looked down from his suspended height, a judge regarding a flawed tool. The stare was menacing. The two mechanical arms not holding the blades, and the two acting as his legs, reconfigured. Panels slid back, revealing glowing blue emitter arrays. They hummed to life, a high-pitched whine building instantly. "Get to the dam," Adam said, his voice calm amidst the gathering energy storm. "No mercy. We're out of time." Then he triggered the blasters. 4 simultaneous beams of concentrated, mechanical force-augmented plasma erupted. The energy wasn't just heat and light, it was raw, amplified kinetic force, blue-white, and devastating. The blast was aimed to erase. It engulfed Adam and Weapon 11 in a miniature star, vaporizing rock, blinding the X-Men, and sending a shockwave that rattled the Blackbird. Through the roar, Wolverine's enhanced hearing just caught Adam's final, resonant command, "Go." When the light died, there was only a smoldering crater. Adam and the scarred assassin were gone. TF. What happened? I know. Deadpool teleported them both. More likely, he wanted to teleport away, but due to their connection, Adam was teleported with him. Then again, maybe Deadpool was like, fuck it, and teleported regardless. Go. Wolverine didn't hesitate. With a bestial roar that was equal parts rage and relief, he charged towards the dam entrance. The others followed, hearts pounding with fear for their friends, but driven by Adam's sacrificial gambit. He'd taken the most unpredictable, deadly weapon off the board. Adam's world dissolved into nauseating dislocation, then reformed with a gut-wrenching lurch. The sound of the blast vanished, replaced by a vast, suffocating silence. The damp, cold air of the lakeside was gone. In its place was a thin, biting cold that seeped into his bones instantly. The pressure in his ears popped painfully. He was falling. Alice's voice, calm but urgent, sounded in his helmet. Ambient atmospheric pressure is 26 kilopascals. Altitude approximately 10,000 meters. Oxygen levels insufficient to sustain consciousness. External temperature, -50 degrees Celsius and dropping. Suit pressurization and thermal regulation engaging. Adam's mind processed this in a nanosecond. Stratosphere. He teleported us into a killing zone. As Alice spoke, his suit reacted. The segmented plates of his chest unit and limbs hissed, sealing into an airtight ensemble. A transparent, impact-resistant visor slid from his collar and locked over his face, completing the helmet. The suit was primarily white with black accent lines, sleek and aerodynamic, with a stylized, streamlined hood that gave him a vaguely avian silhouette. Life support systems whirred to life, pumping warmed, oxygenated air. Of course he's prepared for everything. We have fucking Batman in here. It looks so cool. White and black, like a cosmic owl or something. Deadpool tried to space him. Smart. While Adam was adapting, Weapon 11 was struggling. Still clutched in the unyielding grasp of 2 mechanical arms, his sewn-shut mouth strained in a silent scream. His body was a horror show, the plasma blast had scorched him to the bone in places, but even as Adam watched, flesh bubbled and regrew at a horrifying, visible rate. Muscle fibers snaked back into place, skin stretched over new tissue. In seconds, the catastrophic damage was merely severe, and healing fast. Extreme regenerative factor. Teleportation. Adamantium blades. Enhanced strength. The dossier compiled in his mind. A perfect, mute-killing machine. Weapon 11 wrenched his arms, trying to retract the blades to break free. Adam didn't give him the chance. All 5 mechanical arms glowed again, all except the one holding Deadpool in place. This time, they unleashed a sustained, continuous torrent of the same blue-white plasma, point blank, engulfing the regenerating assassin in a relentless torrent of disintegrating energy. The teleport had clearly drained Weapon 11, or the initial blast had damaged something critical, because instead of slicing his captured arm and blinking away, he did something else. He teleported again, dragging Adam with him. The dislocation hit. Higher. The air became vanishingly thin. The cold was absolute, a cosmic cold that threatened to flash freeze his suit's systems. The sun was a fierce, unfiltered disk in a black sky. Altitude 20,000 meters. Approaching the stratopause. Thermal systems at maximum. Hull integrity degrading. Weapon 11, a charred, regenerating puppet in Adam's grasp, was using the environment itself as a weapon. But Adam's suit was built with stolen Stark tech and his own genius, his own. It can hold for a couple of dozen seconds. And it seems that Adam knows the severity of the situation, as he went all out. One of the mechanical arms reconfigured. A compartment opened, and a 3-foot-long alloy sword, forged from durable composite he'd been developing, slid into his waiting hand. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, he channeled his mechanical force into it. The blade glowed, a mass of tech, the most important of which is heating technology. It went from silver to cherry red to a blinding white hot in less than a second, radiating terrible heat even in the freezing vacuum. Weapon 11, his brain likely still scrambled from the repeated teleports and damage, tried to focus for another jump. He never got the chance. Adam drove the white-hot sword straight through the sewn-shut mouth and into the brain cavity behind it. There was no blood. As they plummeted back into the thicker atmosphere, now over a desolate stretch of the wilderness, Adam acted. He threw the now mostly vaporized remains of Weapon 11 ahead of him like gruesome chaff. The 2 leg thrusters rotated, blasting downward with immense force to slow his descent to a hover 1,000 feet above the ground. The 4 other arms, previously holding the melted stumps of adamantium blades, swiveled, their emitters glowing a furious, focused blue. On the ground below, one of the heavy crates he'd brought cracked open. From it, the massive, boxy form of the Cannon C1 rose on smaller thrusters, its barrel orienting skyward, a deep, ominous hum building within it. Now, Adam commanded. 4 continuous plasma beams lanced from his arms. At the same exact microsecond, the Cannon C1 discharged. It released a concentrated sphere of devastating sonic kinetic energy, a projectile that distorted the air around it. All 5 attacks, supercharged by Adam's mechanical force, converged on the single point in space occupied by what was left of Weapon 11. The explosion was of pure released force and blinding light seen from far away. A silent, expanding sphere of blue-white energy consumed the remains, followed by a physical shockwave that flattened trees for a quarter-mile. Then came the sound, a deep, subsonic THOOM that shook the earth and was heard miles and miles away, a single, definitive note of annihilation. Kaboom! He nuked him from orbit. Well, from the stratosphere. That was overkill. Glorious, beautiful overkill. Not a single cell could have survived that. Not even Deadpool. Hey, who knows, it's Deadpool we're talking about. Adam descended the rest of the way, retrieving the 2 adamantium blades that naturally survived the explosion before landing heavily beside the now smoking Cannon C1. The cannon retracted its thrusters and folded back into an inert crate. His suit hissed, venting excess heat. Inside, Adam was gasping, drenched in sweat, his skin red, radiating pain. He'd pushed his mechanical force and his body to their absolute limits. The strain was immense, a hollow, aching exhaustion that threatened to buckle his knees. But he had done it. He had identified an existential threat and removed it with extreme, overwhelming prejudice. Stryker's ultimate weapon was atomic dust. At least, he hoped it was. You never know in this chaotic, incomprehensible world. He allowed himself one deep, shuddering breath. Just one. Then, it hit. And it was hard. Chapter 65, Come Talk. He allowed himself one deep, shuddering breath. Just one. Then, it hit. And it was hard. A psychic wave of unimaginable scale and malevolence. It washed over the landscape, through the trees, through the metal of his suit. It pressed against his mind, a tsunami of focused hatred. His hollow curse and his own formidable, fortified psyche acted as a breakwater, dampening the direct effect. But he felt its intent. Its target. It was searching. Reaching out. It's reaching out to erase. Adam's head snapped up, all exhaustion forgotten. There was no surprise. Cerebro-like machine. They have it. William Stryker wasn't just trying to kill mutants one by one. He was using Charles Xavier to try to kill them all at once, the ultimate genocide, Max Wynn. LMAO. Adam's descriptions are killing me. It's happening. The global mutant genocide attempt. Max Wynn. Is Adam a fellow gambling addict? Remember guys, you're just one spin away from a big win. Never stop gambling. True, I gambled all my shit yesterday, and I fucking won. Not about to stop. The world is going to shit anyway. Sensing the psychic wave grow with time, Adam's frown deepened, etched with a profound, weary annoyance. The pressure on his own mind as the hollow curse continued devouring his stamina at such a frantic rate to shield the others. Another problem, he thought, the irritation sharp and personal. Do I have to solo clutch every single crisis? Can't they handle their own damn housekeeping for 5 minutes? His curses were potent, but their efficacy was highest on himself. The protective hollowing he'd cast over the X-Men was a diluted buffer, enough to give those with strong mental fortitude, like Wolverine, a fighting chance, but not a guaranteed shield. It was a stopgap, and a draining one. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his technopathy, letting it flow through the ground and into the dam's industrial nervous system. In seconds, he was inside. He bypassed firewalls and encrypted feeds, his consciousness becoming one with the surveillance grid. Multiple camera views opened in his mind's eye. He saw Beast, a whirlwind of blue fur and improvised explosives, disabling security systems and purifier soldiers with terrifying efficiency. He saw Wolverine, a berserker ghost painted in crimson, cutting a path of pure, adamantium-laced fury through the facility. No hesitation. No mercy. Just brutal, effective liberation. A faint smile touched Adam's lips. They get shit done. He liked that. Logan's indomitable will and Hank's prepared genius were variables he could rely on. Adam's watching the show through the security cameras. Big Brother is a voyeur. Wolverine does get shit done. Like, he saves the X-Men so many times. He's literally using the enemy's eyes to monitor his allies. That's so cool. Show us more Wolverine. Ah, those muscles, moi. The rest of the team, however, needed a nudge. His 6 mechanical arms reconfigured. Their tips pressed against the scorched earth where he'd landed. With a synchronized pulse of energy, they launched him into the air like a catapult. Thrusters on his back and legs ignited, and he became a white and black streak rocketing towards the monolithic dam. His mind, even exhausted, compiled the data. William Stryker. Colonel. Televangelist. A man whose hatred was both a faith and a strategy. The kidnapping method, as he discovered, was audacious, bait Charles Xavier, the world's foremost telepath and idealist, into a public debate on mutant rights. A trap, Charles, in his endless hope for understanding, would walk right into. The how of the actual capture was still unclear, but the existence of a weaponized, teleporting Deadpool proved Stryker had access to capabilities far beyond a preacher's pulpit. From the audience's frantic scrolling commentary, he pieced together the likely scenario from canon events: Scott and Aurora in tanks, pain transference to Charles, psychic torture. Using Scott and Aurora's suffering to break Charles, then attempting to twist that broken psyche into a weapon. From the audience's retelling of the events, it seems that William was somehow able to twist Charles's cognition of the events, making him believe the X-Men and mutants turned on him and tortured him. What bothered Adam the most was the scale. A machine to amplify Xavier's telepathy to a global genocidal broadcast. So many coincidences. This whole thing stinks, as he expected. He breached the dam facility through a mangled service entrance, his technopathy painting a real-time blueprint in his mind. He could see it all, but he could not find the men behind it all. William Stryker himself was conspicuously absent. Only his fanatical purifiers remained, now being mopped up by the X-Men. Of course, Adam mused, his internal voice dripping with sarcastic annoyance. The mastermind is never in the building when it blows. Hydra connections. Mephisto's subtle influence greasing the wheels for advanced tech and convenient absences. He mentally filed it under probable conspiracy and moved on. The why could wait. The cleanup could not. Stryker's gone. He used the purifiers as cannon fodder and bounced. This is already largely different than how it happened in canon. Definitely Mephisto's influence. Adam's probable conspiracy file must be a mile long by now. Hey. In Marvel, paranoia is your friend, else you be made a fuckhole to be tossed around by cosmic and bullshit beings. True, protect that ass. He moved silently through the steel corridors, his mechanical arms allowing him to navigate the wreckage and dangling wires with eerie grace. Then he found her. Nailed to a set of steep, crate-like bars was a woman. Asian, with a sleek fall of black hair, her body a testament to both brutal enhancement and savage punishment. Her clothing was torn, revealing skin grafted with adamantium lacing, but her face, one side was flawless, the other a ruined landscape of scar tissue etched with Japanese characters. Lady Deathstrike. Yuriko Oyama. She thrashed against her bonds, not in pain, but in feral urgency, her enhanced physiology ignoring the grievous wounds the nails inflicted. She saw him. Her eyes, dark and desperate, locked onto his. "Help me," she gasped, her voice a strained hiss. "He. Striker, he brainwashed me. Used me. I broke free. Please, release me." Adam stopped, his head tilting. A smile played on his lips, devoid of warmth, full of curiosity. One of his mechanical arms unfolded, its smooth, white carapace reflecting the emergency lights as it drifted toward her. "I notice you have a formidable healing factor," Adam said, his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. "Superhuman regeneration. Yet the scars on your face remain. Fascinating." The arm stopped inches from her throat, not threatening, just observing. "Why is that?" Her expression shifted. The desperate pleading froze, then shattered into something harder, more cautious. The confusion in her eyes was now laced with alarm. I don't know," she said, "please help. It hurts." "I see," Adam nodded, as if she'd given him valuable data. "A psychosomatic block, then. The mind refusing to heal a wound it believes defines it. Very interesting." He leaned a little closer, his cybernetic eye whirring as it focused on the scars. "They look quite cool, I must say. Dramatic. Though, between us," he added with a wink, "I still have way cooler scars." Before she could process the bizarre boast, the mechanical arm moved. It gently pressed a panel against the side of her neck. There was a soft hiss. Yuriko's eyes widened. "What are you?" "Go to sleep for now," Adam said softly. "We can talk when you wake up, or maybe not." She struggled, her adamantium-laced bones straining against the bars, but the sedative was no ordinary toxin. It was a cocktail, a tranquilizer that can put out an elephant quite easily, a continuous, slow-release infusion keyed to interrupt cellular regeneration and nervous system signals. Her furious thrashing weakened, her snarls fading into slurred curses, then into silence. Her head lolled forward. "He just politely sedated Lady Deathstrike. He's collecting dangerous women like Pokemon. Marvel is Pokemon, cosmic entities wanting to collect stuff, so fight hero. The hero has to collect stuff to have a chance. Now, Mephisto wants to collect Adam, quite fitting, I'd say." Adam directed the mechanical arm to carefully extract the nails and pull her limp form free. He let it hold her aloft, a macabre puppet, as he continued his advance quickly. He needn't hurry really because the psychic wave had stopped, and his technopathic link to the camera showed him that the critical situation was resolving. Wolverine and Beast were in the control room. Wolverine was cradling an unconscious, pale Charles Xavier, having ripped him free of the monstrous machine. Well, he also knocked him out to stop him. Beast was frantically scanning the professor's vitals. He could afford to catch his breath, his own exhaustion a heavy cloak, but he still quickened his pace to help the others. He found them in a large, icy chamber. Iceman had created a magnificent, layered sculpture of ice, encasing a furious, struggling Cyclops. Scott's eyes blazed behind his cracked visor, the red glow intensifying as he built power for a full-force optic blast. The ice around his head was webbed with fractures, glowing cherry red from the contained energy. "I can't hold it much longer." Iceman grunted, his own form shimmering with the effort of continuous freezing. Cyclops' muffled roar echoed. "RRRGH, you're all traitors." "Yeah, he's been brainwashed, too." "Orgy of brainwashing. I hate orgies. Like, one time I touched dicks with another on accident and fuck man, it felt good, but I ain't gay." "Dude, I know what you mean. I tried to eat a pussy one time, but forgot my buddy's cum wasn't there. I ate his cum. I still have nightmares about that." "Did it taste good?" "Curious for research purposes." "It tasted like my cum, okay. TF is this chat. Fuck you guys. Get a room. Like, I'm eating for Christ's sake." Chapter 66, Don't Question It, Bro. Adam assessed the scene. A contained Cyclops was a bomb, and his eyes and the energy he releases have a lot of drama surrounding them. The red shimmering energy is deadly. He smiled. "Bobby." Adam's voice cut through the tension. "Catch." The mechanical arm holding Yuriko Oyama tossed her limp body in a gentle arc toward Iceman. "Freeze her too," Adam said, already in motion. Two of his other arms shot forward, at the massive ice sculpture itself. They clamped on, their surfaces generating intense vibrational frequencies. The two arms acting as his legs braced, while the two remaining free arms oriented their thrusters upward. "Cover your ears." Adam chuckled. He activated the thrusters at maximum, channeling his mechanical force into a single, concussive upward burst. Simultaneously, the two arms grasping the ice vibrated, shattering its structural integrity. What followed was a directed eruption. Adam, using the ice sculpture as both projectile and shield, blasted himself and the encased Cyclops upward and outward, through the facility's reinforced wall in a shower of concrete, ice, and steam. This man solves problems with the elegance of a tactical nuke. Why are they all so easy to brainwash? Actual pussies. How did Adam survive a decade of Hydra's brainwashing? Plot armor. If Adam has plot armor, then I'm a cuck. It must be envy, maybe his hollow curse, somehow. The ice sculpture crashed into the pine forest outside. The ice shattered completely on impact. All the while, Adam stopped a bit away. Cyclops, disoriented but enraged, rolled to his feet, his visor autocorrecting. He faced Adam's direction, his chest heaving, the air around his visor distorting with pent-up energy. "You. Cypher. You're with them." He snarled, raising a hand to his visor. "Right here, Scott," Adam said, not moving. "A little to your left." Cyclops' head turned instinctively. He stood exactly where Adam had calculated, beside one of the unassuming mechanical crates he'd prepositioned. The crate hissed open. A non-lethal, sonic cannon derivative, much smaller than the C-1, emerged. It emitted a single, concentrated pulse of ultra-high-frequency sound, a neural disruptor based on the concept of Banshee's power set, which Adam had analyzed from Xavier's files. Thwump. The sound was a physical force. It bypassed the ears, vibrating directly into the skull and brainstem. Cyclops convulsed, his optic blast misfiring harmlessly into the sky as his nervous system short-circuited. He stumbled, clutching his head. Before he could recover, a tiny, spider-like drone skittered forward, leaped the short distance, and injected a microdose of the same specialized sedative into Scott's neck. Cyclops' eyes rolled back. He collapsed like a marionette with cut strings. Only then did Adam, who stood nearby, dematerialize, only a drone left in its place. The real Adam walked in a few seconds later, after making sure everything was handled. He wouldn't foolishly treat Cyclops lightly, nor would he stand there before his eyes like an idiot. Therefore, when he threw the ice sculpture ahead, he fell back and sent one of his drones ahead, and his drone's greatest capability is hologramic technology. The holographic technology he was working on has matured and advanced quite a bit. Thus how the holograms of him can hide the drone within, even able to release sound and heat signatures. The holographic drones are becoming his best friends. 1-2 punch. Sonic disruption followed by super sedative. I genuinely thought Adam was retarded for a second. Goddamn Batman levels of caution in here, but with murder in mind. Adam is making his way to be even more of a menace. I think Mephisto will suffer. Holograms are useless against Mephisto. He can sense souls. Trust. Mephisto will suffer. I know the plot. Oh, I believe. Don't question it, bro. Adam took a deep breath and sagged, bracing himself against a tree. Sweat poured down his face inside his helmet. His breath came in ragged gulps. The strain of overusing his mechanical force, the psychic shielding, his curses, and the high-speed combat analytics, it had left him utterly drained. God, I have no stamina, he berated himself. All firepower, no endurance. A design flaw. But it was the price for solving problems with overwhelming, immediate force. He should be able to solve the stamina issue soon, he mused. Gathering his will, he had a mechanical arm hoist the unconscious Cyclops over its shoulder. He carried him back to the Blackbird, depositing him gently inside next to the still sedated and half-sculptured Yuriko. Iceman standing guard by the side. By the time he returned to the main chamber, it was over. The purifiers were subdued. Beast was overseeing the rescue of several terrified, confused mutants from holding cells poor soul Stryker had collected as test subjects. Wolverine stood guard, his claws still out, eyes scanning the shadows. Logan and Hank approached him. The fury in Wolverine's eyes had banked to a simmering coal, replaced by a grim, searching intensity. Stryker. Wolverine growled, the single word demanding answers. Gone before we got here, Adam said, his voice hoarse. I don't think he expected us to succeed, but also, he had another goal. Beast adjusted his glasses. Charles. We stopped him, but just before he lost consciousness, he was coherent for a moment. He looked toward the ceiling, as if he could sense you outside. Hank's gaze was piercing. He asked, "Why, Adam, why?" He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The unasked question hung in the air. Why had Charles said that? Just what did Adam do? Wolverine stared at Adam, waiting for the answer. Beast waited. Why did Adam do that? What did he do? Even I'm confused. Wolverine's look says it all. Explain, bub. The fuck stole my wife? Like, sure, we watch the show together every day, but why the fuck is she always muttering his name when asleep? Guys, should I be worried? Unless his cock can penetrate the screen, you're good men. Trust me, he's not good. Don't argue with her. My girlfriend broke up with me for criticizing Adam's character. Like, what? My boyfriend broke up with me for that, too. How? Me too. Like, why did my boyfriend leave me for imagining Adam pounding me? Let a girl dream, God. Adam simply smiled, a faint, weary curve of his lips. We don't have time for a seminar, gentlemen. We need to be airborne. Now. If they wanted to say something, they had to halt upon hearing Adam's next words. I can only delay the self-destruct for so long without exhausting myself to death, Adam stated, his voice flat. Move. The two veteran X-Men exchanged a look. Whatever questions they had were overridden by the primal certainty in Adam's command. They quickly evacuated, transported everyone, then Beast lunged for the cockpit. The Blackbird's engine screamed to life, lifting them from the rocky clearing just as the first tremors began. They were miles away when the world behind them turned white. A column of fire and shattered concrete erupted from the dam facility, followed a split second later by the deep, gut-churning crump of the secondary explosion, the charges placed within the dam itself. The monolithic structure shuddered, then collapsed in a slow-motion avalanche of concrete and a roaring tidal wave of water. The facility, and Stryker's nightmare atrocities, were buried under megatons of rubble and lake. Inside the shaking Blackbird, Adam slumped against a bulkhead, closing his eyes to rest. I breached their systems early, he explained, his voice strained. Found the silent self-destruct. Surprisingly robust encryption. Couldn't stop it. Just isolated it. Delayed the timer. He chuckled. William treated the place as a final trap. Might have worked, too. It's a waste, though. Beast, guiding the ship through the shockwaves, glanced back, his brow furrowed. Thank you. I didn't expect him to give up the place so easily. But where is Stryker, Adam? And what did you do that Charles would question it? Adam raised an eyebrow, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face. The professor thinks it's a mistake. That's surprising. He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. He must know something about Jean that I don't. Then his expression cleared, turning pragmatic. But what I guided her to do was the right thing. It's simple logic. We're all here. The children are there. Where do you think a fanatic like William Stryker would go? The implication landed like a physical blow. Wolverine was on his feet, his claws unsheathing with a metallic shink. What did Jean do? The question was a guttural rumble, laced with a protectiveness that went deeper than team loyalty. He'd seen the shadow in Jean. The professor had warned him about the Firebird in the dark. Oh shit. I just realized Jean was left alone with Stryker. Wolverine knows about the Phoenix. What did Jean do? No way she goes out of control. We'll see soon enough, Adam said with a casual shrug that felt blasphemous in the tense cabin. But come on, cheer up. It's not so bad. I believe in her. We're talking about a man who just attempted global mutant genocide. He's not a misguided soul, he's a structural evil. A devil in a uniform. He ended with a short, sharp laugh that held no humor, only a strange sense of madness. Adam felt it, the laugh, the odd commentary. Stress was sanding down his edges, making his reactions weirder, stranger. He was dancing closer to a precipice of sanity, feeling almost like a comic book villain monologuing. Becoming the fucking Joker in here, he mused internally, and let out another soft, self-aware chuckle. Ironically, his bizarre, unflappable demeanor seemed to have a calming effect on the traumatized mutants huddled nearby. His chaos was a paradoxically steady anchor. He pushed off the wall and moved among them. They flinched at first, but he didn't ask about their ordeal. He asked about trivial things, if they'd seen the latest Transformers movie, what they thought of the new pizza place in Westchester, and the merits of burritos. His tone was light, curious, devoid of pity. He understood their shattered state in his bones. When it didn't conflict with his goals, his hatred for suffering and love for simple happiness made him unexpectedly, effectively kind. For a few minutes, he was just a strange, handsome man with different colored eyes making absurd small talk, and it was the greatest gift he could have given them. Chapter 67, Why do we seek understanding with people the devil would admire? For a few minutes, he was just a strange, handsome man with different colored eyes making absurd small talk, and it was the greatest gift he could have given them. The reprieve was short-lived. The Blackbird, one of the most advanced aircraft on the planet, covered the distance with terrifying speed. As it descended through the cloaking field over the Xavier estate, the view from the viewport stole everyone's breath. Chaos. But a contained, surreal chaos. The mansion grounds were encircled by a small army. Humvees, armored personnel carriers, and the hulking form of a main battle tank were positioned at the perimeter. Soldiers in full combat gear crouched behind them, weapons trained not on the approaching jet, but on the solitary figure standing between them and the mansion's front doors. Their arrival caused a stir. Soldiers shifted aim. A figure with a megaphone, a man with a thick, white mustache and a thunderous expression, identified instantly by Alice's facial recognition as General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, turned to glare at the Blackbird. But the X-Men's eyes were drawn past the military cordon. Jean Grey stood alone on the manicured lawn. The ground around her was littered with thousands of spent bullet casings, glittering in the afternoon sun like malignant confetti. Not a single round had reached the mansion. Before her, suspended 6 feet in the air in a cocoon of shimmering telekinetic energy, was William Stryker. He hung limp, eyes rolled back white, blood tracing dark paths from his nose, ears, and sewn-shut mouth. It was Jean's appearance that froze the blood. Her hands were wreathed in coronas of fiery, dark-edged fiery power. Her eyes were pools of obsidian, within which danced flecks of crimson fire. Her expression was not one of rage, but of a cold, terrible certainty and focus. The Phoenix is here. Dark Phoenix emerging. Finally. The William Stryker done and dusted. No bullshit. General Ross. What's Hulk's nemesis doing here? Damn, this show is breaking all the usual TV show tropes. It's because this isn't really a TV show, but fucking peak, a miracle. Preach, brother, preach. Wolverine's breath hitched. Genie. He whispered, the fear in his voice plain. Adam simply smiled. He strode down the Blackbird's ramp, ignoring the shouted commands from General Ross, walking straight through the no man's land toward Jean. The soldiers tensed, but Ross held up a fist, his eyes narrowed, watching the interaction. Not that they could do anything. They'd seen what she could do and the uselessness of their weaponry against her. Adam's approach broke Jean's terrifying fixation. Her head turned slightly. The darkness in her eyes swirled, recognizing him. He stopped before her, his own expression calm, assessing. His information vision worked overtime, analyzing every single thing about her, how she was observing him, how she was assessing him, and the information she was releasing. He saw a hint of the Force, yes, a vast, cosmic pressure, but he also saw Jean. Holding it. Channeling it. Not being consumed. Not yet, at least. He could act. No danger here. Slowly, he raised a hand, ignoring the psychic corona that could vaporize steel. He placed his palm gently against her cheek. The dark fire didn't burn him or even reach him, it parted like mist before his touch, sensing no fear, no threat, only unwavering certainty. It's okay, he said, his voice soft but carrying. I'm here. The words were the key to a dam. The crushing darkness in Jean's eyes shattered, receding like a tide. The obsidian melted into her familiar green, now swimming with tears. She saw his face, no horror, no condemnation. Only admiration. Approval. Pride. A sob broke from her. The telekinetic hold on Stryker didn't waver, but she turned into Adam's embrace, burying her face in his shoulder, her body shaking with silent, wrenching tears. He held her, one hand stroking her hair. It's okay, he murmured again. You did the right thing. You know you did. He pulled back slightly, cupping her face to make her meet his gaze. You must have been certain. Otherwise, the kind, big-hearted Jean Grey I know would have held back. I looked, she choked out, the words tumbling between gasps. Adam, I looked into his mind. I saw. I didn't know people like that existed. The things he did. If I'd pushed myself, been stronger, looked harder, I could have stopped him sooner. Her voice rose, edged with a grief that was also fury. He killed his own newborn son. His wife. He's killed thousands. And people supported him. They cheered. They killed children, Adam. Mutant children. Why? Please, tell me, why are people like that? Why do we seek understanding with people the devil would admire? TF. He killed his newborn child. How? Why? People can be very evil, man. Some real stories I've read about. That shit almost sent me into depression. She saw the full, unfiltered horror documentary of Stryker's soul. Sounds yum. She's questioning Xavier's entire dream. Yui. Adam's corrupted her. Adam's answer will shape her forever. Adam met her desperate gaze, his own eyes showing not a flicker of shock at the atrocities she listed. The mysteries of the psyche are as vast as the universe. He said, his voice thoughtful. We can never hope to fully comprehend the spectrum of human psychology. It's too varied. Too broad. Too creative in its horrors. What shapes who we are endless experiences and variables that understanding sounds like an impossibility. He offered a dim smile as he brushed a tear from her cheek. All we can do is treasure our own happiness, look out for suffering, and negate it where we can. For the people you care about, you eliminate the threats to their peace. That's your way. It's a good way. Then he chuckled, his eyes brightening with his own peculiar madness. I, on the other hand, am far more selfish. The ones I'm fond of are all I care about. If any of you decided to, say, dissolve the world into pretty green crystals tomorrow, I'd probably just get some popcorn and watch the spectacle. So, don't follow my example. I'm quite naughty, really. He ended with a laugh, pulling her into another hug. Despite everything, a wet, hiccuping giggle escaped her. You're so silly. His absurdity, his unconditional acceptance, acted like a bomb. The oppressive weight of her actions lightened. No, they disappeared. She had killed so many of William's purifiers, but what kind of garbage do you have to be to follow the devil? She knew, in her core, she had done what was necessary. I know it was right. But the professor. Will he approve? Adam smiled. Unless he's developed sudden-onset Alzheimer's, he will. And speaking of which. He nodded toward the Blackbird, where Beast was carefully unloading the stretcher holding Xavier. He needs your help right now. So maybe you can guilt-trip him into approving. A little emotional blackmail never hurt. Jean giggled again, the sound more genuine. Then she realized how closely they were entwined, in full view of the X-Men, the army, the world. A blush bloomed across her tear-stained cheeks. With a last, grateful squeeze, she let go and practically fled toward the rest, her steps lighter, her posture straighter. She felt reborn. Unshackled. She didn't need the professor's approval, because her own certainty was a newfound pillar within her. Trash like Stryker didn't deserve the label human, didn't deserve to draw breath. That conviction was hers now. She's evolved. The Jean Grey who walked away is not the one who stood against the army. Jean is an empath. I don't think Adam knows of fear, so his lack of fear of her must be a drug to her. She's gonna heal Charles with a whole new perspective. This is gonna be interesting. Adam watched her go, then his gaze shifted to the still suspended form of William Stryker. Alive. Technically. But Jean hadn't just tortured him, she had unspooled his mind, leaving a hollow, broken puppet. A vegetable. She mind-fucked him. Resurrection. Healing. Cosmic undo buttons, Adam thought coldly. In this universe, death was often a revolving door. True deletion was harder. He finally turned, allowing the sounds he'd been filtering out to flood back in. Return Colonel Stryker to U.S. immediately. General Ross's voice boomed through the megaphone, red-faced with fury. You are in violation of a dozen federal statutes. You will face a military tribunal. You will regret this stand. Adam took a few calm steps forward, placing himself between the mansion and the army. All eyes were on him. His white suit was scorched, his mechanical arms retracted and silent. He looked like a tired businessman after a long day. He looked directly at General Thaddeus Ross. His voice, when it came, was calm, clear, and carried with a killing intent. "You have 2 minutes to pack your toys and leave this property," Adams stated, his heterochromatic eyes unwavering. "If you are not gone in 120 seconds, I will have you all deleted from existence." He paused, letting the absolute, murderous certainty sink into the silence. "And I do not care for the consequences." Chapter 68, Boku no Pico. "If you are not gone in 120 seconds, I will have you all deleted from existence." He paused, letting the absolute, murderous certainty sink into the silence. "And I do not care for the consequences." Adams' words hung in the air, an illusory guillotine blade suspended over General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross's pride. The rage was a physical heat behind the general's eyes, veins pulsing at his temples. He had been ignored for minutes as Adam comforted a world-ending psychic entity, and now he was being given a 2-minute ultimatum by a man who looked like a disheveled fashion model with robot octopus arms. It was insufferable. Yet, the animal instinct honed in 100 battles screamed at him to listen. He'd seen the footage from his advanced scouts before they'd ceased transmitting. He'd seen the woman, codenamed Phoenix, reduce 2 platoons of Stryker's fanatical purifiers to swirling ash with a thought. He'd seen tank shells hang in the air before dissolving into molten slag. She was a natural disaster in a leather jumpsuit. And this man, Cypher, had just walked up and hugged her. Had calmed the hurricane with a touch and a whisper. Ross's strategic mind warred with his monumental ego. Pushing further felt like suicide. But backing down felt like capitulation to the very freaks he dedicated his career to controlling. He analyzed the X-Men. They were idealists, pacifists at their core. The Phoenix had only unleashed her fury on Stryker and his ilk, clearly a retaliatory, if excessive, measure. She hadn't turned her power on his men, only defended. They were still bound by their naive morality. Ross drew himself up, his voice a low, gravelly boom through the megaphone, aiming for a tone of strategic warning rather than defeated bluster. "Cypher. Adam Cypher. I know who you are." He let the name carry weight. "You're walking into a minefield of your own making. The media firestorm around you is just beginning. Your identity as a mutant is public knowledge. Your company headquarters in New York is currently surrounded by a feeding frenzy of reporters. You have enough problems without making an enemy of the United States Armed Forces. Stand down. Do not make this worse for yourself." Ross is trying to play the "you're in trouble" card. He doesn't know Adam thrives on trouble. He's right about the media, though. It will all be big trouble for the company. Do not make this worse for yourself. Famous last words to a chaos engine. Indeed, in the scant hours Adam had been away, the meticulously laid traps had sprung. Alice had been feeding him a quiet, continuous stream of alerts. The headline, Cypher Enterprises founder exposed as mutant. The source was a tearful, compelling testimony from his estranged parents, dredged up from whatever hole Hydra or whoever had kept them in. The court of public opinion, already primed with anti-mutant sentiment, erupted. The articles were a masterclass in coordinated character assassination, numerous articles. He was hot news after all. Silent manipulation, did Cypher's hidden power fuel his meteoric rise? Speculating his success was due to mental powers influencing investors and competitors. Insider trading or psychic theft. The Stark Industries mystery. Directly linking his financial windfall to mutant abilities. Connections to terror, questions surround Cypher's whereabouts during Stark kidnapping. A masterpiece of insinuation, tying him to Tony's kidnappers through sheer geographic coincidence and mystery. But the crown jewel was the visual evidence. A stunningly clear, 4K image, captured from a building across from Cypher Tower, showed Adam in his white and black six-armed suit, leaping into the sky. It looked like a still from a big-budget sci-fi film. The spin was immediate and vicious. Warlord in a white suit, Cypher's private army revealed. Hell Kitchen Butcher, new evidence links Cypher and Magneto to Kingpin's death. Weapons of mass disruption, is Cypher Enterprises a front for mutant supremacy? The floodgates were open. He was a liar, a cheat, a terrorist sympathizer, and a warlord. The smear campaign is perfect. Hydra's PR division deserves a raise. That picture is cinematic as hell. It's doing more for his aesthetic than any ad campaign. They're throwing everything at him. This is a total takedown attempt. TF. His company is done for, no. It all seems hopeless. How do you fight this? If it's all due to Mephisto's influence, then good God, he's so fucking scary. It's all Hydra and Mephisto's fault. Adam monitored it all through Alice, a faint, unreadable smile on his face as he stood across from Ross. The scandal, the outrage, the global attention, it was magnificent. Bad publicity is good publicity, that is a flawed concept for most. For him, it was rocket fuel. Every article read, every news segment watched, every angry comment posted was another data point, another flicker of observation feeding the information panel. His influence was spreading virally, and with it, his information grew. He didn't want to quell the storm, he wanted to ride the lightning, then become the thunderclap. Let them write their lies. They were only building his legend. And for all intents and purposes, making him stronger. If they sought to weaken him or destroy his mental, they were failing miserably. Quite the opposite, actually. So, in response to General Ross's dire warning about his public image, Adam simply smiled. A wide, bright, unnerving smile. He turned his head slightly, as if Jean were still beside him, and spoke loudly enough for his words to carry on the wind. If they're still on our lawn in 90 seconds, my dear, kill them all. The smile never left his face as he said it. It was the smile of a man discussing the weather while ordering a massacre. General Ross's blood drained from his face. The last of his bravado shattered against that serene, insane certainty. The fucking madman. Retreat. Ross bellowed into his radio, his voice cracking. All units, pull back to perimeter Alpha. Now. The military machine clattered to life. Engines revved, vehicles reversed in disciplined chaos, soldiers piled in. Within the 2-minute deadline, the last Humvee vanished down the driveway, leaving only tire tracks and spent shell casings. In the retreating command vehicle, General Ross's expression smoothed from panicked rage to smug calculation. He glanced at the soldier manning the comms. The body cams. All active. We got it all. All feeds were live and recording, sir, the soldier confirmed. Ross allowed himself a tight, victorious grin. Footage of the Phoenix's terrifying display, of Stryker's brutal fate, of Adam Cypher's unhinged threats, it was a goldmine. It would be the perfect catalyst. The public would see the monster behind the mutant. The need for control, for the Superhuman Registration Act he'd been quietly championing, would become undeniable. Stryker's own extremism could be edited out, the narrative would be about mutant lawlessness. He hadn't lost. He'd secured the ultimate propaganda tool. Does Adam really think he won? No, he gave him ammo. Idiot. I bet you all my sperm they've got nothing. True, Ross thinks he's playing 4D chess. He doesn't know the board is digital and Adam is the admin. All feeds were live and recording. Oh, you sweet summer general. He's gonna get home and find all the footages of static or puppy videos. Better yet, imagine he finds that hentai, what's its name? Boku no Pico. His misunderstanding was profound. He operated in a world of steel and orders. He didn't understand that in the presence of a high-level technopath, no electronic eye was truly his own. Every bodycam, every drone feed, every encrypted transmission within a mile had been gently, irrevocably pilfered. The footage he would review would show nothing but corrupted files and looping images of peaceful landscapes. Adam had already deleted the evidence from existence, just as he'd promised to delete the men. As the last echoes of the military convoy faded, Adam let out a low, genuine chuckle of amusement. The chaos was so entertaining. The political games, the media circus, Ross's bluster, it was a delightful sideshow. But the main event, the game with Mephisto, still felt hopelessly unbalanced. The scales were tipped by cosmic magnitudes. He needed to change the equation, and he now had the currency to try. Standing alone on the scarred lawn, he focused inward. The information he'd accumulated was a vast, swirling reservoir. He understood its mechanics better now. He could guide it, focus it, attempt a targeted awakening. For weeks, amidst the engineering and the scheming, he had been subtly trying to steer the audience's perception, the world's observation of him, towards a specific mechanical concept, a mechanical ability. Something that would elevate him beyond belief. Even if a weaker version of what he hopes awakens, it would still be enough. He took a deep breath and plunged the entirety of his accumulated information into the panel, hoping for that envisioned capability. In but a few seconds, a new line etched itself into his status with painful, undeniable clarity. He stared at it. His mind, capable of digesting blueprints for arc reactors and the schematics of hell, went completely, utterly blank. Information, barely richer than an ant. Natural traits. Envy, be slow. Stupefy. Brittle. Misfortune. Fade. Hollow. Recoil. Information traits. Technopathy, A. Mechanical force, B. Information vision, B. Yin-yang harmony, A. Yin-yang harmony. The term itself was familiar, a fundamental concept of complementary dualities from Chinese philosophy, light and dark, hot and cold, creation and dissolution. The power to balance and manipulate such fundamental forces would have been a universe-altering boon. But that's not what he got. Chapter 69, I Can Fix Her. Information, barely richer than an ant. Natural traits. Envy, be slow. Stupefy. Brittle. Misfortune. Fade. Hollow. Recoil. Information traits. Technopathy, A. Mechanical force, B. Information vision, B. Yin-yang harmony, A. Yin-yang harmony. The term itself was familiar, a fundamental concept of complementary dualities from Chinese philosophy, light and dark, hot and cold, creation and dissolution. The power to balance and manipulate such fundamental forces would have been a universe-altering boon. But that's not what he got. The knowledge of the trait flooded into him, and it was, ludicrously specific. This yin-yang harmony, A, revolved entirely around a very niche, very personal application of the concept, dual cultivation. A Taoist sexual practice. Its capabilities were intimate and profound, forging an eternal, unbreakable soul-deep bond between partners, catalyzing rapid mutual healing and recovery, enhancing spiritual senses, providing a continuous, gentle strengthening of body and soul for both parties, and fostering a state of profound metaphysical harmony. Adam stood frozen on the Xavier lawn, the wind ruffling his white hair. How? Why? He wasn't Chinese. He'd spent 95% of his conscious time neck-deep in machinery, data, and combat. His debauchery was a stress relief valve, his happiest time, sure, but it wasn't his focus. How could the culmination of his guided effort, his stolen genius, his accumulated cosmic attention, result in this? Was he supposed to offer himself as a cosmic sex toy to Mephisto to strengthen their bond? The absurdity was so vast it looped back around to being terrifying. He felt his sanity, already frayed, give another audible twang. He began to laugh, a quiet sound. He had to find logic. He overclocked his brain, cross-referencing audience data streams, historical, information, patterns. The answer, when it came, was both stupid and blindingly obvious. People are so fucking horny and perverted. Is all you guys think about is sex? The TV show of his life in the other world. It had gone stratospheric. The primary driver of its insane popularity. Two massive, incredibly engaged demographics, India and China. The Chinese audience, in particular, has a cultural affinity for reincarnation narratives, power fantasy, and yes, harem tropes and cultivation themes involving yin-yang dual cultivation. Their collective observation, their engagement, had statistically drowned out all other data points. Their fan theories, their desires, and their cultural lens had shaped the information. They hadn't seen a technopath building a suit, they'd seen the ultimate cultivation protagonist collecting a celestial harem. Somehow. And the information had delivered. Adam stopped laughing. He felt a profound, cosmic sense of irony settle over him. He had tried to game the system, and the system had gamed him back with the power of demographic analytics. Welp, he thought, the last of his coherent plans turning to dust. I guess the old boundaries of extreme just got redrawn. He looked down at his hands, then towards the mansion where Jean was healing Charles. The power thrummed within him, useless for fighting demons, useless for building better guns. But it was an A-rank trait. It had potential. It just required a different kind of strategy. A slow, new, and deeply unsettling smile spread across Adam Cypher's face. If the universe insisted on giving him a harem protagonist's cheat skill in the middle of a demonic war, then he would simply have to become the most overpowered harem protagonist in all of existence. Fuck no. I don't fucking want this garbage long-term bullshit. Give some good shit. Why do I want a relationship when my DMs are filled to the brim with messages from models? Why have a relationship with someone who's gonna die anyway? Just to fucking suffer. So I have to fucking date a skeleton now and fuck it to establish the bond. Why don't the skeleton just shove its bone down my throat and drown me out of this fucking reality? Who the fuck designed information? Why is it so good at being fucking logical? Be illogical for once and give me what I want. Adam would have continued to complain endlessly had he not been snapped back to reality by the steps nearby. It was Jean's approach that anchored him back to the scarred lawn, her presence a warm counterpoint to the cold absurdity of his new condition. Adam. Are you okay? She asked, her brow furrowed. The darkness was gone from her eyes, replaced by familiar, vibrant green, now tinged with concern. Did something happen? She felt his emotions chaotic like never before. He shook his head, a faint smile returning. I'm fine. Just, something came up. An unexpected development. He smoothly pivoted. How's the professor? Jean's expression softened. His mind is strong. I didn't need to do much but guide him back to the surface. That kind of brainwashing can't hold a mind like his for long. It's Scott and Aurora who need time. Their bodies and minds, they were the conduits for the pain. A shadow passed over her face. She gestured with her chin toward the limp, hovering form of William Stryker. What will you do with him? Adam's gaze shifted from Jean to the broken colonel. His mind, however, was studying her. The ash of the purifiers. The darkness he'd seen in her eyes, not just shadow, but a total eclipse filled with dancing embers. The Dark Phoenix. The term scrolled through his information feed, a deluge of commentary and comic lore. He pieced it together. The Phoenix Force was not a demon to be exorcised, but a cosmic constant, a being of creation, destruction, evolution, and rebirth, drawn to limitless psychic potential. Jean Grey was its perfect match. A fragment of it lived within her, a symbiotic, volatile reactor. His understanding crystallized, the Phoenix doesn't corrupt. It amplifies. It supercharges emotions, power, desire, and trauma. The problem was Jean herself, or rather, the walls she and Charles had built. They helped, at first, but then. Repression. Fear. The mental barriers meant to protect her had instead created a pressure cooker. When the lid blew, the Phoenix's influence filtered through Jean's conscience. It was driven by endless dark emotions. A dark Phoenix was Jean's own unfiltered ID, given the power to crack planets, her empathy erased by the sheer scale of her hunger and pain. The Phoenix isn't evil. It's a force of nature. Jean's repression is the problem. Nah, it's evil. It was made to be evil due to Jean's dark emotions and desires. There are some universes where the Dark Phoenix is born due to the Hellfire Club's scheming. This one seems different. But a Dark Phoenix is still a galaxy-level threat. Her ID eating a star is kinda bad. I can fix her. So why was this newly stirred force so well-behaved? Why had it receded when he touched her? He saw the answer in Jean now. She stood taller. Her gaze was clearer, less haunted. The Phoenix had woken up, yes, but Jean doesn't seem to be fighting it. She was, accepting it. Integrating it. The power wasn't controlling her, she was learning to channel the river, not dam it. Jean noticed his prolonged, studying stare. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, a hint of self-consciousness entering her voice. Adam laughed, the sound breaking the tension. Instead of answering, he took a step back. At his mental command, the six-armed suit, which had been standing sentinel, whirred to life. The V-shaped chest piece disengaged from its dormant state, detached from his torso with a series of magnetic clicks, and the limbs flexed. Two arms reached out and grasped the comatose Stryker in an unbreakable hold. Let's just say I'm appreciating the view, Adam said cryptically, then gave the suit its orders. The mechanical marvel crouched, then launched itself skyward, thrusters blazing, carrying William Stryker towards the upper atmosphere. A one-way trip to a final, disintegrating cremation in the thermosphere. Deletion from existence. Jean watched it shrink to a speck, confusion and understanding warring on her face. Adam's relaxed smile returned. Life, he mused, can be beautifully destructive, don't you think? He turned his full attention back to her. Speaking of which. That power of yours. The dust. The dark eyes. Can you control it? Or do you need another hug? His tone was light, but his single hazel and single gray eye were deadly serious. Jean tilted her head, she could feel his emotions. She saw no fear. Only curiosity, calculation, and a bedrock of envy. Do you think I can? She countered, her voice soft. Adam raised a brow. He gave the question genuine, careful thought. I don't fully understand it. And I usually avoid expectations, they limit surprise. But for you, I'll make an exception. He met her gaze. Yes. I believe you can. But more importantly, he added, a smirk touching his lips, the confidence in your own eyes is what convinces me the most. A brilliant, relieved smile broke across Jean's face. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug, burying her face in his shoulder. Since you believe in me so much, I'm starting to believe in myself too. Maybe I'm becoming a little more like you. She pulled back just enough to look at him. I don't fully understand how I did it before, but I feel like I can control it. I just need to stop holding myself back. Accept all of it. So, don't mind if I act a little strange sometimes. Sounds like fun, Adam said, hugging her back, his voice a warm rumble in his chest. The bubbling romance. Fuck, my virgin heart can't handle it. I hope Jean finds some peace. In almost every continuity in the comics, she's miserable. Readheads for the win. Chapter 70, The Fucking Charismatic Idiotic Madman. Sounds like fun, Adam said, hugging her back, his voice a warm rumble in his chest. They stood there for a moment in the quiet aftermath. Then Jean's voice, small and vulnerable, whispered against him. Adam, if I fail. If the darkness takes over. Will you stop me? At all costs. She's asking him to be her failsafe. Oh, the Wolverine kills Jean debacle, but it's Adam instead. What will he say? Adam chuckled, the vibration against her ear. So that's where that last hint of doubt was hiding. He pulled back to look at her, his expression turning mischievous, utterly rejecting the gravity of her request. No. Her eyes widened. If you fail, he continued, his tone conversational, I'll get the best seat in the house, watch the fireworks, and enjoy the cosmic chaos. Though I'd prefer your particular brand of fiery spectacle. He winked. But that's a moot point. Because you won't. He framed her face with his hands, his thumbs brushing her cheeks. His voice dropped, losing its usual sharp edges, becoming something almost earnest. I like it most when you're bright. When you're wild. When you burn as fierce and untamed as the sun. That's when you're the most beautiful. He leaned in, his words a soft breath. Beautiful enough to melt the winter in my heart. He pulled back, the earnestness replaced by a teasing glint. But don't hold back too much, Jean. Lest you fall behind. He'd expected eye rolls. Awkward silence. A sarcastic retort about his corniness. After all, he pulled the corniest line he could think of out of his ass, to brighten her mood and shake her out of her doubts. He did not expect the deep, crimson blush that flooded Jean's face from her neck to her hairline. She let out a small, stunned squeak and buried her face back into his chest, her hands clutching the back of his shirt. The raw, unfiltered compliment, delivered with his bizarre mix of clinical honesty and sudden poetry, had bypassed all her defenses completely. So honest and straightforward was he that he couldn't help but ask, genuinely puzzled, wait, was that actually good? I thought it would be awkward. Childish. Maybe a bit corny. The sheer shock of his self-critique broke her embarrassed paralysis. She let out a giggle, muffled against his chest, then leaned back, her face still flushed but her smile radiant. It was a passable line, she said, her voice teasing. Her eyes, however, shone with a warmth that belied her words. She suddenly looked up, sensing something. High in the azure sky, a distant, silent spark of white light flared for an instant, then vanished. A tiny, man-made star going out. William Stryker's final receipt. He melted her. With words. He has game. Beautiful enough to melt the winter in my heart. I'm deceased. NGL, Adam, I get ya. It also sounded cringy in my ears, but hey, I'm not obsessed with ya. She's in love. You've corrupted her, my friend. No, she's fucking obsessed, another Yandere. Adam's playing a dangerous game. His Yandere game could backfire spectacularly. He would enjoy the spectacle. Stryker is space dust. Good riddance. Adam looked up as well, a grim satisfaction in his gaze. Deletion was never certain in a universe with magic, time travel, and resurrection plots, but atomization in the upper atmosphere was a good start. He felt the same about Deadpool. Overkill was the only reliable policy. The immediate crisis was over, but the aftermath was a sprawling mess. The wounded needed help, not just Scott and Aurora, still unconscious in the infirmary, Scott more deeply thanks to Adam's specialized sedative, but the rescued mutants, their minds scarred by Stryker's experiments. There was transport, triage, and a mountain of cleanup. Jean and the young healer, Joshua, became the pillars of recovery, their abilities working in tandem to mend bodies and soothe shattered psyches. They had won. But victory in the Xavier Mansion was often a quiet, somber thing. The atmosphere in the halls was heavy with exhaustion and trauma. Charles would need rest. The students were frightened. Even the seasoned X-Men moved with a new wariness. The most visibly affected, however, was Logan. Adam had just finished helping secure a cargo manifest for medical supplies with Beast when a meaty hand clamped onto his shoulder. He turned to see Wolverine, his face a storm cloud, jaw clenched so tight Adam could hear his teeth grinding. "Danger room," Logan grunted. It wasn't a request. Adam's eyes lit up. "Spar." Logan didn't answer. He just turned and stalked away, the implication clear: follow or get dragged. Adam followed, a slow smile spreading. Violence. Pure, unadorned, cathartic violence. The blood, the impact, the primal scream of combat, it was a glorious pressure valve. He loved it. And from the rigid set of Logan's shoulders, the mutant needed it even more. The moment the hexagonal door of the danger room sealed behind them, Logan attacked. No warning. No starting bell. He simply spun, his hands clenched into fists, veins popping, and lunged. It was an expulsion of rage. Adam blurred to the side. A punch tore past. He didn't want to use any of his tools or abilities. Everyone needs something raw in them once in a while. He ducked under a wild swipe and drove a fist into Logan's ribs. The impact felt like hitting a sack of granite wrapped in steel cables. Logan barely grunted, using the momentum to swing an elbow at Adam's head. Adam leaned back, the elbow whistling past his nose, and retaliated with a sharp jab to Logan's kidney, followed by a stomp to his instep. Logan roared, more in frustration than pain. His healing factor made damage meaningless, it was the contest he needed. He was a whirlwind of bestial fury, fists, knees, and teeth. It was messy, brutal, and profoundly useful. Adam was also too exhausted to try to analyze and read, so he just relied on sight and instinct, the latter of which he admittedly lacks. He parried a punch with a forearm block, wincing as the adamantium-laced hand scored a deep crack, for Logan's entire skeleton is laced with the nearly indestructible metal. Adam used the opening to land 3 rapid punches to Logan's jaw, snap-kick his knee, and dance back out of range. "Come. Spill some more fucking blood, you bastard." Logan snarled, spitting out a tooth that was already regrowing. Gladly, Adam laughed, breathing hard, a feral grin on his face. The pain in his arm was a rush of delight. "Why so serious, Logan? All fury, no finesse. Laugh, and smile. Let's fucking bleed." This enraged Logan further. He charged like a bull, intent on tackling Adam through a simulated brick wall. Adam waited until the last second, then dropped into a low sweep, appending Logan. As the mutant crashed to the floor, Adam pounced, driving a knee into his back and wrapping an arm around his neck in a chokehold. Logan's healing made choking useless, but the beast was too wild to hold as he thrashed, strength erupting from him as he stood, bringing Adam with him and bringing him to the ground with a loud thud. Adam laughed amidst the pain, sweat, and blood mingling on his skin. He held on and threw punch after a punch as Logan repeatedly trashed him upon the ground. "Forget about her, Logan. Forget about all the bullshit romance and love shit and enjoy the fight." Logan roared, a sound of pure, agonized understanding. With a burst of impossible strength, he exploded, sending Adam flying across the room. Adam hit a wall with a crunch, the air leaving his lungs. He slid down, coughing, as Logan stalked toward him, chest heaving, punches clenched. But the blind rage was gone from his eyes. Replaced by a weary, grim resignation. He looked at Adam, bloody, battered, but he still stood up, grinning with genuine enjoyment, that sure felt nice. You enjoy this too much, you crazy bastard," Logan panted, releasing his fists. "The violence, man, what can I say?" He rasped, his smile not fading. It's so simple but fiery, like a cold shower times 100. Logan stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head, a rough, humorless sound escaping him. He turned and walked towards the door, his anger spent, leaving behind only the familiar, permanent ache. The spar had brought Logan no satisfaction because the men he tried to pummel had relished every second of it. He hadn't exorcised his demons, he'd just given Adam a thrilling workout. Fuck. Adam easily realized why he was angry, because it was obvious. He's in love with Jean, and seeing the bubbling romance between them previously, it drove him mad. Adam just appeared out of nowhere and took her from him and Scott. Against Scott, he felt like he had a chance, but Adam, the fucking madman. The fucking charismatic idiotic madman. Chapter 71, Let William Stryker. Perhaps, live. Adam had to wonder. In the most stressful stretch of his existence, stalked by a helllord, smeared by a global media machine, and now responsible for the emotional well-being of a cosmic force of nature, why did he find himself smiling more often than not? The pressure from Mephisto's invisible chess game was immense, a constant, low-grade psychic hum of anxiety. Yet, his dominant reaction wasn't terror, it was a sort of giddy, incredulous amusement. It was stressful, yes, but it was also funny. Was the Joker onto something? Madness is like gravity, all it takes is a little push. Adam had received not a push, but a lifetime of shoves into the abyss. 2 lifetimes, in fact, one of sterile suffering, one of brutal, scientific torture. If one bad day could break a sane man, what did decades of curated misery produce? He felt fine. Relaxed, even. He should be a raving lunatic, a broken thing gibbering in a corner. Maybe he was. Perhaps sanity wasn't a binary state, but a spectrum, and he'd quietly teleported to a different wavelength altogether. The truest sign of insanity, he reasoned, wasn't words, but actions. And by that metric, he was certifiable. He was a walking catastrophe of ambition and contradictory impulses. And he was about to take another leap into the profoundly unwise. Adam's having a sanity check, and giving himself a passing grade. He felt fine. Yeah, no. His metric is right. His actions are pure, distilled madness. And he knows it. All it takes is one bad day to reduce the sanest man alive to lunacy. Adam, I have unfortunate news for you. That's why he now stood in the heart of the Xavier Institute's sub-basement, beside Charles Xavier in the haunting, spherical chamber of Cerebro. The machine was a technological marvel, a psychic amplifier of staggering power, designed to locate mutant brainwaves across the globe. Charles felt a debt needed repaying, and Adam had a list. But first, there were words that needed airing. I must thank you, Adam, Charles began, his voice soft but firm in the vast space. For your intervention. You saved lives. But I must ask, why must you always take things to such extremes? His wise eyes searched Adam's face. You act with a certainty that disregards consequence. I have always felt you know more than you reveal. You must have some understanding of the nature of Jean's power. So why be so reckless? What if she had lost control? The damage, to herself, to others. Adam smiled, a serene expression that never failed to unnerve the professor. I do know more than I let on, Charles. My imaginary friends are quite the gossips. He tapped his temple. I understand, Jean. That's precisely why I'm guiding her down this path. It is the right path. The only one that leads to the light. Adam is my friend. He said it. I have a friend, hee. Dude, touch some grass, friends are everywhere, trust. Charles is trying to have a serious talk with a man who credits his intel to ghosts. Well, we aren't ghosts, but the professor doesn't know that. The only path to the light. Adam's version of light is probably a supernova. Charles shook his head, his frustration evident. To abandon all restraint is not a path, Adam. It is a fall. She's not abandoning restraint, Adam corrected, his tone patient, as if explaining basic arithmetic. Her restraint is me. And I have no desire to cage her. A caged phoenix is a tragedy. I want her to shine. Luckily, her core is kindness. I believe in her nature. Therefore, this is the right path. He turned his heterochromatic gaze fully on Charles, his head tilting. You puzzle me, Professor. I've noticed you seem to place more restrictions on your allies than you do on your enemies. Why is that? Charles frowned. The source of Adam's unshakable confidence was a perennial mystery. Were the imaginary friends a psychotic break, or a facet of his enigmatic envy power? He chose to address the question, not the mystery. You are still young, Adam. Power, the kind we wield, it is seductive. We must guard against losing our humanity, against believing ourselves gods. And the world is deeper, more fragile, than you may think. Such a mentality leads only to the downfall of our kind. Understanding. Compromise. That is our only sustainable path. Adam chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. But Professor, for understanding to occur, both parties must seek it. The ones you wish to understand either refuse to try, or worse, they understand us perfectly, and that understanding fuels their desire for our extinction. He leaned forward slightly. Distinguish between potential friends and eternal foes. Why debate a man like William Stryker when you could have simply understood him? You have the power to see the truth of a soul. You should have looked and seen the rot. Leaving such evil alive is an act of violence against your own people. It is exactly because the world is so deep and dangerous that you must re-evaluate your calculus. Do more. Speak less. Xavier's core philosophy is flawed, but he's right. Marvel is too dangerous. Leaving such evil alive is an act of violence against your own people. Damn. Charles should re-evaluate and start reading more minds. Why restrict himself from reading the minds of his enemies? He can just restrain himself by not looking into his people's minds. Maybe it's about restraint. Some people, if they break their values again and again, will lose themselves in their powers. Maybe he's afraid of what he could become if he doesn't restrain himself. Well said. Makes sense. The word struck a nerve. Charles's face grew still, a mask of deep contemplation. The memory of the pain transference tanks, of Scott and Aurora's agony, was still on his mind. Finally, he sighed, the weight of the world in the sound. And your answer, in the end, is always to kill. Do you believe there are no consequences? The people you and Jean dealt with yesterday. The military, the government, they will not care for our reasons. We will be named murderers. Adam burst out laughing. It wasn't a cruel laugh, but one of genuine, bewildered delight. They won't care for our reasons, he repeated, as if savoring the punchline of a sublime joke. He murmured to himself. They do not seek understanding. They make no concessions. They will defend a monster like Stryker because he served a purpose. How hilarious. His laughter died. He turned his full face to Charles, and all expression drained away. His features became a placid, eerie mask. His cybernetic eye whirred faintly as it focused. The stare was calm, empty, and utterly chilling. What would you have me do, Charles? Adam's voice was a soft, deadly monotone. Let William Stryker, perhaps, live. He watched the conflict play out on the professor's face, the idealism, the horror, the desperate search for a third option that didn't exist. Adam slowly shook his head. Never mind, he said, the warmth rushing back into his voice and posture as if a switch had been flipped. He clapped his hands together. I don't have much time. No gloom and doom for today. He chuckled, the previous moment vanishing like smoke. But Charles was left reeling. Adam's calm, probing question, that vacant stare, it hadn't felt like a threat. It had felt like a diagnosis. As if his answer would have determined not his physical fate, but his categorization in Adam's internal ledger, useful idealist or dangerous impediment. The madness in Adam wasn't explosive, it was procedural, and that was far more frightening. That stare, that was the real Adam. The one behind the smiles and laughs. Charles felt it. He was being evaluated. No way Adam would kill the professor if he didn't like the answer, right? No. No. I don't think so. Maybe. Charles guided his wheelchair to the central console. Who is it you need to find? Is it possible to locate a non-mutant? Adam asked, ignoring the direct question. A sorcerer with decent mental defenses. A vampire. Charles's frown deepened, but he was beyond surprise at Adam's requests. It is improbable. Their brainwaves are not keyed to the X gene. A name might focus the search. Adam's smile returned, strange and amused, Vlad Dracula. The name hung in the humming air. Charles knew vampires existed in the shadowed corners of the world. But the myth? The primal archetype. That is, a legend. Unless. Most legends have a bleeding heart of truth, Adam confirmed. With a resigned nod, Charles placed the Cerebro helmet on his head. The chamber came alive. Galactic vistas of psychic energy swirled around them, points of light representing mutant minds across the globe. Charles pushed his telepathy through the amplifier, shifting its parameters, searching for the ancient, predatory psychic signature of the Lord of Vampires. He searched. And searched. The machine was not built for this. After a long, straining silence, Charles removed the helmet, his face pale with effort. Nothing. I am sorry. If he exists, he is shielded, or his consciousness is too alien for Cerebro to parse. I see, Adam murmured, more to himself than to Charles. Then I have no choice. Before Charles could ask what he meant, Adam raised his hands. Visible arcs of blue-white energy, his mechanical force, crackled from his palms. With a sound like tearing fabric, the energy surged outwards, harmless, a wave. It washed over the intricate machinery of Cerebro, seeping into every circuit, every crystal, every quantum processor. The effect wasn't apparent yet, but the toll on Adam was visible. He was sweating, frowning, his hands trembling slightly. He had never tried to enhance something of this scale and complexity. It was like trying to lift a mountain with his mind. Try, now, Adam ground out, his voice strained. Chapter 72, The Internet is Bricked. Try, now, Adam ground out, his voice strained. Charles, surprised and curious, replaced the helmet. He felt the amplifier's potential magnify 100-fold in his mind, a psychic telescope suddenly fitted with a galaxy-wide lens. An exaggeration, but that's the illusory feeling he got. It was different. The psychic field expanded, piercing veils of magic and age-old shrouds. In the dark, cold psychic space that represented the Carpathian Mountains, he found it, a vast, ancient, and ravenously hungry consciousness, sleeping yet eternally aware. Dracula. He relayed the coordinates, his voice hushed. Adam nodded and asked for more, a few other names, whispered so the audience's eager ears could not catch them. Charles complied, one after another, the enhanced Cerebro locating hidden minds with terrifying ease. Finally, as Adam released his hold, breathing heavily, Charles looked at him, his expression grave. You have what you need. I must have your assurance, Adam, that you will not use this knowledge for evil ends. Adam wiped sweat from his brow and offered a weak, odd smile. Professor. My ends are my own. But I rarely consider them evil. Just, necessary. And Mother Teresa could only hope to be as kind as I, so be assured. It was the closest to a promise he would give. Yeah, that wasn't assuring at all. Charles just became the ultimate radar for a minute. Who did Adam want to look for aside from Dracula? YTF did the show hide them? What does Adam want with Dracula? He wants to become a vampire, maybe. He's a glass cannon, so it makes sense. But that sounds like a risky venture considering all their weaknesses. Later, after a round of farewells that involved enthusiastic hugs for Jean, who clung a little too long, and a fiercely possessive one from Anna, Adam drove away from the mansion. He popped pieces of rich, dark chocolate into his mouth, the sugar and caffeine a poor substitute for actual rest. Alice's voice, serene and melodic, filled the car. Welcome back, Master. Several developments occurred in your absence. Electra Natchios is awaiting you at the penthouse. She appears, agitated. Tell her to make herself at home. I'll be very late, Adam said, navigating the winding roads. Additionally, our passive surveillance network in Chinatown has logged a visual match for Shang-Chi. Confidence is 92%. Adam raised a brow. Interesting, but not a priority. Noted. Not the time. Alice, place a call to the contact listed as Aura. The connection routed through several encrypted channels. After a few rings, it was picked up. The voice that came through was a dry, raspy baritone, edged with a permanent, world-weary annoyance. Who the fuck is this? Adam smiled. He knew exactly who it was. A man defined by a singular, relentless pursuit. Adam Cypher. I'm going to hunt Count Dracula. I know where he sleeps. He paused, letting the absurdity sink in. It's for completely selfish reasons, mind you. Interested in joining the hunt? There was no hesitation. Not a second of stunned silence. The voice came back instantly, sharp and clear, all weariness burned away by a sudden, blazing focus. I'm in. It's definitely Blade. Adam just called Blade the vampire hunter. I'm in. Of course he's in. It's Dracula. Adam is so brutally honest. I think Blade like that. I'm so fucking here for this. I remember watching Blade long ago. Adam is right, he's fucking Aura. Aura. Watch the title of the next episode be, The Hunt. Peak. I'm on the edge of my seat. From the audience's point of view, the scene switched to a bleak, windswept parking lot on the outskirts of a nameless Romanian town. Graffiti-strewn concrete, skeletal trees, and the industrial scent of diesel hung in the chilly air. Parked in the shadow of a warehouse was a vehicle that looked utterly out of place, a sleek semi-truck, its trailer not a standard cargo box, but a smooth, matte black elongated module studded with heat vents. A car pulled up beside it, a low-slung, impossibly expensive Italian sports car in cherry red. The door opened, and Tony Stark stepped out, squinting against the gray light. He shivered slightly in his designer jacket, tugged a thick leather vest over it, and strode towards the truck's rear with the air of a man approaching a fascinating, possibly toxic, new toy. TF is Tony doing here? Of course he came. Adam must have convinced him to join the vampire hunt, and Tony's curiosity is a terminal condition. Adam is overpreparing again, his just-in-case condition is worsening. There is no such thing as overpreparing, my men. In Marvel, either you overprepare, or be like all the tragic superheroes out there, own holes for disasters and tragedies. Speak your piece, brother. All facts. Dude, Drala is about to be fucked, all holes, horse dildos included. Are you considered a furry if you like horse cock porn? TF. If you like the horse cock, yes, and if the cock goes in a furry thing, yes, otherwise, I think no. I see your point, still furry though. Nah man, think about it, what rocks about it is how that big fucking bat messes up the recipient, it's not that it's a horse cock, but that it's huge. I can see it. In psychology, we studied that a part of the human brain pushes us to weird and exciting things, so that checks out. What in Hydra am I reading? You guys are bricked in the head, seek therapy. Well, you know, I'm a therapist, so if interested, visit at XXXXXXXXXX. Fuck, advertisement in this chat is getting out of hand, even on the main chat, they somehow still slip through the cracks. Yeah, all companies are paying so much for people to advertise for them in the chat, better promotion than any in the world right now. The world is going to shit, man, how did ads reach even here? Fuck ads. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, fuck Hydra. Hail Hydra. Fuck you. Traitor. He reached the back and knocked. A moment later, a hydraulic hiss sounded, and a ramp descended, revealing the interior. Light, clean, and clinical, spilled out. Standing in the doorway was Adam Cypher. He looked like he'd been wrestling a gremlin in a server farm. His clothes were a collection of stained sweatpants and a torn thermal shirt, smudged with oil and soot. Even his white hair was tousled. He looked exhausted, exhilarated, and utterly at home. Stark. Finally here, Adam said, stepping aside. Welcome to where the magic happens. Tony stepped up the ramp, his snarky greeting dying on his lips as he took in the interior. This shit wasn't just a truck but a full-scale, cutting-edge mobile workshop. The walls were lined with tool racks, material printers, and component fabricators. The center was dominated by a workbench where multiple mechanical arms, sleeker, more refined versions of the ones he'd seen before, were actively assembling something complex. Holographic schematics floated in the air, updating in real time. The air smelled of sweat, hot metal, and coffee. You turned a Peterbilt into a TARDIS, Tony managed, his engineer's heart doing a little flip of pure covetousness. I think I will make myself one of these. Adam chuckled, gesturing for Tony to enter fully. The ramp sealed behind them, muting the outside world. I know, right? It's cool, but remember to pay me some bonuses for the idea. Yeah, no. Tony scoffed, then wandered, his fingers brushing a rack of what looked like modified Quinjet stabilizers. So, what's the project? Building a better coffin. Couldn't face a vampire unprepared, now could I? Adam shrugged, moving back to the central workbench where a device resembling a cross between a particle accelerator and a floodlight was taking shape. Tony peered at the schematics floating nearby. UV wavelength emitters, silver aerosol dispersal units, high-intensity sonic disruptors key to vampiric auditory sensitivity. You're taking the folklore seriously. Sunlight, silver, holy artifacts, stakes, your mapping weaknesses. Have you even seen one of these things? I know for a fact vampires and demons exist, Adam said, not looking up as he calibrated a focusing lens. I've met a demon. Monitored a few enthusiastic vampires this past week. He nodded to a monitor on the wall. Play file, Fong Dance, 7. The screen flickered to life. The footage was grainy, from a high-angle security camera overlooking a dimly lit alley in what was clearly a different Romanian town. A figure moved with unnatural speed, blurring to Pinaman against a wall. The feed had enhanced audio. A wet, tearing sound, a choked gurgle, then the predator leaned back, its eyes glowing faintly red in the infrared spectrum. Tony's face lost its sardonic humor. He watched, silent, as the vampire carried the limp body with him and vanished into the shadows. Could you have saved him? He asked, his voice tight. Not in time, Adam said, his tone devoid of emotion. The surveillance network in that town is partially controlled by what I assume to be a local vampire council. I've noticed that they're trying pretty hard to remain nothing more than folklore, so infiltration is delicate. Any overt action risks alerting the big boss. Dracula. The big boss. Tony's eyes twitched. Dracula. Is every myth just fucking true? What? Now you would say even God exists. Yeah, actually. Adam nodded, finally looking at him. After seeing certain things, and based on truths my imaginary friends insist on, I'm operating under the assumption that every major mythos is real. Better safe than incinerated by a millennia-old lord of the undead. Chapter 73, They're Cooking. The big boss. Tony's eyes twitched. Dracula. Is every myth just fucking true? What? Now you would say even God exists. Yeah, actually. Adam nodded, finally looking at him. After seeing certain things, and based on truths my imaginary friends insist on, I'm operating under the assumption that every major mythos is real. Better safe than incinerated by a millennia-old lord of the undead. That's us. Tony's worldview is getting a medieval horror expansion pack. Better safe than incinerated. A solid life philosophy, really. Especially in Marvel. Is there any mythos that isn't actually real in Marvel? Tony ran a hand through his hair, letting out a long, weary sigh. Jesus. The world is. It's fucked up. Mutants, now vampires and demons. Can I assume that aliens and gods exist too? How are we supposed to keep up? I'm starting to feel seriously paranoid. My own AI is running threat assessments for such entities. It's overheating. Adam smiled, a genuine, warm expression that clashed violently with their conversation. Don't overthink it, Tony. This world is beautiful. So much potential. Sure, there's deep, ancient evil skulking about. But you needn't be so serious. Learn to face it with a smile. Learn to laugh a little more. Enjoy the process, even when it's atrocious. Then life will brighten, life will become a shroom simulator, fucking exquisite. Tony stared at him, his mouth twitching. That is something a profoundly crazy person would say. How can I not overthink it? How do you enjoy the process when everything is actively trying to turn into a gothic nightmare? Christ, what did Hydra do to you? Adam actually laughed, a bright, unfiltered sound. Yeah, they really gave it their all trying to break me. But I just laughed it off. Sanity prevailed. Cool, no. Sanity prevailed. Tony repeated, sarcasm dripping from every syllable. Cypher, from the moment I met you, it was clear you're operating on a different firmware. You seem to really hate it when people take pity on you, though. Adam's smile didn't fade, but his head tilted. Kinda right. It's one of my pet peeves. Many of my imaginary friends run a whole pity circus for me. It's misplaced and annoying. He spread his hands, gesturing to himself and the magnificent workshop around them. How can you pity this? I'm great. Handsome. Smart. The best, really. My backstory is fucking amazing. So entertaining. So funny. He leaned against the workbench, his tone turning contemplative. Honestly, I don't think I suffered that much. I know of countless characters, real, fictional, whatever, who've had it worse. There's a reason Pain is my first wife, Tony. I love her. So if anything, I should thank Hydra. They taught me to savor pain, to face the abyss with a grin. He chuckled as if amused by his own words. Now I've got a demon king personally tailoring misfortune for me from the shadows, and you know what? It makes me laugh at night. My life is a hilarious cosmic show. That's why the pity offends me. They should be cackling along with me, or at least appreciating the cool, fun aesthetic. I love my life and myself. They should learn to enjoy the process a little bit more. Pain is his first wife. I can't. He did mention before that Trouble is his second wife, but goddamn, I didn't expect him to love Pain so much. It feels like he's crazier but also saner than expected, don't know how to explain it. I see what he means, though. Like, so many women are like, I wish I could give him a hug, all sorts of pity talk, like chill out. True, they want to get into his pants. Hey, I want to get into his pants too, but I'm a man, understand him better, so I just always laugh at his jokes even if I don't find them funny, smart, no. Fucking genius. I also understand him. He wants to give us a good, entertaining show, not to trauma dump. True though, there are a lot more tragic characters throughout stories. Tony was left speechless. It wasn't bravado. It wasn't a mask. Adam was genuinely, ecstatically in love with the horrific roller coaster of his own existence. He was envious. Trouble just makes him paranoid and unable to sleep. Where is the pill or acid that can make it so Trouble can make him laugh? Fuck. Also, he mentions his imaginary friends a lot. Tony was curious if it was some kind of mutant bullshit, just craziness, or maybe something like an AI legion. Right, Tony finally said, deciding the philosophical minefield was best avoided. So, you're hunting Dracula. And you need, what, an arc reactor-powered garlic press. Help me finalize the Null's weapon systems, Adam said, gesturing to the suit standing dormant in a charging cradle at the far end of the trailer. The Null suit was even more imposing up close, the white and black chassis, the 6 silently coiled arms. I feel like it isn't destructive enough. Destructive is the highest priority for Adam right now. He's facing incomprehensible entities, so he naturally has fear of lack of firepower. Tony's engineer brain instantly engaged, pushing aside existential dread. He approached the suit, whistling softly. The arms are a great idea. Redundancy, multitasking. I might borrow that. You named it. Null. Cool, yeah. It's pretentious. I love it. Tony pulled up a holographic interface, syncing with the suit's diagnostic feed. Alright, let's see, you've got good baseline sensors. Let's widen the spectrum. If these things have heat signatures or emit specific bioelectrical fields, we want to see them in pitch dark through a brick wall. Your emitters are brute force. You need variable output arrays. Sometimes you want a wide dispersal UV flashbang. Sometimes you want a focused, laser-guided particle beam. Adam watched, nodding, inputting the changes with his technopathy. Smart munition launchers, he suggested. Stakes with microguidance. Holy water gel packs that explode on contact. Kinetic redirection system, Tony countered, pointing to the suit's torso. If a 10-ton or even 100-ton vampire hits you, absorbing it sounds like a bad idea, you may be able to channel it into a ground shockwave. But not something we can work on quickly, so let's throw the idea in the bin for now and hope vampires don't pack 100-ton in them. He circled the suit. And your thrusters. You have a multi-vector system, full omnidirectional movement through the 6 mechanical arms. That's cool, but they're so packed with tech that their energy is sacrificed. You should really think about setting up thrusters for flight only. They're for travel and speed after all, yours don't have much of it. For the next hour, the two geniuses, one a futurist born of legacy and industry, the other a chaotic savant forged in a lab and through envy, worked in sync. The trailer brimmed with activity. Schematics matured. Components were printed, tested, and integrated. It was a symphony of applied paranoia. They debated whether plasma temperatures would be efficient against vampires, why the sun works against them, and whether it is replicable. Then, there was the possibility of silver dust, and the theoretical best frequency to make a vampire's skull resonate until it shattered. Tony Stark still rules the technological sides of things. Adam is still behind. Adam has technopathy but not nearly as much time and experience as Tony, so yeah. Notice how Tony just accepts the imaginary friends and Demon King stuff now. He's adapting. Finally, as the last modification was flashed to the suit's core, Tony leaned back, wiping grease from his hands onto his already ruined vest. Okay. I think Null just went from prototype to nightmare delivery system. You're still probably going to die, but you'll look spectacular doing it. Adam powered down the main workbench. That's the goal, a cool ending. He checked a chronometer. Time's up. Meeting's in 20. Meeting. Tony asked. Who else did you invite to this undead safari? The specialist, Adam said cryptically, changing out of his dirty clothing and moving to the front of the trailer. He slid into the driver's seat. Buckle up, Stark. We're about to meet Aura personified. Again with the childish words, Tony shook his head in exasperation as he cleaned himself up. Hope he's actually as cool as you make him to be, or in my eyes, you'll just be sucking up to your high school crush. The word aura will grow on you, trust. Plus, there is always a child in us that never leaves. That sounded kinda wrong, well, whatever, you get what I mean. Adam shrugged. Tony facepalmed. With a deep thrum, the truck's engines engaged and drove off, leaving Tony's car behind. The truck was a fucking machine, and Adam loved it, making him curious if he could create something like Optimus Prime. It's the coolest shit he'd ever seen after all. Yes please. Bring Optimus to Marvel. There are some shit that functions similarly to Transformers in Marvel. Just need to modify and improve it. Guys, we have a mission. Do research and feed Adam info. We must make Project Optimus happen. Imagine Adam with a legion of Transformers. So fucking cool. Man, he can even make his tech sexual fantasies come true. Let's make it happen. Dude, what? +1. I like what you cooking, man. Give me some 2B and Android 18. You guys are cooking something, and it smells so fucking good. Make it happen, Adam. Chapter 74, Tony is in the closet. The massive truck slid into a parking spot beside a lonely, neon-lit diner on the outskirts of a Transylvanian town. The sign flickered weakly against the encroaching sunshine, Casa Buna, in peeling letters. It was the kind of place that existed in the liminal space between towns, serving truckers, locals who wanted anonymity, and tourists who were hopelessly lost. Adam and Tony jumped down from the high cab, the chilly mountain air biting after the climate-controlled workshop. Adam, now changed into a fresh, dark gray suit that still managed to look slightly rumpled, tapped a command on his wrist. The truck system's word, locks engaging with heavy thunks, and the exterior lights dimmed to a dormant state. He adjusted his cuffs, his manner shifting subtly as they approached the diner's door. His posture became more willful, his voice taking on a cultured, almost theatrical cadence. I hear they do a wonderful lunch here, Adam mused, holding the door open for Tony. The warm, greasy air from inside washed over them, carrying the scent of fried food and strong coffee. Their signature is a tocanita de vanet, a venison stew. Simmered for hours with root vegetables and a rather bold paprika. They say it's delicious enough to turn a vampire. Well, let's say it would challenge their dietary convictions profoundly. Make them reconsider their life choices, perhaps even consider veganism. Tony brushed past him, rolling his eyes. The expression is to die for, cipher. Or mouthwatering. Not species confusing. Meant my grandma made me that yesterday, so good. I don't think a vampire would turn vegan anytime soon. Trust me, there are a lot of simps about. Imagine a simp vampire in love with a vegan, he would turn vegan for her yesterday. True, I've read in a story about a guy who brainwashed himself into being a cuck cause that is his girl's fetish, weird shit man. Okay what? +1. My wife's friend is trying to convince me to be a cuck, but ain't falling for it, man. I think you have bigger issues, man. That's weird. Suspicious. That's a statement so puzzling I can't even comprehend it. I have so many questions. Tony's already exhausted, and they haven't even sat down. They walked in. The diner was a study in faded Americana grafted onto Eastern Europe, vinyl booths, a long chrome counter, a jukebox in the corner playing a tinny Romanian folk song. About a dozen patrons were scattered about, a few tired-looking truckers, an elderly couple, some locals. Heads turned immediately. Not at Adam, though his heterochromatic eyes drew a few second glances. All eyes locked onto Tony Stark. The sunglasses, the goatee, the unmistakable aura of billionaire genius, playboy, philanthropist, it translated universally, even here. They made their way to an empty booth by a fogged-up window. Before Tony could slide in, a man in his 30s, wearing a trucker's cap and an overeager grin, practically bounded over. Mr. Stark. Oh my God, sir, it's an honor. The man's English was accented but fluent. He held up a cheap smartphone. Could I please get a picture? My son will never believe me. He reached out as if to clap Tony on the shoulder in camaraderie. Tony stiffened. He was used to attention, but this felt invasive, and he hates when others touch him. Not today, he said, his voice curt, leaning away from the reaching hand. Private time. The fan's face fell, his hand hovering awkwardly. The atmosphere turned awkward. Adam smoothly interjected, his tone light and conspiratorial. No photos today, my friend. It's our special date, you see. Date. The fan blinked, looking between the handsome, eccentric man and the famously hetero Tony Stark. Tony's still a bit closeted about it, Adam continued, giving a dramatic, sympathetic sigh. So if you could keep this just between us. For his sake. He put a finger to his lips in a SHHH gesture. The fan's confusion morphed into stunned, scandalized comprehension. Oh, of course. Discretion. Yes. He backed away, nodding vigorously, looking like he'd just been handed the world's most explosive secret. Just go, Tony snapped, his patience gone. As the fan scurried away, Tony turned a venomous glare on Adam. You have no shame. None. Adam slid into the booth opposite him, shrugging. Smile, Tony. Face everything with laughter. It was funny, no. No, Tony said flatly, picking up a laminated menu. It was not. And you have a terrible sense of humor. He mentally added that the most annoying part was that his usual arsenal of sarcasm felt blunted against Adam. Insults and quips seemed to slide off the man, absorbed into his general aura of cheerful madness. You couldn't win a snark battle with someone who found your best jabs genuinely amusing. A nervous young waiter appeared, pad in hand. They ordered coffee for Tony, the venison stew for Adam, who described his desired spice level with the precision of a sommelier. Once the waiter fled, Tony leaned forward, keeping his voice low. When's your specialist getting here? Adam gazed out the window at the darkening pine forest. The sun was setting. I don't know the exact ETA. But I'd wager he'll arrive, in a moment of maximum tension. A real, main character entrance, kind of thing. Probably with dramatic lighting. Tony's mouth twitched in exasperation. You are so childish. Do you need someone to read you comic books before bed? Adam raised a brow, a flicker of genuine thought crossing his face. My imaginary friends do provide a constant stream of comic book lore, he mused. Kinda, he said aloud with a small smile. He's not wrong. Blade's entrances are always dramatic. Talking about main character entrances right before Blade shows up is peak meta. Adam is going heavy on the gay jokes, you think he's distracting from the fact that he's tech-sexual. He already got the great Emma Frost in bed, but I genuinely believe he would have preferred a cyborg version. You speaking facts. You smoking crack. The food arrived. Tony's coffee was strong and bitter. Adam's stew was a deep, aromatic bowl of rich brown gravy and tender meat. He took a careful spoonful, closed his eye, and sighed in contentment. See. Not so bad. Tony conceded, taking a sip of his coffee. The world could be ending, but a decent cup of. He was interrupted. A woman approached their table. She was brunette, in her late 20s, with sharp features and eyes that lingered a little too long on Adam, not Tony. Excuse me, she said, her English flavored with a local accent. It's quite crowded. May I join you? Her smile was inviting, her body language angled toward Adam. Adam smiled back, genial and open. But of course. Please. She slid into the booth beside Adam, too close for casual acquaintance. Tony watched, slightly surprised. Why him? And she didn't even look at him. Sure, Adam is rising to fame recently due to all the controversy surrounding him, but Tony is 100 times more popular, at least. Though admittedly, Adam has a unique allure. The stark white hair, the striking heterochromia, one warm hazel, one cool, mechanical gray, gave him a memorable, almost otherworldly handsomeness. He almost looks as handsome as I am, narcissistically mused Tony. Speaking of Adam's gray eye. Tony had Jarvis analyze it because he noticed its oddness, a cybernetic eye. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. It made him curious about how Adam went about the neural connection, or if it was his mutant ability. A question for another time. If the brunette's plan was seduction, it was immediately derailed. The diner's entrance door was kicked open with a violence that shattered the low hum of conversation. Two men stood there, clad in dark, nondescript clothing, their faces hidden behind crude ski masks. Each held a pistol, heavy, ugly things that looked Soviet-era. Despite Romania's strict gun laws, the weapons were very real. Toată lumea jos. Portofeliul, telefonele, acum. One yelled, waving his gun. Everyone down. Wallets, phones, now. Pandemonium erupted. A glass shattered. The elderly woman gasped. The truckers at the counter slowly raised their hands. In the same fraction of a second, two things happened at Adam and Tony's table. First, Adam's hand moved. The steak knife he'd been using to cut a piece of venison forsake the food. Its polished tip now rested lightly against the side of the brunette's throat, just below her jawline. He hadn't turned to look at her. His gaze was fixed on the robbers, but his voice, cold and flat as a surgeon's scalpel, spoke to the woman beside him. "I wouldn't," he said softly. She had been in the process of panic-throwing herself into his arms, a move that would have put her hands dangerously close to his torso and neck. She froze, her eyes wide with a fear that seemed entirely genuine, feeling the icy kiss of the steel. Second, the diner's door, which had swung shut after the robber's entrance, was pulled open again. This time, it wasn't kicked. It was simply opened, with class and controlled force. The men who stepped inside seemed to suck the warmth from the room. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed entirely in black leather that creaked softly with his movement. It was Blade. Chapter 75, Evil saw you and decided he wasn't evil enough. The men who stepped inside seemed to suck the warmth from the room. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed entirely in black leather that creaked softly with his movement. It was Blade. A long, tailored trench coat, a high-necked shirt, heavy boots. His head was shaved smooth, and he wore wraparound sunglasses with orange lenses, despite the dim diner interior. Everything about him, from his silent entrance to his immobile posture, screamed lethal, focused purpose. This was a predator entering a room of lesser creatures. The aura around him was palpable, a contained violence, a profound, weary disgust, and the chilling certainty of a man who had walked through hell so many times he now owned real estate there. The two masked robbers, startled by this new arrival, swung their guns toward him. The man in black didn't flinch. He didn't even raise the weapons in his waistband. Blade. He's here. The entrance was perfect. Adam predicted the main character entrance. He knows how the narrative works. So fucking iconic. What's with the brunette? Why does Adam have a knife to her throat? I knew it. She must be a demon. Mephisto wouldn't let Adam succeed in his goal so easily. That makes so much sense. That's so dumb, like, she's obviously a vampire since they're here hunting the Vampire King. The tension in the diner stretched to a breaking point. The robbers were confused, caught between their original plan and whatever the fuck was happening now. And there was Adam Cypher, the knife held steady in one hand, using his other to calmly scoop another spoonful of his venison stew. He brought it to his mouth, never taking his eyes off the scene unfolding. He chewed slowly, savoring it, then gave a small, satisfied nod. He fucking knew, as the main character of the show, that trouble would follow. Diner robberies are a classic, so it must happen to him. It seems that the writers of this show lack creative vision. Unless he's somehow the writer of this show, in that case, it's genius. Confusion reigned in the diner, thick and heavy as the smell of old grease. Who was the terrifying man in black? Why did the handsome one have a knife to the pretty brunette's throat? And why were the two robbers soon lying in a heap like discarded laundry? Blade provided the answers to how it all happened. He simply walked towards the two confused men. They were scrambling back, their hands shaking, yelling in panicked Romanian for him to stay away. As they fumbled, finally losing it and deciding to end all the new elements of confusion in the diner, even if one of them looked imposing, so while the two were trying to aim, Blade moved. It was absolutely superhuman speed, quite flashy too. It was the speed of an absolute predator. Blade is, after all, a half-vampire, and against two weak humans, it was whatever the opposite of skill-based matchmaking is. He was a half-step ahead of their panicked synapses. His hands shot out with something akin to taps, enough to throw the guns out of their hands and even shatter their hands. If that wasn't enough, he followed with brutal, precise grabs. He seized their remaining functional wrists and squeezed. The sound of snapping bones was a sickening, wet crack that made the elderly woman at the counter whimper. Their screams were cut short as Blade yanked them forward, using their own momentum, and brought their heads together in a sickening crunch of colliding skulls. He let them drop, unconscious and bleeding. The entire confrontation had lasted less than 3 seconds. Silence, save for the tinny folk music from the jukebox. Blade ignored the stunned patrons. He turned and walked with deliberate strides towards Adam's booth. His wraparound sunglasses hid his eyes, but his focus was palpable, a laser pointed at Adam, whose steak knife was still resting against the brunette's jugular. "What the fuck are you doing?" Blade's voice was a gravelly rasp, devoid of curiosity, full of accusation. "She's not a vampire. Blade doesn't fuck around." "Two guys. Manhandled." "I knew it, she must be a demon." "Where is the guy who called us dumb and claimed she would obviously be a vampire, huh?" True, where are ya?" "Sure, she may not be a vampire, but she could be a half-breed of something." "That's so bullshit, Blade would see it right away." "Hey, get off my dick," Blade's senses betrayed him more than once in canon, it could happen again, or some bullshit like that. Anyway, my guess was the logical one. "High on copium. And on crack." "I'm high on your mum, shush." "True, my mom would make you high, considering she's a pile of bones." "LMAO, LOL, TF, okay." Adam nodded, not taking his eyes off the woman's terrified, wide-eyed expression. He smiled, a serene contrast to the violence and the cold steel. "Indeed, she's not. She's something much worse." Tony, who had been watching with the analytical detachment of a man used to battlefield assessments, spoke up. "Let me guess. She's a demon. No wonder she'd approach the walking trouble magnet instead of, well, the great me." He gestured to himself with a weary flourish. Adam chuckled, genuinely impressed. "You hit the mark." Tony's eyebrows shot up. "Wait, she's actually a demon. She looks normal. Human." Adam shrugged, as if discussing a minor engineering flaw. "You know. Demons. Possession bullshit. They're renters, not owners. Terrible for the property value." Blade's frown deepened. Without another word, he reached into his trench coat. He produced a wooden stake, its tip darkened with old stains and etched with tiny, intricate runes that seemed to drink the light. In his other hand, a small, unassuming tube of clear liquid, holy water, distilled and blessed. Blade held them at the ready, his body coiling slightly, his instinct sharpening at the brunette, even if his vampire-detecting senses were silent. He knows just how dangerous demons are. The brunette's panicked act was masterful, her eyes darted between the three men, the calm madman with the knife, the narcissistic billionaire, and the holy armed hunter. And as she listened to the diner owner frantically trying and failing to get a dial tone or a cell signal, courtesy of Adam's gentle, wide-area jamming, the performance shattered. The fear melted from her face like wax under a flame. A smile emerged, wide and wrong. Her tongue, an unnatural, too-pink length, snaked out and deliberately dragged itself along the flat of Adam's steak knife in a grotesque, languid lick. The gesture was obscene, brimming with a contempt for the flesh it inhabited. Tony recoiled instinctively. Blade's grip tightened on his holy assets. Adam, however, simply pulled the knife back, breaking contact. He didn't want to spill innocent blood. The demon, clearly, had no such reservations about its host. The lick. Oh God, that's horrifying. It's so hot. Kinky. Fuck, how does Adam win against something like Mephisto? I don't know, hope it isn't some bullshit plot armor. The Illuminati shall help him with our prayers. Oh. That's a normal thing to say. Believe it or not, it's apparently, was scrolling through 4chan, and it was everywhere. Saw it too, along with anti-prayers from the anti-cipher movement. TF is the anti-cipher movement. Apparently, a group of people who believe Adam to actually be the Antichrist. Wow. AHM. Yeah, never thought I'd hear that ever. Giggling resounded throughout the diner. The sound that came from the woman's throat was a child's laugh filtered through a meat grinder. How did you know? She asked, her voice now holding a layered, resonant quality, as if multiple entities were speaking at once. Adam's smile returned, bright and conversational. It was obvious. You're like an especially loose white hole. He paused, his head tilting. That came out wrong. I mean, you're white, and you have a hole, but... I meant the other kind of white hole. The cosmological one. Releasing infinite negativity and desire. He leaned in slightly. And when someone radiates that much specific, petty malice directed at the lovely, exquisite person that I am, the suspect list is very short. It's either that annoying demon, or Hydra. Seems I was right. Interesting, the demonic brunette purred, shifting in her seat with a casual ownership of the body she wore. You are, however, still just as rude. It's such rudeness that attracts trouble. Just like now. Her smile turned eerie, predatory. You see, word of your little excursion here has reached certain ears. I couldn't help but want to make the journey a bit more entertaining. I've taken the liberty of introducing a few roadblocks to the equation. Hope you don't mind, dear. Adam's raised brow was the only sign of his interest. His expression settled into a flat, bored slate. He had expected Mephisto's interference, but this petty, direct taunt was almost insulting. He eyed the possessing entity with the cold focus of a pathologist examining a particularly stupid tumor. Are you perhaps retarded? Adam asked, his voice devoid of inflection. The diner seemed to grow colder. The word rude was invented because of you. Evil saw you and decided he wasn't evil enough. Pedophiles have you as their idol. Adam listed the insults with the calm cadence of a news anchor. The most successful whore in history doesn't take as much dick as you do, because why the fuck are you on my dick all month long? Chapter 76, Cosmic Joke. Are you perhaps retarded? Adam asked, his voice devoid of inflection. The diner seemed to grow colder. The word rude was invented because of you. Evil saw you and decided he wasn't evil enough. Pedophiles have you as their idol. Adam listed the insults with the calm cadence of a news anchor. The most successful whore in history doesn't take as much dick as you do, because why the fuck are you on my dick all month long? He leaned forward, his heterochromatic eyes boring into the demon's borrowed ones. So I'll ask you clearly. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you certain? Because I swear that if you continue, I will expand your horizon of what hell means. LMAO. 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 Ha 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 ha. Aka kaka kaka. Azazazazazaza. Oh ho 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 ho. The fucking roast show. Mephisto is retarded, though. The fuck does he mean rude? He is the one who went after Adam. This is the most audacious, suicidal, hilarious thing I have ever witnessed. F Adam. R.I.P. Adam. Why the fuck are you on my dick all month long? I am dying. Relax. It wasn't that funny. Retarded much. Does it come as a surprise that people's laugh threshold can be very different? True, I laughed in my grandma's funeral and still don't understand why to this day. Okay, maybe not to that degree. Tony Stark, his fear momentarily eclipsed by sheer, undiluted awe, had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from barking a laugh. This maniac is insulting a demon's sexual proclivities to its face. The demonic brunette's face contorted. The playful malice vanished, replaced by a seething, cosmic irritation that made the air vibrate. The voice that emerged was several octaves lower, layered with the echoes of damned souls. Do you even comprehend who you address, little insect? You know the name Mephisto, but you grasp nothing of the abyss you taunt. Surrender to the contract. Your struggle only deepens your fall. You will lose everything. Adam's expression didn't change. If anything, it softened, mellowing into a look of profound pity. He released a soft chuckle of genuine amusement. But Mephisto, he said, as if correcting a slow child, I understand what you are. I may have even overestimated you many times over. But do you understand who I will be? His voice dropped to a deadly, intimate whisper. Do you understand that continuing to be my enemy guarantees your eventual, undignified death? It's I who will make sure you lose everything you've schemed for over eons. You will fall before my hands like the insignificant, parasitic insect you are. The possessed body trembled, a vessel straining under the pressure of its passenger's rage. Adam was way too fucking annoying. If the demon wanted to unleash hell or some shrill, irritating sounds. It never came. The woman's eyes rolled back in her head. Her body convulsed once, a full body shudder, and then went completely limp, slumping against the vinyl booth. A tiny, spider-like mechanical drone, no larger than a coin, detached itself from the base of her skull where it had injected a microdosage of a neuroelectric disruptor Adam had designed for elephants. It skittered back across the table and leaped onto Adam's wrist, disappearing into his sleeve. Adam looked genuinely surprised. Huh. It actually worked. He poked the unconscious woman's cheek with the blunt end of his knife. I thought for sure you'd put on a little light show. Throw some hellfire, maybe curse the cutlery. He shook his head, a disappointed smile on his lips, musing in his mind, seems the sorcerers babysitting this reality are actually doing their job. No fun. He looked at the woman's slack face, his expression shifting to one of theatrical sorrow. Why so serious though? He crooned to the empty air, as if Mephisto were still listening. Such a cold, demonic expression doesn't suit the face of such a beauty. Why don't you go back to hell, gain some enlightenment? Learn to laugh. Smile in the face of adversity. He paused, then let out a bright, genuine laugh at his own advice. It's what I do. Minus the adversity. He wasn't sure if Mephisto was listening, but if he was, he sure wanted to rage bait him a little bit more, though he was admittedly unsure if Mephisto was actually angry or just acting, for some reason. Dude, trust me, he must be angry after you cut the show short. No fun. I think he's losing it more and more. The sheer, titanium-plated balls, or maybe just a death wish. Internally, another piece clicked into place. The absurd yin-yang harmony ability. Mephisto sending a possessed, attractive woman to intercept him. Was the cosmic joke even more layered? Did the universe, via demographic analytics, think the solution to his Mephisto problem was to bond with him? The thought was so profoundly, cosmically stupid that it looped back around to being terrifying. Sure, someone like Mephisto must know how to tempt and please for the sake of deception, and he would show him a good night. But imagining fucking a red slimy demon, yikes. Maybe if the demon was actually a lady, hot, and wouldn't suck him dry out of what little years he has left. He didn't want to know. Some lines, even he wouldn't cross. However, the Chinese audience is quite kinky for wanting him to dual cultivate with Mephisto. Well, maybe that wasn't the kind of dual cultivation they imagined, but Adam was still spiteful due to the currently useless ability their observation granted him. It's just that he couldn't be too mad because yin-yang harmony has infinite potential. He just would have preferred literally anything else on the technological side. Blade didn't waste time on philosophy. The moment the woman collapsed, he was moving. He pressed the rune-etched stake against her forehead, where it began to smoke faintly, not burning the skin but causing the unconscious form to twitch. He then uncapped the holy water and dribbled a line across her brow and lips. A faint, hissing sound emanated from her pores, and a wisp of black, foul-smelling smoke dissipated into the air. Adam raised a brow at that. He felt like he must learn Blade's experience and master some anti-demon bullshit. Satisfied the entity was gone, Blade warily scanned the diner before fixing his shaded gaze on Adam. How, he asked, each word measured, did you earn the ire of something like Mephisto? The name was spoken with a weight Tony roughly understood. This wasn't a common demon. This was a legend even among monsters. Mephisto has numerous horror stories about him, he could only imagine what the real thing is like. Adam shrugged, as if asked about a bothersome telemarketer. My second wife, Trouble, is incredibly hot. She apparently attracts all sorts of unwanted admirers. He took a sip of his now cold water. Mephisto, however, might be a cuck. He seems to enjoy watching me have fun with her from the sidelines. Blade stared at him for a long, silent moment. He slowly shook his head. You're fucked in the head, he stated, not as an insult, but as what he perceived to be a clinical fact. And having Mephisto as an enemy is not something to laugh about. Adam opened his mouth, likely to explain why it was, in fact, the height of comedy and entertainment, but decided against it. He simply shrugged again. The plight of being the main character is that he never lacks entertainment, even if he has to make it himself. He gestured between the two men. Eric Brooks, the daywalker. Tony Stark, a decently rich and smart individual, will be paying for us poors throughout the trip. Tony, Eric. It was, as usual, weird words coming out of that mouth, Tony much too used to him. Tony gave a stiff, still shell-shocked nod. Daywalker. We're hunting Dracula, so figures, I guess. Now, Adam said brightly, picking up his spoon, if you'll both excuse me, I have some delicious, and now tragically lukewarm, venison stew to get back to. Blade's mouth twitched beneath his glasses, the closest he'd come to an expression all night. Tony managed a weak, shaky laugh, but it was a brittle sound. The laughter couldn't hide the cold, deep-seated paranoia that had just taken root in his soul. Demons were real. Gods and angels may also be real. And he was sitting in a diner with a vampire hunter and a man who insulted a hell lord over lunch. Get me out of this fucking world, or get me some shrooms to reach eternal highness now. Tony's laugh at the end, that's the sound of a man's worldview breaking. Tony has been introduced to infinite paranoia early. What could go wrong? Overprepare or a Ultron situation, depending on which Marvel universe this is. F. Tony's mental. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Chapter 77, The Bloody Massacre I. The trio left the diner swiftly, a silent agreement passing between them. The authorities would come, questions would be asked, and none of them had time for bureaucratic folklore. Adam's truck ate up the darkening Transylvanian roads, its powerful engine sticking out in the vast, oppressive silence of the Carpathian foothills. Inside the spacious, tech-filled cabin, the atmosphere was tense. Blade broke the quiet, his voice cutting through the silence. How did you find him? And why here? Dracula's castle. He sounded skeptical. Dracula's not an idiot. He wouldn't hole up in a tourist postcard. Not with hunters like me in the wild. Eric Brooks, known as Blade, had earned his suspicion. His story was written in blood and silver. Born to a woman bitten by a vampire during childbirth, he was a unique hybrid, a damper. He possessed a vampire's strengths, enhanced speed, senses, and durability, but none of their weaknesses to sunlight, garlic, or holy symbols. His mother died in childbirth, blamed on him, and he was raised by the vampire hunter Abraham Whistler, who forged his rage and unique biology into the ultimate weapon, the Daywalker. Blade's war wasn't ideological, it was existential, personal, and brutally simple. He hunted the things that had cursed him from the womb, and at the top of that list sat the progenitor, the archetype, the king, Dracula. For Blade, Dracula was the source of the infection, the original sin of vampirism. Taking him down was the closest thing to a holy grail his grim profession offered. Adam kept his eyes on the winding road, the headlights cutting a path through the ancient gloom. Used a favor. Called in a psychic. The location is solid. I've had eyes on it, drones, satellites, seismic sensors, for a week. He's there. Can't or won't move. Maybe he's indisposed. Blade grunted. That sounded reasonable. He'd been suspicious, but the lure of a confirmed Dracula location was a siren song he couldn't ignore. His research on Adam's cipher had painted a picture of a chaotic, powerful mutant, someone who danced on the edge of the world's darker truths. The presence of Tony Stark, a man whose reputation for delivering on impossible promises was global, added a layer of credibility. And the encounter with Mephisto. That had sealed it. Only someone truly, profoundly entangled in the supernatural deep end attracted that kind of attention. His next question was pragmatic, born of a life spent understanding the motives of monsters. You hunting him for power? To become one. Think turning will give you an edge against your hellish pen pal. His tone was flat, devoid of judgment, merely assessing a potential future threat. Adam's eyebrow arched. He didn't deny the aesthetic appeal. I've always liked the vampire vibe, you know. Broody. Edgy. My childish mind used to have this whole scene, me in a castle, wearing a black and red three-piece suit, legs crossed, sitting on a throne of skulls. Looked so fucking cool in my head. The edgy child is clearly still in the driver's seat, Tony interjected from the passenger seat, his arms crossed. And you still want the throne? Adam laughed, a bright, unguarded sound. Exactly. He glanced at Blade in the rearview mirror. The Daywalker's expression had turned to stone. The casual admission was a trigger. To Blade, wanting to be a vampire wasn't a dark fantasy, it was a suicidal, sociopathic desire to become the very plague he dedicated his life to eradicating. His hand drifted unconsciously to the stake at his belt. You turn, Blade stated, his voice a low, deadly promise that filled the cabin, and I stake you. No conversation. No consequences. You just end. Blade's no consequences line is so cold. He doesn't play. Adam just casually admitting to vampire fantasies in front of the vampire boogeyman. The tension in this truck is thicker than the Transylvanian fog. It's worse. The tension in this truck is thicker than my ass. Goddamn, you must be thick. But Adam becoming a vampire, eh? I bet he wants to become like Morbius. True, he wouldn't want all the shitty baggage that comes with being a vampire. I am Morbius. +1, +1, +1, classic. Adam shrugged, utterly unfazed by the death threat. Don't be so pessimistic. I don't want to be some bargain bin bloodsucker who can't enjoy a fucking burrito without hurling, or who bursts into flames from a sunbeam. Sounds like a shit deal. He tapped his temple. So, I've been studying. Biology, mostly. This past week has been enlightening. I think I can improve and do better. Something like a daywalker sounds more to my muse. Blade took a deep, controlled breath, the leather of his trench coat creaking. He leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes behind his shades. When your little science project fails, and the thirst takes you, he said, his voice final, I'll be there to stake the evil out of you. He dismissed the conversation, retreating into his own grim focus. Even Tony looked at Adam sideways. Studied biology for a week. Tony Stark, who had miniaturized an arc reactor in a cave, knew the sheer, mountain-sized complexity of the biological field. He assumed even for him, it would take a long while to master biology, let alone something like vampire bullshit. A week, even with Adam's genius, sounded ludicrously optimistic. A month of non-stop work with a full lab might yield a hypothesis. Adam was talking about performing supernatural gene editing on the fly. Adam thinks he can out-engineer vampirism in a week. Can he do that? Tony's side eye says it all. That's build a time machine in your garage levels of arrogance. I just noticed that narcissism is having an orgy in that truck. Now that you pointed it out, we do have 3 of the most aloof, arrogant, and narcissistic individuals in the same truck. What could go wrong? Adam just smiled, undeterred. He began to hum, then softly sing a lilting, melancholic Romanian folk song he picked up from the diner's jukebox. He seemed to be having the time of his life, a tourist on a scenic drive towards an apocalypse. Outside, the sun finally surrendered, plunging the forested mountains into an absolute, consuming darkness. The truck's headlights were the only defiance against the night, carving a tunnel of light through the ancient, watchful pines. The road grew narrower, more neglected. Then, the atmosphere changed. It wasn't a sound. It was still pure silence. It was a chill in the air, a flicker in the woods. The damp chill of the mountain air deepened into a penetrating cold that seemed to leach the warmth from the truck's cabin. Blade's eyes snapped open. He didn't need to look. His damper senses, far beyond human, stretched into the night. Filth, he growled, the word dripping with visceral disgust. A lot of it. Everywhere. Adam's singing stopped. His cybernetic eye whirred, its enhanced optics and thermal overlay painting the world outside in data. The forest, which had been a blanket of cool blues and greens, was now speckled with sudden, clustering points of low, predatory body heat. As expected, vampires have significantly lower body temperature compared to the average human. Simple thermal imaging is effective for spotting them among humans, but in the woods, it's a whole different story. But that doesn't mean thermal imaging is useless. It can still map things out, and with Alice filtering all the information, it's possible to distinguish vampires from inanimate objects. Dozens of them. Moving with silent, coordinated purpose. He was about to comment when he saw it, 2 pinpricks of reflected light by the roadside, up ahead. Not animal eyes. These held a malevolent, intelligent gleam. The attack was instantaneous. One of the low heat signatures detached from the tree line and moved. It was a blur of pallid flesh and tattered, anachronistic clothing, a peasant's shirt gone to rot, leather breeches stained black with old blood. The face was gaunt, lips peeled back from elongated canines that weren't elegant fangs, but dirty, yellowed bone spikes. Its eyes burned with a feral, hungry red. This was no romantic noble of the night, this was a hungry, ground-level predator, a foot soldier of the undead. It cleared 20 meters in a blur, leaping for the truck's windshield, claws extended to shred metal and glass. Adam's hand didn't move to the wheel. He didn't flinch. From the starless sky above, a comet fell. It was a sleek, silver and gold streak of modern warfare. It struck the leaping vampire in midair with the force of a tactical missile. There was a wet, explosive thwomp as almost a ton of armored force met undead flesh at terminal velocity. The vampire was driven into the road like a nail, pulverized into a crater of gore and shattered asphalt. The suit, the Mark II, polished to a mirror shine, landed in a classic three-point stance amidst the wreckage, repulsors glowing in its palms. It stood up, turning to face the truck, its faceplate retracting to reveal no one within. Called for a little air support, Tony, by their side, would say. Jarvis had the suit on standby orbital drop. Seemed appropriate. Adam had already brought the truck to a halt, the tires crunching on gravel. Blade was out of the truck before it fully stopped, landing in a crouch, his trench coat flaring. He held a sword in one hand, a stake in the other, his senses scanning the encircling dark. "Don't celebrate yet, Stark," Blade's voice was taut. He wasn't alone. That was the greeting party. Chapter 78, The Bloody Massacre 2. Blade held a sword in one hand, a stake in the other, his senses scanning the encircling dark. "Don't celebrate yet, Stark," Blade's voice was taut. He wasn't alone. That was the greeting party. The words hung in the frozen air. From the inky blackness of the forest on all sides, pairs of crimson eyes ignited. One pair. Then 10. Then 50. A silent, closing circle of snarling mouths, twitching claws, and ancient, ravenous hatred. The air filled with the low, collective hiss of 100 vampires, a sound like gas escaping a tomb. The headlights of the truck illuminated the advancing front line, a horrifying mosaic of eras and deaths. Medieval peasants in rags stood beside World War I soldiers in tattered greatcoats, their pallid faces staring blankly. A woman in a rotting ball gown shuffled beside a snarling creature in modern tactical gear. This was Dracula's legion. The forgotten, the turned, the eternally hungry. It seems that this is Dracula's welcome party. And he'd sent an army to do it. Orbital Iron Man drop. Another classic. That's so badass. Guys, how can they win? Yeah, I watched Blade movies, and he struggled against vampires, let alone hordes of them. Comics Blade against vampires is broken, trust. Staying in the truck was a death trap, a metal coffin waiting to be pried open by 100 claws. Thus they followed a lone Blade, leaping out of the truck. Adam's null suit was the first to respond to his silent command. The central chest piece flew from the truck's open cargo door, slamming onto his torso with magnetic finality. The rest of the suit unfolded from its storage rig in a symphony of whirring actuators and sliding plates, encasing him in matte white and black composite. The 6 mechanical arms, each tipped with different implements, blades, emitters, manipulators, snaked out and planted themselves on the ground, lifting him onto a multi-limbed perch. He looked like a technological scorpion king. Blade watched as Tony 2 walked to his suit, opening for him and welcoming him within, then closing with a satisfying click. He hadn't known what to expect from the billionaire, but a normal human would have been a liability. Therefore, he assumed that Adam knew what he was doing and wouldn't bring a useless liability with them. Indeed. The armor, now wrapping itself around Tony Stark in a cascade of gleaming silver and gold components, answered that question. Iron Man. The name from the news reports. So, the world's most public genius was also a one-man armored division. Good. They wouldn't be dead weight. Tony himself felt a surreal disconnect as the faceplate sealed. The HUD lit up with targeting reticles and threat assessments, analyzing the incoming threat. Vampires are real. The intellectual acceptance from the diner was gone, replaced by visceral, sensor-confirmed reality. The world wasn't just fucked, it was gothic horror novel fucked. His paranoia wasn't a disorder anymore, it was the only sane response to a universe that included undead legions. The truck has something we must protect, Adam's voice came through the comms, calm amidst the rising hiss from the woods. We move with it. Don't let them bog us down. As if on cue, the truck's engine revved. It began to roll forward along the narrow road, its path illuminated by its own powerful lights. No one was in the driver's seat. Alice, integrated into the vehicle's nervous system, guided it with silent precision. Adam's mechanical arms flexed, lifting him onto the roof of the moving truck with arachnid grace. He stood there, a hooded sentinel, his cybernetic eye sweeping the darkness, its mechanical force-enhanced optics piercing the gloom to reveal the shifting, clustered low-heat signatures waiting to pounce. Tony rose on repulsor jets, a brief flare of light in the oppressive dark, before landing with a heavy clang beside Adam on the roof. He raised his gauntlets, the repulsors within humming with a building, blue-white charge. Just like the Hamptons, but with less champagne and more teeth, he quipped, the bravado automatic, a defense mechanism against the crawling dread. Blade didn't bother with the roof. He leaped, a fluid motion of pure athleticism, and caught the side of the truck, hauling himself up to perch on the running board like a predatory bird. The wind whipped his trench coat. He drew his sword, a length of polished silver that gleamed wickedly, and a stake of aged hawthorn from his coat. A fierce, almost joyful smile touched his lips, baring his own teeth. The scent of decay, of ancient bloodlust, was overwhelming. This was no wild goose chase. Adam hadn't lied. He wasn't mistaken. Dracula was here. And Blade lived for this hunt. The convoy, a self-driving tech truck topped with a technopath, an Iron Avenger, and flanked by a vampire hunter, moved down the haunted road. The circle of crimson eyes in the woods moved with it, a silent, pacing escort of nightmares. Standing atop the truck, Adam was acutely aware of his body's limitations. His cybernetic eye was a marvel. Augmented by mechanical force, it could see the tiniest of signs, calculate trajectories, zoom to macro detail, and filter spectra. It had tracked the first vampire's blur with ease. But his right eye, his original hazel one, was painfully ordinary. In this profound darkness, it was nearly useless, seeing only vague shapes and the occasional glint of fang or claw. A flaw, he noted clinically. When I rewrite the template, when I become a vampire, I'll have to decide what to keep and what to upgrade. If his human eye was still useless even then he might as well change it, and maybe transform some of his other body parts too. The tension snapped. It was a ripple of opportunistic hunger. A vampire, this one clad in the moth-eaten uniform of a bygone European army, burst from the tree line to the right with a guttural snarl. It moved faster than a striking snake, aiming to drag Blade from his perch. Blade was faster. He most certainly wouldn't step back, instead, he stepped into the lunge. The silver sword flashed, a horizontal arc that met the vampire's outstretched claws. There was a sizzling hiss as the silver severed bone and tendon, the stump smoking. Before the creature could scream, Blade's other hand drove the hawthorn stake through its tunic. It pierced the heart with a wet thunk. The vampire's red eyes widened, then extinguished. Its body desiccated, crumbling into a pile of ancient dust and moldering cloth that was swept away by the truck's wake. The dam broke. They came from everywhere. A wave of pallid, snarling death poured from the forest. Light show. Tony yelled. He raised both palms. Twin repulsor beams, tuned to a broad dispersal, lanced out. They weren't just lasers of pure force. That would have been effective, sure, but targeting weaknesses is how he and Adam worked. Thus, they worked together to recalibrate the emitters and much of their tech on the fly. The beams now pulsed with a harsh, ultraviolet-rich frequency. Vampires caught in the wide cones shrieked from agony. Their skin blistered and smoked as if under a sudden, brutal sunlamp. They staggered back, clawing at their faces. But others surged past their blinded kin. One leaped impossibly high, aiming for Tony from above. A mechanical arm from Adam's suit shot up with a nozzle. It emitted a fine, pressurized mist that glittered in the truck's lights, a colloidal suspension of powdered silver and concentrated garlic extract. The vampire flew through the cloud, and its scream turned into a choking, burning gasp. Its momentum was further stopped by another mechanical arm, forcing it to fall onto the roof, writhing, its flesh bubbling. Tony finished it with a precise, low-powered repulsor blast to the head, which exploded in a shower of dust and bone fragments. Two more vaulted onto the left side of the truck, scrambling towards Adam. His other mechanical arms became a whirlwind. One arm ended in a vibroblade, humming at a frequency that shattered vampire bone. It decapitated the first with a clean sweep. The second arm terminated in a compact sonic emitter. Adam triggered it, and a focused cone of ultra-high frequency sound hit the second vampire. The creature clutched its ears, blood seeping from them, its balance destroyed. A third arm, tipped with a pneumatic spike, shot forward and impaled it through the chest, pinning it to the truck's roof before retracting, leaving a dissolving corpse. Blade was a dance of death on the running board. He was a fusion of martial arts and vampire-specific butchery. He used his sword to parry claws, sever limbs, and deliver slashing wounds that sizzled with silver poison. His stake was always in motion, finding hearts in the chaos. He moved with an economy that made the vampires look clumsy. One creature, faster than the rest, managed to grab his coat. Blade didn't struggle, he spun into the grip, sinking his teeth into the vampire's wrist and pulling back, shredding it apart, and staking it in the same motion. Every kill spoke of hate, shredding them apart, and when they finally managed to disarm his sword, Blade did nothing but leap back for a split second before jumping back in. Chapter 79, The Bloody Massacre 3. Every kill spoke of hate, shredding them apart, and when they finally managed to disarm his sword, Blade did nothing but leap back for a split second before jumping back in. But this time, he had 2 daggers that would soon prove to be even more destructive. The truck, guided by Alice, never slowed. It swerved around fallen trees and craters, its heavy frame crushing vampires that stumbled under its wheels. The battle was a brutal symphony of prepared science versus ancient evil. Silver and garlic were chemical weapons. UV light was area denial. Sonic disruptors were crowd control. Decapitation and staking were the final, messy cleanup. Tony's repulsors and Adam's force-augmented weapons provided the sheer, destructive power to turn supernatural resilience into dust. For minutes that felt like hours, the roof of the truck was a charnel house. Dust piled up only to be blown away. Ichor stained the white armor black. The air reeked of flesh, burnt undead flesh, and the cloying sweetness of decay. Finally, a momentary lull. The immediate, frenzied wave had been broken. The road behind was littered with dissolving forms and small fires. The forest to either side seemed quieter, the crimson eyes holding back, watching from deeper shadows. The truck rolled on. On the roof, Tony's armor was scored with deep claw marks, one repulsor emitter sputtering. Adam's null suit hissed, venting heat from its overworked systems, one mechanical arm hanging limply, its servo crushed by a vampire's superhuman grip. Blade leaned against the truck's side, hanging by, breathing heavily, wiping black blood from his daggers. His coat was torn, but his eyes still burned with fierce light. They had survived the first assault. They had moved the convoy forward. But Blade lifted his head, his damper senses stretching out. He smelled colder, older, more patient hunger moving through the trees, flanking them, preparing for the next rush. More filth. Catch your breath, he rasped, reloading a cartridge of silver shards into a forearm launcher. They're not done. The brief respite was a lie. The silence that followed the first wave's slaughter wasn't retreat, it was an intake of breath before a scream. Adam knew it. They were too close. They were quickly approaching Dracula's sanctum. The next wave wouldn't be any gentler, only harsher. It came not as a surge, but as an eruption. From the treetops, from the ground itself, from behind rocky outcrops, they launched. These were not the ragged foot soldiers. These wore remnants of finery, tarnished chainmail over rotting velvet, Napoleonic officer coats caked in grave dirt, the occasional sleek modern combat gear. Their eyes burned with a colder, more intelligent crimson. They moved with a terrifying synchronicity, a pack mentality honed over centuries. The first sign of the escalation was the impact. A vampire in a rusted cuirass landed on the truck's roof like a meteor. The armored plating buckled under the blow with a deafening crunch. He was stronger than any vampire they had faced before. Tony, standing nearby, was thrown off balance. Before he could bring a repulsor to bear, the creature was on him, claws scrabbling against the gold titanium alloy, scoring deep, shrieking furrows. Its strength was monstrous, a concentrated ton of undead muscle. Jarvis's threat assessment spiked crimson in Tony's HUD. Reaction speeds exceeding baseline predictive models. Kinetic force exceeding Mark II dampener thresholds. Okay, new plan. Tony yelled, repulsors flaring on his feet. He shot vertically into the air, just as another vampire leaped, its claws snagging on his ankle and almost dragging him back down. He kicked free, leaving shreds of armor behind. He ascended to 20 meters, becoming a hovering gunship. His repulsors switched from wide dispersal to focused, cutting beams. He snipped a vampire in mid-leap, slicing it in two at the waist. But from below, others hurled chunks of rock and fallen trees with cannon-like force, forcing him into evasive maneuvers. This was no longer a ground brawl, it was aerial denial under artillery fire. The vampires they were facing seemed smarter, not just foot soldiers. On the roof, Adam became the eye of the storm. His 6 mechanical arms were a blur of violence and destruction. But now, when a vampire clad in moth-eaten samurai armor closed in with katana speed, Adam didn't block. He knew better. The force behind the swing was enormous, he didn't want to face all of that directly, so despite being surprised by the variety in Dracula's army, he still responded swiftly. Envy, brittle. The curse, invisible and instant, settled on the vampire's outstretched arm, or rather, the sword held by the vampire. As Adam's vibroblade met the creature's own decaying sword, the ancient steel succumbed, it shattered, and the curse traveled up the limb. The vampire's own supernatural strength, turned against it, caused the bones in its arm to snap like dry twigs. It stumbled, shrieking in confused agony, and a second arm with a pneumatic spike punched through its chest cavity. Another, a hulking brute with the build of a blacksmith, charged through a hail of silver mist from the truck's emitters, its skin sizzling but its momentum unbridled. Adam met its charge, and as its claw descended, envy, slow. The world certainly didn't freeze for the creature, for Adam's curses weren't yet so strong, but its perception did. Its lightning-fast swipe became a languid, dreamlike arc. Adam's mechanical arm, tipped with a circular saw blade, had all the time in the world to rev up and meet the claw. There was a spray of black ichor and severed digits. A follow-up blast from an arm-mounted micromissile launcher, loaded with phosphor-silver charges, blew the staggered brute into a walking bonfire. Blade was in the thick of it on the ground, having abandoned the truck to meet the onslaught head-on. He was a dervish of silver and wood, but the elite vampires pressed him. They used tactics, flanking him. One scored a deep gash across his back with a rusty saber. Another landed a kick that sent him skidding across the rocky road, his ribs cracking audibly. But Blade only snarled, the pain a familiar companion. His damper physiology knitted the flesh, set the bones with a sickening pop he ignored. He spat blood, his own, this time, and launched back into the fray, his movements fueled by pure, furious will. He was here for the purge, and he wasn't about to be deterred. Adam, seeing the pressure on his ally, acted. A vampire was about to sink its fangs into Blade's exposed back from behind. Envy, stupefy, slow, brittle. The vampire's thinking seemingly dissolved into a vacant, drooling stupor. It seems that the intent to attack Blade was still there, but the vampire was still confused, hesitant, and slow. Blade, sensing the opening, spun and drove his stake through its heart without breaking stride, dusting it before its mind could clear. Thanks for the assist. If Blade's eyes could speak, that's what they would have said, but he was too busy and exhausted to speak, and he was not stopping. The truck. Adam commanded through the comms, his voice strained but clear. We clear a path. Now. He unleashed his technopathy at its fullest. The truck's engine roared, not just from fuel, but from Adam's mechanical force flooding its systems, enhancing its power output, reinforcing its frame. Tires bit into dirt, and it surged forward like a battering ram. Adam leaped from the roof, his mechanical arms propelling him in a long, powerful arc over the advancing line of elite vampires. He landed in a crouch 30 meters ahead, directly in the path of the densest part of the undead wall. His arrival was announced with brutality. One mechanical arm snapped forward, its tip opening to unleash a continuous, searing laser that cut a horizontal line through 3 charging vampires, bisecting them at the waist. Another arm launched a cluster of grenades. Explosives are useful, but the grenades weren't that. Normal grenades are too inefficient in comparison to the nets of woven silver filament that entangled a group, their flesh burning where it touched. But they kept coming. One, moving with the grace of a dancer and the speed of a striking ASP, slipped under his defenses. Its claws raked across his torso armor, gouging deep. Adam frowned, feeling the impact through the suit. He didn't step back, however, as a third mechanical arm, ending in a heavy, spiked crush gauntlet, swung around and clamped onto the vampire's head. There was a wet, pulping squelch as the skull collapsed like a rotten gourd. He discarded the dissolving body. Ah, God, did that feel good. Adam couldn't help but smile, licking his lips. Oh, how much he looked forward to visiting hell, so many demons there to massacre, including Mephisto. It will be orgasmic, he knows it. Chapter 80, The World is Cooked. There was a wet, pulping squelch as the skull collapsed like a rotten gourd. He discarded the dissolving body. Ah, God, did that feel good. Adam couldn't help but smile, licking his lips. Oh, how much he looked forward to visiting hell, so many demons there to massacre, including Mephisto. It will be orgasmic, he knows it. He looked up. The wall was reforming. He needed space. Alice, ordnance. He ordered. From a compartment on the still accelerating truck, a launcher emerged. It fired a single, canister-like projectile that arced over Adam's head. It hit the ground in the center of the vampire cluster with a dull thud. For a split second, nothing. Then, hell. The canister detonated not with merely fire, but with a concentrated, thermobaric pulse that superheated the air in a localized sphere. The shockwave was visible, a shimmering distortion that flattened vampires, vaporizing the closest and hurling others like rag dolls. The ensuing fireball was tinged with the chemical green of added oxidizers, burning even in the thin mountain air, consuming undead flesh with a hungry roar. Before the flames died, Adam's leg thrusters ignited. He shot forward, a white and black comet, through the blasted, smoking gap. His information vision was now his greatest weapon. It was far beyond sight, it was data. Every vampire was a book. The tension in a calf muscle telegraphing a leap. The shift in air pressure from a creature flanking left. The minute lag in a wounded one's reaction. Everyone. Everything was giving out information, and he could see it. His mind processed it all in a continuous, overwhelming stream, allowing him to operate not on reflex, but on prescient reaction. He saw the attack on Blade, a vampire trying to blindside him with a thrown dagger of bone. A mechanical arm lashed out, swatting the projectile from the air before Blade even registered the threat. He saw Tony, focused on a group below, fail to notice two vampires scaling the cliff face to his side, ready to spring. A burst of hastily discharged energy from Adam's suit sought to eliminate all threats, but even when he fails, he at least disrupts them. Just like now, giving Tony enough time to react. Tony's repulsor beams cut them down as they fell. They fought as a brutal, efficient triangle. Adam was the pivot, the tactical processor, and area denial weapon. Blade was the relentless, close-quarters butcher, a silver-tipped spearhead. Tony was the aerial artillery, the precision scalpel, and heavy ordnance. The road became a charnel path of epic proportions. It was less a battle and more an industrial-scale demolition of the undead. Heads rolled, dust clouds bloomed, limbs were severed by silver or vaporized by plasma. The air was thick with the stench of the dead, burnt meat, and the peculiar, musty odor of ancient blood turned to powder. Adam's swordsmanship with his silver blade, guided by mechanical arms, was a brutal ballet. He parried a necrotic broadsword, disarmed its wielder with a twist, and decapitated it in a single fluid motion. He used an arm as a shield against a battering ram charge, then used the same arm to impale the creature on a spike that erupted from its center. Tony, from above, began using targeted, high-velocity silver flechettes, punching through vampire hearts with sniper-like accuracy. When a cluster grew too thick, he dropped a miniaturized concussion charge that didn't kill them, but stunned them long enough for Blade to wade in and finish the job with sweeps of his blazing silver daggers. Blade himself was a monument to endurance. He was covered in his own blood and the black ichor of his enemies. A deep bite on his shoulder wept, but the damper venom in his blood seemed to poison the biter as much as the bite hurt him. He fought with a chilling, silent hate, every movement designed to end an existence. Stake, slash, decapitate. Repeat. Finally, after an eternity of violence, the pressure broke. The last elite vampire, a towering figure in the plate armor of a Teutonic knight, made a final, desperate charge at Adam. Adam met it head-on. Two mechanical arms grabbed its massive axe haft, holding it as he leaped back, seeking to keep as much distance as possible, but the opponent was relentless. Yet Adam merely smiled, grinning from ear to ear, eyeing the creature with glee as if it fell into his trap. Two more arms seized its armored limbs. The final two arms retracted their tools, the tips glowing white-hot. They plunged into the seams of the knight's armor at the neck and armpits, spearing through decayed flesh. The knight shuddered, then collapsed, its armor clattering empty as the body within turned to centuries-old dust. Silence. Not the deceptive silence from before, but a true, exhausted quiet, broken only by the ragged breathing of the three hunters and the idle whir of the truck's engine as it rolled to a stop behind them. Then there was a laugh. Adam laughed as one of his hands hid his eyes, basking in the beauty of war and blood. "What a lovely day," Adam would mutter, smiling as he stretched his muscles a little, feeling totally spent. Why does he seem so happy? Tony had to wonder. He was confused because his mind was overwhelmed. He felt paranoid and scared of the state of this world, creatures of darkness seemingly among us all along, maybe even gods and aliens exist. Sure, the road ahead was clear. The forest on either side was still, the malevolent crimson eyes extinguished. The path to the mountain peak, where a darker presence waited, lay open. But it wasn't all fine and dandy. The cost was etched upon them. Tony's armor was a masterwork of scars and dents, one repulsor flickering fitfully. He landed, the faceplate retracting to reveal a face slick with sweat and pale with adrenaline depletion. Blade leaned on his sword, its tip dug into the blood-soaked earth. He was a mess of cuts and bruises that were already beginning to close too fast, a testament to his hybrid nature. He was breathing hard, but his eyes were still fixed on the mountain peak, burning with undiminished pursuit. He also seemed happy. It's been a while since he quenched his thirst for extinguishing the dead so much. It was exquisite, but he is a man of few words, so he kept the passion to himself. Only poor Tony was miserable within, feeling like the only reasonable mind among a group of lunatics. Adam's null suit was also battered. Two of the mechanical arms were flickering, one of them hung uselessly, its hydraulics smashed. His own body ached from transferred impacts. The white armor, now red with blood, was stained with soot, ichor, and deep, scoring grooves. He retracted his helmet, his white hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, his heterochromatic eyes, however, scanning the aftermath with an even bigger grin. Around them lay the testament to their passage, piles of distinctive dust, disintegrating armor, shattered weapons, and the few remains too fresh to have fully dissolved. It was a massacre. Holy shit. That was the most brutal, beautiful fight scene ever. Blade is an absolute monster. He took more damage than anyone and just kept going. Blade so good. Please wife me up. Adam. Please don't go to the dark side. You're enjoying war too much. It's inevitable, my men, just give up. Look at that smile. Yeah, he's far too gone. They look completely wrecked. How are they supposed to fight Dracula now? Worry not, my friend, we've already prepared a sacrifice. We're offering it to the first and only, Adam. He shall enjoy their blood very much. Guys, am I cooked for being unsure if it's a bit or it's actually real? You ain't cooked, mate, the world is cooked. Have you not seen it in the news? The cult that tried to sacrifice themselves for them. The world is cooked. And Adam is enjoying the chaos. God help us. Adam took a deep, shuddering breath of the foul, charged air. He looked at his companions. They were roughed up. A slow, tired, but utterly genuine smile spread across his face. Well, he rasped, his voice low. I must admit, I enjoy the chaos a little too much. Hydra's fault, no doubt. Chapter 81, The Yandere Strikes Again. In the profound, suffocating darkness of the Carpathian woods, a single point of light moved, a defiant, rolling ember in a sea of ink. It was Adam's truck, driving itself along a forgotten path with relentless, algorithmic purpose. Its headlights cut a solitary cone through the night, illuminating nothing but the skeletal trees and the rutted track leading to a dilapidated wooden hunting lodge, its windows like blind eyes. But the truck was not alone in its journey. Behind it, a phenomenon both grotesque and mesmerizing unfolded. The earth itself seemed to weep black blood. The residue of the slaughtered vampire legion, the ichor, the dust, the dissipating essence of centuries of undeath, coalesced. Drawn by a terrible, gravitational pull, it flowed in rivulets, then streams, then a surging, silent wave of clotting filth, chasing the truck with unnatural speed, seeking to engulf it. The truck did not slow. It aimed directly for the heart of the dilapidated lodge. Just as the tidal wave of vampiric residue was about to swallow it whole, Adam's final command executed. The truck detonated. It was a blinding release of energy. It was the violent release of every stored energy cell, every ounce of chemical incendiary Adam had packed into its frame. A sun bloomed in the Transylvanian night. The shockwave atomized the lodge, reducing it to splinters and flying debris in an instant. The fireball that followed was a ravenous, green-tinged inferno, hungrily consuming wood in the very air, meant to cleanse with extreme heat. Yet, the wave of blood and dust did not vaporize. It recoiled from the blast, then surged forward into the heart of the conflagration, as if diving into a pool. The flames, impossibly, began to die, snuffed out not by anything, but by an overwhelming, soul-chilling cold that radiated from the epicenter. The crackling of fire was replaced by another sound, a deep, rhythmic crack-crack-crack, like ancient ice settling, or old bones being forced to move for the first time in an age. From the settling dust and the coagulating lake of black blood, a figure rose. He was tall, imperially straight, and clad in regal finery that had seen epochs pass. A deep crimson tunic under a black, fur-lined cape that seemed woven from shadow itself. His face was pale as alabaster, framed by white hair and a sharp, neatly trimmed beard and mustache. His features were aristocratic, handsome in a severe, cruel way, but it was his eyes that commanded absolute attention. They burned with a hellish, intelligent crimson light, holding depths of malice, boredom, and ancient, terrible pride. This was Vlad Dracula, the Lord of Vampires, the son of the dragon. The blood and dust of his fallen children swirled around him, a macabre baptism. And he devoured it all with glee. The foul essence flowed into his cape, his skin, vanishing into him, a dark sacrament that rejuvenated him. He was like a hungry beast, seemingly having not eaten for ages. His pale cheeks gained a hint of vile vitality. He stretched, his neck twisting with those unsettling cracks, and his burning gaze snapped unerringly to a specific point in the tree line. From the shadows, Adam and Blade emerged. Tony Stark was conspicuously absent. The plan was sound. Dracula's power of mesmerizing gaze was no mystery to Blade. He knew he could hypnotize through mere eye contact alone. Blade's damper nature granted him resistance. Adam's hollow curse, turned inward, created a psychic void where such influences could find no purchase. Tony had no such defense. His role was Overwatch, a sniper in the sky, far beyond the reach of the Vampire King's hypnotic glare. Dracula's voice, when it came, was a cultured baritone that resonated with the weight of centuries, laced with a chilling amusement. So, the whispering devil spoke true. The hunt is called, and my sanctuary is profaned. His eyes lingered on Adam, a new, intriguing curiosity in their crimson depths. A fresh face, drawn into the old game. His gaze shifted to Blade, and the amusement turned to condescending familiarity. And the perpetual thorn returns. Tell me, Daywalker. Does the memory of your fallen comrades still ache? Does the warmth of their blood as it cooled on your hands? It is the natural consequence of defying an eternal truth such as myself. And yet, you make the same error in judgment. Persistence in the face of inevitability is not bravery. It is pathology. Blade's knuckles whitened around the hilt of his silver sword. A low growl emanated from his chest, but his voice was ice. The hunt ends when you do. It may take 100 more years, 1,000 more attempts. All things end, Dracula. Even you. Dracula looks so fucking majestic. I knew I won't be disappointed. Damn, now I want to be like him, do all that body transformation shit, and be a vampire. Sounds so cool. Please don't. Man, I've seen some sicko body transformation cases. I wish I hadn't. Did you see the men who wanted to become Satan? Crazy shit. I wish I hadn't. Ignorance is bliss. Type Diablo Prado. Suffer with me. Fuck you. God save me. Why the fuck did I listen? Curiosity got the better of me. Before Dracula could offer another elegant dismissal, a sharp, incongruous ringing tone cut the frigid air. It was a generic phone chime. Adam, standing across the blood-soaked clearing from the Vampire King, had called someone amidst the conversation. He raised a hand in a one-moment gesture as his call was answered. His expression was that of wonder, for he saw something with his technopathy that forced him to make the call. Anna, he said, his voice calm but direct. What are you doing now, and why? From the other end, Rogue's voice, trying and failing to sound casual, filtered through. Sugar. What do you mean? I'm just hanging around. Adam took a breath, his cybernetic eye whirring softly as he stared at Dracula, who watched this bizarre human interruption with detached, predatory interest. Anna, I can see you. What the city lacks least is cameras, and they're all my eyes. So answer me. I'm not mad. Merely curious. Speak, please. A long pause. A struggle was audible over the line. Then, the pretense collapsed into a rush of whispered, fervent confession. I'm sorry. It's just. They don't deserve your care, Adam. They keep betraying you. I saw it all. Your parents, on the news, sayin' you forsake callin' you a terrorist. They're breaking your heart on purpose. They're trying to bring you down, just like the others. I'm sorry, but I can't just watch. I have to clean the path for you. Make it easier, so please don't be mad. The words were the unhinged logic of absolute obsession. A Yandera's manifesto. Adam felt a genuine flicker of surprise amidst the battlefield tension. Gentle, burdened Anna, who feared her own touch, contemplating using it to put his estranged, manipulated parents into a coma. The world continued to be a jukebox of unexpected, extreme personalities. He chuckled. The sound, light, and genuine, clearly startled her. Anna, my dear, he said, his tone softening. You're right. They don't deserve my care. He let the statement hang, letting the but hang unspoken before delivering it. But you do. Silence from her end, heavy with wonder. He continued, weaving truth and manipulation into a protective net. I have annoying enemies. Hydra is one. More annoying is a demon named Mephisto. And as you'd expect, he's a master of trickery. So I need you to stop. Go back. Get within range of Jean. Not for their sake, but for yours. I don't want to lose you. His voice dropped, layered with convincing concern. I don't know if this impulse, this anger, is somehow one of his ploys. It likely is. My parents are pawns. They're not the source of the hassle. Hydra and Mephisto are. It's because of Mephisto that I'm currently standing in front of a vampire lord. It's fun, but it can be annoying. He let the surreal statement sink in. Vampire lords. Demons. What you're doing is, at best, useless. At worst, it could be catastrophic for me. So Anna, be a dear. Be careful. And go back. Another long silence. Then, a small, shaky voice. Do you need my help? She had many questions, but she felt they're best left for later. Adam smiled, though she couldn't see it. Soon. I will. He could almost feel her confusion through the phone, the whiplash from homicidal intent to being asked to stand down because of demons and vampires. I won't act without telling you again, she finally vowed. Adam chuckled again, shaking his head at the surrealism of the moment. You're mistaken, Anna. Your actions, they made my day. I'm very happy right now. He infused his voice with warm gentleness. Thank you. But consulting me is never a bad idea. He ended the call with a final, I still have a vampire to take care of. He slipped the communicator away, the smile still on his face. He let out a short, bright laugh, the sheer, twisted devotion of it all genuinely bringing him a spark of joy in this grim place. Chapter 82, Adam the Menace I. He infused his voice with warm gentleness. Thank you. But consulting me is never a bad idea. He ended the call with a final, I still have a vampire to take care of. He slipped the communicator away, the smile still on his face. He let out a short, bright laugh, the sheer, twisted devotion of it all genuinely bringing him a spark of joy in this grim place. He finally turned his full attention back to Dracula, who had observed the entire exchange with the patience of a glacier. My apologies, Adam said, not sounding sorry at all. Something came up. I'm not usually this rude during a confrontation. Dracula's lip curled. Hunting me is the pinnacle of rudeness, mortal. But it is, understandable. The etiquette of you short-lived worms has never been consistent. Adam shrugged. Blame Mephisto. He's the one who set this game board. Told me where to find you. You're merely a piece he moved, a victim of his contract. Unfortunately, he doesn't want me to win. Fucking demons, huh? They cannot be fucking trusted. I bet he wants us to kill each other off, and he somehow wins, and he made it so we have no choice but to face each other. Actual pest. The name landed like a stone in still water. Dracula's burning eyes narrowed, the crimson light within them intensifying. He murmured, the words a low rumble of recognition and disgust. So. The Hell Lord's scheming encompasses even me. He didn't question the truth of it. Mephisto's reputation for weaving mortals and monsters into his games was older than nations. Moreover, Mephisto's warning had reached him. It's the demon that warned him of the hunt, putting more credibility to his words. Moreover, someone as ancient as him is wise and knowledgeable enough to know not to trust a demon, so he wasn't surprised. The revelation didn't spark fear in Dracula, only a colder, more attentive irritation. It also changed nothing. His machinations are of no consequence. His armies would founder upon my shores. But you. He focused on Adam, then Blade. You believe killing my children grants you entry to my throne room. They were mere appetizers. And in their destruction, you fed me. I have not felt such satiety in a century. He spread his arms, his cape flowing like a wing of night. The chilling aura around him deepened, pressing down on the clearing like a physical weight. So, I ask you, little hunters, with what army do you challenge me? You have none. A cruel, triumphant smile touched his lips. But I have a legion. He raised a clawed hand, his voice echoing with a command that shook the very trees. Rise. The earth trembled. From the lake of congealed blood at his feet, shapes pulled themselves free. Not just the reanimated, broken forms of the recently dusted, but older, fouler things, skeletons in rusted armor, zombies with flesh like cured leather, their eyes glowing with crimson light. From the shadows of the forest emerged packs of monstrous, glowing-eyed wolves, their fur matted with grave dirt. The sky darkened further as a swirling, shrieking cloud of bats descended, forming a living canopy. From burrows and cracks, a seething, skittering tide of rats, their eyes pinpricks of the same hellish red, poured forth. And behind Dracula, their forms materializing from the mist itself, stood the soulless, elite creatures, risen through necromancy, beasts that have no soul, grotesque abominations of flesh. An army of the dead and the damned stood between the two hunters and the vampire king. The air thrummed with a silent, collective snarl. The final gauntlet was not a path to be cleared. It was a wall of fang, claw, and ancient malice, waiting to crash down upon them. Damn, he took the with what army saying and made it cooler. Adam just blamed Mephisto, and Dracula 100% believed him. The demon's reputation precedes him. Wait, now Adam has another party to always blame everything on, Hydra and Mephisto. The list will keep growing, I just know it. How the hell are two guys and a sniper in the sky supposed to fight all that? How the fuck do they win this? I'm calling plot armor. For a short, trembling moment, silence held the clearing. The undead legion stood, a wall of gnashing teeth, clattering bone, and silent, crimson-eyed malice. The two hunters did not cower. They did not strategize aloud. Instead, in a move of pure, arrogant synchronicity, they simply walked apart. Adam moved to the left, his enhanced cybernetic eye whirring softly, analyzing data and weaknesses of the horde. Blade paced to the right, his long coat swishing, one hand resting on the hilt of his silver dagger, the other hovering near a bandolier of sun grenades. Their backs were not to each other, but their positions created a deadly crossfire lane. Blade's voice cut the oppressive silence, flat and dripping with contempt. An army. He spat the word like a curse. You always need one. Can't handle the sunlight. Can't handle a steak. Can't handle a whiff of garlic without sneezing your damn lungs out. You're a flawed species, Dracula. A genetic dead end. A bunch of inbred parasites allergic to everything in creation. A slow, appreciative grin spread across Adam's face. He gave a single, firm nod. True. Allergies run through your lot more than. He paused, his eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at the seething vampire king. More than STDs through a brothel on Nickel Night. Damn, didn't know Blade had that in him. Damn, 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 +1, +1, +1. The sheer disrespect is a weapon and they're both masters of it. Dracula's eye just twitched. Did you see it? He's trying so hard to stay regal. Yup, they're trying to get on his nerves. Dracula's magnificent composure developed a hairline fracture. His nostrils flared. The hellfire in his eyes blazed hotter, but it was not just rage. A sliver of cold, calculating suspicion cut through the insult. These were not brave last stands, these were the actions of predators who had already sprung the trap. Their lack of fear was instructive. His gaze swept the clearing again, past his magnificent, waiting horde, to the scorched earth, the lingering chemical smell of the truck detonation, the fine, almost glittering dust still settling. He felt things amiss. Pride, ancient and towering, warred with intellect. To hesitate now, before these vermin, was impossible. Moreover, he didn't believe he would lose. Worms, Dracula's voice boomed, stripping away the cultured baritone for something raw and primordial. I do not know where your confidence comes from, but today, you shall fall. Tear them apart. Leave no atom conjoined. The command was a psychic shockwave. The legion erupted into motion. And it was wrong. The charge was not a terrifying, unstoppable tsunami. It was a stuttering, clumsy rush. The skeletal warriors lurched, their movements sluggish, bones clacking out of rhythm. The zombie things stumbled, their leathery flesh seeming to smoke faintly in the moonlit air. The wolves' snarls turned into strangled yelps as they pushed forward, their coordinated pack tactics dissolving into disarray. The cloud of bats faltered, individual creatures dropping like flies before regaining unstable flight. Dracula's senses, attuned to the symphony of death and power, screamed in dissonance. The strength he'd felt flooding back from his children's essence, it was thin. Tainted. A vile, creeping weakness was threaded through it, a corrosion in the very source of his renewed power. He felt it now, a metallic tang that wasn't just blood, a pungent undertone beneath the scent of pine and decay. The air itself was a slow, insidious venom. The realization detonated within him. The truck. The explosion wasn't just to destroy the lodge or create a fire. It was a dispersal mechanism. They had poisoned the well. They had fed him a feast laced with arsenic, silver, garlic, and what feels like every poison in existence. No way he fed him super STDs and piss, must be trying to get on his nerves. Actual mind terrorist, WTF. Chapter 83, Adam the Menace 2. Oh, and I threw in some of my own divine piss for good measure. A couple of viruses, too. Very nasty STDs, consider it a gangbang, and you swallowed every last drop, ha 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 ha. No. He didn't. No way he fed him super STDs and piss, must be trying to get on his nerves. Actual mind terrorist, WTF. I feel like Adam would do that, he's crazy like that. Divine piss. I can't breathe. Dracula's face is literally cracking. Have you guys noticed that Dracula doesn't seem to be very smart? Yeah, I would think he would be smarter. Everyone Adam faced so far felt relatively smart and annoying to deal with, but Dracula. Is it not obvious? Adam must have cursed him the moment he laid eyes on him. Stupefy and slow could dumb down even the smartest of men. Oh, forgot about that. He's fucked. The words were more destructive than any artillery shell. Dracula, the son of the dragon, the lord of vampires, who had shaped empires and haunted millennia, had been tricked into consuming a mortal's blasphemous, filthy chemical and biological slurry. The humiliation was an ice-cold dagger plunged into the heart of his pride, wounding far deeper than any physical blow. His regal facade shattered completely. The crimson light in his eyes became a supernova of madness and hate. Die. The word was the bringer of the cataclysm. The battle was joined. Dracula's poisoned army lurched forward in earnest. Though hobbled, their numbers were still terrifying. Skeletons swarmed blade, rusted swords swinging. He became a whirlwind of silver, his sword a blur that shattered bone with every impact. He moved with preternatural speed, a step ahead, a sun grenade flying from his left hand to explode amidst a pack of zombies, the burst of simulated daylight making them shriek and burst into flames. But Adam's focus was the king. As the first blood spear shot toward him, faster than a bullet, Adam's mind unleashed his arsenal of decay. Brittle. Misfortune. Recoil. The curses left him in a torrent of focused malice. So many curses on top of the ones he had already cursed him with, stupefy and slow. Indeed, Adam didn't want to allow Dracula too much room to think, as only then can things go south very quickly. The regal lines of Dracula's body seemed to grow fragile, and the cruel luck of ages that clung to him soured. A blood spear meant for Adam's heart went wide, shattering a tree. Interesting, is that misfortune acting? Adam was loving it. Another, deflected by a mechanical arm, seemed to cause the wing of blood it was connected to spasm awkwardly. Simultaneously, Adam activated Fade, pulling his own presence into a void, becoming a ghost at the edge of perception. He darted forward, his working mechanical arms, enhanced to blinding speeds and crushing force by mechanical force, lashing out like the limbs of a steel insect. It wasn't enough. Dracula, even poisoned, clouded, and cursed, was a force of nature. His mind, though deprived of much of its staggering intellect by the curse, was still centuries sharp. Moreover, his soul seemed to be able to suppress some of the curses, making them not as effective on him, but still effective enough to make a significant difference. The confusion from curses lasted only a second before ancient battle instinct overrode it. It seems that he noticed his weakness, or rather, the effect of the curses, and through that, he managed to sense them, yet was seemingly unable to do much against such a weird, unknown power. Still, he felt the curses as irritants, not shackles. Parlor tricks. He snarled and moved. He vanished with such ludicrous velocity that he simply ceased to be in one spot and appeared in another. It was as if he were rewriting his position in space. A blood wing swept out, almost like a scythe of hardened gore. Time slowed for Adam. He saw the attack coming, his brain working far beyond what his body can handle to decipher all the data around him, and basically predict his actions. The process, or ability, is information vision. Everyone and everything releases information he can understand, but his body could barely keep up. He crossed two mechanical arms in a block. The impact was thunderous. The enhanced alloy of the arm shattered. Servos, hydraulics, and tungsten carbide plating exploded into shrapnel. The force threw Adam back 10 feet, skidding through the dirt. Yet despite that, he left behind a grenade that exploded where he once was, bursting almost instantly, only to impact Dracula's blood wings, acting as a barrier. Before Adam could rise, Dracula was above him, treating the explosion like nothing, a blood spear forming in his hand for a downward stab. A hail of repulsive fire, precise and powerful, slammed into the Vampire King from above. Tony Stark, a speck in the high night sky, was playing his role. The suit's artillery chewed into the undead ranks, and his beams were a scalpel against Dracula. The spears disintegrated, and Dracula was forced to twist away, the repulsor blast scorching his cape and drawing a hiss of pain. Blade exploited the opening. He vaulted over a crumbling skeleton, launched a silver-chained stake that wrapped around Dracula's ankle, and yanked with all his damper strength. Dracula stumbled, off balance for a microsecond. Adam was already up, his remaining mechanical arms firing monomolecular carbon fiber cables meant to entangle. Dracula's free hand shot out, and the cables were severed mid-air by a whip of his own blood, only for them to be followed by beams that sought to evaporate him. Dracula, however, was a blur. The dance of death intensified. Dracula was a hurricane of crimson and shadow. He'd blur, shatter another of Adam's mechanical arms with a contemptuous backhand strike. He'd reform, catching Blade's dagger on a bracer of solidified blood, the shockwave cracking the earth beneath their feet. Adam fired again and again, but Dracula's monstrous vitality and will burn through the debilitations. The recoil curse made every blow Dracula landed shudder back into his own frame, but he absorbed the feedback with gritted teeth, his fury fueling him. He manipulated the very battlefield. Tendrils of blood erupted from the soil to snare Blade's legs. A wave of solidified gore formed a shield to block another volley from Tony. He snatched a swooping bat from the air and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it like a living missile at Adam. Adam's information vision allowed him to dodge, but the bat detonated in a shower of acidic blood that pitted his chest plate. It was brutal, grinding, and costly. Adam's tech was being systematically dismantled. A third arm was torn off at the root by a blood lash. A fourth was crushed when he used it to block a kick that would have pulverized his ribs. He was down to 2 primary arms and his own physical body, breathing heavily, sweat and blood mixing on his face. Blade was a tapestry of cuts, his leather coat slashed to ribbons, but his eyes burned with the same relentless fire. He'd managed to plant a UV flare on a soulless guard, immolating it from within, and had severed the head of another with a flawless, desperate strike. Tony's support was the only thing preventing a rout. His missiles cratered groups of zombies, his repulsors picked off swarming bats and wolves with inhuman accuracy. But Dracula was adapting, using his blood to create reflective shields to scatter the energy beams, his preternatural senses evading the missile lock-ons. Slowly, agonizingly, the tide of undead thinned. The poisoned air and dust did their work, reducing the legion to twitching heaps and dissolving smoke. Finally, only the 2 hunters, the circling Iron Men, and Vlad Dracula remained in the clearing, now a scorched, corpse-littered wasteland. Dracula stood panting, his fine clothes torn, pale skin marred by burns from repulsor blasts and shallow cuts from Blade's sword. The poison was a fire in his veins, the curses a leaden weight on his soul. But he was far from defeated. A wild, predatory gleam entered his eyes. They had thrown everything at him, but he still stood. He could see his victory, so why do they seem to ooze confidence? The most problematic one, he assumed first, would be Blade because of his experience in the hunt, but it turned out that Adam was way more annoying. He had tried again and again to finish him off, to end him, since the scent of his blood told him he was just a weak, puny human with tech. However, it was as if Adam could read his mind and predict his actions, always managing to escape unscathed. He always sacrifices something to escape death or fatal injuries, and it was getting on Dracula's nerves. No more army. Just Blade, blood dripping from his dagger. Adam by the side with a strange smile, blood dripping down his shoulder. And Vlad. Dracula's brain, although muddled, still felt with certainty that victory was near. Of all the futures he sees, he loses in none of them, for he still stood strong, any injuries inflicted upon him already healing, and he could fight for days still, despite the poison. Thus, his gaze fell on Adam, the architect of his humiliation. Oh, I will start with you. I will keep your consciousness alive in a jar to witness the ruin I visit upon your world. Chapter 84, Adam Tastes Heavenly. Thus, his gaze fell on Adam, the architect of his humiliation. Oh, I will start with you. I will keep your consciousness alive in a jar to witness the ruin I visit upon your world. He launched himself in a straight, terrifying line. Adam saw the information stream, attack vector, high right, target, cervical spine. He commanded his 2 remaining arms to intercept, bolstered by the last dregs of mechanical force. Blade moved to flank, his sword aiming for Dracula's heart. It was a feint. At the last possible nanosecond, Dracula's trajectory changed. He dropped, slid beneath the mechanical arms, and his hand, fingers elongated into black talons, lashed out not at Adam's neck, but at his extended left side. The talons, hardened with centuries of death and empowered by blood magic, met the enhanced alloy of Adam's exosuit frame. There was a shriek of tearing metal, a spray of hydraulic fluid, and a sickening, wet crunch. Adam gasped, a shock of white-hot pain blasting through his system. He looked down. Yet he smiled, for even as the pain reached his brain, he didn't stop. He elegantly tapped the ground, stepped away as Blade attacked Dracula from behind. The remaining mechanical arms turned, lighting up, and releasing a burst of energy so powerful that they not only sent him further away, but the energy also fell upon Dracula, who had turned to confront Blade. It scissored through his back, and if that wasn't enough, despite Dracula's speed, Adam managed to react fast enough to leave a UV grenade behind. There was a flash, along with sizzling, as Blade nailed a silver dagger into Dracula, seeking to also stake him through the heart, only for the vampire to dissolve. Dracula's body dissolved impossibly into something much smaller, a bat that flapped and vanished, appearing far away, Dracula sliding back due to the velocity, on his knee, with a grin on his face. He stood up, pulling out the sizzling silver dagger from his chest, throwing it to the side, lifting his other hand, in which was a bloody arm, the mechanical parts on it crumbling to show its state. It was Adam's arm. Indeed, Dracula managed to take Adam's left arm with him. Adam's arm, from the shoulder down, was gone. Not the mechanical appendage, but his own biological arm, severed cleanly. It lay now on Dracula's hand, fingers appearing as if twitching. Blood, his blood, fountained from the ruin of his shoulder, staining the ground a vivid, shocking red. Dracula stood there menacingly, holding the severed limb aloft like a grisly trophy. Adam's own blood dripped onto the vampire's pale face. Dracula's eyes, burning with hellish triumph and insatiable bloodthirst, locked onto Adam's. He brought the severed end of the arm to his lips, his tongue darting out to taste. A slow, horrific smile spread across his face. No. 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 Adrenaline's running. Blood's pumping. That was so fucking cool. So much blood, I knew Adam wouldn't be unscathed. The writer is a fucking sadist. True, if this ungodly show has a writer, he must be a sadist. Cinema. I love the sadism. Give me some more gore and blood, and I'm climaxing. Keep it up. Peak. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Guys. I can't handle it, the show is so peak my rod is peaking. So much glaze. The world narrowed to a tunnel of crimson pain and the grotesque spectacle before him. Adam's vision swam, his body screaming a biological alarm of catastrophic damage. The body's natural response to extreme injuries, even though he's used to pain, he couldn't stop it, but he resisted and acted swiftly. His remaining two mechanical arms retracted, the claw tips planting into the earth and scuttling him backward like a wounded insect, putting precious yards between him and the nightmare. Blade took place in between to protect Adam. Dracula stood illuminated by the pale moonlight, holding the severed limb aloft. He brought the ragged, bloody end to his nose, inhaling deeply, a connoisseur sampling a fine vintage. A dark, ecstatic light glowed in his eyes. Ah, the vitality, he murmured, his voice thick. The flavor. Not just human. Something more, synthetic, yet divine. Ah, yeah, you are a mutant. Then, with deliberate, horrifying slowness, he opened his mouth, his canines elongating further, and took a bite from the meat of the forearm. The sound of tearing flesh was obscenely loud in the sudden silence. I'm going to be sick. TF. Dracula is actually scary. This is a level of body horror I was not prepared for. Adam's arm must be so delicious. I'm envious. Why is everyone suddenly a sadist, even the writer? Blade leaped back further, and landed in a crouch beside Adam, his own body a testament to the brutal exchange. His eyes flicked from the feasting Dracula to Adam's stump, where blood pulsed out in a weakening rhythm. Cypher, Blade growled, his voice taut. Can you move? Can you fight? We stop now, he feeds, he recovers. We're dead. Adam's face was parchment pale, slick with cold sweat. His jaw was clenched so tight the muscles stood out like cables. But his eyes, one human and one wearing cybernetic, held not despair, but a terrifying focus. The pain was a distant fire, he acknowledged it as a tickle in the back of his mind. It was rejuvenating. It woke him up. We don't stop. Till he's down, Adam managed, his eyes chillingly calm. Then he looked skyward. Alice. Phoenix Protocol. Now. His two remaining mechanical arms retract further, transformed into thrusters, then they launched him. Thrusters at their base ignited with a sharp crack whine, throwing his body vertically into the air just as Dracula, finished with his morbid appetizer, hurled the gnawed bone away and lunged, claws extended for the kill. The Vampire King shot by the space Adam had occupied, his snarl of fury cut short by Blade, who wouldn't allow him to act freely. Dracula had to twist in midair, blood wings forming to halt his momentum, back up, and look up. Adam was in a freefall, the ruined null suit, the one that had lost many arms, detaching from his body in sections. Chestplate, leg guards, the mangled arm housing, all unclicked and rained down toward the forest floor, leaving him in a simple, blood-soaked undersuit. From the darkened tree line to the east, where the truck had been parked before its final journey, something else shot through the air. It was a compact, V-shaped core of polished black metal, about the size of a heavy backpack. Trailing behind it like the legs of a robotic spider were 6 pristine, folded mechanical arms. It reached Adam just as Dracula, recovering with preternatural speed, coalesced a dozen blood javelins and hurled them upward in a spiraling death volley. Adam's information vision painted the trajectories in glowing, evasive paths. In freefall, with no thrust, his options were 0. But he didn't need to dodge. The V-shaped core slammed into his back with a resonant thud. Magnetic clamps engaged, securing it along his spine. As the blood javelins arrived, the 6 new arms, each thicker, more heavily articulated, and sheathed in a non-reflective composite, unfurled in a blindingly fast defensive bloom. 4 of them moved in a coordinated blur, their ends morphing into circular, energy-diffusing shields. The blood javelins shattered against them, exploding into fetid mist, and that almost shot him far back. The other 2 arms, however, snaked down, claws seizing Adam's torso gently, stabilizing him. Null suit engaged. User biometrics critical, a calm, female voice, Alice, intoned directly into Adam's auditory implants. Severe hemorrhaging detected at the left shoulder. Protocol mandates immediate evac and surgical. Override, Adam inhaled, allowing himself to fall, the ground rushing up. Cauterize the stump. Full adrenaline cocktail. Stabilize and keep me in the fight. The risk of systemic shock, cardiac arrest, and neurological damage exceeds 52% with on-field cauterization, Alice replied, her tone devoid of emotion, but the words urgent. Do it. That's an order. If I pass out, use the emergency procedures. As the final pieces of the new suit flew from the core, form-fitting plates of armor snapping onto his limbs and torso. A sleek hooded helmet deploying from the collar to encase his head, 2 of the mechanical arms holding him changed function. One extended a precision laser emitter. The other produced a fine mist sprayer. Dracula, seeing his prey seemingly helpless, ignored Blade and surged upward on wings of blood, his maw open wide for a finishing bite at Adam's neck. The cauterizing process started, seemingly baked into the suit as a mechanism from within touched the ravaged flesh and bone of Adam's left shoulder. There was a hiss like bacon on a griddle, and the smell of burnt meat and blood filled the air. Adam's body went rigid. A soundless scream was trapped behind his clenched teeth, his eyes wide behind the helmet's visor. The adrenaline injectors in the suit's inner lining fired simultaneously, flooding his system with an artificial rush, forcing his heart to pound like a war drum, forcing his brain to stay online through a tsunami of shock. The bleeding stopped. The wound was a blackened, sealed ruin. At the same time, the mist sprayer coated the cauterized area and the surrounding suit in a rapid setting, bio-sealing polymer foam, forming a sterile, protective cap. Dracula was inches away. Chapter 85, You Read Hentai, Adam reads Dracula. The bleeding stopped. The wound was a blackened, sealed ruin. At the same time, the mist sprayer coated the cauterized area and the surrounding suit in a rapid setting, bio-sealing polymer foam, forming a sterile, protective cap. Dracula was inches away. The 4 shield arms slammed together, forming a single concave barrier. Dracula hit it face first with the force of a meteor. The impact echoed like a gunshot. The shield held, spiderwebbed with cracks, but the force blasted Adam upward. He flew, the 2 other mechanical arms thrusters engaged, allowing him even more distance. He stabilized midair, the 4 previously shielded arms transformed, letting go of their cracked shield, instead adorning blasters that instantly opened fire. Dracula did want to pursue, but it was either taking the energy blast head-on or using his blood wings to shield himself, and that he did, sending him back to the ground with a deafening thud. He burned his own stump shut in midair. What the actual fuck is his pain tolerance? Okay, this is bullshit. That's plot armor. No way a normal human can endure that. Trust men, in Marvel, it's very much possible and there are tougher motherfuckers out there. The suit deployed while he was falling and under attack. That was the coolest suit-up sequence ever. Well, maybe not ever, Iron Man still supreme. Adrenaline to stay conscious after that. Adam's cipher is not human. Daredevil and the Punisher can also endure some horrific amounts of pain. Dude, think Deadpool, isn't he in immeasurable pain always due to his condition? That's why he's so mentally unstable. Let me do you one better, heard of Eshu? The caveman Eshu was captured by the unliving machines of a wrecked alien Plodex ship. What followed was an unending torture, as Eshu was subjected to an array of alien probing and experimentation, courtesy of the strange spaceship. The agony of the process caused him to go insane. His body was stripped of flesh, muscle, and tissue. His bones were scraped and every part of his body was distilled and studied. The only thing left intact was his brain. You left out the best part, it happened over thousands of years, so yeah, thousands to tens of thousands of years of torture. Damn, Adam had it easy, kinda. Threat assessment recalibrated, Alice stated. User stabilized at 64% combat efficiency. Suit integrity 100%. Blade hadn't been idle. While Dracula was momentarily stunned by the impact, the Daywalker was a blur of motion. He'd scooped up Adam's discarded silver-bladed sword from the wreckage of the old suit and came in from the side, a sword in each hand, a whirlwind of deadly silver. He carved a deep gash across Dracula's back before the vampire could reorient, drawing a roar of pain. Dracula backhanded Blade away with a whip of solidified blood, but the distraction was all Adam needed. He erupted downward. The new suit was sleeker, darker, and menacing. The 6 arms settled into a ready stance around him. He felt the phantom agony of his missing limb, a ghost screaming in his nerve endings, but the adrenaline and his own iron will boxed it away. In its place rose a cold chilling focus. He didn't speak. He only unleashed as much hell as he could muster upon Dracula. Mechanical force flooded the new arms, enhancing them. Each arm had a designated role, and they moved with a terrifying, independent yet perfectly coordinated intelligence. One arm snapped forward, its end flattening into a wide, reinforced uncracked shield, deflecting a retaliatory blood spear. Another arm, from a different angle, fired a searing, concentrated UV laser that forced Dracula to dissolve a portion of his wing to block it. A third arm sprayed a cloud of aerosolized garlic extract and microscopic silver particles, forcing the vampire to recoil, his senses assaulted. Adam wasn't just a fighter, he was a battlefield control unit. He was the distractor, the harasser, the unpredictable variable. He was, after all, aware of his own weakness. His body is weak in comparison to the enemy. They aren't even in the same dimension. If Dracula reaches him, and bypasses his suit, it could be game over. And Dracula can achieve that easily, for he had just shredded his left arm a bit ago, slicing it out through his protective armored suit. Thus why his fighting style is so cautious. He read Dracula's movements through information vision, the subtle tension in a shoulder before a lunge, the shift in blood flow around a forming weapon, the flicker of intent in those hellfire eyes. If it were just that, Adam's information vision wouldn't be considered an A-class ability. Sure, the class system of information is still not fully understood by Adam, but he's certain that any A-class ability is broken. Information vision not only reads all of the above, but it also reads the intentions and observations of others. It makes it so that to be observed is to understand the observer, thus, any actions or observations against Adam are like a walkie-talkie, delivering all information to Adam. He was always moving, the thrusters on the arms allowing for impossible, mid-air redirects, keeping Dracula off balance. And Blade was the executioner. Freed from being the main focus, the Daywalker became a specter of death. He used Adam's distractions to land brutal bloody strikes. He fired silver rounds from his pistols into joint areas. He flung consecrated knives that bit deep. He used the environment, kicking the dismembered, poisoned corpses of undead wolves into Dracula's path. Tony Stark, from his godlike vantage point, provided surgical strikes. Repulsor beams, now calibrated to follow Adam's instructions as the latter read the vampire like a book, seared lines across Dracula's body. Micromissiles exploded at his feet, not just to damage, but also to disorient and disrupt his footing or attacks. Dracula fought like a cornered archdemon. He was a storm of claws, fangs, and blood magic. He shattered one of Adam's new arms with a concentrated blast of blood. He backhanded blade through a rotten tree trunk. He summoned a torrent of bats that swarmed at him, forcing him to spin all 6 arms in a defensive cyclone, shredding the creatures but consuming his energy and focus. Yet, for every blow he landed, he suffered too. The poison from the truck was a constant drain. Adam's envy curses, slow, stupefy, brittle, misfortune, recoil, layered upon him like a leaden cloak, sapping his legendary speed, clouding his strategic mind, making his immortal frame feel more fragile, turning luck against him, and rebounding a fraction of every injury he dealt. He was burning through his vast reserves at an unsustainable rate. It was eating at him to no end how every aggression would rebound, especially when he sliced off Adam's arm. He felt his own arm crack and bleed all over. Alas, he is a vampire. A battle of attrition was his specialty, but not like this. Not poisoned, cursed, and hunted by 3 relentless foes who perfectly complemented each other. He glanced toward the eastern horizon. A faint, thin line of gray was lightening the black. Sunrise. Panic, cold and unfamiliar, slithered into his heart. He could endure silver. He could tolerate garlic. Weaker vampires would turn to dust due to a touch of silver, not him. He is the king, and he could tolerate way more. He could survive beheading and dismemberment with time. But the pure, cleansing fury of the sun. That was his anathema. In his current state, it would reduce him to ash in minutes. Reason told him how he should proceed, and it infuriated him. He had to finish them now, or he had to flee. And the thought of fleeing from these worms, of letting them live after the humiliation they had inflicted, it was a poison worse than Adam's brew. Rage overrode strategy. He became a berserker. It may be that he's too prideful. It may be that Adam was too much of a menace. It may be because of the curses, dumbing him down. It may be all of the above. Either way, that was the decision he made. With a shriek that split the air, he abandoned all defense. He took a UV laser blast to the chest to get inside Adam's guard, his claws ripping across the null suit's torso plate, scoring deep gouges in the armor and throwing Adam back. He ignored a silver slug from blade that punched through his thigh to backhand the damper again, sending him crashing into a boulder. He focused everything on overwhelming violence. Adam reeled, alarms blaring in his helmet. Suit integrity at 72%. Power levels dropping. But he saw it. In information vision, Dracula's movements, while faster and more powerful, had lost their predatory grace. They were frantic, desperate. He was telegraphing his exhaustion and his fear of the dawn. Adam pushed forward, aggressive despite his injuries. He used a mechanical arm to fire a grappling line, not at Dracula, but at the collapsed stone chimney from the ruined lodge. He swung around it, using the centripetal force to launch himself at Dracula's blind spot, another arm swinging a monomolecular silver whip. It wrapped around Dracula's ankle just as the vampire was turning to eviscerate Blade. For a split second, Dracula was anchored. It was all the opening Blade needed. He surged up from the ground, his body a projectile, and drove his primary silver katana with all his might into Dracula's side, between his ribs. He had aimed at the heart, but Dracula was no pushover, for even in desperation, he managed to move just enough. However, he was still heavily injured. Dracula roared, not just in pain, but in world-shattering fury and dawning realization. This wasn't working. They were too resilient, too coordinated. This human, this cipher, could read his every move as if his soul were an open book. How? It didn't matter. It made him a threat that transcended the Daywalker, a threat that had to be erased from existence. Chapter 86, The Theatrical Bullshit Again. This wasn't working. They were too resilient, too coordinated. This human, this cipher, could read his every move as if his soul were an open book. How? It didn't matter. It made him a threat that transcended the Daywalker, a threat that had to be erased from existence. With a final, titanic effort, Dracula twisted, snapping the silver whip and backhanding Blade so hard the damper flew away, his sword ripping free from the vampire's side in a gout of black blood. Dracula didn't pursue. He planted his feet, threw his head back, and spread his arms wide. Enough. He bellowed, and his voice was no longer his own. It was the voice of the mountain, of the deep earth, of the ancient, hateful dark that predated men. You seek to trap me with the dawn. I will bring you an eternal night. Power, dark and apocalyptic, erupted from him. It was not the vampiric control of blood, but a wider, more terrible manipulation. He was calling upon the fundamental melancholy of the land, the despair in the soil, the cold hatred of the stones. The faint gray light on the eastern horizon didn't just stall. It died. Thick, bruise-purple clouds boiled out of nowhere, racing across the sky with supernatural speed, smothering the stars, blotting out the coming sun. The temperature plummeted. Hoarfrost crackled across the scorched earth and the splintered trees. A bitter, freezing wind howled through the clearing, carrying the smell of grave dirt and forgotten tombs. The world was plunged into a deep, oppressive twilight. Alice's analysis came through right away. Atmospheric manipulation on a macro scale. Energy signature catastrophic. This aligns with known profiles of storm. Dracula stood at the center of the self-made storm, his form seeming to grow, silhouetted against the unnatural dark. The effort was immense, veins stood out like black cords on his temples and neck, his breath came in ragged, steaming gasps. Using such elemental power in his poisoned, cursed state was an act of desperation. But the pressure this artificial knight exerted was palpable, a physical and psychic weight meant to crush their hope and their bones. Indeed, Dracula is capable of autokinesis. He has considerable control over the elements and weather. However, he is severely weakened for an extended period of time after unleashing such power. "No sun to save you now, worms," Dracula rasped, his voice strained but triumphant. "Only the endless dark. And in the dark, I am king." He took a step forward, intent on ending the battle in this, his realm of shadows. Then he stopped. A violent, racking spasm doubled him over. He clutched his stomach, his eyes widening in something beyond pain, in utter, incomprehensible shock. He coughed, a wet, tearing sound, and a stream of pure black, viscous blood, far darker than before, splattered onto the frost-covered ground. His veins, already prominent, bulged horribly, turning a sickening charcoal gray against his alabaster skin, pulsing and squirming as if something alive were moving within them. He stared at his own trembling, blackened hands, then his horrified gaze shot up to lock with Adam. The fury, the pride, the dark majesty, all of it was gone, replaced by a look of primal, uncomprehending terror. The artificial night continued to churn overhead, but its master stood frozen, a statue of agony and shock, his grand culmination broken by a silent, internal catastrophe. That was majestic. Dracula is so fucking cool. Unfortunate, he met the menace. Wait, why did he stop? What happened? What's happening to him? What did Adam do? Adam said he put viruses and STDs in the poison. Is that it? But Dracula was handling that like a champ. What changed? I bet it's one of Adam's tricks again. Look at that fucking grin. Oh, I bet it's something fucking insane. Adam, come on. Tell us. Entertain us. Time stretched, thin and brittle as ice over an abyss. The only sounds were the howl of the unnatural wind, the creak of frosted trees, and the wet, ragged hacking coming from the Lord of Vampires. Dracula was bent double, his regal form reduced to a trembling, convulsing wreck. Each cough brought up more of the oily, obsidian blood, sizzling where it hit the hoarfrost. The charcoal-black veins pulsed and writhed across his skin like parasitic worms, spreading from his core towards his extremities. His body emitted a faint, sickly cracking sound, as if fine porcelain were being stressed to its limit. Blade slowly picked himself up from the impact with the boulder, his body a symphony of fresh and old pain. He watched the dying vampire king with the cold eyes of a hunter, but his grip on his sword was not relaxed. He shot a glance at Adam, who hovered a dozen feet away, stabilized by 4 of his mechanical arms, the other 2 hanging ready. Behind the helmet's visor, Blade could just make out the faint curve of a grin. It was answer enough. Whatever this was, Cypher had orchestrated it. They did not approach. A wounded, cornered beast was always at its most deadly, and this beast had just summoned a permanent midnight over the Carpathians. The oppressive, chilling darkness was a tangible weight, a testament to the staggering power Dracula still commanded, even as he unraveled from within. Let the poison and the suicidal effort of autokinesis do the work. Let him bleed out his power onto the frozen ground. Dracula finally managed to straighten, though it was a painful, jerky motion. He wiped the black blood from his lips with the back of a trembling hand, his burning eyes now dimmed, clouded with agony and a dawning, horrific understanding. He fixed his gaze on Adam. What? He rasped, the cultured baritone shredded into a ruin of sound. What have you done? Adam let the question hang in the frigid air. He had all the time in the world now. A storyteller relishing his climax. A tale, Adam began, his voice amplified and distorted just so by his helmet into a theatrical, echoing timbre. An old, old tale. Of a garden. A serpent. A piece of fruit. He hovered a little closer, one mechanical arm gesturing grandly. The first man, offered knowledge by the great deceiver. He partook. He gained perspective. But the fruit was forbidden. A blasphemy against divine order. Adam's helmet tilted. To consume it was to invite divine punishment. He let the silence build again, the wind hissing through the clearing. My name, Adam said, the grin audible in his voice, is not an accident. I am Adam. Of that tale. And you. He pointed a claw-tipped mechanical finger at Dracula. You dared to drink my blood. You dared to feast upon my flesh. That, Vlad Teeps, is the highest blasphemy. And the punishment is divinity's own wrath, burning you from the inside out. Tell me, is it any surprise that the great exquisite unique being that is I, has such a fascinating backstory? Lovely, is it not? He's doing the thing. The theatrical bullshit thing. He's just fucking with him and I am living for it. Dracula's face is a mixture of agony and, is this asshole for real? I bet some religious individuals would take his word for truth and worship him even more. I think this just sparked another religion debate. The anti-Adam people who believe he's the Antichrist are coming out of the woodwork. For a moment, even through the soul-crushing pain, Dracula looked genuinely perplexed, as if unsure if his mind was failing along with his body. Then, intellect found him again, though fogged by stupefy, slow, and poison, it fought through the grandiose lie. It was nonsense. Blasphemy. Divine punishment. This was a mortal's trick. Bullshit, shameless nonsense. His eyes, clouded as they were, dropped to the frost-blackened ground where the remnants of Adam's severed arm had been discarded. The arm. The arm, Dracula muttered, the pieces clicking together with dreadful clarity. He had consumed it. The blood within, the marrow, the flesh. The vector was not the air, not the initial poison. It was the final, intimate act of violation he himself had chosen. The ultimate hubris, turned into the delivery system. What, wasn't it? He began to reason through the fire in his veins. Garlic? No, his resistance was too high for this systemic collapse. Silver? Possible, but this felt different, more cellular, more active. It felt like his very essence was being unmade. His legendary regeneration, the dark gift that had sustained him for centuries, was not just failing, it was turning against him, burning through his reserves at a catastrophic rate. It was as if his regeneration was trying to heal damage that was somehow part of the damage itself. Sunlight, he croaked, latching onto the only weakness profound enough. You laced your blood with concentrated light. A cancer of the sun. Adam's theatrical posture relaxed. The pretense of divinity dropped, replaced by a more familiar, chilling amusement. Chapter 87, How's the aftertaste? Still divine. Sunlight, he croaked, latching onto the only weakness profound enough. You laced your blood with concentrated light. A cancer of the sun. Adam's theatrical posture relaxed. The pretense of divinity dropped, replaced by a more familiar, chilling amusement. Warmer, he conceded. But still thinking too small. You're right about one thing, regeneration. He descended until his boots touched the frost, the mechanical arm settling around him like a lethal Iron Maiden. I have a friend. Well, an associate. Calls himself Wolverine. Healing factor that makes yours look like a modest scab. Recently, I had the pleasure of liberating a certain facility that held him for a while. They'd run extensive tests. Compiled petabytes of data on how his regeneration works, what stresses it, what disrupts it. Adam's tone was that of a lecturer sharing a fascinating breakthrough. I, naturally, devoured that database. And I came up with a little cocktail of my own. They already came up with some elementary means, so it wasn't difficult. A biochemical regime designed to overclock the healing factor. Think of it like this, it forces the healing factor into a state of perpetual, exponential overdrive. To make the body heal itself to death. He took a step closer. Dracula took an involuntary step back, his leg cracking audibly. I pumped myself full of it before coming here, Adam said brightly. Insurance. And now. It's in you. How's the meal tasting now? A bit, over-seasoned. Dracula's face was a mask of revolted horror and shock. What the fuck is wrong with this maniac? Who comes up with plans like that? He sacrificed his arm, and he somehow knew he'd consume it, sealing the deal. Why go so far? But I'm a thorough host, Adam continued, as if sharing a recipe. That's just the main course. I also saturated my bloodstream with microscopic garlic enzymatics and silver nanofilaments. And, as a fun collaborative project, Tony and I worked up some cute little nanoparticles. They love bioenergy, your kind has a lot of it. They absorb it, store it, and release it as short-range, UVC radiation. Right inside you. He laughed then, a sound of genuine, manic delight. So I poisoned myself. I baited you. I knew you'd go for the blood. The theatrics, the arrogance. It's in the handbook. But you, Vlad, you went above and beyond. You ate me. I'll be honest, that was a bonus round I didn't fully expect. Bravo. Adam raised his arm, the gesture encompassing his own armored form and the withering vampire. So yes, you're dying. But so am I. Probably. Pumping yourself full of this many tailored toxins and radiological agents isn't exactly a health spa treatment. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was sharp, unhinged, and utterly convincing in its carelessness. He leaned in, the helmet's visor reflecting Dracula's crumbling visage. So, my Lord Dracula, how's the aftertaste? Still divine. Then, his voice shifted, lowering into an intimate, conspiratorial tone aimed at no one in the clearing. And my lovely audience, tell me, are you not entertained? I'm fucking entertained. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Definitely entertained, you fucking psycho. He just collaborated with Tony to make nanoparticles, WTF. They worked together for like a day. What's this insanity? Yeah, we just pushed engineering a few decades into the future in an afternoon, okay dude. TF, I understand Dracula's shock now, Adam is unhinged. Are you entertained? NGL, that was kinda anticlimactic. The only ones who climaxed there are Adam and Dracula, one pumped himself full of stuff and the other ate him out. Ayu. Pause. You guys have a way with descriptions. NGL, I climax too. That was one of the greatest, most unhinged victory speeches in history. The final question was a mystery. Blade stared, his mind parsing the brilliance and the sheer, suicidal madness of it. The man had turned his own body into a Trojan horse of apocalyptic toxins. The mention of an audience was just another layer of Cypher's palpable strangeness. They must be the imaginary friends he sometimes muttered to. Dracula, however, had no capacity left for parsing mysteries. The revelations were the final stones on the cairn of his humiliation. He had been outthought, outprepared, and outsacrificed by a mortal who treated his own flesh as disposable ordnance. The rage that burst through the pain was incandescent, pure, and utterly devoid of his former regal control. You wretch! He screamed, the sound tearing his ravaged throat. Black blood sprayed with the words. I swear by the darkness that bore me. By the dragon's blood. I will haunt you. I will pursue you to the end of all time and beyond. You think this is victory? I am the night itself. I cannot be extinguished. I will return. And before the end, I will make you suffer. His burning eyes, now glowing with a final, desperate power, shot upward to the churning, self-made storm. His body was breaking, but his will still gripped the atmosphere. He would not go quietly. He would expend the last dregs of his soul to bring the sky crashing down on them, to bury them in a tomb of ice and despair. They may survive, but that doesn't matter now, for he wants them to suffer more than anything else. He raised his cracking, black-veined arms towards the oppressive clouds, a final command forming on his lips. Adam didn't move. He simply whispered under his breath, Alice. Scorched earth. Now. Across the battlefield, a dozen seemingly dead pieces of wreckage glowed with a sudden, fierce internal light. It was the debris of the first null suit. The shattered mechanical arms. The crumpled torso plate. The discarded leg guard. Each piece, scattered during the battle, now triggered. They erupted. The detonations were deafening, a simultaneous chain of thunderclaps. But the force was secondary. The true horror was the light. Pure, actinic, concentrated ultraviolet light burst from each epicenter, alongside shrapnel clouds of superheated silver particulate. It was a sunburst born from a dozen points on the ground, a network of cleansing fury that engulfed the entire clearing. The artificial night recoiled. The UV bombs were like white-hot needles stabbing into the heart of Dracula's darkness. The Vampire King's final roar of summoning transformed into a scream of absolute, soul-rending agony. He was caught in the overlapping waves of lethal light. His skin, already cracking, blackened and smoked. His magnificent cape ignited. He was thrown backward, a flaming, shrieking comet of despair. Blade flinched, his vampiric half recoiling instinctively at the sudden, overwhelming UV bath. But he was standing right beside Adam. Two of Adam's mechanical arms had instantly snapped together, their shields merging and angling to form a large, curved barrier between them and the nearest blasts. The concussive force hammered the shield, and the reflected UV glare was blinding even from behind it, but they were protected. As the light and thunder faded, replaced by the ringing in their ears and the sizzle of burning vampire flesh, Blade turned to look at Adam. The assessment in his eyes was no longer just that of an ally. It was a cold, professional reevaluation. This man had planned for this. He'd used his own dismemberment, his own discarded armor, as components of a final, horrific trap. He was a strategist of a depth that bordered on prophetic madness. The thought was ice in Blade's veins. If this man ever fell to the vampiric curse, with this mind, with this preparation, he would make Dracula look like a petulant child. He would be an extinction-level event. Worse yet, Adam had already expressed the desire to become a vampire, so when he glimpsed the glistening realization of opportunity in Adam's eyes, he had to interfere. "Cypher," Blade growled, his voice loud, for Adam wasn't a man of hesitation. "Don't." But he was too late. As the smoke and light cleared, revealing Dracula's smoldering, nearly motionless form lying in a crater of scorched earth, Adam was already moving. The thrusters on his 4 free mechanical arms ignited. The 2 shielding arms retracted. "Worry not, my friend. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I rule the world," Adam said, his voice calm over the comms. "Jesus Chris can only hope to be me, so that's a good thing, ha 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 ha." He shot forward across the clearing before Blade could even take a step. Dracula was alive, but only in the most technical sense. He was a ruin. His body was a charred, blackened husk, the cracking sounds now continuous. He tried to push himself up, to curse, to spit, but only a weak gurgle emerged. Adam landed before him with a heavy thud. 2 mechanical arms shot out, their claws clamping with crushing force around Dracula's shoulders, pinning the vampire lord to the ground. The remaining 4 arms angled their thrusters downward. "No. Cypher." Blade's roar echoed across the clearing. He broke into a sprint, his body screaming in protest. "Don't you dare. If you become one of them, I swear to all that's holy, I will hunt you to the end of the earth." "Stop." Adam didn't even look back. He looked down at Dracula's ruined face. The hellfire in the vampire's eyes was guttering out, but the hatred remained, an eternal ember. "Tell me, Vlad," Adam muttered, "how long has it been since you've enjoyed sunrise?" Chapter 88, I am talking about dudes shredding your holes. Adam didn't even look back. He looked down at Dracula's ruined face. The hellfire in the vampire's eyes was guttering out, but the hatred remained, an eternal ember. "Tell me, Vlad," Adam muttered, "how long has it been since you've enjoyed sunrise?" The thrusters on the 4 arms blazed to life at maximum power. With a deafening roar, they ripped at him, and the Dracula held firmly in his clutches, upward from the crater, tearing through the lingering, dissipating gloom of the artificial night, ascending rapidly into the cold, starless sky. Blade skidded to a halt at the edge of the crater, staring upward, his sword hanging uselessly at his side. He could only watch as the light of the thrusters diminished, carrying the hunter and his lethal prize into the unknown darkness. "I knew it. Dude, Adam is really committed to the just-in-case bit, motherfucker has a plan for everything." Adam would become a nightmare if he became a cruel tyrant vampire like Dracula. I have a feeling Dracula won't enjoy the sunrise. Don't you say? This cliffhanger is evil. The world became a roar of wind and a plummeting thermometer. Adam ascended through the bruised, Dracula-made night, the thrusters on his mechanical arms screaming as they fought gravity and the biting cold of the upper atmosphere. The temperature dropped with every 100 feet, the moisture on his suit freezing into a fine, crackling rime. Inside the helmet, his own breath fogged the display, which flashed with altitude warnings and external temperature readings diving far below zero. He held Dracula firmly. The vampire lord was a limp, blackened weight in the claws of 2 arms. A third arm had plunged a specialized needle tip deep into Dracula's chest, attached to a flexible, internal reservoir that ran the length of the mechanical limb. With a soft, sinister buzz, it was siphoning the ancient, potent blood, draining the well of his power drop by precious drop. Dracula seemed barely conscious, his body a ruin of UV burns and internal toxic catastrophe. His breaths were shallow, rattling things, more like the death throes of a machine than a living being. "Bite the device, Vlad," Adam's voice came through the external speakers, calm and instructional over the howling wind. He extended a fourth mechanical arm. At its end was not a tool or weapon but a small, articulated clamp. Held within it was a strange apparatus, a biting plate covered in a synthetic, flesh-like membrane, connected to a clear, complex internal filter leading to a sealed collection vial. "Inject your transformative enzymes into it. Do it cleanly." There was no response. Dracula's head lolled, his eyes closed, the hellfire within them guttered to embers. Adam sighed, a sound of genuine impatience. He brought his helmeted face closer to Dracula's burnt ear, his voice dropping to a conversational, yet utterly chilling tone. "Listen to me very carefully, you moldy relic. I am running out of altitude, patience, and warmth. If you do not comply under your own power, I will make your final moments an epic of humiliation that will be whispered in every hell for eons." He paused, letting the wind scream for him. "You know the world has changed. There are enthusiasts. People with very specific, very intense tastes. The vampire aesthetic is eternally popular. Some of these fans are extreme. And you, Dracula, the original model, the big bad, you'd be the ultimate collectible. I know guys who would pay a kingdom for the chance to defile the Dracula. And I'm not talking about a dignified staking. I'm talking about shredding your every hole apart. And to be perfectly, crystal clear, Adam's voice became lethally soft, I am talking about dudes shredding your holes. WTF. That's a fate worse than death. By Hydra. What the helly? By Mephisto. The heck? I'm talking about dudes. I am deceased. Like, pause. He knows just what to fucking say, unhinged. Goddammit, my men, have you not defiled Dracula enough? Holy fuck, you ran a train through him, and you still going. Chill. The effect was instantaneous. Dracula's eyes snapped open. Not with their former fiery glory, but with a spark of pure, unadulterated ugliness that cut through the pain and exhaustion. His expression twisted through a spectrum of fury, disgust, and finally, a cold, assessing stupefaction. He stared at Adam as if seeing him for the first time, not as a hunter or a madman, but as a creature of a new, utterly soulless age capable of horrors he had never conceived. The confusion that followed was almost comical. He coughed, black ichor speckling his chin. You wish to become one of us. Then why this war? Why not come in peace? I would have granted you the dark gift gladly. Adam chuckled, the sound muffled by the helmet and wind. Oh, Vlad. I do want it. But on my terms. By my design. Allowing you to turn me would be surrendering my will to yours. That's suicide. And besides. Adam's helmet tilted. Mephisto wouldn't have allowed a clean transaction, would he? He wanted a death match. Or my subservience. He'd have made a deal with you, one you, in your pride or your needs, couldn't refuse. Turn me, and I become your servant, which makes me his by proxy. Now, we can't have the great me bowing to a hell lord, now can we? Too tacky. If anything, you should blame Hydra and Mephisto, it's their fault. Both led us to this lovely romantic meeting. Recognition flickered in Dracula's pained eyes. Adam's understanding of the Hell Lord's Byzantine schemes was unnervingly accurate. He was learning slowly to ignore Adam's bullshit and nonsense that could drive the sanest person into the realms of brain rot. The vampire's reactions, however, were still slow, clouded by rage and poison. He was intelligent, century sharp, but he was emotionally compromised, his reason suppressed. Ah, Adam thought, observing the data stream from information vision. The curses are doing too good a job. With a thought, he pulled back. The mental pressure of stupefy and slow dissipated, liberated from Dracula's mind. It was like watching ice melt from a statue. The wild, pain-glazed fury in Dracula's eyes receded, replaced by a rapid, calculating coldness. The lines of agony on his face didn't vanish, but they were incorporated into a new expression, one of grim, exhausted understanding. He looked from Adam to the biting device, to the arm siphoning his blood, and back to Adam. He understood the entire, grotesque play. Without another word, without a snarl or a curse, Dracula leaned forward. He opened his mouth, his cracked lips pulling back from his fangs, and bit down on the synthetic flesh of the device with a decisive click. He injected the secret, alchemical cocktail of his vampiric essence, the enzymes, the curse, the mystical catalyst of the turning, directly into the apparatus. The clear fluid in the collection vial swirled, turning a deep, pulsating crimson shot through with threads of liquid shadow. Dracula released the device. He leaned back, his body supported by Adam's mechanical claws, a strange, almost serene calm settling over his ravaged features. He met Adam's visored gaze. "You are a fascinating creature," he rasped, a faint, grim smile touching his ruined lips. "You have won this round. I find myself curiously anticipatory of how you will fare against that insect in hell." Adam let out a short, bright laugh, exhilarated by the success and the sheer audacity of it all. "Look forward to it, old king. It'll be a massacre like no other." A chime sounded in his ear. "Analysis complete," Alice's voice reported. "Enzymatic sample matches known vampiric transformative biomarkers at 99.7% purity. No detectable contaminants. Sample is verified." "Perfect. Our business is concluded," Adam said. He commanded the thrusters. The mechanical arms pivoted smoothly in midair, executing a precise, rotating maneuver. In a moment, their positions were reversed. Now, Adam's back was to the east. And Dracula, held firmly in the claws, was facing the horizon. The artificial night, bereft of its master's will, was fraying at the edges. Like a rotten curtain being torn down, the bruised purple clouds began to thin and shred. And through the dissolving gloom, a sliver of blinding, glorious, golden light pierced the darkness. The first ray of true sunrise touched the Carpathian Mountains. Even in death, he remains majestic, if a little defiled. That's chilling. How he just accepted it. Damn, Dracula gives no fuck for Mephisto. The sunrise. He's positioning him for the final act. The light hit Dracula full in the face. There was no scream this time. No grand curse. The Vampire King, son of the dragon, lord of the night, did not flinch or try to turn away. He kept his eyes open, staring into the cleansing fury of the sun he had denied for centuries. A look of deep, weary acceptance settled over his features, mixed with a final flicker of that ancient, unconquerable pride. He spread his arms as best he could within the mechanical grips, a king accepting his eclipse. The sunlight washed over him. His already charred skin began to glow, then incandesce. It was not a violent combustion, but a swift, inexorable unraveling. He dissolved from the edges inward, turning to fine, grayish that was immediately snatched and scattered by the high-altitude winds. The hair, the flesh, the bone, all of it atomized into nothingness, leaving only a fleeting silhouette against the dawn before it, too, was gone. The mechanical claws closed on empty air. Adam hung there for a long moment, suspended between the earth and the sky, watching the last particles of Vlad Dracula drift away on the wind of a new day. Then, he felt it, pain, clearer than ever. It was a tidal wave, held back by adrenaline, focus, and sheer will. Now, with the immediate threat gone, his body presented the invoice. But it wasn't the pain that deterred him, it was everything else. The cause of the pain came with a lot more issues. His vision swam, blurred. A pounding, world-ending headache drilled behind his eyes. Every breath sent lances of fire through his ribs, definitely cracked, maybe broken. His sealed shoulder stump was a universe of throbbing, white-hot agony. He was a collection of catastrophic system failures held together by a polymer undersuit and a prayer. He smiled. Then he laughed, a bare, ragged, maniacal sound that echoed throughout. So much fucking fun. He gasped between bursts of pained laughter. What a rush. What a unique, spectacular experience. The joy was genuine, euphoric. Chapter 89, This cliffhanger is evil. He smiled. Then he laughed, a bare, ragged, maniacal sound that echoed throughout. So much fucking fun. He gasped between bursts of pained laughter. What a rush. What a unique, spectacular experience. The joy was genuine, euphoric. The hunt, the trap, the psychological warfare, the final, high-altitude, transaction, living can be so lovely when it isn't within the confines of a cell. He cannot fucking believe he missed decades of life, of such lovely experiences, and he feels like that isn't even the worst-case scenario. He mourns for those who have also only experienced misery in life. Sure, life is full of shit, but it has its moments, and it can be beautiful. Adam could only pray for the unfortunates of the world. It sure can be cruel. He saw many facets of misfortune through his numerous eyes. He saw people struggling for a job. People struggling with a job. People in such dire financial situations that they ignore health issues because they cannot afford healthcare. He saw people who contemplate suicide every day, but the thought of hurting their loved ones kept them from committing. Then more, he saw despair, pain, agony, and all in between. He experienced many of them, so he understands. Life is funny that way. Just let go of sanity. Smile and laugh at everything, treat it like a show, and it gets a lot better, just like now. Adam wanted to savor the happiness. But there was no time. The last piece of the puzzle was now cooling in a vial within his suit. He had maybe hours before Mephisto's distractions ran out, and the demon's gaze returned to him with furious intensity. He angled the thrusters and shot toward the coordinates Alice provided, a private airstrip nestled in a valley 50 miles away. He landed not with a graceful touch, but with a heavy, staggering thud beside a sleek, unmarked private jet. The rear ramp was down. Standing there, out of the Iron Man armor which stood powered down in a secure cradle within the jet, was Tony Stark. He was holding a tablet, but his eyes were scrutinizing, tracking Adam's unsteady, mechanical-limbed approach. "Took you long enough," Tony called out, his usual bravado thinly layered over obvious exhaustion and lingering shock. "Next time, I must remember to build a spare suit. Or 3. Mine suffered greatly." His eyes flicked to the empty claws. "So. The vampire." Adam's mechanical arms walked him up the ramp, his own feet barely touching the ground. His voice, when it came through the helmet speakers, was flat with strain. "Dead. Sunrise special. It's done." He didn't so much enter the jet as the suit carried him in. He was hovering, a puppet suspended by his own metal appendages, his consciousness a fragile thing clinging to focus. "I'm out of batteries, though. Need to recover. I've never bathed in so much blood in my life. It's like an orgy with redheads, not bad at all." "Ha ha ha ha," Adam sure managed to amuse himself. Tony facepalmed, then watched him go, his mouth opening, then closing. He had 1,000 questions. The world had just violently expanded beyond terrorists and weapons deals. It contained ancient vampire kings, weather control, and deals with actual demons. Tony Stark did not believe in ignorance is bliss. Knowledge, however cursed, was his only comfort. This experience had injected a massive dose of paranoid preparation directly into his core. He needed to know more. How deep did the rabbit hole go? And how much of it did Adam's cipher have mapped? But the man was a ghost carried by his own machines into the jet's private rear compartment. The door shut behind him. Tony was wrong to think Adam was seeking rest. Inside the soundproofed, sealed compartment, the mechanical arms went to work with silent, terrifying efficiency. Adam was laid gently on a reinforced medical table that unfolded from the wall. The arms detached the suit core, letting the armor plates fall away, leaving him in his blood-stained undersuit. One arm unsealed a heavy, black case. Inside, nestled in form-fitting foam, was the culmination of weeks of secret preparation. Several large, cryogenically cooled syringes. Multiple vacuum-sealed test tubes containing dark liquids. A compact, terrifyingly advanced filtration and injection array. One arm carefully retrieved the collection device from the suit. It detached the vial now filled with Dracula's pulsating enzymatic essence and loaded it into a syringe. Another arm unsealed itself along a seam. From a hidden, flexible reservoir within, it drained the ancient blood of Vlad Dracula into a sterile containment cylinder. The blood was black, thick, and seemed to swallow the light, and it was now being filtered of as much of the toxin within as possible. Adam's eyes, heavy-lidded with exhaustion, scanned the other components in the case. Some contained his own synthesized solutions, brewed from vampire bat proteins and enzymes. Others were labeled with a simple identifier, Morbius. He had tracked down Michael Morbius before the desperate biochemist's final, tragic experiment. The blood of the living man who was destined to become a unique, pseudo-vampiric entity was a priceless biological template. And finally, there was a small, unlabeled ampoule. The blood collected by a stealthy microneedle on one of his mechanical arms during the heat of battle, when Blade had been grazed and bled. Damper blood. The blood that defied the curse. He had everything. "Alice," Adam whispered, his voice hoarse. "Initiate sequence, vampire. Set up the failsafe." If I flatline, or if biomarkers deviate into irreversible monstrous transformation, contact Jean Grey. Transmit my coordinates, or depending on how things go, put me in the suit and fly to Xavier's mansion. Tell her to bring Joshua. Tell her he'll know what to do. He'll turn me back. Failsafe protocol registered. Alice's voice was soft in the compartment. Sequence initiated. All biometrics are being monitored. Good luck, Master. Luck, Adam thought, a faint smile on his pale lips as the mechanical arms, sterilized and ready, began their final dance. Only about 40% of this is science. The rest is a leap of faith. A calculated gamble with the metaphysical. It was the biggest risk of his life. But the failsafe was in place. Joshua Foley, Elixir. The mutant who could manipulate life and death on a biological level. If this went wrong, if he became a mindlessness ferrata or a slave to the bloodlust, Jean could bring Elixir to rewrite his biology, to turn him back to human. It was his escape clause. There were, of course, a few more failsafes, but Adam doesn't have much hope for many of them. However, if all fails, he has the final piece of the puzzle, what he's relying most on. Information. The mechanical arms, moving with the grace of a master surgeon guided by his technopathic will, prepared his body. Alcohol swabs, localized anesthetic, though he doubted it would help, and tourniquets. One arm brought the syringe of Dracula's enzymes to his neck. The needle gleamed under the cold light. Adam took one last, deep breath. The air smelled of antiseptic and his own anticipation. He closed his eyes. Begin. The needle slid home. Simultaneously, other arms activated. Lines were inserted into his major arteries. One began to extract his own, toxin-laden blood. Another line began the transfusion, pumping the complex cocktail into his system. The ancient vampiric enzymes, the synthesized bat enzymes, the blood of Morbius, the blood of Dracula, and finally, the delicate, balancing drop of damper essence from Blade. He was pumped full of it all. It was a flood of contradictions, of curses and powers warring for dominance within his veins. A burning cold spread from the injection site, followed by an incredible, draining weakness. His heartbeat, already faltering from blood loss and shock, began to slow. Thump thump, thump. His breathing grew shallow. The colors behind his only biological eyelid darkened to a deep, velvet black. The sounds of the jet's engines, the whir of the equipment, it all faded into a distant, muffled silence. He felt his body growing lighter, colder. The pain began to recede. He was certainly not healing. It was instead a profound numbness, a withdrawal from the living world. His chest barely rose and fell. Thump. His mind, usually a riot of chaos, grew quiet. Still. A profound, endless stillness, like the bottom of a deep, dark ocean. Thump. Then, nothing. No heartbeat. No breath. No sound. Adam Cypher lay perfectly still on the table, his skin pale as wax, his body a vacant shell. Hesitation is defeat, yeah, sure, but why the fuck did he not hesitate to commit Speku? Wrap it up, guys. This is the finale. R.I.P. Adam. The failsafe is Elixir. TF. How did I not think of that? It makes so much sense. I can't help but feel like this is such an idiotic thing to do. Like, why? There are so many ways to gain power in Marvel, why the risk? The conspiracy community had already theorized that Adam has something more to him that we aren't fully aware of. Well, what is it? It's envy, a second mutant power, or divinity. They believe that one of them is how he randomly gains power-ups. Obviously, from the signs and clues, it must be envy. It just makes sense. He envies others, so he gains their abilities. That's the most recurring theory. Cliffhanger again. This cliffhanger is evil. Chapter 90, Thump. His mind, usually a riot of chaos, grew quiet. Still. A profound, endless stillness, like the bottom of a deep, dark ocean. Thump. Then, nothing. No heartbeat. No breath. No sound. Adam Cypher lay perfectly still on the table, his skin pale as wax, his body a vacant shell. Death was not an event. It was an atmosphere. A profound, soundless, lightless ocean in which Adam Cypher hung suspended, his consciousness a single, dim ember adrift in the void. The operation had been a study in agonizing slowness, a meticulous ballet of exsanguination and transfusion conducted by his own mechanical arms under technopathic control. Then, when his mind plunged into darkness, when technopathy was no longer an option, the pre-written script took effect, and the mechanical arms followed it religiously. He had known, from every piece of data and lore he could scavenge, that vampiric transformation was not instantaneous. It could take hours, days, or even a week of torpor as the body died and was reborn in a new, cursed image. His method, a violent, alchemical cocktail of mixed chaos, was an abomination against both nature and the supernatural, a shortcut forged without caring much for the science of it all. He had moved with excruciating care, timing the blood exchange so the final transfusion would coincide with the jet's descent into New York airspace. If he became a monster, he wanted to be near the one person who could, theoretically, reverse it. But now, the math had stopped. The careful timing was irrelevant. His heart had ceased. The soft, reassuring lube dub that had been the metronome of his existence for 22 years fell silent. 1 minute passed. The silence in the sealed compartment was absolute, broken only by the faint, distant hum of the jet's engines. 2 minutes. His body lay pale and utterly still on the medical table, a waxen sculpture. The mechanical arms had retracted, their work done, hanging lifelessly like the legs of a dead spider. Medically, biologically, Adam Cypher was dead. His brain activity, a constant storm of information and thoughts, collapsed. The blazing bonfire of his mind guttered down to a single, faint pilot light of awareness, floating in the dark. No thoughts. No senses. Only a formless isness. His human metabolism, the cellular machinery that turned food into energy, that repaired tissues, that fought entropy, shut down. Systems went offline in a cascading failure. Without a beating heart, his blood, a thick, dark slurry of his own poisoned remnants and the incoming vampiric cocktail, lay stagnant in his veins. It pooled, beginning the slow, inevitable process of coagulation. For a true, undead vampire, this wouldn't be a problem. Their circulation was a matter of mystical animation, not biology. Their hearts were silent tombs. But Adam hadn't aimed for that. He'd studied the exceptions. Dracula himself, in his might, possessed a slow, sluggish heartbeat, a symbol of his lingering, corrupted vitality. Morbius and Blade, products of science and hybrid biology, had fully functional, beating hearts. Adam's cocktail was a deliberate fusion of all three, the ancient curse, the scientific aberration, the damper's anomalous existence. He had wanted the power without the complete severance from life. He wanted to cheat death, not just become its agent. But in the silent darkness, it seemed he had failed. The chaotic formulae, the blood, the calculated risks, they had simply killed him. 3 minutes. The silence deepened. The pale, still form on the table was a monument to hubris. Inside the jet systems, Alice maintained her silent vigil. Her protocols were clear. Biomarker deviation. Cardiac arrest exceeding 5 minutes would trigger irreversible brain damage, even by undead standards. The failsafe would engage. A priority signal would be sent to the encrypted channel reserved for Jean Grey. Coordinates. The message would naturally be to bring Joshua. He will know what to do to save him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The time is ticking by. 4 minutes approached. The emergency protocols hovered at the threshold of initiation. Only a minute away. Then, an anomaly. In the absolute stillness of Adam's vasculature, a single, thick droplet of the transformed black blood in his carotid artery twitched. It wasn't pushed by a beating heart. It moved against gravity, sliding an inch up the vessel wall as if pulled by a silent magnet. Another droplet joined it. Then another. Throughout his body, the congealing, stagnant blood began to stir. It was not a flow, but a slow, purposeful, peristaltic undulation, moving through veins and arteries without the engine of a heart to drive it. It was magic asserting itself over matter. The vampiric essence, woven from Dracula's ancient curse and Morbius's biological template, was knitting itself into the fabric of his corpse, creating its own circulation. Alice registered it. A microscopic shift in internal pressure was something it couldn't detect. Detecting the movement of a single droplet is a pipe dream. The scanner of one of the mechanical arms isn't that insane. But the scanner could detect the motion of the ocean, the movement of his blood, and the subsequent effects. A breach of physics. That is what it was. The black blood completed a full, silent circuit of his body. From toes to brain and back again, propelled by what can only be assumed to be magic or some supernatural mechanism. Only then, as if satisfied the new system could sustain itself, did the central pump reactivate. Thump. A single, deep, cavernous beat echoed in the hollow of his chest. It was not the rapid flutter of a living heart, but the slow, solemn toll of a great bell in an abandoned cathedral. The sound was so profound it seemed to vibrate the table. A minute of utter silence passed. Thump. Another beat. Slower than the first. Thump. The intervals were stretching. His heart was not restarting, for something else stole its previous job. His blood was flowing, thus his heart must have been repurposed. It was becoming a regulator, not a driver, beating only to churn the thick, dark blood and prevent it from settling into permanent sludge. The real circulation was now the silent, magical current thrumming just beneath his skin. The transformation, held in stasis by clinical death, now erupted with violent purpose. Alice's scanners, linked to microscopic sensors within the compartment, painted a picture of breathtaking, horrific change. Adam's cellular metabolism, once offline, rebooted into something entirely alien. His body temperature, which had plummeted, stabilized at a cool 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Extreme cellular regeneration ignited. It was not the warm, life-affirming healing of a mutant like Wolverine. This was a cold, voracious reclamation. The cracked ribs, visible on the scanner as jagged white lines, smoothed over and fused in minutes. The internal bruising, the micro-tears in his muscles from the battles, vanished as if they had never been. The burns and lacerations on his skin closed without a trace, leaving behind flesh that was unnaturally smooth and pale, like polished marble. Even the horrific, cauterized stump of his left shoulder underwent a change. The blackened, ruined flesh was sloughed off by aggressive new cell growth. Beneath it, the wound sealed perfectly, leaving a smooth, scarless cap over the severed joint. There was no bud of regrowth, no hint of a new limb. The regeneration was not so unreasonable. It made him perfectly, flawlessly whole in his new, amputated state. His body reshaped itself. Atrophy from blood loss reversed. His muscles, defined before, now gained a sleeker, denser architecture, each fiber optimized for silent, volatile force. His frame seemed to subtly lengthen, his posture straightening even in unconsciousness into something effortlessly regal. The process took less than 30 minutes. When it was done, Adam Cypher's body was a masterpiece of undead biology. Every wound from the battle with Dracula was gone. He was pristine yet again. And his heart beat not more than once every 4 minutes. A slow, deep, dormant rhythm. Thump. The camera from the audience's point of view drifted through the sterile air of the compartment. It moved over the dormant mechanical arms, across the medical equipment now speckled with dried blood, and finally settled on the form on the table. It focused on his face. His features were the same, yet profoundly altered. The handsomeness was still there, but it was sharper, colder, paired of any softness. His skin was pale as moonlight, flawless. His hair seemed darker. And then, his eyes snapped open. Both were open, but they were no longer a pair. The left, his cybernetic eye, brightened, its lens focusing with a faint blue-gray glow. The right, his natural eye, was no longer its warm hazel. It burned with a bright, unwavering crimson. The color of hellfire. The color of Dracula's gaze. The color of fresh, arterial blood under a black light. We're so back. We're so Barack. TF. So he just mixed together a cocktail of bullshit, and it worked. He regenerated everything but the arm. Can vampires not regenerate limbs? Don't think so. I mean, if he still has the arm, maybe, but it was eaten. RIP. Dude, the makeup people did a wonderful job. He looks beautiful, so much more handsome than before. It happens to me as well. I get so immersed that I forget this isn't a normal show. Wait. Right, does the show even have makeup people? Does it even have a crew? Obviously not. There are already several million-plus bounties for Adam's information, aka, they're looking for the actor or any information about him, to no avail. Chapter 91, Evil Always Finds a Way. Adam's eye burned with a bright, unwavering crimson. The color of hellfire. The color of Dracula's gaze. The color of fresh, arterial blood under a black light. Adam's cipher blinked. The motion was slow, deliberate, as if he were remembering how. The crimson eye and the cybernetic gray one scanned the ceiling of the cabin, unseeing for a moment. He took a deep, shuddering breath, filling lungs that no longer strictly needed air. The habit was comforting, a touchstone of a discarded humanity. He pushed himself up into a sitting position on the table, slowly and cautiously. He looked down at his hand, pale, strong, the nails perfectly shaped. He flexed them, watching the tendons move like steel cables under silk. Then he spoke. His voice was a shock. It was raspier. It was lower, a rich, cultured baritone that resonated in the small space, layered with a dark, amused malice that was utterly foreign. "You should have taken the deal," the voice said, the words dripping with condescending pity. Adam's head tilted, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, an expression he never wore. "To think you could outplay I, the Lord of Hell. A mortal's idiotic dreams." He swung his legs off the table and stood. The motion was so swift it was a blur, ending with him standing shaky as if not used to his body, naked and pale under the cold lights. The place shook with his movement, if only slightly. He rolled his head on his shoulders, the vertebrae cracking with a series of sharp, unhealthy pops. "This body," the not Adam said, looking down at himself with appraisal, running a hand over the defined muscles of his chest. "Not bad at all. A significant upgrade from the withered, prideful shell of the dragon. Resilient. Intelligent. Connected." The crimson eye gleamed. "Somehow, evil always finds a way. Always prevails. Ha 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 ha." The laughter was deep, booming, and full of a joy that was purely, cosmically wicked. "No. No 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 no. That's not Adam. It's Mephisto. He possessed him." "What? No way. What in the twist? All that work, all that planning. For this? How does Adam recover from this? Was Mephisto the protagonist all along? No no no, there must be a comeback. What in Hydra? Mephisto has plot armor." Horror, cold and absolute, gripped the audience. The hints were evident. The voice, the mannerisms, the phrasing, referring to himself as the Lord of Hell. Adam's greatest challenge, the core reason he refused the demon's deal, had come to pass. In his moment of ultimate vulnerability, during the metaphysical shift of becoming undead, Mephisto had slipped past his defenses and taken the ultimate prize, his body, his power, his resources. The not Adam, Mephisto in flesh, took a step forward, still admiring his new hands. He opened his mouth, likely to deliver another gloating monologue. And then he burst out laughing again. But this laugh was different. It wasn't the deep, villainous boom. It was bright, sharp, and utterly, unmistakably Adam. It was the laugh of a man who had just pulled off the most audacious prank in history. Ha 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 ha. Oh, the look on your faces. Can't see it, but sure can fucking imagine it. Adam gasped, his voice snapping back to its normal tenor, though still laced with the new, vampiric rasp. He was laughing so hard he had to brace his hand on the table, which cracked, unable to handle the uncontrollable force within him, his crimson eye streaming with tears of mirth. "Relax. Relax, my lovely imaginary friends. I was just fucking with you. Bwahahaha." He imitated the deep Mephisto voice poorly. "Evil always prevails. Did I give you a heart attack? Oh, man, I wish I could see it. I really, really do." He wiped the tear from his crimson eye, his shoulders shaking with giggles. The sheer, unadulterated glee on his face was pure, unhinged Adam cipher. He what? He was faking it. Fuck you. +1, +1, +1, +1. My heart literally stopped. I thought we lost everything. Classic Adam. Of course he'd pull off some bullshit. Okay, dude. Fuck off. That gave me more heart pain than when I found my dad fucking my girlfriend. Fuck you. Sorry, man. Hope the best, my man. I'm dad. It was a good fuck. I'm the bed. It was shit. His rod was wrinkled, inbred, and a midget. LOL. LMAO. LMAO, TF. I'm his wife's boyfriend. I can lend her to you to feel better. And just like that, the depressing atmosphere self-destructed because they always find a way. The whiplash was total, sure. But the relief was a physical wave, followed immediately by a surge of indignant, hysterical laughter, then a round of jokes. It was such an Adam thing to do. To wake up from a transformative near-death experience and immediately devote his first moments to trolling his perceived audience with an Oscar-worthy impersonation of the devil himself. He calmed his laughter, though a wide, wicked grin remained plastered on his face. He walked over to a reflective panel on the wall, studying his new visage. He peered at his crimson eye, fascinated. Huh. Permanent cosplay. I can work with this. Then he turned back, as if addressing the empty air where the audience watched. His grin turned mischievous, his head tilting. Or, he said, his voice dropping back into a playful, sinister whisper. Maybe I wasn't joking. Maybe I am Mephisto, and you're all stuck with me now. And this is just part of the act to lull you into a false sense of security. He let the possibility hang, his mismatched eyes gleaming. Ha 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 ha. The mystery shall prevail. He winked, with the crimson eye. It was the final, perfect twist. He offered the paranoia back as a gift. He would never let them be completely sure. The line between Adam's madness and an actual demonic possession would forever be a blur he could dance upon for his own amusement. He was certainly amused, though he felt like the audience now understood his nature too well to fall for it for too long. We're supposed to be having fun at your expense, not the other way around. Shit entertainer. That's Adam all right. I don't know if I want to hug him or throw him into the sun. But what if he's not? No way, right? Only Adam has fourth wall vision. No way Mephisto just gets it after possession. I feel like Adam's fourth wall penetration is too divine to just be transferred. Dude, look at that grin. That's fucking Adam, I tell ya. Adam stood before the full-length mirror mounted in the private cabin. The private jet has everything. The pale, flawless reflection stared back, a stranger wearing a familiar face. Well, hello there, handsome, he murmured, a slow, narcissistic grin spreading. He turned his head, profile to the glass. The cheekbones. Sharper. More. Exquisite. Excellent. The jawline could cut glass. Exceptional. He ran a hand through his hair, which had grown past his shoulders, a thick, dark mane. The hair's a bit much. Like a romance novel cover model who broods by cliffs. He flexed his remaining arm, watching the muscles slide with a fluid, effortless force. I think I'm turning gay for myself because wow. Then his grin faltered. He leaned closer to the mirror, his fingers tracing the smooth, unmarked skin over his ribs, his shoulder, his cheek. A frown creased his perfect brow. The scars, though. You took my scars. His voice held a genuine note of petulance. Vampirism sucks. How dare you take my memories from me? Those were souvenirs. A collection of bad decisions and good stories. He sighed dramatically, then shrugged, the motion a study in lethal grace. Ah, well. New skin, new sins to carve into it, I suppose. He stretched, a languid, full-body motion that seemed to test the limits of the cabin's space. As he did, his mind, clearer and faster than ever despite the bloodthirst humming in the background, reached out. Technopathy slid into the null suit systems like a key into a well-oiled lock, connecting with Alice. Initiate self-diagnostics, Alice. And bring me the test kit. Alice was working with the little processing power within the suit, unable to reach the main systems, but that was sufficient for his current intentions. The mechanical arms, dormant until now, whirred to life. They moved with a new, eerie synchronicity under Alice's control. One arm retrieved a small, sealed case by the side and brought it to a work table that unfolded from the wall. Inside were the tools of a very specific kind of hypochondria. First, a tiny pile of fine, powdered garlic dust. Next, a silver-bladed scalpel, its edge gleaming coldly. Adam picked up the scalpel with his right hand, his only hand. Without hesitation, he drew the silver edge across the side of his stomach, slowly and cautiously. A thin red line appeared. Dark, almost black blood welled up. He watched it bead, waited for the sizzle, the smoke, the weakening curse that should follow silver touching vampiric flesh. Nothing happened. The silver was just metal. His grin returned. He sprinkled a pinch of the garlic dust directly onto the open cut before it closed, and it was closing quickly. He frowned. It was uncomfortable. Like a mild, irritating itch, the kind you get from fiberglass insulation. It was deeply annoying, but it wasn't the agonizing, flesh-withering poison it was for common vampires. He wiped the dust away. The cut had already closed, leaving no mark. Immune to silver. Highly resistant to garlic. Let's call it a severe allergy, not anaphylaxis. Noted. Chapter 92, I was planning to amputate it anyway. It was deeply annoying, but it wasn't the agonizing, flesh-withering poison it was for common vampires. He wiped the dust away. The cut had already closed, leaving no mark. Immune to silver. Highly resistant to garlic. Let's call it a severe allergy, not anaphylaxis. Noted. Now for the main event. Alice, UV array. Start at 0.1% intensity. Wavelength 280 nanometers. Focus on my palm. One of his mechanical arms transformed. A small, precise emitter appearing. A low buzz filled the air. A focused beam of ultraviolet light, invisible to the naked eye, hit his upturned palm. Adam's eyes narrowed. He felt it, a distinct, crawling itch, a sensation of his skin wanting to recoil. Like holding his hand too close to a hot stove element, but without the heat. Unpleasant. Annoying. Not debilitating. Increased to 1%. The itch intensified. A faint, healthy redness appeared on his pale skin, like a mild, barely noticeable sunburn. It was irritating, but far from the blistering, instantaneous combustion he'd witnessed with Dracula's lesser kin. Increased to 10%. Now it felt really uncomfortable. The skin hadn't reddened further as if reaching a limit, and not a wisp of smoke curled up. It just felt irritating. He pulled his hand back, shaking it. The faint redness faded before his eyes, the paleness returning. The smile that spread across his face was one of pure, unadulterated triumph. It was a weakness, a minor one. But it was a manageable one. He wouldn't burst into flames at dawn. He could walk in daylight without protection, if he could handle the irritation, nothing he wasn't used to. He strode to one of the jet's small portholes. The cover was a manual slide. He took a breath he didn't need and moved it aside. A brilliant shaft of morning sunlight, clean and golden, speared into the dim cabin. Dust motes danced in its beam like tiny stars. Adam hesitated not for a second. With the caution of a bomb disposal expert, he extended a single finger into the light. The sensation was immediate. A deep, resonant itch, far stronger than the focused UV beam. It was the difference between a laser pointer and a floodlight. Unpleasant, like dipping his finger in acid. But his skin didn't burn. It reddened, not too obvious of a red, but more like a healthy glow from the previously pale, unnatural color. He pushed his whole hand in. The itch and irritation spread, a grating discomfort that he must admit, he didn't feel like he would get used to. Then his arm. Finally, steeling himself, he stepped fully into the sunbeam. He stood there, illuminated, a pale statue in a column of gold. The light washed over his face. It was weird. A constant, discordant sensation. It felt profoundly wrong, an ontological violation. But he stood. He didn't smoke. He didn't scream. He didn't dissolve. He started to laugh. It began as a low chuckle, then built into a full-throated, joyous roar that echoed in the cabin. He threw his head back, the sunlight falling upon his exposed throat, and laughed at the ceiling, at fate, at the two ancient entities who had tried to cage him. Against all odds. He crowed, stepping back out of the beam, the relief from the constant discomfort almost sweet. He examined his hand, the healthy redness was already fading. I did it. I actually, monumentally, succeeded. He paced, energy thrumming through him. Sure, those two ancient mummies, the bloodsucker and the contract liquor, they left their little backhands in the mix. Tried to sour the milk. He stopped, his mismatched eyes, one gray, one a hidden crimson, gleaming with malicious insight. But you know what? The old demon, Mephisto, he was kind enough to give me a push past the finish line. First place, too. He looked around the empty cabin, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, taunting sing-song. I'm not sure if you can hear me in your little sulfur-smelling boardroom, but, thank you. Sincerely. We started on such terrible terms, but what you're doing for me, it warms my cold, non-beating heart so much I can't help but want to visit your home. With gifts. You should look forward to it. He can walk in sunlight. But how? What happened exactly? Also, how did Mephisto help him achieve it? I don't see it. The weaknesses are just inconveniences. Definitely plot armor. Visit your home with gifts. I think I know what he's thinking and I'm liking it. The euphoria of success was tempered by the state of his body. He was caked in dried blood, ash, and battlefield filth. God, I need a shower. He stalked into the compact and soot bathroom. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. I should get myself a private jet, this thing rocks. A spaceship sounds better, but maybe for the future. The shower was a revelation. The water felt like divine fucking nectar. He scrubbed away the grime of mortality and battle, watching the dark water swirl down the drain. His hair, now long and heavy, was a nuisance. He found a pair of shears and, with precise, unhesitating cuts, sheared it back to a manageable, stylish length, combing it back from his forehead. The look was severe, elegant, and accentuated his now sharper features. He dressed in a pristine, three-piece gray suit he'd had stored in the case. The fit was perfect. From a compartment within one of the mechanical arms, he retrieved a single hazel-colored contact lens. He slipped it over his crimson right eye, blinking until it settled. Now, both eyes appeared a cool gray and vibrant hazel. The monster was hidden behind a boardroom facade. He flexed his hand again, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Still annoyed about the scars, he muttered to himself. In the shower, he'd experimentally nicked his thigh with a razor. The skin had sealed before the blood could even properly well up, leaving no mark. His regeneration was automatic, relentless. He couldn't control it. He couldn't choose to scar. The stories were erased. He also felt the power within him, a coiled chaotic force. It felt like if he moved too quickly, too thoughtlessly, he might accidentally punch through the jet's hull. His movements were deliberately slow and measured, as he reacclimated to his body's new parameters. He'd expected to be a puppet carried by his mechanical arms, but it wasn't that bad. He can control his power, if only a little. The thirst was a constant, low-grade distraction, a hollow ache in his gut and a metallic taste at the back of his throat, but it was manageable. For now. He took a steadying breath he didn't require, and exited the cabin. Tony Stark was in the main lounge, slumped in a plush leather seat, a glass of expensive bourbon held loosely in his hand. He wasn't drinking to celebrate. He was drinking to process. His eyes, bloodshot and shadowed, tracked Adam's entrance with the intensity of a man studying a new, volatile element. You, Tony said, his voice flat, are a complete and utter maniac. He took a sip. Do you feel anything? About the arm? You look unconcerned. Adam took the seat opposite him, the motion fluid and slow. He shrugged his single shoulder. I was planning to amputate it anyway. Seemed a waste not to get some tactical use out of it first. And, well, he gestured to his whole body with his remaining hand, it worked out. Tony stared. He slowly put his glass down on the table between them. Run that by me again. You were planning to cut off your own arm. For a cybernetic replacement, Adam clarified, as if discussing upgrading a car's transmission. I have some truly inspired ideas. A multi-tool, energy projector, integrated computing node. You should look forward to the vision. And if I get sentimental, I'm sure there are ways to regrow a limb out there. This world is weird like that. I was planning to amputate it anyway. Who says stuff like that? There is something he does that I really think is just fucking stupid, then he opens his mind and spits some insanity that makes sense, WTF. Now that I think about it, there are many ways to regrow limbs. Tony's face is a masterpiece of, what the actual fuck is my life? Tony flinched at the insanity. Sorcery, super science, vampires, it was all colliding in his bourbon-addled mind. You are certifiable. He leaned forward, peering at Adam. And you are a vampire now, right? Can't you just grow it back? Adam raised an eyebrow, a perfectly measured gesture. No. Even vampires have limits. Though limits are made to be broken, so maybe later. What gave it away, by the way? That I've already turned. Tony stared at him, deadpan. Did getting bitten by Dracula make you dumber? It's obvious. Chapter 93, Mind If I Eat You Out? Adam raised an eyebrow, a perfectly measured gesture. No. Even vampires have limits. Though limits are made to be broken, so maybe later. What gave it away, by the way? That I've already turned. Tony stared at him, deadpan. Did getting bitten by Dracula make you dumber? It's obvious. First, you look like you just stepped off the cover of GQ, Nosferatu edition. Fuck you, by the way. Second, you look like you've never been in a fight, let alone a war with an undead legion. What, did your injuries have a collective amnesia? And third, Tony pointed a shaky finger at him. You're eyeing my neck like it's a rare steak and you're a stray dog. Cut it out. Oh. Adam blinked, then slowly nodded, as if processing a complex equation. Makes sense. The thirst is distracting. And your neck does look particularly fresh and delicious. He tilted his head, his gray-eyed gaze unervingly fixed on Tony's carotid artery. So, mind if I eat you out? Tony recoiled as if electrocuted. He shot to his feet, his chair screeching back, nearly tripping over it in his haste to put distance between them. You. Are you fucking with me? Adam's expression remained utterly flat for 3 long heartbeats. Then it shattered into a wide, boyish grin. Of course I'm messing around. Sit down. I'm not that desperate. Yet. Tony slumped back into his chair, running a hand over his face. The relief was palpable, but the wariness was now a permanent resident in his eyes. Jesus, Cypher. Are you okay? Really okay? Are you like the others? Are you going to hurt people? Adam hummed, giving the question genuine thought. No. I'm a special case. Fewer weaknesses. But I do need to feed. The desire is pronounced. Ha ha ha. Be serious, Tony snapped, his fear sharpening into a blade of pragmatism. If the thirst is an issue, we fix it. I'm with Blade on this one. If you turn into a problem, we deal with the problem. Adam's smile was placating, but it didn't reach his cold eyes. Relax, Stark. I'm decently rich. I'll just buy blood. High quality, ethically sourced, O-negative preferably. Set up a subscription service. It'll be a line item on the corporate expense account. Only then did some of the tension leave Tony's shoulders. He sat back down, picking up his glass but not drinking. He studied Adam, the genius inventor assessing a groundbreaking, terrifying new piece of technology. Can it be replicated? He asked finally, his voice quiet. What you did. Can anyone become that? Adam shook his head, a firm, definitive motion. I'm a special case. I was special before. That's the only reason I'm sitting here and not in a dungeon, chained to Mephisto's desk. Anyone else tries my cocktail, they become a slave. Or a puddle. Tony understood. He didn't have the details, but the shape of it was clear. Adam's mutant power, that envy he'd mentioned, it must be because of it, right? Unfortunately, he has none of that. Moreover, he wasn't sure if he wanted to be a vampire. He nodded slowly, accepting the boundary. The conversation that followed shifted in tone. The black humor and surreal horror ebbed, replaced by a grim, serious practicality. Tony, his worldview violently expanded, needed a guide to the new, dark geography of reality. Adam, now a permanent resident of that geography, needed allies who could operate in the light. They talked about what had happened. Not just the battle, but the implications. The existence of a demon lord with a vested interest in Adam. The true, hidden history laced with things like Dracula. The depth of the rabbit hole. Then, they talked about the future. Collaboration. They talked about designing inventions for the greater good, to combat vampires, demons, and all in between. Tony's genius isn't to be underestimated, and in the field of technology, he surpasses Adam. He just needs a target, and he can deliver. Adam's unique insights and supernatural resources. Security. Research. A mutual defense pact against things that went bump in a much darker night than either had previously imagined. Tony Stark realized, with crystal clarity, that he could no longer afford to be a lone genius in a suit of armor. The world was stranger and more dangerous than he dreamed. And Adam Cypher, for all his madness, his horrifying mind, and his new, thirsting condition, had just proven himself to be a very valuable ally. Tony's paranoia is now a superpower. Adam's madness is his methodology. They're building a anti-bogeyman tech startup. I feel like this is all bullshit. They don't trust each other at all. True. I bet when Tony goes back, he will make an anti-Adam suit. That sounds so likely that I won't be taking the bet. The black, sleek limousine, alone from Tony Stark's fleet, glided through the midday New York traffic with the silent assurance of wealth. The tinted windows turned the brilliant, chaotic energy of the city into a muted, moving diorama. Inside, ensconced in buttery soft leather, Adam Cypher sat with his legs crossed, a picture of serene contentment. He was humming. A soft, tuneless little melody that spoke of deep, personal satisfaction. The last week had been a symphony of extreme experiences, trickery, revelation, a hunt for a monster, the dismemberment of said monster, and his own meticulous, near-suicidal transfiguration. And it had all concluded with spectacular, personal success. Today was, by any metric he valued, a very good day. The whole week had been exquisite. A bag of premium, kettle-cooked salt and vinegar chips rested on the seat beside him. He reached in, retrieved one, and crunched down. The sharp, tangy burst of flavor filled his mouth. A purely sensory delight. As a true vampire, the carbohydrates, fats, and salts meant nothing to his biology. They would pass through his system inert, a curiosity. But his taste buds, heightened and refined by the transformation, sang with pleasure. Indeed, even though he became a vampire, he hadn't lost his sense of taste. In fact, it was heightened. The act of eating, of savoring, was a ritual of life he had no intention of abandoning. Cooking and eating would remain a hobby, a pleasure of the palate if not the body. He was happily munching on his third chip when he spoke, his voice conversational, aimed at the empty space to his right. So, do your kind back home love cooking and eating too? Or is the whole consumption thing strictly metaphorical? Souls, despair, that sort of thing. Or... He paused for effect, do you just eat each other out? The scene seems familiar. Is it Mephisto again? He just asked the devil if demons eat ass. The sheer, unadulterated chutzpah. Guys, Adam might be gay. Else, why the hell does he spit so much gayness? Man, I wish, but I'm afraid the vixen's got him by the balls. Dude, true. Fuck women. Why do they gotta take our Adam? Goddamn, so much dick riding, WTF. Yeah, WTF. Adam is cool, but you guys be playing tricks on it. Still confused? You a dumbo. It's obvious. Look around you. Look how the world works. Benefits and self-gain. The cocksuckers are riding him because there is something to gain. Oh, so they pen-sucking cause of the supernatural nature of the show. I see the vision. The vision is false. It's a lie. Adam is the Antichrist. All of this is to lead us astray. What's happening? Y'all need some weed, take that shit and nosedive into hallucinations and all will be weal. The chauffeur did not flinch. His eyes remained fixed on the road, his hands at 10 and 2, as if he heard nothing but the purr of the engine and the distant city sounds. The reality is that whether he heard it or not doesn't matter, as Adam was already practicing one of the uses of his vampirism, mesmerism. As much as Adam despises hypnosis and mind control stuff, he also cannot allow just anyone to listen to conversations he deems important. The space Adam had addressed was no longer empty. A middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored, funereal black suit now sat there. It hadn't felt like he appeared, he simply was, as if he'd been part of the upholstery all along. His hair was salt and pepper, his features sharp and intelligent, but his eyes held a timeless, patient malevolence that made the plush interior feel suddenly, desperately cold. It was Mephisto. The Lord of Hell ignored Adam's characteristic opening gambit of absurdity. His voice was a dry, rustling parchment of sound. How did you do it? Adam swallowed his chip. Do what? The chips? It's all in the kettle cooking. Creates a more robust structural integrity for flavor adhesion. It's good shit. Guess you wouldn't know since you guys only know to eat each other out. Not gonna lie, that takes bravery. Chapter 94, Yikes. Demons are so fucking annoying. Adam swallowed his chip. Do what? The chips? It's all in the kettle cooking. Creates a more robust structural integrity for flavor adhesion. It's good shit. Guess you wouldn't know since you guys only know to eat each other out. Not gonna lie, that takes bravery. Mephisto's gaze was a physical weight. You know of what I speak, little moth. I always knew you were special. A fascinating deviation from the predictable mortal script. But this. A subtle gesture encompassed Adam's pristine, powerful form. This borders on the insolent. You achieved a state I believed impossible for one such as you. A vampire that walks in the sun. I hadn't expected you to escape the vampire lord's calculations, yet you've gone further. Adam shrugged, brushing salt from his fingers. God did it. Simple as. I'm one of his first drafts, you know. Adam. Prime real estate. He looked down, so I'd gotten myself into a bit of a tiff with a hell lord and a bloodsucker, felt a pang of paternal guilt. Waved his hand, forgave my sins, granted me his blessing. So honestly. He said, turning to meet Mephisto's gaze directly, his eyes utterly flat, don't be too surprised when it feels like I have plot armor. It's a given. Divine provenance. Talking to Adam, Mephisto realized, was like trying to nail smoke to a wall. Irritating, but revealing in its evasion. I would know if you were that Adam, Mephisto said, his patience a deep, cold well. You are not. It is something else. He leaned forward slightly. What intrigues me more is your inaction. Why do you not play the game? I move my pieces, your reputation, your business, your name dragged through the filth of mortal opinion. And you allow it. You seem to enjoy it. Why? Adam raised an eyebrow, a gesture of genuine curiosity. That's your big question. I'm kinda an attention whore, Mephi. I don't discriminate. Good press, bad press, it's all just data streams pointing at me. All publicity is good publicity. The phrase was basically invented for people like me. Suits me well. Mephisto hummed, a sound like stones grinding in a deep cairn. He was deducing, piecing together a puzzle with pieces only he could sense. I have always known you were hiding something. A core truth. And now. I perceive a correlation. You are happier with the bad publicity. The goal of my machinations, and those of your mundane enemies, was to destroy what you built. To break your spirit. Yet, the one who seems most delighted by the spectacle of your impending ruin is you. Adam's frown was one of theatrical annoyance. He stroked his chin. Dealing with you is truly troublesome. It's like you're cheating. How did you figure it out? The confirmation, subtle as it was, caused a flicker of cold triumph in Mephisto's ancient eyes. You were fanning the flames of your own demise. Amplifying the opposition. Your happiness was genuine, but not born of mere masochism or narcissism. No. There is a benefit. The attention itself fuels you. It empowers you in a tangible way. He leaned closer, the chill radiating from him making the air brittle. I know much about you. Hydra's whispers were thorough, yet incomplete. They misjudged your mutant power. In fact, it seems everyone has. Me included. Envy. A curious name. Just how broad is its definition? What, precisely, can it do? Adam merely smiled, a shark smile in a handsome face. There's a second, equally plausible explanation, reverse psychology. I want you to put out the fires. So I let you catch a glimpse, let you think you've unraveled a core secret. Now you'll work to stifle the very noise you created, believing it helps me. See? Multiple layers. Fun, isn't it? Thank God Mephisto isn't an idiot and seems to be very dangerous. Entertain us, Mephisto. My boy Mephisto rocks. And the style, very Italian, chef's kiss. Traitors. But Mephisto is an idiot, no. He's going after Adam, isn't it game over? True, how strong is envy exactly? It seems broken, even giving him abilities like technopathy. Could it be that envy absorbs negative emotions to achieve something? Otherwise, why would Adam, as Mephisto said, enjoy the negativity? The mystery is beginning to unravel. I knew there was more to envy. Mephisto did not rise to the bait. His gaze grew distant, introspective. Envy. Envy. He murmured, the word a key he was trying to turn in a lock he couldn't see. Why would it crave attention? What does it envy? The spotlight. The notoriety. He refocused on Adam. I have been hasty. I should have endeavored to understand the instrument before attempting to play it. No matter. Time is a currency of which I have an endless supply. The game has become infinitely more interesting. You are a more worthy opponent than I initially presumed. A slow, eerie smile touched his lips. Perhaps, when the time is right, we can discuss a legitimate deal. A partnership, between equals. For now, goodbye. He made to move, to dissolve back into the ether from whence he came. Hold on, Adam said, his voice cutting through the gathering unreality. Since you're here, and we're having such a lovely chat, I've got a question that's been bugging me. He popped another chip. You're a demon. A blight on creation. A cosmic leech, a contractor of damned souls, a glorified used car salesman of eternity. All that. Mephisto went very still, his expression unreadable. Yet, Adam continued, you haven't gone after the people around me. Domino. The X-Men. Stark, now. That's Demon 101. Target the loved ones, apply pressure, break the will. You're usually quite adept at that. So, why not? Mephisto studied him for a long, silent moment. Then he smiled, a terrible, understanding smile. Little Adam. I am a demon. My true power is not fire or brimstone, but perception. I see the nature of things. The desires creatures may not even know they have, and when I look at you. He leaned in, his voice dropping to an intimate, chilling whisper. I see shadows of my more self-interested colleagues back home. You care, in your own twisted way. But you would never sacrifice yourself for them. Your core philosophy is one of sublime, rational selfishness. You think, if they die, it is regrettable. I will be sad. And then, when I am powerful enough, I will simply reach into the well of eternity and pull them back. You do not rely on them. They are amenities. Luxuries. Pleasant distractions. He leaned back, the cruel smile still in place. Targeting something you do not rely on is inefficient. A waste of good torment. It would not break you, it would merely annoy you. And an annoyed Adam cipher is a creatively destructive force, as Dracula learned. He paused, letting the truth of his assessment sink in. But where there is a will, there is a way. And if there is one thing no being in any realm lacks, it is weaknesses. Take care, my friend. Indeed, Mephisto understands the importance of timing, and he also understands the human mind. In his view, Adam may not care much now, but with time, he will fall to the thing no human managed to escape, feelings, and then, he can strike. With a silent pop of displaced air that wasn't quite a sound, he vanished. The chill lingered for a few seconds before the car's climate control fought it back. Adam was left alone, frowning thoughtfully. He stroked his chin, contemplating Mephisto's words as if they were a complex theorem. He nodded slowly, a student who has just grasped a difficult lesson. Interesting perspective. Then he let out a sharp TCH. And shook his head. Yikes. Demons are so fucking annoying. His expression shifted. The playful mask fell away, replaced by a stark, emotionless void. His eyes, one real and one artificial, stared at nothing. Am I that bad? The thought was clinical, not remorseful. He turned the demon's assessment over in his mind. His trust in anyone but himself was, indeed, in the negatives. He expected nothing, which meant every act of loyalty and devotion was a pleasant surprise, and every betrayal was a confirmed hypothesis. His certainty in his own eventual ascension was absolute. If he reached the pinnacle, the absolute, any regret, any loss, could be unmade. It was a simple equation. Therefore, the journey itself was the only thing that mattered. The experience. The show. If things went south, it was merely a plot twist, a darker act in the drama. He nodded to himself. It was extremely logical. He's agreeing with the devil's assessment. No, his thought process is more twisted than the devil described. Merely a plot twist. I don't like that. His thought process is too dark. If they die, I'll just bring them back later. I like the sound of that. He sees his own life as a show he's both starring in and directing. That's a level of fourth wall abusing I haven't seen before. I hope Adam grows to have more empathy, else we're fucked if he penetrates the screen and reaches us. Oh God, I think I'm gonna start using Fent. Mephisto had been right about many things. The attention did fuel him. Adam had never fought the negative publicity because he was feasting on it. But the demon had been crucially, magnificently wrong about one thing. It wasn't envy that thrummed at the center of Adam's power, hungry for the spotlight. It was information.